Chapter 1. The Great Xia Dynasty. In the affluent district of the inner city of Spring City, there stands a rather substantial estate, the hereditary residence of the dukes of the Great Xia. By the pond in the estate's backyard, a young man, barely 20 years old, stands lost in thought, gazing into the distance. Have I traversed realms? Or am I merely a vessel for another soul? He murmurs, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He observes his reflection in the clear waters of the pond. His posture is upright. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his visage strikingly handsome. At this moment, he finds himself bewildered, much like in his previous life, pondering why he fell asleep one night and never awoke again. His name is Wong Kuan, a name he bears in both his past life and this one. Perhaps this continuity is the reason his soul has claimed this body. As time ticks by, it takes him 2 hours to sift through the memories in his mind. The Great Xia Dynasty, the Duke's residence. This is not a history I recognize. Such an era never existed in my former life, Wong Kuan murmurs to himself. He resides in Spring City, a border province where his family has long safeguarded the frontier, wielding command over the border troops during times of war. However, in modern times, his family has fallen into decline, their military power stripped away. Years ago, the territories they once held were reclaimed by the Emperor Xingde. Now, only this ancestral home and a few shops scattered across various cities in the province remain, alongside the modest wealth accumulated by previous generations. It is now the year 1920 in the Western calendar, the 30th year of Emperor Xingde's reign. This world, too, possesses 7 continents and 4 oceans, with a historical and technological trajectory remarkably akin to that of his previous life. Similarly, emerging from the aftermath of the Great War, the Great Xia Dynasty in this realm mirrors the waning dynasties of his past, with a weakened national strength and impoverished populace. Yet, unlike the past, the Great Xia has not yet met its demise, nor is it a dynasty founded by nomadic tribes. In contrast to his previous life, after the fall of the Ming dynasty, history took a different turn, leading to the establishment of the Great Xia by descendants of Yin and Huang. Nevertheless, the current regime of the Great Xia is impotent, unable to govern the vast territories effectively, with local warlords and noble families exercising autonomy. Outwardly, they pay homage to the royal court, but in truth, they comply only in form, disregarding the edicts proclaimed. At the very least, the territorial integrity of the Great Xia remains intact. Unlike the court of his previous life, which frequently ceded land and paid reparations, indulging in disgraceful acts of appeasement. However, the court's decay is evident, and it can no longer keep pace with the world's advancements. As the great powers accelerate their development and industrial achievements proliferate, the gap between them and the Great Xia widens. 30 years ago, Emperor Xingde ascended the throne, eager to revitalize the dynasty. Alas, the common folk and the nobility did not support his endeavors. In his quest for power, the emperor curtailed the authority of various lords and nobles, leading to a rift between them and the imperial family. In his efforts to ensure the continuation of the court and monarchy, he resorted to draining the nation's resources through excessive taxation to establish a formidable military. Yet his ambitions proved futile. With the nation's strength already feeble, the explosive productivity of foreign powers further crippled domestic industry, exacerbating the decline of national power and the welfare of the populace. At present, the royal family can barely control half of the Jili region, having become little more than a figurehead to the warlords. Internal strife is a matter for closed doors. However, external threats loom ominously. Foreign powers sharpen their knives. And had it not been for the recent cessation of war in Europe, they would have already descended upon the Great Xia to carve it up. Having absorbed the information in his mind, Wong Kuan begins to grasp the current predicament. As he massages his temples to alleviate the heaviness in his head, he suddenly hears the sound of approaching footsteps. Feeling a surge of apprehension, for he occupies the body of the estate's rightful owner, he braces himself. "Brother, are you all right?" A voice tinged with concern breaks the silence, and several figures appear at the corridor's entrance. As he gazes upon the hurriedly approaching silhouette and the delicate features lightly adorned with makeup, memories of the past flood his mind, the tender care he received as a child. After the passing of their father, she valiantly upheld the family's welfare. A woman who shielded him with unwavering resolve, his elder sister, Wang Yushi. With this thought, he silently vows, "Since my soul has claimed your body, I shall embrace all consequences." As this thought concludes, a clarity washes over him. The memories in his mind sharpen, and he faintly perceives a whisper of gratitude. He realizes that the remnants of the former occupant's consciousness have finally dissipated, allowing him to fully integrate into this new existence. Looking into the anxious face before him, Wong Kuan hastily reassures, "Sister, I was merely lost in thought and lost track of time." Upon hearing his words, her expression visibly relaxes. "You didn't go to the garrison today. I was worried something had happened to you," she replies. Mention of the garrison stirs memories of the Spring City garrison, established by their late father. When the emperor reclaimed the fiefs of the nobility, he permitted them to form local security forces based on their ranks, battalions, regiments, and other military units for regional protection. This, however, was but an empty promise, requiring the nobles to finance their own troops. As hereditary dukes, their family should have commanded a battalion, but due to their decline, they were financially constrained. Unable to form a battalion, Wong Kuan's father struck a deal with the court, agreeing to establish only a garrison, which was permitted to engage in anti-bandit operations throughout the province. Over the years, the garrison has amassed ill-gotten gains, yielding surplus funds beyond military expenditures. In times of upheaval, this garrison could serve as a foundation for rapid expansion, be it to vie for supremacy or to safeguard family and friends. Alas, fate is cruel. 5 years prior, during an anti-bandit campaign, his father fell gravely ill, returning home to impart his final wishes before passing. At the tender age of 13, Wong Kuan was ill-prepared to assume command of the military. Fortunately, the garrison was established by his father, filled with loyalists, sparing him from the turmoil of power struggles. Only at 16, 2 years ago, did he begin to take the reins of this garrison. In these 2 years, he is focused on nearby operations, yearning to venture further afield, but his two sisters have opposed such endeavors. With this reflection, Wong Kuan returns to the present and hastily informs his sister, "I will return to the barracks after lunch, so do not worry, I simply lost track of time while thinking." "Very well, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me," she replies, instructing someone to prepare lunch. "By the way, your second sister may return in the next few days this time. She won't be leaving again, as she has completed her studies," she adds before departing. Wong Kuan's second sister, Wang Ruoshi, is 19 years old and has been studying abroad since their father's passing. The thought of her imminent return fills him with joy, as it has been quite some time since they last saw each other. She has only visited once in the past few years, the late noon, after sharing a meal with his sister amidst her many cautions. He quickly steps out of the house, exhaling a sigh of relief. The elder sister is admirable in every aspect, yet she tends to be somewhat verbose, as is often the case with long-standing siblings. Moreover, he has recently transmigrated, leaving him in a state of perpetual tension and discomfort. Accompanied by the security detail, he hastened towards the military camp outside the city, and the mere thought of it ignited a fervor within Wong Kuan. A man of stature in this world cannot afford to be devoid of power, especially when it pertains to the might of the gun. To be precise, this was his inaugural encounter with a military camp, as his predecessor had never experienced such a privilege. In his previous life, having been born under the Red Banner, he never had the opportunity to step foot within a military facility. The Spring City is not expansive. Within the span of less than an hour, they arrived at the military camp's entrance. Listening to the sounds of drills from within, one could easily surmise that this was a formidable and battle-ready force. With this thought, Wong Kuan took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and stepped through the gate, sensing that this moment would profoundly alter the course of his life. Chapter 2. The activation of the system and its functions. In his previous life, there existed a saying that the military camp serves as a grand crucible. Regardless of whether one is mere scrap metal, a visit to the camp transforms one into a piece of fine steel. As Wong Kuan observed the soldiers' training, a luminous interface materialized in his mind, followed by a voice. At that moment, a soldier approached briskly, coming to a halt to salute. "Commander, shall I have the brothers pause for a moment to report on today's training progress?" "No need, I merely wish to observe." "Continue with your training," Wong Kuan replied. The individual before him was the current vice commander of the security regiment and his cousin, Wang Hu. Wong Kuan's thoughts were elsewhere, for as he was watching the soldiers train, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Beep, congratulations to the host for commanding a military force. The strong nation conquest system is now activated. Do you wish to proceed?" Given the presence of others and Wang Hu's arrival, he refrained from examining it further. Once he returned to his quarters and ensured he was alone, he silently inquired, "System, are you there?" "Greetings, host. Would you like to activate the system?" A voice resonated in his mind. Could you elaborate on your functionalities? Wong Kuan asked. Certainly. This system is designed to assist the host in navigating the chaotic world, conquering territories, and leading your nation to the pinnacle of global dominance. You can utilize currency to purchase industrial equipment, military armaments, and talents from various professions in the system's marketplace. Additionally, the system will periodically reward the host, and for every region conquered, a variety of resources will be granted. Shall the host activate the system? The system inquired after explaining. It would be foolish not to activate it, Wong Kuan thought excitedly. In the realm of web novels, protagonists often possess a golden finger. The system is a staple for transmigrators. Activate the system, swiftly, Wong Kuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Activation successful. System binding to host in progress. Binding successful. Esteemed host, would you like to claim your beginner's rewards? Wong Kuan temporarily declined the rewards, wishing to first explore the system's specific functions and applications. In these tumultuous times, only a fine steed paired with an equally fine saddle can provide the confidence he requires. An interface appeared in his mind, displaying various functional categories. Upon opening the weapons section, an array of armaments was revealed. Mauser 98K, M1 Garand, ZB-26, and various firearms, 75mm, 150mm, and other caliber artillery. Additionally, fighter jets, bombers, battleships, aircraft carriers, and more. Lastly, there were items such as Mischio and Global Express Delivery. Who could possibly resist such enticing offerings? Wong Kuan's face flushed with excitement. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he continued to browse the other sections. In the industrial equipment category, there were production lines for light and heavy machinery, encompassing an extensive range of devices. There were also talent and lifestyle categories, featuring professionals from diverse fields, as well as food supplies. After absorbing the functionalities of the system, Wong Kuan could not help but exclaim, "This is a comprehensive package delivered right to my doorstep." With such a system, what concerns could there be regarding the various warlords and powers? Finally, he examined the exchange conditions for these products. And two words echoed in his mind: affordable, astonishingly affordable. Can you imagine? A Mauser 98K from the Second World War era is priced at merely 50 silver coins, with an additional 50 rounds of ammunition included. Even in the production countries of these weapons, the factory price far exceeds this amount. In the current era of the Great Xia, a family of 4 can barely subsist on 5 silver coins a month. 1 silver coin can purchase 20 jin of rice or 4 jin of pork. Working at a factory in the city, one can earn between 10 to 15 silver coins per month. Even as a common soldier, one receives a monthly stipend of 10 coins. While Great Xia operates on a silver standard currency, it still possesses considerable purchasing power. Thus, it is evident that the products offered by the system to Wong Kuan are remarkably inexpensive. Moreover, as his sphere of influence expands, accompanying rewards will follow. However, when he glanced at the prices for soldiers within the system, his brow furrowed. The reason being, the cost is somewhat steep. A single soldier requires 50 silver coins, not including the monthly salary, and in the event of casualties, the system demands double the purchase price. Under such circumstances, ordinary soldiers must predominantly be locals, for in future conflicts, casualties are inevitable. Nonetheless, non-commissioned officers and commanders can be procured through the system. Lastly, he examined the beginner's rewards from a system. 3,000 Mauser 98 Burmese shots, 3 million rounds of ammunition, 3,000 Mauser pistols, 1 million rounds of ammunition, 100,000 M24 grenades, .120 ZB-26 light machine guns, 1.2 million rounds of ammunition, 45 MG-08 machine guns, 90,000 rounds of ammunition, .25 units of 60mm mortars, 10 units of 82mm mortars, with 15,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 units of 75mm howitzers, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 5 units of 77mm field guns, 500 rounds of ammunition, 50 sets of communication equipment, .100 vehicles of various sizes, 200,000 boxes of canned meat, 50 tons of staple food, 30,000 sets of individual soldier equipment, including uniforms and gear from the Third German Empire. Upon reviewing the bounty of resources, Wong Kuan realized that equipping the security regiment with these supplies would render it the wealthiest army in the world. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to purchase some officers and soldiers from the system. This is because certain weapons and equipment necessitate skilled operators. After making his purchases, he was now able to summon 80 artillerymen, 150 machine gunners, and 155 commanders ranging from squad leaders to regimental leaders. With the arrival of these personnel, Wong Kuan was confident that after a week of intensive training, they would completely master the new weaponry. In fact, if necessary, he could even expand to a division scale, and, after training, he would not have to worry about a significant decline in combat effectiveness. It is worth noting that the soldiers and personnel acquired through the system are all elite troops from the early Third German Empire. Finally, the system informed him that all resources and personnel would be delivered to a location designated by him within 24 hours. To mitigate any potential exposure risks, the system would also implement shielding measures. With all tasks completed and the hour growing late, he prepared to tidy up and call upon his security detail to return home. By the early hours of the morning, the supplies would be delivered to the military camp's storage, a matter he need not concern himself with, as others would remain oblivious to the event. Upon returning home, he engaged in a conversation with his elder sister, and after having dinner, he retired to his room, lying on his bed in preparation for sleep. The arrival of the system dispelled any initial confusion he might have felt, igniting within him a formidable ambition, a fervent desire to conquer the world. The name Wong Kuan may very well epitomize the essence of his future existence. Coupled with the system's evident encouragement to instigate change, his life ahead promises to be ever more exhilarating. At the break of dawn the following day, Wong Kuan, having forsaken breakfast, hurried to the military camp. He was eager to ascertain whether the supplies and officers procured through the system had arrived. After all, this was his inaugural encounter with such a system, and the potential for unforeseen events was unknown. Upon reaching the entrance of the camp, he beheld hundreds of soldiers standing in orderly formation, clad in the military attire reminiscent of the Third Empire of his past life, exuding an air of elite professionalism. At that moment, a colonel, approximately in his 30s and adorned in officer's garb, stepped forward and saluted. "Reporting to you, sir. My name is Li Jian. We have been dispatched here to report with no one absent. Please provide your instructions." Wong Kuan returned the salute at ease. "Stand at attention. All personnel, advance into the camp." Upon entering the military compound, Wong Kuan summoned Wang Hu, instructing him to assemble the troops and to have the summoned personnel accompany them. Once the formation was complete, he introduced the various summoned units and appointed Li Jian as the regiment commander, temporarily stepping down from the position himself, intending to reassess once the forces expanded. After the introductions, he directed them to the warehouse to retrieve weaponry and equipment, distributing arms according to the designated roles of the personnel. Wong Kuan called upon Commander Li Jian and Deputy Commander Wang Hu as he prepared to reorganize the garrison regiment, seeking their opinions. The restructured unit would maintain the core of the regiment while adding an artillery company, an enhanced engineering platoon, a communications platoon, and a medical platoon. Furthermore, it would expand in tandem with the enhancement of armaments, alongside an increase in logistical support personnel. The command staff would be augmented, and upon completion of the reorganization, the garrison regiment would encompass approximately 3,200 personnel, inclusive of civilian logistical staff. After deliberation, the three agreed to proceed with Wong Kuan's proposed reorganization, with future adjustments to be made as circumstances warranted. Chapter 3. Unforeseen complications and recklessness. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the garrison had nearly completed its reorganization. That afternoon, Wong Kuan stood upon the training platform in the playground, gazing down at the assembled troops, his heart swelling with ambition and fervor. Each soldier donned the distinguished Third German uniform, their heads adorned with steel helmets and feet clad in military boots. They bore the 98K rifles on their shoulders and Mauser pistols at their waists, with light and heavy machine guns lined up in the front row, flanked by mortars on either side and artillery positioned in the rear. Within the borders of the Great Xia, none could boast such an elite force. As it stood, no foreign power possessed a military better equipped than his own. After inspecting the troops' armaments, Wong Kuan instructed Li Jian and Wang Hu to commence outdoor training in the suburbs and remote areas starting the following day. He aimed to ensure that the artillerymen and machine gunners swiftly mastered their skills, while simultaneously fostering a greater number of technical personnel. All auxiliary units were also required to undergo training, learning to shoot, and provide urgent support, lest they hinder the efforts on the battlefield. Once Wong Kuan had imparted his directives, he prepared to return home, as he wished to arrive early today. His second sister was coming back, and it had been a considerable time since he had seen her familiar visage. Upon returning home and greeting his sister with warmth and inquiries about her well-being, he settled in to listen to her tales of life abroad. Following dinner, the family lingered a while longer before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the troop training had concluded, with the infantry and artillery now capable of coordinated operations akin to actual combat. On this day, as usual, Wong Kuan was engrossed in military affairs within the barracks when a guard entered to inform him that someone from home had arrived with urgent matters requiring his attention. Upon reaching home and learning the details, he fell into deep contemplation. The Yunnan province was one of the few regions yet untouched by warlord dictatorship. Various factions, each supported by foreign powers, had contributed to the current semblance of tranquility. Today, His second sister had gone out shopping when she was provoked and harassed by a group of ruffians. A servant who intervened was brutally beaten to death. The assailant was a relative of a local warlord, a merchant named Zhang from Spring City. In the aftermath, Wong Kuan's eldest sister promptly dispatched someone to inform him. Relying on their warlord connections, the Zhang family displayed a contemptuous attitude, leaving the scene without remorse. Within mere hours, the incident stirred up a tempest throughout the city. If not addressed appropriately, Wong Kuan's family would become a subject of ridicule in Yunnan, leaving them vulnerable to further attacks and undermining any loyalty from those who might serve them. In this moment of reflection, Wong Kuan pondered whether to seize the opportunity to make an example of the Zhang family, to eliminate the ruffians entirely. Since embracing the memories of his current existence, he had fully integrated into this body and this family. His two sisters were his Achilles heel. Having lost their mother at a young age, and with their father preoccupied with work, they had both nurtured him. Therefore, regardless of the Zhang family's warlord backing, he would not cower in fear, for such trepidation held no place in the quest for power. After careful consideration, he summoned a guard and instructed him to head to the barracks, requesting that Wang Hu bring a battalion into the city to besiege that household, apprehending both the assailant and the master. Should there be any armed resistance, if that household were to strike first, they would be shot dead without hesitation. Once the guard departed, his elder and second sisters entered. They had clearly overheard his conversation, their faces etched with concern. The elder sister remarked, "Little brother, might this offend the military overlord's relatives? What if trouble ensues and they refuse to back down? After all, they command their own forces." The second sister concurred, "Indeed. Should a conflict arise, it could lead to war. Our family only has the personnel of a garrison, we cannot match them." The two sisters were unaware of the recent military reforms, still believing things to be as they once were. Wong Kuan was well aware that, had the army not been restructured and still relied on antiquated equipment, lacking artillery, and only possessing a few old rifles and machine guns, he would not have proceeded in such a manner. He reassured his sisters, saying, "Do not worry, elder and second sister. Recently, I procured a substantial cache of arms from abroad, including machine guns and artillery. Our rifles have all been upgraded to modern standards. Our forces are now formidable. A single garrison could pursue and overpower 1 or 2 divisions." He continued, "As soon as the military overlord makes a move, we shall eliminate him." Does he truly believe that 2 divisions can act with impunity? Their equipment is outdated, lacking in heavy firepower. I fear him not. After comforting his sisters for a while, he estimated that the time was right and set off with the guard towards their destination. Wong Kuan intended to leverage this incident to expand his influence. In recent years, since his father's passing, the prestige of the Duke's residence had dwindled day by day. Although he commanded an army of over 1,000, to the eyes of those warlords, it was insignificant. Some believed that, if necessary, they could easily swallow the Duke's estate whole. Today, he aimed to see who dared to step forward in this matter. Those who did would be swiftly dealt with. A regiment equipped with hundreds of machine guns, dozens of cannons, and thousands of modern rifles was his assurance. At that moment, near the city gates of Spring City, one guard inadvertently caught sight of something in the distance, becoming as if frozen in place, dumbfounded. Old Chun, the head of the guard, called out to him, but received no response. Frustrated, Old Chun prepared to reprimand him when he suddenly heard a rumbling noise from afar. Turning to look, he too was struck dumb. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vehicles, of which he had only heard tales, but never seen, were advancing majestically. The occupants appeared to be soldiers, accompanied by unfamiliar and peculiar weaponry. The lead vehicle halted, and a figure emerged. Old Chun recognized him and hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Commander Wong, what is the purpose of such a grand display?" Seeing the military uniforms worn by these men, Old Chun felt a pang of envy. It was no wonder, for their uniforms exuded a remarkable spirit, a stark contrast to his own attire. Wang Hu meticulously arranged his military uniform and declared, "By the orders of our commander, we are to enter the city on official business. No unauthorized personnel are to interfere." "What is it? Do you intend to obstruct us?" "Not at all, not at all," Old Chun replied, hastily gesturing for the gates to be opened. He quickly instructed his men to clear the path for entry. Wang Hu did not trouble these individuals. They were government soldiers, part of the city's defense force, not acting out of fear, but rather adhering to the decorum expected of their ranks, as they were not accustomed to bullying others. Once all vehicles had entered the city, Old Chun felt a tumultuous wave of anxiety rise within him. When had the city's garrison acquired such impressive equipment? Upon reaching the heart of the city, Wong Kuan met up with Wang Hu, leading a battalion towards the Zhang residence. Along the way, crowds of onlookers lined the streets, with whispers circulating among them. "Isn't that the heir of the Duke's residence? What could he possibly be up to? Haven't you heard? Today, the Zhang family assaulted a servant of the Duke and spoke insolently, brazenly provoking the second young lady. Is that so? This should be quite the spectacle. What a farce. Be wary of those soldiers, they might apprehend you." The crowd buzzed with gossip, aware that the Zhang family had long exploited their connections to bully the market, and now they had stirred a hornet's nest, courting disaster. In a short while, Wong Kuan and his contingent arrived at the gates of the Zhang estate. He glanced up at the family sign and, with a wave of his hand, commanded Wang Hu to shout, "First platoon, proceed in and apprehend the suspects. Any violent resistance will be met with lethal force. Second and third platoons, surround the Zhang residence and prepare mortar and machine gun positions." As his troops breached the gates and charged inside to make arrests, Wong Kuan stood silently outside, awaiting the extraction of the suspects. At that moment, as the sun began to set, the fading light of the evening sky illuminated Wong Kuan's tall and imposing figure, lending him an almost celestial presence. Chapter 4. The Dominance of Wong Kuan and the Undercurrents of Yunnan Province within the Zhang estate. The principal culprits and the patriarch were engaged in an urgent discussion regarding the day's events. Offending the Duke's family was no trivial matter. After all, a dying camel is larger than a horse. The son spoke. "Father, what should we do moving forward? We have provoked them, and should they retaliate? We lack the strength to defend ourselves." "Do not fret," the head of the Zhang family replied. "This incident was instigated by your uncle, intended to test the Duke's family. If they seek vengeance, they must also weigh their own strength. Do you think your uncle is merely a decorative figure?" Just then, cries from the servants echoed from outside, prompting the father and son to exchange worried glances before rushing out to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the garrison soldiers had stormed into the Zhang estate, only to be met with resistance from the estate's guards. However, these soldiers were seasoned veterans, and the guards were no match for them. Those who dared to impede their advance found themselves on the receiving end of rifle butts, leaving them bloodied and crying for mercy. As the first platoon continued to push deeper into the estate, the Zhang father and son emerged, witnessing the chaos unfold. In desperation, they shouted, "Halt! Who are you to invade our home? Such audacity!" The soldiers, upon recognizing the homeowners, wasted no time and swiftly restrained both individuals, dragging them outside without acknowledging their inquiries. As Zhang and his son walked, they shouted threats at the crowd, demanding their release or else they would face dire consequences. Their cries echoed until they reached the exterior of the Zhang residence. Upon stepping outside, they were immediately struck by fear, their faces paling and legs trembling at the sight before them. The imposing figure standing among the crowd made it clear why they were terrified. Wong Kuan addressed the Zhang duo, stating, "I presume you are now aware of the reason for my visit today. As the saying goes, a life for a life. Debts must be repaid. Since young Master Zhang had the audacity to take a life, he must be prepared to pay the price. If the Zhang family dares to offend the Duke's manor, surely they are ready for the ensuing retribution." At this moment, the head of the Zhang family attempted to speak, but Wong Kuan interrupted with a wave of his hand, turning instead to inquire about the others who had participated in the altercation, instructing them to be apprehended and brought along. He then addressed the Zhang patriarch directly, stating, "Today, I shall take you, your son, and those who acted against me. As for the remaining members of your household, let them show what they are capable of. I, Wong Kuan, shall be ready for them." Without waiting for an acknowledgement from the elder Zhang, he boarded his carriage, departing towards the military camp outside the city. As he settled into the carriage, Zhang called out loudly, "Wong Kuan, are you not afraid of my brother-in-law's vengeance? He will soon learn of these events." Wong Kuan, unfazed, retorted, "I await his retribution." Upon returning to the military camp, Wong Kuan was soon visited by his cousin, who reported the findings from the interrogation of the Zhang father and son. It was revealed that today's events were instigated by a warlord behind the Zhang family, intended to test the reaction of Wong Kuan's household. This warlord had set his sights on Wong Kuan's two sisters, as well as the resources of his garrison, with foreign powers backing him. This warlord aimed to gradually eliminate the various factions in Yunnan province, seeking to dominate the region through external strength. The Zhang family had been deemed a soft target, and if they did not respond firmly, the warlord would seize the opportunity to eliminate them and take control of their garrison. However, this warlord's territory lay not in Spring City, but rather at the border tea market, several hundred kilometers away, hence the initial probing for Wong Kuan's response. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan was filled with indignation. It seemed that even the most insignificant foes dared to bully his family. Reflecting on the years of decline, he realized that even a minor warlord could now threaten them. The thought of someone daring to covet his sisters ignited a fierce desire within him, a hunger for revenge since acquiring his newfound power. The opportunity had now presented itself. He commanded his guards to prepare for a public execution the following morning, decreeing that the Zhang father and son would face their fate alongside the murderers. All their assets would be confiscated, and the remaining household staff would be conscripted for labor. In these chaotic times, might was the law. Those with ill intentions would be eradicated without mercy, leaving no potential threat behind. Wong Kuan was eager to witness the reactions of those who harbored ambitions against his family after the events of the following day, for he was far from a feeble cat. The next morning, nearly the entire Spring City was abuzz with news of the previous day's events. as crowds began to gather and make their way towards the city outskirts. As the saying goes, why not indulge in the spectacle when such vibrancy abounds? In this era, with limited entertainment options, it is rare to encounter such exhilarating excitement. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a throng of citizens had gathered outside the city, comprised of men, women, children, and the elderly alike. At that moment, military vehicles approached, their brakes screeching. Then, the Zhang family, father and son, along with the bodyguard who had participated in the altercation the previous day, were forcibly removed from the vehicles and made to kneel in a line by the roadside. As Wong Kuan and Wong Hu alighted from their vehicle, the surrounding clamor gradually quieted, and the onlookers gazed intently at Wong Kuan's impending actions. Without delay, Wong Kuan approached the Zhang father and son, addressing them sternly. In your next life, ensure you open your eyes wide and do not offend just anyone. Today, I shall take your lives as a warning to others. As for your military-affiliated brother-in-law, his turn will come soon. Having uttered these words, he did not linger for their protests but stepped back and waved his hand. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out, and those kneeling on the ground met their demise. Once his subordinates had cleared away the bodies, Wong Kuan and his entourage returned to the military camp. The crowd murmured among themselves, some realizing the extent of the power wielded by the Duke's estate, which now loomed larger in their eyes. By afternoon, word had spread across the entire province of Yunnan. The Zhang family had offended the Duke's estate and had been eradicated by the heir, Wong Kuan, who even confiscated their home. Now, the whole of Yunnan awaited the reaction of the military-affiliated son-in-law of the Zhang family. Externally, the province appeared as tranquil and harmonious as ever. Yet those in the upper echelons were acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling beneath this calm facade. Some were prepared to observe the conflict from a distance, hoping to reap the benefits once both sides were weakened. Others were skeptical of Wong Kuan, believing the disparity in military strength would favor the Duke's estate. Waiting for an opportunity to pounce on Wong Kuan's family, Wong Kuan paid little heed to the various speculations circulating outside. Rather than waste time on such distractions, he resolved to strengthen his own power. His next plan involved eliminating the military support behind the Zhang family to prevent further complications. In the military camp, a substantial sum of money seized from the Zhang family was allocated to Li Jian as military pay, leaving a significant remainder. Sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, Wong Kuan mentally calculated the resources that could be acquired with the remaining funds. According to the current standards of the security regiment, he could purchase the armaments for 2 additional divisions, with a small surplus remaining. Adhering to the principle that unspent riches weigh heavily on the heart, he promptly ordered the procurement of equipment and supplies for 2 standard divisions. After considering future troop expansions, he decided to reserve a portion of the funds for the acquisition of a certain number of officers and soldiers. For now, he focused on recruiting intelligence personnel. Once these individuals were confirmed, Wong Kuan instructed the system to expedite their arrival as he awaited the establishment of his intelligence network. As night fell, Wong Kuan returned home. After dinner, he conversed briefly with his 2 sisters, who exhibited visible signs of concern. Returning to his chamber, he pondered his next course of action. The tea market was under the control of that warlord. Once he settled in, he would head directly to the tea market to eliminate the warlord's son-in-law of the Zhang family. This would not only grant him a territorial stronghold and a foundation for development, but also alleviate his sisters' concerns by addressing their worries at the source. Contemplating this, Wong Kuan felt a surge of excitement within him, for it was from the tea market that his imperial ambitions would commence. Chapter 5. The Movements of the Enemy. Preparing for war 3 days later, Wong Kuan had been diligently working on the intelligence system. With the operatives procured from the system, combined with the hundreds from the security regiment, he had swiftly deployed them across various locales in Yunnan province after a brief training period. His primary focus was on the territories of 3 warlords. He had but one stipulation. He must be informed immediately of any unusual activities from these warlords. In other regions of Yunnan, the emphasis was on intelligence regarding armed banditry and the local aristocracy. Had resources not been limited, Wong Kuan would have aspired to deploy intelligence personnel nationwide. For now, Yunnan would suffice, and as his influence expanded and resources flourished, he would undoubtedly enhance the intelligence network. In the afternoon, after attending to his tasks, Wong Kuan began to procure military equipment through the system. He intended to expand the military in a few days, planning to create 2 fully organized divisions, each comprising approximately 500 personnel. Each division would require at least 500 commanders and enlisted soldiers. The security regiment could only supply around 300 to 400 commanding officers. Thus, he needed to acquire an additional 2,000. As for the remaining ordinary soldiers, he could recruit from the populace, offering monthly salaries of 15 yuan for infantry, 20 yuan for squad leaders, and 25 yuan for machine gunners and artillerymen. Each promotion would yield an additional 5 yuan monthly. For commanders above the rank of company leader, the remuneration would certainly be more substantial. Such generous enlistment incentives would allow Wong Kuan to select only those with commendable physical attributes. After less than half an hour of calculations, his system now housed 20,000 rifles and handguns, with surplus for replacements, over 500 light machine guns, approximately 200 heavy machine guns, and 100,000 grenades. Additionally, he procured 150 mortars, 40 cannons of 75 and 77 mm caliber, and 150 military communication devices. He also separately acquired 50 cannons of 102 and 150 mm caliber to establish an artillery regiment directly under the division's command. Consequently, the heavy weaponry configuration of each division would pose a nightmare for any infantry division. Following the completion of his purchases, he arranged for the system to deliver the equipment to the military camp's warehouse that evening before preparing to return home. The next morning, while discussing recruitment with Li Jian and Wang Hu, the intelligence officer reported vital information regarding the tea market. Warlord Zhang Bolin, a relative of the Zhang family mentioned earlier, had begun mobilizing his troops that morning, though the specific target remained unknown. However, the intelligence analysis department suspected that Zhang Bolin was very likely aiming for Wong Kuan. Upon receiving this news, Wong Kuan instructed Li Jian and Wang Hu to temporarily halt their recruitment discussions and prepare for military readiness. At noon, intelligence personnel from the tea market sent word confirming that a division under Zhang Bolin was now en route to Spring City, expected to arrive within the city limits by the day after tomorrow. Upon receiving this information, Wong Kuan proceeded to the operational command room for a meeting. Once the operations staff and battalion commanders had gathered, Wong Kuan shared the intelligence he had just received and encouraged a discussion on a specific combat plan. Li Jian was the first to rise, addressing Wong Kuan as general for the time being. He stated, according to our intelligence, the 1st Division under Zhang Bolin comprises approximately 13,000 personnel, yet their equipment is severely outdated. The entire division possesses fewer than 30 machine guns and only 20 artillery pieces, all of which are antiquated weapons supplied by foreign powers. Their rifles are single-shot, straight-pull models. Therefore, if we can ascertain the enemy's route in advance, our forces can decisively annihilate the advancing foe by leveraging our superior armament. Following this, various suggestions were put forth, culminating in a consensus to fully exploit the advantages of machine guns and heavy weaponry, coordinating infantry and artillery to execute a strategic ambush. By 4 in the afternoon, Wong Kuan had noted that all who wished to speak had done so, and the operations staff had summarized the discussion points. He concluded, once the war commences, our focus will be on artillery and machine guns. Do not fear expending ammunition. Prioritize the safety of our personnel. With these words, he adjourned the meeting. While casualties are an inevitable aspect of war, Wong Kuan was determined to minimize them, hence his preference for a firepower-centric strategy. This marked his first encounter with such a formidable enemy in both his past and present lives. Had it not been for concerns regarding logistical support and the premature exposure of additional weaponry, he would have been inclined to deploy some of the heavy weaponry he had procured, intending to bombard the enemy from the outset until the conclusion. The following day at the military camp, a palpable atmosphere of grim resolve enveloped the grounds, with every individual wearing an expression of solemnity, yet devoid of fear. Upon entering the operations room, the staff and intelligence analysts were gathered around a map of Yunnan province, utilizing intelligence from the tea market and various locations along the way to determine the marching route of Zhang Bolin's forces. It could be said that they had a comprehensive grasp of the enemy's movements. As afternoon approached, Wong Kuan, accompanied by Li Jian and Wang Hu, began assembling the troops and preparing their equipment for the mission to intercept the enemy's advance. With the enemy expected to reach Spring City by noon the next day, they planned to confront them at the border of the two cities rather than within Spring City itself. Once the troops were assembled, Wong Kuan delivered a brief motivational address before allowing the main body of forces to proceed. As for Wong Kuan, he needed to return home first. By that afternoon, the entire Spring City was abuzz with news that the warlord relatives of the Zhang family were en route for vengeance, prompting him to reassure his two sisters and alleviate their concerns. After sharing dinner with them, he set out amidst their worries, leaving behind a platoon of guards. While their numbers were modest, no one in Spring City would dare to threaten his family until he had dealt with the Zhang family, and the outcome of this war was settled. As evening approached, around 8 o'clock, upon reaching their destination, the soldiers commenced the excavation of rudimentary trenches and the establishment of machine gun positions. One battalion was deployed along the central route, with another on each flank, leaving no room for support troops, as it was deemed unnecessary. The initial artillery bombardments were expected to inflict considerable losses on the enemy. A 75 mm howitzer and a 77 mm infantry gun were stationed 1 kilometer to the rear, while mortars were positioned at a distance of 500 meters. Once the pre-battle preparations were completed, the troops began their evening meal, followed by an early rest in anticipation of the morrow's conflict. Wong Kuan chose to remain at the position, spending the night there. At 8 o'clock the following morning, after the officers and soldiers had finished breakfast, they set out towards their assigned posts. Wong Kuan and the command staff convened at the temporary command center, awaiting the enemy's arrival. At 9:30, intelligence personnel reported that the enemy was less than 20 kilometers away. The commander ordered all units to conduct a final check of their armaments. Simultaneously, a reconnaissance team embarked towards the enemy's direction. Equipped with radios and walkie-talkies, they were prepared to relay information concerning enemy movements, including the locations of heavy artillery and main forces, providing precise coordinates for the rear artillery. By 11:30, the enemy's advanced reconnaissance troops had reached the range of Wong Kuan's artillery, yet only a single company was present, rendering them unsuitable for artillery fire. They would need to advance into the infantry's effective range to be engaged by the superior firepower of the infantry. As time ticked away, Wong Kuan frequently glanced at his watch. Just then, news arrived that the enemy's forward troops were imminently approaching. He quickly raised his binoculars and beheld hundreds of figures clad in khaki uniforms appearing in the distance. Chapter 6. Victory in War and the Toll on Both Armies. Through his binoculars, Wong Kuan observed the enemy forces, which were not as disheveled as he had anticipated. Instead, he noted that the 100 or so scouts maintained a cautious discipline in their march, presenting a formidable front. As the enemy's vanguard and central units entered the infantry's strike range, the machine gun emplacements opened fire. Despite the valiant efforts of the two frontline companies, who expended their ammunition desperately, some enemy combatants managed to escape the area of engagement, having been alerted by the sounds of gunfire. This surprise assault caught the enemy off guard. Otherwise, far more would have fled. The reality of the battlefield is not akin to the cinematic portrayals where soldiers stand shoulder to shoulder, firing amidst throngs of combatants. If such a scenario were to unfold in reality, the battlefield would have been swiftly decimated by artillery fire, leaving little opportunity for infantry engagement. From a vantage point, one would observe that the defensive perimeter established by Wong Kuan's regiment extended over a kilometer in depth and more than 2 kilometers in width. Given the hilly terrain of Yunnan province, a regiment's defensive area would span at least 4 kilometers in flatland. The advent of firearms has transformed warfare, distinguishing it from the era of cold weapons, where mass charges were commonplace. Modern combat relies on the superiority of gunfire, minimizing close-quarters engagements. A squad of a dozen soldiers can effectively defend a radius of approximately 100 meters. But I digress. Let us return our focus to the battlefield. At noon, Zhang Bolin's division commander had arrived 2 kilometers away from the garrison regiment, and the troops began to establish their positions on site. At this moment, both sides could see each other. Although the enemy division commander did not regard Wong Kuan with much seriousness, he nonetheless maintained a degree of caution. He instructed his staff officer to issue immediate orders for the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Regiment to advance and test the opposing firepower. Initially, they would not deploy their entire strength, but would engage in preliminary skirmishes to gauge Wong Kuan's capabilities. After less than half an hour of combat, the enemy division commander believed he had discerned the garrison regiment's strength and ordered a withdrawal to prepare for a large-scale offensive. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the initial probing exchanges had concluded, and the enemy began to dispatch their main forces, leaving only a small contingent for support, thus commencing a formal assault. They aimed for a swift resolution, as prolonged warfare would be disadvantageous for them, given that they were not operating on home soil and could not sustain logistical pressures. On Wong Kuan's side, comprehensive preparations were underway, transitioning from minor skirmishes involving limited personnel and firepower to a full-scale engagement. As the enemy's main force entered the infantry's firing range, the garrison regiment unleashed a barrage of artillery, with hundreds of shells raining down upon the enemy. The enemy was taken aback by the overwhelming heavy firepower, caught in a predicament as the artillery's range expanded, covering their retreat paths. At that moment, they could only lie on the ground and silently pray. Zhang Bolin's division commander was seething with rage, astonished that a single regiment could possess such an array of artillery. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Staff officer, quickly notify the support units and the division headquarters to gather their belongings and retreat at once. However, during combat, rapid repositioning proved to be a challenge. The garrison regiment's artillery, aside from the mortars, had already targeted their encampment, rendering their makeshift defenses largely ineffective. Ironically, 2 shells struck their command post, and despite the presence of protective guards, the entire command structure, including the division commander himself, was obliterated. With a significant loss of leadership, the remaining personnel in the enemy's rear ranks descended into chaos. As for the frontline situation, after 30 minutes of relentless artillery bombardment, the enemy front troops, aside from those injured or rendered speechless by fear, began a mass retreat. Wong Kuan immediately ordered the infantry to advance, unleashing a torrent of fire from rifles and machine guns. Particularly, the heavy machine gun suppressive fire became a scythe of death for the fleeing enemy. It was likely that even the Grim Reaper could not keep pace with the speed of their demise. The combined covering fire from light and heavy machine guns, along with the rapid fire suppression from mortars, made escape a remote hope. The riflemen then rose to pursue, firing upon those who realized their chances of escape were dwindling. prompting many to discard their weapons and kneel and surrender. As the enemy surrendered en masse, this conflict gradually drew to a close. The battle, lasting 4 hours, culminated in a resounding victory for Wong Kuan. The garrison began to account for the captives and clear the battlefield. Aside from those who had perished and were promptly cremated, the injured from both sides were transported to the rear for treatment. After all, they were all compatriots, and if they could be saved, they should be. Around 9 in the evening, Li Jian and Wang Hu arrived at the command center. After saluting Wong Kuan, Li Jian presented a report, holding a list. General, the battlefield has been thoroughly assessed. Our forces suffered 120 casualties, including 20 fatalities. The rest are minor injuries and, once treated, will not impede their future military careers. The enemy incurred over 6,000 casualties, with 4,000 dead and the remainder wounded. We captured more than 3,000. The remaining over 3,000 escaped. And due to the late hour and the complex terrain, we were unable to pursue them. Wong Kuan took the list from Li Jian. Glancing over it as he spoke, I understand. In war, perfection is an illusion. As for the scattered soldiers who managed to flee, we need not concern ourselves with them. We must simply ensure they do not enter Spring City. After Wong Kuan finished reviewing the list, Wang Hu continued. In this operation, our forces expended nearly 30 of our machine gun ammunition, about 60 of artillery shells across various calibers, and 5,000 grenades. Given that this was the first real combat involving coordinated infantry and artillery, the ammunition expenditure was somewhat excessive. Wong Kuan, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. As long as we can minimize the sacrifice and bloodshed of our soldiers, we need not fear the consumption of ammunition. It is the one resource we possess in abundance. He added, modern warfare is fundamentally a war of attrition. In terms of our domestic situation, we are the least apprehensive about depleting our ammunition. In this particular conflict, the bulk of enemy casualties can be attributed to our artillery, with the combined toll of machine guns amounting to fewer than 1,000. Henceforth, the consumption of ammunition will only escalate dramatically. Though Wong Kuan had not experienced war in his previous life, he had perused various war documents online. For instance, during the Second World War, it was noted that, on average, over 10,000 bullets were required to eliminate a single enemy combatant. With the advancement of technology, this number is expected to multiply significantly. Thus, he had a keen understanding of the consumption of munitions in warfare. As various calibers of artillery, along with air and naval forces, came into play, the role of bullets would relatively diminish, yet the overall consumption of ammunition would become even more staggering. Once the battlefield was cleared, Wong Kuan arranged for all personnel to return to the barracks by vehicle, while he and his guards headed home, mindful of his 2 sisters who were undoubtedly concerned. At that moment in Spring City, the sound of gunfire had persisted from noon until nightfall, and no one dared venture outside to ascertain the details of the conflict. It was only after Wong Kuan's convoy entered the city that the well-informed among the populace began to grasp that the garrison had achieved victory. The news of Wong Kuan's triumph spread swiftly throughout Spring City, and for some, astonishment outweighed fear. The war had concluded, and there was little to be surprised about. In any conflict, one side must ultimately prevail. However, the fact that Wong Kuan had triumphed over Zhang Bolan's well-organized division of over 10,000 troops, with just over 3,000 of his own, was truly daunting. In their minds, such a disparity in numbers could hardly be compensated by mere combat prowess. Thus, it is said that a regiment defeating a division is indeed a feat of terror. Regrettably, they remain unaware that the advantage of weaponry in warfare is beyond their imagination. It is likely that by tomorrow, the remnants fleeing from the battlefield will reveal to the populace the sheer horror of advanced firepower. Chapter 7. Aftermath of War. Expansion of royal power. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days have elapsed since the conclusion of the war. During these days, Wong Kuan refrained from visiting the troops. On the day following the cessation of hostilities, he instructed his soldiers to rest well and reflect on the shortcomings and lessons learned from the conflict. He chose to spend time at home with his family, taking the opportunity to relax and alleviate the tension of the preceding days. Throughout the streets of Spring City, one could overhear discussions regarding the war. The garrison regiment has become a common topic among the citizens. Any household with a relative serving therein would elicit a wave of envious glances. In the government offices of the city, the nominal mayor, Director Liu, was engaged in conversation with his confidants about the recent Zhangwan conflict, the air thick with smoke as dialogue ensued. He remarked to his deputy, before this dispute, who could have anticipated Wong Kuan's victory? I dare say many, like myself, did not foresee that a mere garrison regiment would emerge triumphant. The deputy responded, indeed. Young Wong Kuan has concealed his true strength, deceiving the masses into believing that his families might resided solely in that small garrison. Director Liu took a puff from his cigarette and inquired, what progress has been made regarding the matters you were to investigate? No sooner had he spoken than one of his intelligence officers rose to report, after several days of inquiry and reconnaissance of the battlefield. We have determined that Wong Kuan's forces achieved their overwhelming victory due to their extensive arsenal, which includes numerous automatic rifles and hundreds of advanced artillery pieces of varying calibers. In comparison to the current domestic situation, no other faction possesses the capability to supply such armaments. Even the court lacks such luxurious equipment. Our analysis suggests that these may have been provided by foreign powers, though the identity of these powers and the routes of transport remain unclear. After contemplating this information in silence for a moment, Director Liu, once his cigarette had burned down, declared, "You are to ensure that the city guard prioritizes the security of the Wong residents from this day forth. Deputy Li, personally invite Wong Kuan and inform him that I wish to host him for dinner this evening. As for the intelligence regarding the garrison, do not let it leak. We will keep the specifics to ourselves." With that, Director Liu waved his hand, signaling his associates to return to their duties. He leaned back in his chair, lit another cigarette, and pondered the future trajectory of Spring City and Yunnan Province. Concurrently, within the residence of Zhang Bolin in the tea market, the sound of smashing and furious shouting erupted from the study. The warlord, resembling a ferocious beast with bloodshot eyes and labored breathing, had lost the calm demeanor he once possessed, and the commanding aura cultivated by wielding military power had vanished entirely. Zhang Bolin pointed an accusatory finger at his advisor, exclaiming, "What did you say before the war? How did you conduct the intelligence investigation? You assured me with confidence. Your idle talk not only brought me great humiliation but also cost me an elite division. I am filled with such ire that I could execute you on the spot." The advisor trembled in fear, his complexion pale as he stammered, "Our pre-war investigation into the forces of Wong Kuan yielded results identical to those of others. No one knows how he managed to acquire such weapons and ammunition, for there are but a few routes into Yunnan, each monitored by spies from various factions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bolin chose to disregard the advisor, his eyes darkening with a growing malevolence. Those familiar with him understood that the advisor's days were likely numbered, unfortunately. The advisor, with his head bowed, remained oblivious to the ruthless expression in the commander's gaze. Zhang Bolin then turned to a brigade commander and a division commander among his subordinates and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the ongoing disputes between us and Wong Kuan? How should we proceed to ensure we are not consumed by the other two factions?" One of them replied, "Commander, currently, even if Wong Kuan wishes to create trouble for us, he is powerless to do so. Although his troops possess formidable combat capability, they number only a single regiment, which cannot reach Chashire. For now, it would be prudent to avoid provoking him." After a glance at Zhang Bolin, who showed no reaction, he continued, "Our most pressing concern is to recruit and expand our forces. We must swiftly rebuild the 1st Division and upgrade the security brigade to a division. With a brief period of training, we can achieve combat readiness, thus raising our military strength to around 40,000, which will deter any prying eyes from other factions." After listening, Zhang Bolin felt satisfied with their assessment and instructed them to bolster defenses and commence troop expansion. Once his commanders departed, a wave of regret washed over him. Had he foreseen this day, he would not have targeted the softer prey, nor attempted to intimidate Wong Kuan by coveting his resources. In these past few days, it was not only Zhang Bolin who lost sleep. Even the nominal officials of the Yunnan court, devoid of real power, along with various local factions, became vigilant at the sudden rise of the Duke's residence. Those with means began purchasing weapons in preparation for military expansion, sensing that the tranquil days in Yunnan were nearing their end. Meanwhile, at Wong Kuan's camp, after several days of recuperation, the garrison took advantage of their recent victory to initiate a sweeping recruitment drive. Recruitment announcements spread throughout the entire region of Spring City. Although their garrison could not expand at will, the current court had little energy to concern itself with a local warlord's military growth, as it struggled to maintain its own stability. Yet, domestic power brokers, wishing to uphold a facade of calm, were reluctant to be the first to act independently. On one day, in a small town, a literate young man read aloud to the gathered crowd the benefits offered by the garrison. "Fellow villagers, the recruitment terms from Commander Wong have been announced. Ordinary soldiers will receive a monthly stipend of 15 yuan, with a settlement allowance of 20 yuan upon successful enlistment. In the unfortunate event of death in service, the family will receive a compensation of 80 silver dollars. After sustaining injuries that resulted in disability, individuals are entitled to a compensation of 50 silver dollars. Additionally, regardless of whether they have sacrificed their lives or not, they receive an annual allocation of 50 pounds of cooking oil and meat. Furthermore, once factories are established, military families are given priority in employment opportunities. As the recruitment policies of Wong Kuan proliferate, the influx of applicants swells not only within the borders of Spring City, but also from adjacent districts, with many hoping to be selected. In the twilight of the dynasty, the plight of ordinary citizens is indeed arduous, particularly for the rural populace, who, with few alternatives, cling to their modest plots of land, only to be further burdened by exorbitant annual taxes, leaving them with scant opportunities for a hearty meal throughout the year. The sudden emergence of a generous warlord undoubtedly presents a glimmer of hope for these impoverished individuals. After 3 days of meticulous selection, over 20,000 candidates were prioritized, and together with the existing garrison, 2 standard divisions could be formed. They were granted 3 days to attend to personal matters, primarily to arrange for relocation expenses. Upon their return, the existing troops would be disbanded and restructured. During this 3-day period, Wong Kuan, along with the newly appointed commanders Zhang Jianwei, Lu Guodong, Li Jian, and Wang Hu, as well as a cadre of operational advisors and senior officers, commenced a detailed plan for the reorganization of the troops. Zhang Jianwei and Lu Guodong were appointed as commanders of the 1st and 2nd divisions, respectively, while Li Jian and Wang Hu took on the roles of chief of staff. Each division was also assigned a deputy commander responsible for the division's administration, along with a deputy chief of staff tasked with the ideological education of the regular officers and soldiers. A newly established military operations command center was created to oversee recruitment, training, combat operations, personnel matters, and other comprehensive military domains. As the army and its branches evolved, leadership structures at various levels would be gradually supplemented. Once Wong Kuan and his team finalized their plans, they publicly announced the dissolution of the garrison, rebranding it as the Yunnan Provincial Defense Army, with Wong Kuan appointed as the supreme commander. When this news spread throughout the province, the populace realized that Wong Kuan was now entwined in the chaotic recruitment and warlord dynamics of the era. Chapter 8. Expansion of power and the strategy for the tea market. As time progressed to April 20th, the new recruits had been training for a month, and Wong Kuan had inhabited this world for nearly 2 months. In the afternoon, he arrived at the training ground. It was evident that these individuals, once of diverse backgrounds, now exhibited the demeanor of soldiers. Their previously malnourished frames, having benefited from the improved provisions purchased by Wong Kuan, had grown more robust. Following a month of foundational physical training, they transitioned to weapon handling, battlefield tactics, and survival training. Unlike other warlord factions, which merely required proficiency in firearms and a cursory adherence to wartime discipline, Wong Kuan recognized that with increasingly advanced weaponry, soldiers must possess a depth of knowledge and skills. While anyone can pull the trigger of a gun, few can proficiently load ammunition, maintain their firearms, or accurately hit a target. Wong Kuan actively engaged in the instructor's demonstrations, learning the essential principles of marksmanship, including how to accurately aim at a target, the appropriate stances for various conditions, and the correct maintenance protocols for firearms before and after combat. The shooting range and effective distance of each type of firearm are indeed eye-opening knowledge for the newly enlisted soldiers, donned in their military uniforms. As Wong Kuan immersed himself in this learning journey, he gradually mastered the art of marksmanship through continuous live-fire exercises. In his previous life, he never had the opportunity to handle a firearm, yet in this life, he was determined to shoot until he could bear it no longer. Once he had acquired a substantial understanding of firearms, his enthusiasm led him to the artillery training ground, where he eagerly absorbed knowledge about artillery. It seems he was intent on compensating for the regrets of his past life, yearning to familiarize himself with every conceivable weaponry in this one. In the authoress' words, I too would relish the chance to remain in the barracks all day, freely operating various arms and equipment. 2 months swiftly passed, culminating in the formal conclusion of the reorganization training for the 2 divisions. If Zhang Bolan were to behold the army before him, he would undoubtedly regret provoking Wong Kuan, as this force exuded a distinct aura, unmistakably indicative of well-trained elite soldiers. Following the analysis of the previous conflict, Wong Kuan conferred with the commanders of various units and resolved to adopt a strategy of precision over mass. With the presence of a systematic approach, his equipment would always remain a step ahead of the enemy. Thus, the traditional model of sheer numbers was ill-suited for his forces. Consequently, he decided to replace all bolt-action rifles, the 98K, with the M1 Garand and G43 semi-automatic rifles provided by the system, thereby significantly enhancing the firepower of his infantry squads. Of course, the system now offered a variety of rifles, yet considerations of logistics and quality necessitated a more streamlined selection. An excessive variety of firearms would impose undue pressure on supply lines, and moreover, these 2 rifles were renowned for their quality. The remaining personnel not engaged in frontline combat were uniformly equipped with M1 carbines, which, despite their shorter range, boasted excellent portability. It could be said that the army now possessed the firepower of an individual capable of suppressing an entire enemy squad. On this particular day, the weather in Spring City was exceptionally bright. Within the military camp, Wong Kuan was conducting a flag-raising ceremony, announcing promotions, and, most importantly, imparting ideological education to the new recruits, affirming his role as the supreme commander dedicated to the defense of the military, the first object of their loyalty. Once all promotions were completed, Wong Kuan gazed upon the soldiers standing resolutely before him and spoke loudly. Comrades, since the moment you donned this uniform, your families and friends have been anxiously concerned for your safety, fearing the day they might receive news of your misfortune. I understand that if it were not for the chaos of these times that leaves you hungry and cold, your parents, your wives, and your children would surely not wish for you to become soldiers. In such turbulent times, who would willingly send their loved ones to war, risking their lives for a meager existence? Yet, if we desire to lead a prosperous life, and there are those who oppose us, we must wield our weapons to eliminate the obstacles before us and forge a bright future for ourselves and our descendants. Remember, we do not fight for individual glory. We fight for the prosperity of our families and our nation. As the crowd below erupted in fervent shouts of "For the prosperous era! For the prosperous era!" the initially chaotic cries gradually harmonized into a singular, resounding voice. For the prosperous era. Observing the youthful faces and hearing this unified chant, Wong Kuan could not help but feel the immense weight of responsibility upon him. From that moment forth, he would bear the hopes of these individuals, guiding them step by step towards the realization of a flourishing future. It was also at this instant that the army embraced its own mission and soul. With an intrinsic military ethos and purpose established, they possessed formidable weaponry that surpassed contemporary standards. Wong Kuan took stock of his resources. After several acquisitions from the system, each division was equipped with 48 artillery pieces, comprising 105mm and 150mm cannons, with 12 heavy 150mm guns among them. Furthermore, the regimental firepower had been bolstered with the addition of 102mm artillery. Now, aside from the mortars, the entire division boasted a total of 102 various types of artillery, including howitzers and mountain guns, with calibers of 75, 77, 102, 105, and 150mm. Each division was outfitted with over 150 mortars, featuring calibers of 60 and 82mm, primarily assigned to battalion-level artillery and company-level fire support, given their focus on elite operations. The combined firepower of light and heavy machine guns exceeded 600, not accounting for the numerous individual weaponry such as grenades and semi-automatic rifles. Although the great powers had already adopted semi-automatic rifles, their widespread deployment remained immature, especially among the domestic warlords. In order to facilitate the transport of artillery and logistical supplies, Wong Kuan depleted his resources, resolutely allocating a significant number of vehicles. Otherwise, the current state of the roads in Yunnan would render human transport of these cannons and supplies utterly impossible. With the equipment fully assembled, the two divisions of the Guard Army were essentially mechanized, promising a significant increase in operational efficiency. Initially, there were plans to establish 2 reserve divisions, but the available funds had already been exhausted in the expansion of the 2 active divisions. For the time being, preparations would focus on organizing personnel for 2 regiments to undergo foundational training. The establishment of reserves would eventually be necessary, primarily to replenish the regular army in the wake of wartime attrition, without the need for reserves to engage directly at the front lines. Upon the completion of military training, Wong Kuan did not forget the earlier provocation by Zhang Bolin. Now empowered, it was time to settle the score. Having made an enemy, he was determined to extinguish it completely. Were it not for the unsuitability of Spring City for his current circumstances, Wong Kuan would have had no reason to venture into the tea market. As the capital of Yunnan province, Spring City was rife with intricate power dynamics and well-developed transportation networks, making it an inappropriate base for his nascent endeavors. According to intelligence reports, following the annihilation of the 1st Division, Zhang Bolin promptly commenced conscription to re-establish it while simultaneously expanding his own brigade. He now commanded over 40,000 regular troops, alongside 5,000 security personnel from the tea market and surrounding areas. Meanwhile, the 3rd Division had already deployed to the northeast of the tea market, with the 2nd Division positioned to the west to provide support and prevent any attempts to circumvent them from the east. Simultaneously, he procured over 50 cannons and more than 100 machine guns from the great powers. While these cannons lacked the rate of fire and range of his own, they still posed a certain threat. Among them, 20 cannons were allocated to the 2nd and 3rd Divisions, which, when combined with the existing artillery of the 2nd Division, resulted in a total of 56 cannons. These cannons, with a caliber not exceeding 70mm, had a maximum striking range of 2 kilometers. Upon realizing this, Wong Kuan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that these artillery pieces would not inflict significant damage. In pursuit of these personnel and weapons, Zhang Bolin exploited the common folk, engaging in the smuggling and sale of opium abroad, rendering the current tea market a dismal place. Clearly, he was aware that a confrontation between himself and Wong Kuan was inevitable. Thus, he spared no effort to bolster his own strength. The backing of the great powers was also evident. Otherwise, how could such an arsenal be supplied? It is worth noting that these powers were currently imposing an embargo on the import of weapons to the Great Xia. Upon acquiring this intelligence, Wong Kuan commanded his intelligence officers to commence daily reports on Zhang Bolin's activities, with updates every 6 hours, while closely monitoring the movements of his troops. In this era, the most rapid and effective method to establish the ideal prosperous realm he envisioned was through warfare, swiftly obliterating the entrenched customs and powers of the past. Only on a blank canvas could a masterpiece be painted. Otherwise, much like the era of the GMD in his previous life, the remnants of the old landlord class would linger, colluding with the ruling regime, leaving the common people to suffer in dire conditions. Chapter 9. All set meanwhile. In the T-City, as the defense forces were training new recruits, a foreign gentleman with golden hair entered Zhang Bolan's office. This individual was Rusk, the liaison from the declining nation behind Zhang Bolan. After both men settled in and lit their cigarettes, Rusk began, "Zhang, my government is quite dissatisfied with you." Zhang Bolan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why is that?" "Because when you collaborated with us, you promised to swiftly gain control over the majority of Yunnan province. Yet now you only hold the T-City," Rusk replied. Zhang Bolan defended himself. "Of course, I desire to expand outward, but as you know, the territories of the other two warlords are on either side of me, and their strength surpasses mine. I find myself unable to expand. This is your concern. We have provided you with nearly 100 cannons and 10 million silver dollars in financial support as per your requests. We are greatly disappointed that we have yet to see any benefits from you," Rusk remarked, crossing his legs. "Zhang, you are aware that our interest lies merely in ensuring that once you control Yunnan province, we can facilitate trade with both Yunnan and the Great Xia through the controlled Gongbang nation," Rusk continued. After hearing this, Zhang Bolan scoffed internally, recognizing the ulterior motive of smuggling goods to ultimately exert control over Yunnan province. Though he harbored such thoughts, he dared not voice them. Instead, he responded to Rusk, "I require weapons and funds. Otherwise, my development will be painfully slow. If your side continues to support my resources, I assure you that I will expedite the mutual benefits for both parties." Rusk pondered for a moment and replied, "Zhang, I will endeavor to persuade the government. But you must also remember your commitments." Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation, analyzing the predicament faced by Zhang Bolan and the specific amount of support required. After their discussion, the foreigner prepared to take his leave. Once he departed, Zhang Bolan summoned his subordinates, including the commanders and staff members, via telephone. Upon their arrival, he recapitulated the sentiments expressed by the envoy from the Sunset Nation, encouraging them to share their perspectives. The first to speak was Commander Ren Hong of the 1st Division. "General, our current strength does not permit any external expansion. We must await the resources from the Sunset Nation to continue augmenting our military capabilities before we can consider extending our reach." The other officials, upon hearing Ren's words, concurred, fully aware of their own limitations as commanders. Once everyone had voiced their opinions, Zhang Bolan remarked, "Let us put this matter aside for the time being. However, there is one thing I believe you should be aware of. Wong Kuan has recently increased his forces by over 20,000 troops. I contemplate whether we should proactively eliminate him while he is yet to establish his combat readiness. Otherwise, once he is fully mobilized, we will be faced with a formidable adversary." The confidants exchanged glances, and one of them stood and approached the map, stating, "General, please observe. The straight line distance from Spring City to our tea market exceeds 200 kilometers, and the journey along the roads is even longer. If we position one division of troops to the northeast and another to the left, while also fortifying our defenses, we can adequately prepare for any incursion from Wong Kuan. Even if his forces are fatigued, we, as the defenders, could withstand their assault for several days, thus affording us ample time to mobilize our own troops. Therefore, we can afford to disregard him for now." Upon hearing this analysis, Zhang Bolan's expression softened, and he was on the verge of agreeing when Commander Tian Buoching of the 2nd Division interjected, "I must dissent, General. We are underestimating the combat effectiveness of Wong Kuan's troops, their advanced weaponry, and the sheer number of artillery they possess. Once their arsenal is fully operational, combined with over 20,000 additional men, we will hold no advantage whatsoever. Unless we can acquire substantial heavy firepower and continue to recruit more soldiers immediately, we will not stand a chance. Thus, we must seize Wong Kuan now, which would also extend our influence over Spring City." Zhang Bolan found himself swayed by this argument. Not only could he eliminate Wong Kuan, but Spring City would also fall under his sway. At this moment, the room buzzed with opinions, some in agreement, others in opposition. Faced with this division of thought and his own indecision, Zhang Bolan pondered whether to engage in battle. To do so would stir the shadows of past failures, and achieving victory would necessitate at least 2 divisions. Yet, he currently commanded only 3 regular divisions and a little less than 1 division of security forces. Deploying 2 divisions would leave his homeland vulnerable. Conversely, abstaining from action left him restless over the previous defeat, fearing an imminent retaliation in a few months. After some time, feeling fatigued, he waved his hand dismissively, instructing his subordinates to return while he contemplated the matter further. A month passed, and Zhang Bolan received intelligence indicating that Wong Kuan's forces had exhibited no signs of movement. He subsequently conferred with his subordinates and decided to refrain from instigating a conflict for the time being. Unbeknownst to him, the new recruits under Wong Kuan were unlike any others. They required 3 months of rigorous training, 1 month dedicated to foundational physical conditioning, followed by 2 months focused on weapon handling, battlefield tactics, and survival skills. It was not that their army had yet to mobilize, rather, they were still in the throes of comprehensive preparation. Had Zhang Bolan been aware that Wong Kuan intended to launch an offensive against him in a month's time, it is uncertain how he would have reacted. His indecisiveness squandered precious military opportunities, leading him into a dire predicament. At that moment, he was still awaiting support from the Kingdom of Sunset, which was of paramount importance, leaving him little energy to concern himself with other matters. He merely repositioned 2 divisions to the border of Chashire, allowing for some preparation time in the event of an attack by Wong Kuan. Meanwhile, back in Spring City, Wong Kuan returned home that evening and, as per usual, engaged in conversation over dinner with his sisters. He informed them, "I am preparing to launch an offensive against Zhang Bolan, primarily to eliminate our adversaries who harbor enmity towards us. Given my current strength, I can no longer remain in Spring City. This endeavor will also serve to train the new troops. I may temporarily reside in Chashire. I cannot rest easy at home, especially since it is just the 2 of you remaining. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I would be unable to assist. Therefore, once I am settled there, I would like you, eldest and second sister, to join me in Chashire." Upon hearing about his impending military campaign, his sisters expressed their concerns. "You need not worry about us. There is little danger in Spring City. The priority is your safety. Do not place yourself on the front lines. The battlefield is fraught with unexpected perils, and we cannot afford to lose you as the sole male heir of our family. Please, take care of yourself." They conversed late into the night before returning to their quarters, their faces etched with worry as they departed. The following day, Wong Kuan convened a military meeting. During the session, Wang Hu, representing the officers, inquired, "Commander, what are our specific objectives moving forward?" Wong Kuan surveyed the room, noting the anticipation in their eyes, and replied, "What else could it possibly be but revenge? Although we emerged victorious last time they attacked us, we must reclaim our honor. Moreover, we need to establish our own territory. Spring City is not defensible, and various factions will not permit us to hold it." Once the decision to assault Chashire was made, the military strategists began formulating a comprehensive battle plan, ultimately deciding on a deployment date 3 days hence. Concurrently, Wong Kuan ordered that all troops enter a state of readiness, with all personnel prohibited from leaving or taking leave, and the contents of the meeting to remain strictly confidential. Each time war loomed, Wong Kuan genuinely wished to spare his men from bloodshed. However, he understood that sacrifice was an inherent aspect of warfare, a necessary step toward the vision he had pledged to realize. As the timeline approached the day before his departure, Wong Kuan had received the detailed combat plan, outlining specific operational directives. At precisely 9 o'clock on the evening of June 28th, cloaked by the shroud of night, all officers, soldiers, and logistical personnel embarked on their journey, ensuring that by the time the enemy received word, the defending forces would have already traversed half the distance without incident. The primary heavy weaponry and supplies are being transported by vehicles. The 1st Division is primarily targeting the enemy's 3rd Division, with the 101st Regiment as the main force. Supported by the division's artillery, relying on formidable firepower, they conduct a saturation bombardment on the enemy's positions. After 30 minutes of relentless shelling, the enemy's operational capabilities are significantly diminished, allowing the 101st Infantry Regiment to engage in close-range annihilation. The 2nd Division's 104th Regiment aims to confront the enemy's 2nd Division, equipped with a selection of artillery, primarily to restrain the enemy and prevent any breakout or reinforcements. The 102nd and 103rd Regiments take a detour to encircle Chashire, with the 2nd Division providing artillery support to ensure that Zhang's forces cannot exit the city. The 105th and 106th Regiments, carrying a number of mortars, head towards the eastern and western directions of Chashire to guard against any potential threats from those factions. In the impending conflict against Zhang Bolan, the artillery will become the enemy's nightmare, delivering a heavy blow to their morale and decimating their fighting force. As Wong Kuan reviews the comprehensive operational plan, his gaze shifts southward, his mind awash with thoughts, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the following night. Chapter 10. The eve of war. As the clock strikes the evening of June 28th, all personnel finish their dinner, gather their equipment, and commence assembly. On the training grounds, everyone stands in perfect formation, devoid of any sound. Under the dim light, they resemble phantoms from the depths of hell, terrifying yet dignified. Wong Kuan stands on the platform, casting a deep glance at these soldiers, wishing to imprint each of their faces in his memory. He longs to utter words of caution and care to them, but as he opens his mouth, no words come forth. He feels that any utterance at this moment would seem insincere. When the time to depart arrives, Wong Kuan quietly remains on the platform, observing each soldier as they march away. On June 29th, shortly after 10 o'clock, Zhang Bolan receives a phone call in his office, the content of which startles him profoundly. He learns that Wong Kuan has already set forth with his 2 divisions towards his location the previous night, and at their current pace, they are expected to reach the front lines by midday tomorrow. Upon receiving this alarming news, he hastily informs the 2nd and 3rd divisions to prepare for war. He then notifies his subordinates in the city, and when several of them arrive, their faces are etched with gravity. Zhang Bolan, unwilling to waste time, promptly assigns them their tasks. The city's security forces begin to seal the city gates, barring all entry and exit from Chashire, except for military personnel. He organizes the local populace and troops to reinforce the city walls and establish military defenses. Any individual daring to defy this order will face immediate execution. After issuing these commands, he allows them to carry out their military orders. Though he remains uneasy and makes a phone call to inquire about the preparations of the 2 divisions at the front. Only when he receives affirmative responses does he partially relax. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chashire suddenly locks its city gates, permitting no one to enter or exit. Simultaneously, the security team and some personnel from the 1st Division begin forcibly conscripting civilians to assist in constructing defensive fortifications, creating chaos and turmoil within the city. Although the officials are aware that such actions may undermine their rule, they find themselves with no alternative. When weighed against the enemy, the choice of priorities becomes painfully clear. At this moment, the citizens within the city were aware that war might soon be upon them. They could only beseech the heavens and deities to shield them from harm. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wong Kuan and his entourage had traversed a considerable distance. From a high vantage point, the convoy, stretching over several kilometers, resembled a colossal dragon, its head and tail obscured from view. The vehicles were laden with supplies and artillery, advancing steadily. Were it not for the challenging terrain, their journey would not have taken such an extended duration. During this period, no warlord in the country possessed the luxury of equipping so many fuel vehicles. Even if they wished to, procuring them was an impossibility, as even the great powers had not yet displayed such extravagance. As the clock struck 9 on the morning of the 30th, Zhang Bolan, recently roused from slumber by the insistent ringing of his telephone, hastily answered, despite his grogginess. On the other end, a voice declared, "Zhang, this is Rusk. We are aware of your situation, but we are unable to send heavy weapons at this time. We can only provide a limited number of rifles and machine guns." Zhang Bolan quickly inquired about the quantities and estimated delivery time. The voice responded, 5,000 rifles. Designated for our troops stationed at Gongbang, are single-shot, bolt-action models. We are also sending 100 light machine guns, accompanied by 250,000 rounds of rifle ammunition and 100,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition. The shipment departed yesterday and should be nearing the border shortly. Zhang, we hope for your victory in this conflict. Otherwise, our investment in you will be in vain, the voice concluded. After expressing his gratitude and offering several assurances, Zhang Bolan ended the call. Upon reflection, he calculated that the rifles would be allocated to 2 frontline divisions, with a small number of machine guns reserved for the city's defense, while the remainder would also be distributed to the 2 divisions. As for the 1st Division, stationed along the city walls, it could afford to reduce its machine gun count, thereby alleviating some pressure on the front lines. With little time to spare, Zhang Bolan hurriedly set about organizing personnel to prepare for the arrival of the equipment. Fully aware that the foreign powers would not be so generous without expecting a return on their investment, should he emerge victorious, he would inevitably owe a debt for this armament, and in the event of failure, he would gain nothing. Meanwhile, at 12:30, Wong Kuan's forces were positioned 5 kilometers from the enemy. Here, they began to establish artillery positions for the 102 mm, 105 mm, and 150 mm cannons, while logistics commenced the preparation of necessary supplies. Advancing 2 kilometers forward, they aimed to establish a second artillery position. Once the artillery was in place and the troops had finished their midday meal, the 101st and 104th Regiments, equipped with mortars, proceeded to their respective targets to commence the excavation of defensive positions. The 105th and 106th Regiments moved towards the eastern and western flanks of Chashire, ready to establish defensive lines, while the remaining 102nd and 103rd Regiments awaited the onset of battle to intercept the enemy's retreat and thwart any rescue attempts within the city. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a messenger arrived at the temporary command post and saluted Wong Kuan, reporting, "Commander, our troops have completed all pre-battle preparations as planned. Please provide your directives." After listening, Wong Kuan glanced at his wristwatch and responded, "I order everyone present in the command post to stand." At 5 o'clock sharp, the artillery commenced its assault, and the commanders of the various units executed their plans accordingly. Following this, everyone began to make their way to their respective command posts, preparing to await the crucial moment. The soldiers of the 2 divisions were predominantly new recruits who, despite undergoing rigorous training, had never set foot on the battlefield. Thus, Wong Kuan could only allow the artillery to unleash its fury upon the enemy, aiming to minimize casualties among the subsequent infantry. At this moment, both sides awaited the inevitable. Though Zhang Bolan's forces remained passively on standby, hesitant to initiate an attack. Should they strike first, the anticipated losses would be substantial. as they were acutely aware of the overwhelming firepower of the defending troops, equipped with machine guns and artillery that far surpassed their own. Consequently, they hunkered down in their trenches and bunkers, biding their time. In Yunnan province, various factions were keenly aware of the impending conflict between Wong Kuan and Zhang Bolan, dispatching agents to the vicinity of the tea market to gather intelligence on the unfolding battle. They aimed to analyze the military strengths of both sides, preparing for whatever outcome might arise. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Bolan sat in his office, chain-smoking as he anxiously awaited news, his gaze fixated on the telephone. He was uncertain of the exact timing of Wong Kuan's attack, but he was certain it would not be delayed for long. Engaging in enemy territory, a swift resolution was imperative. Prolonging the confrontation could adversely affect morale and logistical support. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was palpably tense, with both sides' officers and soldiers displaying signs of anxiety as they awaited the first roar of cannon fire. Chapter 11. The Battle of Tea City. As the clock struck 5, the commander of the enemy's 3rd Division surveyed his defenses. The ground was crisscrossed with numerous trenches, each more than a meter deep, interspersed with bunkers every few meters. These fortifications were the fruits of their labor over recent times. Although he was unsure of their effectiveness, given the unknown caliber of the defending troops' artillery, he had faith in the soldiers he had personally trained. If the enemy were to charge, these densely packed defensive trenches would put them to the test, making every inch gained a grueling endeavor. Just as he indulged in fantasies of the enemy's failed assault, distant rumblings akin to thunder reached his ears. He looked up to see a clear sky, devoid of clouds. As he pondered this anomaly, a series of sharp, whistling sounds pierced the air from above. When he raised his gaze once more, he beheld a scene unlike anything he had witnessed in his life. Meanwhile, upon seeing the time reach 5 o'clock, Wong Kuan lifted his binoculars to survey the artillery positions. A cloud of dust erupted, followed by the thunderous sound of cannon fire as the bombardment commenced. Before long, flames erupted across the enemy's positions, sending bodies and debris soaring into the sky. The makeshift bunkers and defensive structures disintegrated, propelled upward alongside firearms and human remnants. On the enemy's side, upon hearing the piercing wail of artillery in the skies, the seasoned veteran shouted, "Shelling! Shelling! Take cover!" Some quick-witted individuals hastily sought refuge. Yet many remained oblivious, staring blankly at the heavens. At that moment, the commander of the 3rd Division stood frozen, having anticipated an attack but never envisaging such a simultaneous bombardment from numerous cannons. Witnessing the devastation on the battlefield, the explosive force of the shells eradicated all surviving targets within a radius of over 100 meters. The thunderous impacts and tremors sent shivers through his heart. Even the least powerful shell possessed a lethal range of several meters. Overwhelmed by the sight, he felt his strength wane, barely able to maintain his footing. In this moment of helplessness, he feigned composure and instructed his subordinates, relay an urgent message to the frontline troops to take cover and refrain from running about. They must await the cessation of the bombardment. He then turned to his aides and commanded, "Order our artillery to retaliate, strike back fiercely." As he surveyed the chaotic battlefield, he, a man who had never believed in deities, found himself murmuring a silent plea for divine intervention. "Oh, benevolent spirits, please halt the enemy's fire." Unbeknownst to him, the defending forces had no intention of ceasing their bombardment anytime soon, aiming to minimize casualties. Meanwhile, our protagonist, armed with binoculars, continued to observe the situation across the way. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he beheld the might of his artillery. Some may deem him cold-hearted. Yet such is the nature of war. It is merciless and devoid of sentiment. Only through these frigid weapons can one strip the enemy of their will to resist. Minutes later, the sound of enemy artillery echoed, some shells landing within the infantry zone, others in unoccupied areas. Wong Kuan recognized that the enemy had miscalibrated their artillery parameters. Their objective was to obliterate his artillery positions. Unfortunately for them, this was their sole opportunity, for once their cannons were exposed, they would face the wrath of his heavy artillery positioned in the rear. The defenders had trained to swiftly locate enemy artillery placements, and soon, the air was filled with the thunderous roar of several cannons. Wong Kuan raised his binoculars, and mere moments later, he witnessed flashes of fire and the emergence of mushroom clouds. The observers confirmed the strikes had hit their targets, prompting the artillery to unleash several rounds around the area to ensure the objectives remained contested. As news of the annihilation of his artillery reached the enemy commander, despair washed over him. He addressed his subordinates. "Our last hope is extinguished. We cannot fulfill our mission to hold the line." With that, he turned away and picked up the phone to prepare a report for Zhang Bolan. At this juncture, it was not only he facing imminent defeat. The 2nd Division to the west was likewise enduring a relentless bombardment. Division Commander Tian Buching found himself equally powerless in the face of such concentrated fire. As the relentless bombardment showed no sign of abating, he grit his teeth and commanded, "Inform the frontline troops that we can no longer afford to wait. Who knows how much longer the enemy's bombardment will continue? Our defensive fortifications have proven largely ineffective. Let the 3rd Regiment hold the defensive positions, while the rest of us charge from the trenches towards the enemy's lines. Rather than perish here under the bombardment, it is better to advance and engage them in close combat. When the order reached the front lines, most soldiers were reluctant to comply. However, the presence of the supervisory team loomed behind them, and disobedience would result in immediate execution. With no other option, they resolved that facing death by gunfire was preferable to awaiting the inevitable. After issuing his orders, Tian Boicheng contacted the commander of the 3rd Division and inquired about the situation at his end. Upon learning that conditions were even more dire, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Without hesitation, he relayed to the 3rd Division commander, "Our circumstances mirror yours, but I refuse to wait any longer. I am preparing to have the soldiers charge through the artillery fire. Perhaps fortune will favor us." The commander of the 3rd Division, after a moment of contemplation, issued a command to the messenger beside him. "Order the surviving soldiers at the front to rise and charge towards the enemy." When the commanders of the 2 enemy divisions simultaneously issued their orders to advance, the battlefield observers promptly reported to Wong Kuan, "Commander, the enemy's 2 divisions have commenced their assault on our front lines." "How audacious! Let us observe," Wong Kuan declared, leading the way out of the command post. Through his binoculars, he surveyed the distant battlefield, where nearly 10,000 men sprawled across several kilometers. They initiated a tactical charge, and after a rough estimation, it appeared that the recent bombardments had inflicted at least a 30% casualty rate on the enemy. To breach their lines, they would need to inflict an additional 30% loss. If they could muster 4,000 or 5,000 men, that would be a commendable outcome. The Eastern Front appeared similarly grim. Wong Kuan promptly commanded, "Extend the range of our 48 heavy artillery pieces to bombard the enemy's rear command. The remaining artillery and mortars should adjust their parameters to strike the charging enemy, maximizing the destruction of their living forces." After half an hour of charging, the enemy finally entered the effective range of the firearms. Both sides then engaged in close-quarters combat, but the defensive positions of the garrison exhibited an unexpectedly formidable firepower. The rapid-fire advantage of semi-automatic rifles, coupled with the cacophony of machine guns, resulted in waves of enemy soldiers falling. The advancing troops could only crawl on the ground, which hindered both their shooting speed and precision, as well as their forward momentum. Occasionally, a soldier from the garrison would be hit and promptly evacuated by stretcher-bearers to receive medical attention in the rear. After several failed assaults, some enemy fighters began discarding their weapons, lying on the ground with their hands clasped behind their heads, signaling their surrender. Much like an infectious plague, the first surrendering soldier prompted most of the remaining enemy forces capable of movement to follow suit. At this moment, the enemy commander in the rear, witnessing the unfolding scene, realized the futility of their situation and promptly led the remaining 1,000 or so men in a retreat back towards the city. What he remained unaware of was that he might never return. Chapter 12, The Battle of T-City. In the command room of T-City, Zhang Bolin faintly heard the distant rumbling. Before he could inquire further, a messenger entered and reported, "Commander, the enemy has just launched a massive bombardment on our forces. Based on the initial round of explosions, the conservative estimate exceeds 200 artillery pieces." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bolin trembled in fear and bellowed, "Where did Wong Kuan acquire such a vast array of cannons? He truly holds me, Zhang, in high regard." The others in the command room refrained from speaking. After a moment to collect himself, Zhang instructed the messenger, "Go and gather more intelligence. I must remain constantly apprised of the frontline situation." Once the messenger departed, tension filled the room. As soldiers, they understood the immense pressure faced by the 2 divisions at the front, under the threat of hundreds of artillery pieces. Even within the city, they could feel the ground tremble beneath them. With their eyes closed, they could sense the presence of heavy artillery across the way, and there was no shortage of it. Zhang Bolin regained his composure and began issuing orders. "Immediately send more personnel to reinforce the city walls. If materials are insufficient, we may need to dismantle the houses along the street. Regardless of the means, ensure that the walls can withstand prolonged bombardment." After his subordinates left to execute his commands, the messenger returned with another report. "Commander, reports from the front line indicate that the enemy's bombardment has resulted in significant casualties among our troops, and it shows no signs of abating." Just as Zhang Bolin was about to express his frustration, the telephone rang. He set aside his anger and quickly answered. Hearing the urgent plea from the 3rd Division commander, "Commander, we have sustained nearly 30% casualties, and we are facing immense defensive pressure. We seek support from within the city." At this moment, Zhang Bolin realized he could not send anyone outside the city. As long as the enemy's artillery continued to rain down, deploying reinforcements would be futile. He replied over the phone, "I will send support, but you must hold out until nightfall." After hanging up, he truly felt the weight of powerlessness. Watching helplessly as his forces were mercilessly bombarded by the enemy, without the slightest chance to retaliate. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, He was still grappling with his thoughts when the messenger arrived for the third time. Commander, we have spotted a large number of enemy troops approximately 7 kilometers outside the city, estimated to be over 6,000, who have already established a position. Zhang Bolin was momentarily taken aback and inquired. Wong Kuan's forces were supposed to be held at the front line. Where did these troops emerge from? The soldier replied. According to our observations, these individuals are part of Wong Kuan's security forces. Additionally, reports from the front line indicate that there are only 2 regiments of enemy troops engaged on the eastern and western fronts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bolin nearly spat blood in frustration. It seemed the enemy had not exerted their full strength at the front line and still had the capacity to encircle his headquarters. He disregarded his discomfort and summoned his subordinates, instructing them to head immediately to the city walls. Upon witnessing the numerous figures in the distance, he commanded the 1st Division within the city to commence bombardment with their artillery. After several rounds of artillery shells were fired, there remained a distance of over a kilometer to the enemy's forward position. This presented a rather awkward predicament. While the cannons were indeed available, their range proved insufficient. Zhang Bolin contemplated sending his men out of the city to engage in battle, yet his apprehension of unforeseen circumstances rendered him indecisive, causing further turmoil in his thoughts. A group of individuals stood silently atop the city walls. At that moment, the distant sound of cannonade seemed to draw nearer, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, the messenger relayed news from the front lines. Due to the relentless bombardment by the defending forces, the 2nd and 3rd Divisions had ordered their ground troops to charge the enemy. However, the adversary's firepower was overwhelming, resulting in the failure of the assault. Most of the frontline troops surrendered, leaving only the commanders of the 2 divisions to lead the remaining soldiers in retreat. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed ahead in terror. Finally understanding why the enemy outside the city refrained from launching an assault, they were merely waiting to encircle them like dumplings. By this time, it was too late to notify the front lines, and Wong Bolin felt a profound sense of despair. In truth, dispatching a portion of rescue personnel now might still yield some effect. Yet, none of his subordinates dared to speak up. The fear of futility loomed large. For failure would mean the loss of their last stronghold. Just as twilight began to paint the sky, the retreating troops were spotted from the city walls. The 102nd and 103rd Regiments had reached their designated points and commenced fortifying their defenses. As darkness approached, the orders were given to prevent the disheartened enemy from re-entering the city. The tension before battle was palpable. A new recruit, anxious and sweating profusely, turned to his squad leader, inquiring, "Squad leader, are you nervous? My palms are clammy, and my heart races." The squad leader, appearing remarkably composed, replied, "Nervous? When you see the enemy, just aim and pull the trigger. You've fired your weapon during training, haven't you?" He understood that it was natural for a rookie to feel apprehensive on their first battlefield experience. But it's different this time. In training, we only shot at animals. And now we face living, breathing humans. The recruit responded, still visibly anxious. The squad leader reassured him, "Once you fire and hit your first target, you will find that the tension dissipates." Time seemed to vanish as a horde of fleeing soldiers came into view. The sound of gunfire erupted from the positions, and regardless of their nerves, everyone shared a singular thought: to aim and shoot. The enemy suddenly fell in large numbers, evidently caught off guard by the ambush, and they hastily took cover, returning fire. Thus, the war ignited amidst meticulous planning and readiness. It became a battle of offense and defense, where neither side yielded ground. The enemy, seeing the city within reach, launched desperate assaults. The defending forces had little room for retreat, as artillery lay positioned in the city behind them. Although they successfully repelled the enemy's repeated attacks, they could not compel them to surrender. The numerous ravines and hills surrounding the tea market hampered the defenders' ability to leverage their conventional weaponry effectively. Moreover, this segment of the military possesses scant heavy weaponry. While their casualties are minimal, the conflict remains a protracted struggle. It is said that when the enemy's command post retreats from the front line, the war will essentially reach its conclusion. Upon witnessing the enemy's large-scale surrender, Wong Kuan ordered the cessation of bombardment, and the loudspeakers on the battlefield resounded, "Surrender and lie down with your hands on your head. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution." Upon hearing this, the enemy soldiers largely complied, adopting the instructed position, though a few continued to fire and were swiftly neutralized by sharpshooters. Humanity, with its myriad of thoughts, surely harbors loyalists among Zhang Bolin's soldiers, as they have been warlords for several years and must possess some unwavering adherence. Once all resistance had ceased, the infantry advanced to confiscate the enemy's weapons, while the wounded were carried away for medical attention and personnel were assigned to guard the captives. As dusk approached, a portion of the troops was dispatched to support the 102nd and 103rd Regiments, while the remaining few led the intact captives to clear the battlefield. In such weather, neglecting to cremate the deceased promptly could easily lead to an outbreak of disease, especially in the tropical region of Chashire. Nightfall had enveloped the sky, increasing the pressure on the defending forces in the skirmish. The advantage of their weaponry was entirely obscured by the darkness. Just as their commander anxiously awaited reinforcements, 3 bright flares ascended into the air. The defending forces had eradicated the enemy and reached their rear, launching illumination rounds into the battlefield's expanse. The pitch-black night retreated swiftly, encircling the enemy in a pincer movement. Their ranks lost composure, unable to address both fronts, as the sudden support bewildered them. Although the proximity of the battlefield rendered the defending forces' heavy artillery ineffective, the accompanying mortars and light mountain guns rapidly diminished the enemy's defensive positions. It is likely that the siege would conclude in a short span of time. Observing Wong Kuan's reinforcements approach, Zhang Bolin and his associates atop the city walls realized that the beleaguered frontline troops had utterly lost hope of returning to the city. Chapter 13. The Battle of Chashire. The time was now 9 o'clock on the evening of the 30th, when Wong Kuan arrived at the skirmish site. The battle had concluded, and the routed soldiers on both the eastern and western fronts had been either eliminated or captured. Bathed in the moonlight, he stood upon a high ground, able to glimpse the distant city walls. When the logistics personnel began to distribute dinner, he retreated to the rest area, preparing for the final decisive battle to commence at 8 o'clock the following morning. At that time, he would completely annihilate the enemy and seize his first stronghold. While the defending forces commenced their meal and rest, Zhang Bolin, on the other hand, felt no appetite whatsoever. He seemed to age a decade in an instant, exuding an air of despondency. He understood that Wong Kuan would not mount an attack during the night, yet he would have preferred an assault under the cover of darkness. The waiting was excruciating, akin to awaiting a death sentence. As the sky outside began to brighten, Zhang Bolin donned his attire and meticulously arranged himself before turning to exit. One must not lose face in defeat. After all, he was a regional warlord. In the final moments, one must never relinquish even the faintest glimmer of hope. Even in death, one should fight valiantly until the end. At precisely 7:50 in the morning on July 1st, the T-City was entirely encircled. From every direction, 40 to 50 cannons stood tall, their menacing barrels aimed squarely at the city walls. At 8 o'clock sharp, the commanding orders from the artillery officers resonated. 200 cannons roared from all sides, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous blasts. Almost immediately, flames and smoke of varying sizes erupted from both the distant city walls and the area beyond them. After recalibrating their coordinates, the second round of bombardment commenced, with some shells crossing the walls to strike within the city. Fortunately, the citizens were situated several kilometers away from the walls. Wong Kuan, observing through his binoculars for a moment, turned and instructed, "Artillery, be cautious. Do not extend the bombardment further to avoid harming the civilians within the city." At this juncture, Zhang Bolin's surroundings resembled hell, with each cannonade claiming several precious lives. The messenger continuously reported the losses from various defensive points. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, his forces had diminished by nearly 30%. He then addressed the artillery commander, saying, "Prepare your cannons for firing. Do not disperse your shots. Concentrate on one direction. If we can breach through, we may still have a chance for survival." The artillerymen began to adjust their aim towards the southern wall, targeting the defending troops. At the sound of a command, Zhang Bolin's artillery unleashed a barrage of shells. Outside the city, Deputy Division Commander Wang Hu of the defending forces witnessed the city's cannons retaliating. After a few shells struck their positions, inflicting casualties, he commanded his artillery officer, "Cease fire on the walls, adjust the parameters, and commence bombardment on the enemy's artillery positions. We cannot allow them to fire another round." With the precise counterfire from the defending artillery, Zhang Bolin's cannons were swiftly obliterated. Alas, they had only fired one round of ammunition. This was the consequence of outdated equipment and insufficient training. Upon witnessing the demise of his artillery, Zhang Bolin realized that his hopes of breaking through had been dashed, and he was left with no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. In these fleeting minutes, not only had the artillery suffered losses, but his subordinates also reported, "Commander, the casualties from all 4 directions have surpassed 40%. The eastern and southern walls are on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bolin, with reddened eyes, declared, "Even if we cannot hold out, we must persist. If the walls fall, we shall continue to resist amidst the ruins." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice cried out, "The wall has collapsed. Run, run." He turned swiftly to witness the eastern wall crumbling. The breach in their defenses had opened, and without the barrier of the wall, how many more shells could his men withstand? Deputy Division Commander Li Jian of the defending forces, seeing the wall's downfall, promptly ordered the artillery to cease fire and the infantry to charge towards the wall, for at this moment, there were virtually no defenders remaining. As Zhang Bolin observed the enemy forces advancing in the distance, he shouted, "Quickly organize the troops. We must block the enemy from entering the city." One of the subordinates remarked, "Commander, we cannot endure this for long. I suggest we retreat to the city walls and engage the enemy in urban warfare." Zhang Bolin pondered this for a moment before acquiescing, promptly issuing the command, "Relay the order, 5 minutes from now. All officers and soldiers shall descend from the city walls and enter the city to confront the enemy in close quarters. Upon hearing the order to return to the city for urban combat, the soldiers' faces grew grim. Some whispered among themselves, "Are we truly going to continue fighting? What if we don't? Surrender is not an option, as Commander Zhang would never agree." One soldier lamented, "I have no desire to fight any longer. The enemy is simply too formidable." At this juncture, the soldiers' morale had waned, and they yearned for a swift conclusion to the conflict. Regardless of the outcome, victory or defeat held little significance for them. On the side of the defending forces, upon learning that Zhang Bolan had stationed his troops within the city, seeking to exploit the advantageous terrain for urban combat, one could not deny that Zhang Bolan's desperate struggle posed some challenges for the royal forces. The effectiveness of artillery in urban warfare was limited. Progress would rely heavily on the infantry, inevitably resulting in casualties. Nonetheless, challenges aside, the enemy must be vanquished. At 8:50, Zhang Bolan's troops were largely prepared, awaiting the appearance of the defending forces. At 9:20, the defenders came into view, and an eruption of gunfire ensued from both sides. The royal forces, equipped with semi-automatic rifles, gradually suppressed the enemy's firepower. They began to advance in squads, providing mutual cover while systematically eliminating the enemy's fire positions. The snipers, exchanged earlier by the royal command, proved invaluable, swiftly eliminating any enemy that dared to reveal themselves. As these enigmatic marksmen continued their lethal work, the enemy within the city lost their will to fight. Who would wish to engage an unseen adversary? A company commander called over one of his soldiers, saying, "Little monkey, go ascertain how many of our men no longer wish to fight. I am preparing to surrender. Continuing this battle will only lead to needless sacrifice." He was not alone in his sentiments. Virtually all remaining soldiers shared his reluctance to fight. They began to inquire among each other, "Shall we surrender? You too wish to surrender?" "So do I." Iron egg, if the commander asks us whether we wish to surrender, what will your answer be? "Of course, I would rather not fight." "Then it is settled. You go inform their side, and I shall notify ours." "Very well. I shall go." Thus, the news spread among the ranks, and gradually, the sound of gunfire on the battlefield began to wane. The defenders were left puzzled by this development. A few unarmed enemies emerged, one of whom called out, "Brothers across the way, we surrender. Please do not fire. I have a message for your commander." They were soon escorted to the frontline commander, who was apprised of their situation. Upon learning this, the royal command ordered their troops to begin accepting the surrendering soldiers. The streets became strewn with discarded weapons as large numbers of individuals capitulated. Only the central area, where Zhang Bolan's official residence was located, remained under the control of a few remaining resistant foes. They resembled the loyal retainers of ancient times. Zhang Bolan would neither speak of surrender nor relinquish his resolve. He would fight until his last breath. At this moment, Zhang Bolan found himself alone in a room, a pistol in one hand and a cigarette pinched between his fingers, squinting as he leaned back against the chair. When he descended from the city walls, he had already observed that the morale of his soldiers had waned. Should the enemy launch a more vigorous assault, they would undoubtedly capitulate. Thus, after establishing defensive positions within the city, he departed, deeming his presence unnecessary, as it would serve little purpose. He was acutely aware that all was lost, and his absence would facilitate the ordinary soldier's surrender, perhaps the only action he could take before his demise. Zhang Bolan was unwilling to be captured. Among his ranks, anyone could survive, but he himself must perish. He regarded Wong Kuan as a tyrant, not a hero, and thus believed he would not show mercy, rather than succumb to the enemy's hands. He preferred to end his own life. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Bolan took his own life, marking the downfall of the Zhang warlord. Chapter 14. The dust settles with Zhang Bolan's suicide. The war in Chacheng came to an end, yet the tempest stirred by the conflict was only beginning to rise. At 5 in the afternoon, Wong Kuan led his headquarters into the city. At this moment, the streets, once bustling with life, lay silent. Along the dilapidated roads, soldiers of the defense force stood in neat formation, extending towards the gates of the warlord's residence at the city's heart. The inhabitants of the city had locked their doors. Each household shuttered tight. Only the brave dared to peer through windows or over courtyard walls at these unfamiliar soldiers. It was the homeless, orphans, and wanderers who huddled in the narrow alleys. Yet they too kept their lips sealed, fearful of making a sound. As Wong Kuan traversed through the city, witnessing these scenes, he felt a pang of compassion. Such sights were seldom seen in his previous life, and encountering these wretched souls stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Once the troops entered the city, they refrained from disturbing the populace. After establishing the name of the defense force, Wong Kuan adopted a modified version of the PLA's system and responsibilities for his current forces, wary of the emergence of unruly soldiers. After entering the city, aside from clearing the battlefield and conducting minor repairs to the buildings, no further misconduct occurred. Wang Hu, by his side, promptly affirmed this. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan nodded in satisfaction. He had harbored some concerns prior to entering the city. as most of this troop consisted of new recruits whose mindsets had yet to be properly aligned. Observing the city as he walked, he eventually arrived at the residence where Zhang Bolan had lived and worked. Gazing upon the scene before him, Wong Kuan could not help but emit a sound of disapproval. This small Chongqing, in terms of economy, population, and industry, paled in comparison to Chun City. However, the grandeur of this warlord's residence far surpassed that of his own duke's estate. It was evident that Zhang Bolan had amassed considerable wealth over the years, to the detriment of the impoverished populace beneath him. Once he settled in, high-ranking officials from both divisions came to report, and they took the opportunity to tour the renowned former warlord's residence, each expressing admiration. While Zhang Bolan may have faltered in warfare, he certainly excelled in indulgence. Subsequently, Li Jian commenced his report on the post-war statistics. Commander, following the conclusion of this punitive campaign, the 1st Division suffered casualties amounting to 480, including 98 fatalities and 30 severe injuries. The 2nd Division incurred 380 casualties, with 70 dead and 25 severely injured. In total, the 2 divisions experienced 860 casualties. Given the current historical context, these figures may appear relatively modest. However, it is crucial to recognize that our army's machine guns and artillery are significantly more formidable than those of our adversaries. The number of casualties, nonetheless, remains somewhat high. What are the primary causes behind these losses? Moreover, why did the 1st Division sustain a greater number of casualties? Wong Kuan inquired, his brow furrowing. The majority of the casualties were incurred during urban warfare and street battles, particularly due to the heavy losses the 1st Division faced during last night's ambush. Adverse weather conditions and geographical factors impeded the effectiveness of our force's weaponry, allowing the enemy to engage us on more equal terms for a brief period. Only the 105th and 106th regiments in the eastern and western directions emerged unscathed. The local warlords, upon sending scouts to assess the situation, recognized the presence of a prepared army and refrained from recklessly intervening in the conflict. Upon hearing the details of the casualties and their causes, Wong Kuan instructed his subordinate commanders to return and organize their respective officers and strategists to devise methods for minimizing future personnel losses. Now, regarding the enemy's specific situation, Commander, during our engagement, we successfully eliminated approximately 45,000 enemy troops. Among them, over 6,000 were killed, while around 28,000 surrendered. Over 3,000 are reported missing, likely having fled the battlefield. Wong Hu reported on the enemy's post-war losses. The primary cause of these casualties was artillery fire. Each of our divisions is currently equipped with 200 ground suppression cannons, which, for the warlords of this era, are akin to harbingers of doom. Moreover, the damage inflicted by machine guns on charging personnel was substantial. Overall, rifles accounted for minimal enemy casualties, with artillery and machine guns being the principal contributors. Our consumption of various munitions constitutes nearly 60% of our total reserves. The remaining ammunition, alongside our daily training requirements, may pose a challenge should conflict arise. To achieve victory with minimal losses, it is imperative to increase our ammunition supply. Throughout history, warfare has always been driven by financial resources. While personnel compensation is manageable, the significance of weaponry, especially modern firearms, has escalated, rendering sufficient ammunition supply exceedingly crucial. Wong Kuan harbored no concerns regarding ammunition reserves, with a system in place. It merely required financial expenditure, while others would need time for production. Furthermore, with the city of Chongqing now under his control, he anticipated further rewards from the system by nightfall. After discussing the detailed post-war statistics, Wong Kuan remarked, "Despite our prolonged presence in the city, we have yet to encounter a single civilian. They likely fear that we will act as ruthlessly as those warlords. In this era, where the law is trampled by those in power, the common people must navigate their existence with utmost caution. In the future, we must transform the perceptions of ordinary citizens. For we are distinct from others. Earning the trust of the local populace is imperative. Thus, it is essential to swiftly restore normalcy within and outside the tea market. Moreover, the lives of orphaned children, who are still quite young, must be adequately arranged." After articulating these thoughts, he could not help but lament that while seizing territory is relatively straightforward, the true challenge lies in the governance of livelihoods thereafter. By 10 o'clock that evening, after deliberating on the future governance and development of the tea city, it became evident that their plans were largely derivative, tasking the soldiers with responsibilities typically reserved for the government, a considerable burden for them. The following morning, upon hearing commotion outside, the inhabitants of the house glanced out to see numerous soldiers putting up notices on the streets. Once the soldiers had passed, the nearby citizens emerged to read the contents aloud. It transpired that these were some decisions made the previous night, including policies aimed at pacifying the populace, such as the abolition of various head taxes. There were also infrastructure projects designed to provide work in lieu of relief, assisting those without income in augmenting their earnings. Among other initiatives, drawing on the experiences of previous generations, and after several days of promotion, the tea market began to regain its vitality. Subsequently, the leader procured some civil personnel from the system, gradually establishing the framework of governance. He began to delegate all matters concerning the populace. Though the number of personnel was limited, they were competent for the initial tasks at hand. As the territory expanded in the future, further recruitment or training of local individuals would address the anticipated shortages. In the ensuing days, these individuals organized the community to repair the damage inflicted by war upon the T-city, ensuring daily wages for laborers while significantly reducing the number of homeless individuals on the streets. The younger orphans and beggars were supported by the government, which established orphanages to secure their basic needs. It became apparent that as various initiatives progressed, the tea market stabilized day by day. Chapter 15. The aftermath of victory. During this period, through the efforts of the leader and his associates, the tea city gradually began to stabilize, with the repercussions of war slowly dissipating. However, the ripples of this aftermath spread throughout the entire province of Yunnan. The populace was filled with curiosity and trepidation regarding the rise of the leader. From an initial militia of over 1,000, it had burgeoned into a defense force of tens of thousands, marking an unexpectedly rapid development. The pace was astonishing to most observers. The governor of Spring City had sensed that the leader would not be an ordinary figure and had even hosted him for a meal. Yet he could not have anticipated that within such a short span, the leader would evolve into a warlord wielding military power. The governor of Spring City, reliant on the court's salary, was acutely aware of the current state of the court, unlike anyone else. It would take but a gentle nudge for this dynasty, which had endured for 3 centuries, to collapse entirely. At that juncture, these high-ranking officials of the Great Xia would be left to ponder their fates. The governor had initially sought to cultivate a relationship with the leader out of a desire for future support, hoping that at least someone would be willing to take him in during his own time of misfortune. The province of Yunnan now stands as one of the few remaining territories of the Great Xia not dominated by warlords and aristocrats. Thus, both external and internal ambitious figures are acutely aware of the implications of royal power, and it is evident that they can no longer remain idle. Significant actions are imminent. Due to the recent decline of the Wong family and their obscure historical dealings, their understanding of the underlying currents remains scant. General Liu, evidently cognizant of the weaknesses of the Duke's household, dispatched an envoy to the tea market, carrying a letter that meticulously analyzed the current situation, revealing his intentions to place early bets on the Wong family. On this particular day, Zhang Lingrui, the highest official of Yunnan, received word of Wang's annihilation of Zhang Bolin and began to frequently visit the local gentry, gathering his trusted confidants. Clearly, he was not inclined to remain in hiding any longer. The rise of Wang surpassed his expectations, and he feared the emergence of countless malevolent figures in the chaos. Within the grandest tavern of Spring City, he and a group of individuals were engaged in lively revelry, with his confidants and representatives of the landowners all in high spirits. After several rounds of drinking, Zhang Lingrui rapped the table, prompting silence as all eyes turned to him. Esteemed guests, we are all comrades here, so I shall speak plainly without circumlocution. As you all know, the court may collapse by tomorrow. I, Zhang, consider myself somewhat capable, and thus I am prepared to declare the autonomy of Yunnan no longer under the jurisdiction of Great Xia. In times of turmoil lies opportunity. I am eager to lead you all to soar like dragons and seize the moment for prosperity. I wish for all of you to enjoy boundless power and wealth, with your families flourishing for generations to come. After his declaration, he gazed expectantly at the landowners, awaiting their response. The die had been cast, and whether they would partake in his vision depended on their fortunes. Zhang Lingrui understood their unreliability. They cared little for who held power, as long as it did not impede their pursuit of wealth or threaten their familial interests. He held them in contempt, but required their financial backing. Over the years, he had sporadically gathered and trained an army of thousands, all funded by money. With his coffers now depleted, he had no choice but to enlist these wealthy landowners. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and one among them spoke. As long as General Zhang agrees to one condition, we shall provide whatever funds you require. From now on, whenever you need money, it shall not be an issue. Today, since we are assembled, we are unafraid to make demands. We ask only for one thing: a priority in the industrial and commercial endeavors of Yunnan, and the cancellation of agricultural taxes for our families. Their demands were simple. At their core, they desired land and wealth, with other matters deemed premature for discussion. Zhang Lingrui rose and raised his glass. I, Zhang, agree. As long as none of you retract your words, let us drink to this toast and celebrate our fruitful collaboration. The assembly lifted their glasses in unison, toasting to their newfound alliance. As the banquet concluded and he returned home, Zhang Lingrui, along with several trusted military confidants, exchanged cigarettes while deliberating the precise timing of their plans and the impending crisis of war that lay ahead. Zhang Lingrui has clandestinely asserted control over more than half of Yunnan province, leaving only the 4 cities and 2 prefectures at the far end. He commands a regular army of 60,000 troops, strategically dispersed among a multitude of smaller factions. Through years of bribery and persuasion, he has gained dominance over these local warlords, enabling him to control a significant portion of Yunnan without bloodshed. In addition to his regular forces, each city and prefecture boasts over 3,000 well-trained security troops. Were it not for the need to guard against prying eyes from Guizhou province, Zhang Lingrui would have already sent his 2 divisions southward to eliminate several warlords. The sudden emergence of Wong Kuan has nearly derailed his plans, prompting him to prepare for an open contest, allowing strength to determine the victor. As Zhang Lingrui consolidates support from landowners and wealthy families, the 2 warlords in the south are also making preparations. They are well informed and aware that Zhang Chongwan, the public figure in Yunnan, is secretly amassing power. Reluctant to surrender easily, they are intent on maintaining control over life and death, as well as the wealth and power it brings. Consequently, both warlords have begun to bolster their military might recklessly, forging connections with foreign arms dealers to procure weapons in bulk at exorbitant prices. They forcibly conscript able-bodied men from any ethnicity, punishing those who resist until they comply. Many citizens within their controlled territories are preparing to flee their homes, either seeking refuge in the deep mountains or planning to escape to Wong Kuan's T-City region. The calm has begun to ripple, and a tense atmosphere is spreading. Following Wong Kuan's annihilation of Zhang Bolan's forces, the government and military of the Sunfall Nation were incensed, as their prior investments of resources and capital had been entirely squandered. Though it may seem trivial to them, maintaining face is paramount for established powers. Thus, in the days that followed, the cabinet and military deliberated on how to regain their dignity and teach Wong Kuan a lesson while recovering some of their lost resources. They planned to mobilize a contingent of soldiers from their homeland, equipped with the latest weaponry from the Sunfall Nation, to traverse the sea and enter Gongbang country, intending to cross the border and punish the warlord known as Wong Kuan. On the 8th day following Zhang Bolan's downfall, a foreigner from Ruska arrived at the stronghold of the neighboring warlord, bearing the friendship of the Sunfall Nation. Their cabinet intended to support other warlords to collectively confront Wong Kuan. Ruska and the Sunfall Nation had evidently chosen this warlord, planning to extend assistance akin to that given to Zhang Bolan. The warlord, Wang Chun, was overjoyed, considering it a fortuitous windfall, and the 2 settled in for a detailed discussion. Wang, I believe you are aware of the formidable strength of your neighbor. Given your current capabilities, it may be challenging to retain your territory. We can offer assistance to help you withstand this threat and even facilitate your expansion. Should you agree to open the border ports and assist in the smooth sale of our goods within the Daxia territory, we will immediately provide you with a shipment of supplies at no cost, and subsequent purchases will be offered at a discount. Wang Chun, at present, cannot concern himself with the future, having readily agreed to the terms. Following a cordial exchange between the 2, Rusk achieved his objectives. The next day, he proceeded to the warlord's residence to the east of Wong Kuan, securing a deal under similar conditions. At this juncture, the province of Dian is rife with undercurrents, as various malevolent forces begin to reveal their true nature, while our protagonist, Wong Kuan, remains engrossed in the developmental planning of the T-City. Chapter 16. The burden of financial constraints. It has been over half a month since the conclusion of the T-City War, and the remnants of the conflict have been thoroughly cleared away. Aside from the still-standing city walls, one would scarcely suspect that this was a city recently ravaged by war. In recent days, Wong Kuan has meticulously planned the allocation of the reward supplies. Aside from the essential weaponry, he has devoted considerable time to organizing and strategizing the use of the industrial resources that can be temporarily utilized. In addition to equipping 3 divisions, it is the industrial rewards that truly captivate his interest. Among these are blueprints for the construction of a military factory and production lines for various weaponry, including firearms, ground support artillery, and corresponding ammunition production lines. Furthermore, there are production lines for flamethrowers, grenade launchers, landmines, and other assorted weapons. Notably, the rewards include not only foundational industrial technology and certain equipment, but also a production line capable of yielding 1 million tons of steel annually. Steel is an indispensable material in modern industry, particularly in weapon manufacturing. The advent of modern firearms is inextricably linked to steel, which requires substantial output. Even though the current daxia is marginally stronger than its historical counterpart, its annual steel production barely reaches 1 million tons, a figure that includes the outputs of local warlords and the imperial court. Additionally, there is a set of fertilizer production technology and equipment, equally vital. With fertilizers, grain yields can multiply several times. Given the arable land in the tea market, it could barely sustain the region's population. However, some of the technical equipment included in the rewards, even if available now, cannot be utilized due to a lack of fundamental resources, such as rubber and oil. Nonetheless, some rare metal smelting technologies can indeed be constructed at present, albeit with limitations on production capacity. In comparison to the information from the past, although this is not the same world, it resembles a parallel universe where the geographical environment remains largely unchanged. The province of Dian is rich in mineral resources, particularly rare minerals. It is anticipated that, once the steel mill is established, basic iron ore will need to be sourced from elsewhere, as, to his knowledge, there are no iron mines in the vicinity of the Tea City. However, the technologies and equipment that can currently be utilized cannot yet be constructed. At this moment, Wong Kuan primarily lacks funds and skilled personnel. While he could purchase technical experts from the system or employ its infrastructure workers, his financial situation renders such options unattainable. In the following days, he, along with his office staff, traversed the entire Tea City, assessing suitable locations for the establishment of an industrial park. It must be said that the Tea City is ill-suited for industrial development, as the entire area is characterized by mountainous terrain with scant flatlands. Lacking alternatives, he can only seek out several small flat areas to establish a few modestly scaled industrial parks. Now everything is in place. Only the east wind is lacking. Recently, aside from a few matters, he has been contemplating how to secure funding. The family's savings accumulated over the years have been nearly exhausted due to his previous expenditures. As the saying goes, a penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes, with the scant funds remaining. He must ensure the army's salaries and the daily development needs of the tea market. One day, he conceived a rather unorthodox idea and proceeded to the government office. Have you assessed the entire tea market in recent days? What useful resources do we possess? Commander, the tea market currently lacks any remarkable resources. Aside from tea and natural resources, these cannot be liquidated at present. Otherwise, how could half of the nearly 1 million population in the region suffer from chronic hunger? Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped for some local specialty that could be quickly monetized to secure funds, but it seemed that avenue was closed as well. Well, while you work, think of ways to secure short-term funding. I need capital to develop industry. The tea market currently has no development aside from industry. The arable land cannot sustain this many citizens. Exiting the government office, he continued to ponder whether to venture to Spring City or Shun City to seek high-interest loans from banks or moneylenders. If that failed, should he instigate conflict with the neighboring towns, hoping to reap the spoils of war? The Tea City and its surrounding towns relied solely on agriculture in this era. Living in dire poverty, even if he were to conquer them, little profit could be gained, leaving him to fight only when funds were plentiful. Walking down the street, Wong Kuan observed the passers-by, each with pale faces and frail bodies, a testament to malnutrition. To alleviate the people's suffering, substantial funds are required for development. Once the industrial park is established, a simple industrial chain could sustain the majority. In time, the astute could be trained as skilled workers, while the strong could earn a living through manual labor. Currently, even finding such labor is a challenge due to the underdeveloped industrial and commercial sectors. As he made his way back, he encountered a few individuals who appeared well-fed, but they were merely the families of a handful of landlords and gentry. These landowners thrived by monopolizing tea and medicinal herbs, engaging in border smuggling, or colluding with previous rulers to seize the people's wealth and land, living in opulence. Suddenly, he realized how foolish he had been, failing to see the golden opportunities before him while exhaustively searching for wealth. To quickly amass substantial funds, he pondered which landlord or gentry in the city might be in need of money. Those clans from the mountainous regions, rewarded by previous dynasties, had amassed countless treasures over centuries. Though they currently reside in remote forests, it was merely a tradition of their ancestors, not due to an inability to live in the towns below. In modern times, these clans have generally refrained from harming the populace. Such occurrences are rare. In contrast, the landlords and gentry who have lived here for generations primarily thrive by extorting the people and oppressing them. If they were all executed, none would be unjustly condemned. Moreover, the majority of the arable land lies in their hands, and the taxation system he has instituted is undoubtedly a source of discontent among them. Otherwise, after having controlled the Tea City for such an extended period, it is curious that none have come to pay him a visit. Their furtive exchanges with Zhang Bolenbach then occurred precisely because there was no land tax in place. Upon returning to his residence, Wong Kuan summoned the head of intelligence and instructed him to arrange for a few individuals to monitor the powerful families within the realm. He ordered them to compile evidence of their atrocities against the common folk, including smuggling and the illicit trade of opium. Additionally, he requested a thorough investigation into the notorious ruffians of the Tea City, as well as the misdeeds of various gangs, both large and small. Previously, he had lacked the capacity to address such lowly individuals, focusing instead on restoring the daily lives of the populace. Now, however, it was an opportune moment to resolve these matters, akin to striking two birds with one stone. In a civilized society, it is unwise to create trouble without substantial evidence. Although he possessed the ability to do so, it was prudent to refrain. Otherwise, he risked being perceived as a ruthless warlord who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, which would tarnish his image and adversely affect his future expansion and governance. In this era, the reputation of an individual serves as a weapon, with the potential to yield unexpected benefits when necessary. Chapter 17. The crimes of the landlord aristocracy on July 25th, after several days of investigation. Wong Kuan acquired incriminating documentation concerning these feudal lords. As he perused the files, he was astounded by the revelations. Some families were so heinous that their extermination could hardly quell the public outrage. He had previously contemplated their misdeeds as mere extortion of the populace, but now he realized his understanding had been superficial. If their actions were solely confined to siphoning off the people's wealth, they could still be considered somewhat conscientious. Having not lived in this era, it is nearly unimaginable to grasp the audacity of the feudal lords at the twilight of the dynasty. These individuals possess no concept of nation or ethnicity, only the perpetuation of their own lineage. Life in the previous world, with all its shortcomings, at least afforded sustenance and shelter. It could provide refuge in times of disaster and wield the law as a shield against oppression. However, this alternate realm of the Great Xia has decayed. It is indifferent to the lives of the common people, and its laws are trampled upon by local tyrants. They even enact their own laws solely to manipulate the fates of others at will. As Wong Kuan turned the pages, his indignation grew, and he felt a profound sense of discomfort, wishing fervently to dispatch troops to obliterate them. The thought of confiscating their wealth and annihilating their clans felt almost too lenient. Their opulent lifestyles are undeniably built upon the blood and suffering of the masses, and within the territory, only a few families retain a semblance of respect. The remaining 90% of the aristocracy bears guilt. Upon concluding his review of the materials, he felt a gnawing anxiety. It was no wonder that the national strength of the Great Xia was in decline. With such parasitic elements at the grassroots level, even the mightiest empire would eventually be depleted. It is a lamentable fate for the legacy established by his ancestors. And this merely scratches the surface of the local aristocracy's misdeeds. The organizations engaged in gang activities have yet to be thoroughly investigated, entangled as they are with foreign influences along the borders. Currently, he lacks the time to address these criminal syndicates, which can be dealt with later, as they pale in comparison to the landlords and gentry, suppressing the anger that surged within him. He took along his plainclothes security and decided to step outside for some fresh air. Otherwise, he feared he might order a raid on these individuals immediately. He was not yet prepared, waiting instead for the troops to assemble so that they could be dispatched to various locations, facilitating a comprehensive sweep. In July, the weather outside was sweltering, resembling a furnace. The streets were noticeably less populated than in the morning, giving off a somewhat desolate ambience. Their group boarded a vehicle, intending to visit the nearby town for a respite. Lee Family Town, a large settlement boasting a population exceeding 30,000, had surprisingly few residents bearing the surname Lee. The town earned its name from a wealthy gentleman of the Lee clan. The winding, uneven roads made for a bumpy ride as they arrived at their destination, stopping some distance away with the intention of exploring further. Upon entering the town, they sought refuge in a tea house where Wong Kuan and his companions settled down to quench their thirst with some tea. The establishment was bustling with patrons, providing an opportunity to listen to the voices of the common folk. After a sip, Wong Kuan found the tea quite delightful. It began bitter but concluded with a sweet finish, its rich flavor lingering on the palate. As he sipped his tea, he overheard two elderly men engaging in conversation not far away. "Ah, today the Lee family sent someone to collect rent again. Same here, we cultivate their land. Yet throughout the year, we hardly manage to save any grain, as it all goes to pay rent. Fortunately, the new city official has abolished our miscellaneous fees. Otherwise, we would be even worse off. What good does that do? They promptly raised our rents as soon as the head tax was lifted. Old Jiang, I am considering relinquishing the Lee family's land and seeking work in the city. I've heard it's better than farming." Listening to their fragmented dialogue, Wong Kuan sensed the urgency of addressing the landlord issue, particularly regarding the Lee family in this town. He recalled vividly the injustices associated with their holdings, much of which was acquired through deceit and violence, leaving a trail of suffering in their wake. While he endeavored to alleviate the burdens of the common citizens across the city, he had only retained a modest tax of 20% per acre, whereas the landlords had cunningly shifted their burdens onto the impoverished farmers. Compared to before, their income had hardly diminished, akin to a small knife pricking the skin, leaving him with a sense of grievance. Having grown weary of listening, he spent the afternoon traversing 3 or 4 townships, each mirroring the conditions of Lee Family Town, wealthy landlords flourishing while the populace struggled to subsist. Upon returning to the city, the weather had cooled, and the flow of people on the streets began to increase. The shops and stalls on either side buzzed with lively banter, and witnessing such scenes lightened Wong Kuan's heavy heart ever so slightly. However, fate has a penchant for irony, as they sat at a roadside stall enjoying snacks. A cacophony of shouting and fighting erupted ahead. Upon rushing to the scene, Wong Kuan and his companions beheld a tumultuous spectacle unfolding among the crowd. "Young Master Ho, I shall repay the debt. I implore you to spare my son and daughter. It is not my intention to trouble you. However, you have been delinquent in your rent for 2 months now, and the accrued interest is substantial. I do not wish to impose further.
If you relinquish your son to serve in my household and accept my daughter as my concubine, I shall absolve you of your debts and waive your rent for 3 years. What say you? Dear young master, they are still so young. Please show them mercy. I am willing to have them serve you, laboring tirelessly. You old fool, who would want you? A son can grow up gradually. He shall not go hungry. And your daughter is no longer a child. With that, he casually caressed the girl's cheek, causing her to pale in fear and retreat behind her father. At this moment, Wong Kuan grasped the essence of the situation. This affluent scion had brazenly seized land and property rights from the honest man before him. The battered, simple man had rented the land, but due to rising rents, he had fallen into debt and was apprehended on the street, where his children were openly seized as collateral. Witnessing the atrocious behavior of this landlord's foolish son, Wong Kuan gestured for the guards to apprehend young Master Ho. Is he not a foolish son? After taking control of the tea market, Wong Kuan had gradually distanced himself from the landlords and wealthy families, suppressing their businesses. Now, this young man showed no restraint, causing a disturbance in public. What are you doing? Do you know who I am, daring to meddle in my affairs? He shouted, directing his men to confront the guards. However, they faced seasoned soldiers. Seeing the situation turn against him, he ordered his men to draw their weapons while he brandished a gun, firing at one of the guards. Fortunately, his aim was poor, and the guard evaded the shot. Tragically, a bystander was struck by a stray bullet and died on the spot. Witnessing the chaos, the crowd quickly dispersed, seeking safety. Upon witnessing the senseless violence, Wong Kuan commanded the guards to shoot the foolish son, and the remaining assailants were swiftly dealt with. The guards, armed with Colt 1911s, unleashed their firepower, instantly taking down 4 individuals, including young Master Ho. The remaining assailants, terrified, dropped their weapons and begged for mercy. They were subsequently taken into custody. Wong Kuan, unable to quell his indignation, contemplated a raid on the homes of these wrongdoers, realizing that had he not intervened, a tragedy of familial ruin would have ensued. Chapter 18. Sharpening the blade for the lambs. Upon returning home at 6 o'clock, Wong Kuan inquired about the readiness of the forces for the impending raids. Commander, the last contingent will arrive by 9 o'clock tonight. If we are pressed for time, we can seize a few households within the city now. Should they attempt to alert their associates, it will be too late for them to escape. Commence the apprehensions at 8 o'clock. Every moment we delay grants them an advantage, Wong Kuan decided. Wong Hu, the chief commander of this operation, promptly set about his preparations. Little did these notorious wrongdoers know that their lives were now on a countdown. Wong Kuan picked up the documents that he had left on the table before heading out. Casting another glance at the evidence of these heinous crimes, he muttered to himself, I shall use you wicked nobles as offerings for the forthcoming prosperous era. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the principal members of the Ho family congregated in the living room, where the sound of weeping intermittently filled the air. The foolish young master's grandfather sat solemnly in a chair, awaiting clarification on the unfolding events. Soon after, a family member entered and reported, Second Uncle Sanner encountered a debtor in the streets and forcibly seized his children as collateral. Wong Kuan happened to witness the incident, leading to a confrontation, during which Sanner fired his weapon and was subsequently shot dead. Upon hearing this, the head of the Ho family erupted in anger, exclaiming, What audacity! Wong Kuan meddling in our affairs. Our families have always kept to ourselves, and yet he dares to offend us for the sake of a mere tenant. Does he not fear our retribution? Some in the hall, filled with righteous indignation, were eager for revenge, while others, with a dismissive grimace, pointed out, he wields a gun. How can we retaliate? Are we to charge headlong into danger? Enough with the clamor. Do you not feel ashamed? The family had admonished. He then turned to his sons, instructing, tomorrow morning, reach out to those families and inform them of Wong Kuan's actions today. We must coordinate our efforts to retaliate against him at an opportune time. I want the prices of all essential goods, grain, salt, and anything else we can influence, to be raised uniformly. The profits from this price hike will be entirely theirs. Tell them that if they endure this transgression, Wong Kuan will only grow bolder in his insolence. Why would they aid him in offending others? It is because they are all intertwined in a web of mutual benefit. Increase the rent for the tenants per acre. Let these commoners understand the severity of their situation. When prices soar and they can no longer afford to eat, let us see how Wong Kuan will respond. He must learn whom he should not provoke. Such admirable intentions. Alas, it is unfortunate that the scholar has encountered soldiers. They shall not have to wait until morning. At 8 o'clock, the streets of the city echoed with the sounds of vehicles heading in various directions. During this hour, laborers and vendors selling late-night snacks could still be seen. They observed military trucks transporting soldiers throughout the city. Could these be Commander Wong's troops? Is there a conflict brewing? Someone inquired. I haven't heard of any recent warfare here, came the response from a well-informed individual. Suddenly, someone gasped, their eyes widening. Could it be related to this afternoon's events? Look at the direction those military vehicles are heading. With some prompting, the perceptive among them began to grasp the implications, collectively uttering various exclamations of surprise. They sensed that an imminent crisis was unfolding, as they recognized that nearly every residence of the wealthy landowners in the city was being approached by 5 or 6 trucks. Indeed, it was not long before the sound of gunfire pierced the air. Meanwhile, within the Ho household, the meeting had yet to disperse. In a troubling turn of events, the demise of a debauched scion seemed to have cast a pall over the city, igniting impatience within the hearts of some. Before their grievances could fully materialize, the sound of the gates being forcefully flung open echoed, accompanied by the shouts of servants from the courtyard. The occupants of the drawing room, still in disbelief, were soon met with the thunderous march of military boots as a battalion of armed soldiers stormed in, disregarding the chaos within and commencing their arrests. A captain, donned in the uniform of a lieutenant, unfurled a warrant of apprehension, declaring, following investigations by the government and the defense forces, the Ho family has been found guilty of heinous crimes, including the merciless taking of lives and the illicit acquisition of property from others. By the authority granted to me by Commander Wong Kuan, I hereby order the arrest of the Ho family and their accomplices, who shall be taken to prison to await trial. Upon concluding his proclamation, he gestured for the arrest to commence. The drawing room erupted into a cacophony of cries for mercy, desperate pleas, and anguished wails. An elderly man seated at the head of the table, caught unawares, was abruptly seized and led away in handcuffs. Upon regaining his senses, he vehemently questioned, "By what right does Wong Kuan arrest me? Since his arrival in Chacheng, we have committed none of the alleged offenses. What authority does he possess over past transgressions?" Despite his protests, the soldiers remained indifferent, continuing their task of apprehending the accused. As the Ho residence was left with merely a few elderly women and infants, the arrests ceased, and a detachment was stationed to oversee the premises, ensuring that no belongings were removed or damaged. Meanwhile, not only were the Ho family members in the city apprehended, but other affluent clans, such as the Li, Wang, and Rin families, faced similar fates, experiencing identical circumstances. Although gunfire was reported from 2 households, it did not impede the ongoing arrests. On the streets, civilians lingered, eager for news, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Soon, they beheld a procession of vehicles arriving, illuminated by their faint headlights, confirming that prominent wealthy individuals were indeed being taken away. As the last car departed, cheers erupted from the crowd, with some expressing their elation vocally, while others shed tears of joy, revealing the deep-seated animosity towards these noble families. At precisely 9 o'clock, a contingent of soldiers invaded the Leaf family estate, the most affluent in the town, capturing the majority of its members. The commotion drew out the early to bed citizens, who gathered outside, straining to catch a glimpse of the unfolding chaos. Likewise, in various locales such as Majiabeo, Lixian, and Wangjiabeo, the families of wealthy landowners were also seized. For those once accustomed to wielding power and intimidating the common folk, that night marked a cataclysmic shift. Many remained perplexed by the actions of Wong Kuan, unable to comprehend why he would target them, for they belonged to a collective of vested interests. The apprehension of their kin seemed to antagonize the noble families of the realm, raising questions about the benefits Wong Kuan could possibly reap from such endeavors. However, regardless of their thoughts, they remain oblivious to the fact that the authority is least concerned about offending individuals like them. As for the title of Duke of the State, it holds no constraint for him. As long as he consistently stands with the common folk, no monstrous entity would dare to emerge. They would all be eradicated without exception. Chapter 19. The Judgment of Sin. The cheers of the people the following morning. Upon waking, the populace ventured out to inquire about the arrests from the previous night, engaging in discussions about the incident's origins among acquaintances. By noon, as reports from various regions corroborated one another, the citizens realized that not only had the major landowners of their township been apprehended, but similar figures from other townships and counties had also been taken into custody. Ultimately, even the prominent families within the city were nearly all apprehended, leaving only one family that dealt in medicine and the trade of medicinal herbs. After midday, officials from the governing body of the defense forces began to confiscate the assets of these families, subsequently dispatching agents to inventory these holdings, temporarily taking over certain operations that could not be halted. 3 days later, on the last day of the month, the government and the defense forces had organized all the assets of these families. After noon, Wong Kuan received the asset list and eagerly opened it for review. To his astonishment, he discovered that just the small landlord family from Li Town possessed 4,000 acres of fertile land, accounting for nearly 70% of the arable land in the entire township, all of which was of exceptional quality. The family's wealth was primarily derived from agriculture, commerce, and lending, with available liquid funds amounting to 120,000 taels of silver and a stockpile of 100,000 pounds of staple grains. This was indeed a manifestation of prosperity, with an influx of wealth and no outflow. It was no wonder that their tenants preferred to relinquish their leases rather than continue renting, as the entirety of their annual harvest was appropriated by the landlord. This was merely the asset of one gentry family. One could only imagine the cumulative wealth of all the aristocrats in the city. a staggering sum accumulated over generations spanning centuries. In contrast to the gentry of the same era in his previous life, those here were far superior. The landlords of his past life would scarcely be considered middle farmers by comparison. Wong Kuan recalled stories from his grandfather about a wealthy landlord during times of turmoil in their hometown, who owned 7 or 8 mules, 4 or 5 plow oxen, and over 500 acres of land. Such assets were renowned across dozens of miles. His grandfather's eyes sparkled with envy as he recounted those tales. Upon witnessing the wealth of a few prominent families in the city, one would find true opulence, with none possessing assets below 500,000 taels of silver. While their arable land might be somewhat limited, they held numerous land deeds from the counties and cities below. It was evident that these deeds had been cunningly acquired over generations through unscrupulous means, including usurious practices that targeted the modestly affluent. The wealth amassed over decades, even centuries, was indeed considerable. The daily consumer goods in T-City were monopolized by these families, resulting in a regional inflation rate nearly 30% higher than that of other provinces. As Wong Kuan perused the materials in hand, calculating the funds of each family, he found that the total liquidity reached an astounding 5 million taels. In addition to gold and antiques, last year, the tax revenue submitted by Yunnan province to the court had only just surpassed 5 million taels of silver. For these affluent families facing confiscation, aside from the infants and a few individuals, the rest awaited either execution or a lifetime in prison. As long as the monarch was in power, release was unattainable. As for the remaining infants and select individuals, they would reclaim their family homes, with the government providing a stipulated amount of provisions annually until they reached adulthood. Upon witnessing the heinous crimes committed by these families, the monarch even contemplated eradicating them entirely, wishing for their entire lineage to be reborn elsewhere. However, such an act was unthinkable. Otherwise, the common folk would only grow to fear him. On the following morning, the government began dispatching personnel throughout the city to announce that a public trial would be held on August 3rd for these individuals. In the days leading up to the trial, the judicial institutions were inundated with reports from those wishing to testify against the accused. On the day of the trial, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a makeshift courtroom had been erected outside the city, surrounded by a throng of eager spectators. On the platform, apart from the judges, the defendants awaited their fate. As the charges were read, the surrounding clamor fell silent. With each judgment rendered, applause erupted, and some could not restrain their tears, for they were victims or relatives of the victims. When one individual was sentenced to death, an elderly woman with sparse white hair fell to her knees, weeping and bowing her head in gratitude toward the platform. She was the daughter-in-law of the Oldley family from the east of the city. Her son had been severely injured while working for the Ho family and had succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter. Those aware of the situation whispered among themselves. 2 soldiers approached to assist the kneeling elder. This nation, like the descendants of Yin and Huang from ages past, has always regarded bowing as the most sincere form of gratitude, reserved for the heavens and their ancestors. As the litany of crimes was unveiled, one villain after another faced retribution, and the proceedings continued into the afternoon until the trials of these blood-sucking aristocrats were finally concluded. When the monarch ascended the platform to speak, the crowd erupted with cries of "Your Excellency, the Just One." The common people knew that only a divinely appointed figure would concern themselves with their fates. By eliminating these unscrupulous gentry, the monarch had become their Just One. Raising his hand to quell the uproar, the monarch addressed the crowd, stating, "I am not your Just One, and no one shall serve as your lord henceforth. As long as I preside over T-City, anyone who infringes upon the interests of the people or violates the laws of T-City shall not escape justice, neither through the government nor through my own hand." The people, who had just settled down, began to cheer with renewed fervor. The monarch calmed the excited crowd and continued, "All land confiscated will be rented to you based on household headcount. There will be no rent. You need only pay a 10% agricultural tax based on yield. Properties that were unjustly seized will be returned intact to their rightful owners once thoroughly investigated." A series of benevolent policies were articulated by the monarch, and undoubtedly, the specifics would be communicated by government officials dispatched to the towns to elucidate matters to the populace. In the ensuing days, T-City buzzed with activity as the once unimaginable notion of redistributing land from the wealthy was now a reality, with the common folk emerging as beneficiaries. In the current realm, the cultivable land, aside from that owned by landlords and wealthy gentry, is being uniformly reclaimed by the government at double the market price, subsequently leased to farmers free of charge. Each year, they are required to pay a negligible agricultural tax, ensuring that, barring significant disasters, their families will never face hunger. Initially, the monarchy harbored concerns regarding land reclamation, yet it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. In Yunnan province, the average price per mu of land is approximately 30 silver dollars, but the government is willing to offer 60, leaving no one unwilling to sell, especially since they will continue to lease the land for free, except for landless farmers. Most landowners possess a few mu of land, as landholders are indeed a minority, even if they decide against farming in the future and wish to pursue other employment. The proceeds from selling the land, given current prices, would suffice to sustain a family of 4 or 5 for several years. This can be regarded as a form of de facto common prosperity in another world, poised to invigorate the regional economy. With the land issue addressed, the monarchy now only has the fixed industries managed by the aristocrats to contend with, aside from those that must be operated by the government. The rest are set to be auctioned off, which will not only raise substantial cash, but also stimulate market circulation. As the date of August 10th arrived, an auction organized by the government under the auspices of the monarchy commenced. On this day, many merchants from both local and external realms gathered in the tea city, clearly divided as they awaited notification from government officials at the entrance. At 10 o'clock in the morning, as several officials donned in Zhongshan suits emerged, the previously clamorous crowd fell silent. They began to follow the staff to the auction venue. Once settled, an official took the stage, delivered a few welcoming remarks, and prepared to introduce the assets for auction. At that moment, an individual raised his hand and inquired, "Greetings, esteemed official. We, the gathered individuals, have elected me as a temporary representative, and we wish to pose a question. May I proceed?" The official on stage gestured for him to continue. "If we successfully bid on these assets, will the government later find a reason to confiscate them or increase our taxes?" Upon hearing this, the official grasped the concerns of the merchants, acknowledging that the recent actions in the tea city had indeed impacted many aristocratic landlords. Hence, he began to elucidate the legal policies within the tea market to the merchants. "Our commander is not one to break promises. You may not yet comprehend that the merchant class and the landlord gentry do not represent the same interests in our view. The former contributes positively to the development of the economy and society, while the latter represents an oppressive force that exploits the populace, hinders economic flow, and stifles regional growth. Coupled with their undeniable criminal activities, we are committed to combating these classes. Our commander is willing to sign agreements with you. As long as you operate in accordance with the law, pay taxes on time, and cooperate with the government's price guidance and regulation, we will ensure that your interests remain protected for as long as we are present in the tea city." Upon hearing this, the merchants felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that no other warlord in the vast territory of Daxia prioritized commerce and the livelihood of the people quite like the monarchy does. Subsequently, the auction commenced officially, beginning with the textile industry. 3 textile factories had previously been sealed off, and the attendees began to bid. Ultimately, a local businessman emerged victorious. Following this, various industries were auctioned, including meat processing, logistics, and grain processing. From morning until 4 in the afternoon, with a 1-hour intermission, the auction concluded flawlessly. In the evening, Wong Kuan received the auction data, revealing a total of 800,000 silver dollars had been raised. He could not help but marvel at the wealth of these individuals. Did he think these merchants were fools? They recognized Wong Kuan's potential and placed their bets early to create a favorable impression. Otherwise, who would venture to this impoverished locale to spend lavishly on such trivial industries? Merchants are gamblers at heart. In their eyes, Wong Kuan was a young and capable leader, with a formidable team at his disposal, possessing a significant opportunity to dominate the region. Perhaps in the future, he could even claim the heavens. What harm was there in taking a gamble? Even if Wong Kuan were to fail, the most they would lose would be a few thousand silver dollars each, which, for these merchants, was hardly a crippling loss. The funds from this auction and the confiscated assets, aside from the expenses incurred in land reclamation, would enable Wong Kuan to commence the construction of a fundamental industrial system immediately. Once these preliminary projects were completed, his strength would be exponentially enhanced. However, sometimes fate does not align with one's desires. Just as he was prepared to embark on significant industrial development, his intelligence network informed him that individuals from the sunsetting nation were clandestinely supplying arms to the warlords flanking him. Coupled with the news received a few days prior from Governor Liu of Spring City, he belatedly sensed the unease in Yunnan province. To the north, Zhang Lingrui was stirring, and the 2 warlords to the south were equally restless, denying him any opportunity for development. Fortunately, Zhang Lingrui still cared for his reputation and had not yet made his intentions public. However, his neighboring warlords were conspiring with foreign powers, demonstrating their utter disregard for anything in their quest for power. Under such circumstances, he could only invest considerable sums to hire a construction system to expedite the establishment of factories. Thankfully, this expenditure would not be in vain. System: how quickly can you deploy construction personnel to complete a military factory, a fertilizer and steel plant, and a small power station? Greetings, host. A single construction team would require a minimum of 3 months to complete these industrial facilities. However, you may hire multiple teams to commence construction simultaneously. This way, completion can be achieved in approximately 10 days. These teams will also install the manufacturing equipment upon finishing. You will only need to recruit personnel to begin production. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan was pleased to learn that he could hire multiple teams and that installation was included. What are the costs involved? The system responded. Each construction period varies. Therefore, the system stipulates that each team will cost $100 per day as a benefit to the host. This rate applies only to industrial construction. Affordable, remarkably affordable. It feels as though they are working for free, was Wong Kuan's immediate thought after hearing this. The personnel from the system came equipped with exceptionally advanced construction machinery. As he comprehensively understood the system for the first time, he encountered some machinery he had never even heard of in his previous life. As for the system's limitations, Wong Kuan was able to comprehend them. The following day, Wong Kuan convened a military conference to strategize military deployments in response to the current situation in Yunnan province, aiming to preempt any rash decisions by certain individuals to invade his territory. He currently possessed the equipment for 3 divisions and was preparing to conscript a 4th division, readying for potential assaults on 2 neighboring regions. Were it not for the existence of the system, sustaining the personnel of 3 divisions would have been utterly unfeasible. The military pay established by the defense forces was notably higher than that of others, with monthly salaries for each division amounting to 300,000 silver dollars. Additionally, the acquisition of elite officers and soldiers through the system meant that the monthly expenditure for his own division equated to at least that of 3 divisions elsewhere. The 1st Division was tasked with the 101st Regiment and the majority of artillery to defend the western entry point, while the 102nd and 103rd Regiments, equipped with the remaining artillery, were assigned to guard the eastern entry point. The remaining 2nd Division was to deploy 2 companies for recruitment, with the rest primarily focused on defending the northern entry point, ensuring stability for the upcoming month. After a month, as factories and power stations commenced production, he would no longer fear the specter of war. Following the military meeting, Wong Kuan summoned his cousin, Wang Hu, and instructed him, "Cousin, set aside your current tasks, or delegate them to others. This afternoon, mobilize a battalion of troops to return to our hometown, Spring City, and bring our family members here. We shall depart by vehicle tonight. There is no immediate concern for our home and ancestral residence. No one dares to encroach upon them for the time being." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu promptly went to prepare for the journey back to Spring City. The Wang family once possessed over 100 acres of fertile land. However, the recent conscription and procurement by the system had necessitated the sale of those properties and shops. Consequently, the family had little to occupy themselves with in Spring City. And given the current instability in Yunnan province, it was prudent to bring them to his location for safety. Chapter 21. An unexpected conflict on the following day at noon. 20 military trucks, transporting 20 small-caliber mortars and troops, arrived at the Duke's mansion in Spring City. A platoon of soldiers was dispatched to retrieve his family, while Wang Hu entered the Wang residence. Hearing the commotion outside, the family members emerged to investigate. Wang Yushi, upon seeing her cousin Wang Hu, inquired, "Cousin Hu, what brings you back? Where is my younger brother? Has he not returned?" "Yushi, the commander has not returned. He is currently occupied in Chaching and cannot leave. He sent me to fetch our family members to temporarily settle in Chaching due to the recent unrest. There may soon be warfare, and Spring City could also be affected. Please hurry and gather your belongings, taking only essential items. Leave the rest behind. There is no need to worry about the house. No one will dare to occupy it without permission." After relaying this, Wang Hu organized his soldiers to assist in the packing. Wong Kuan's 2 elder sisters, being sensible individuals, understood that their younger brother had arranged for their retrieval and instructed the household to expedite their preparations. After 2 hours of diligent effort, everyone was ready, and Wang Hu promptly directed the driver to set off. Just as they exited the city, Zhang Lingrui became aware of their departure. He had previously wondered why Wong Kuan had not relocated his family, trusting others so readily. At this moment, he contemplated arranging for someone to intercept and capture individuals as leverage. However, he was also apprehensive about the reckless retribution that Wong Kuan might exact. Moreover, he was unprepared, and a confrontation at this juncture would be decidedly unwise. After a moment of reflection, he decided to let things unfold as they would. Yet, Zhang Lingrui could never have anticipated that due to a minor mishap, one of his subordinates' regiments would nearly be decimated. As the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon, Wang Hu and his team were nearing the borders of Yushi. At this point, reconnaissance vehicles returned with a report indicating the presence of soldiers 2 kilometers ahead. Their return route diverged from the one they had taken, as they were traveling on official roads with family members in tow. Thus, the sighting of military personnel ahead was entirely expected. It would be abnormal to have no checkpoints at the border, especially since the Yunnan province had yet to be unified. Who could predict when the enemy might strike? Wang Hu glanced at the map. Taking a detour would waste several hours. They had to proceed directly, without deviation. He dispatched someone to notify the soldiers ahead, hoping they would grant passage. If not, they would address that later. A squad promptly boarded vehicles, and, after a half-hour wait, they finally spotted figures in the distance. However, the vehicles were nowhere to be seen, prompting Wang Hu to realize that events had exceeded his expectations. His soldiers hastily drove to retrieve the individuals, and upon their return, they learned the situation. Report to the commander. The military ahead is part of the Yushi garrison. They are detaining vehicles, leveraging them as tolls, and our numbers were insufficient for a confrontation, which would have embarrassed the defense forces. Wong Hu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with the soldiers' guilt. Engaging in a dispute when they knew they were outmatched would be foolish. The correct course of action was to retreat and regroup. After clarifying the circumstances surrounding the garrison, Wong Hu ordered everyone to disembark and prepare for combat. When someone was holding the defense forces' belongings, it was time to take action. With merely 3,000 infantrymen, lacking even a single cannon and armed only with a few machine guns, their strength was inadequate to pose a significant challenge to the defense forces. Meanwhile, the Yushi garrison actually belonged to Zhang Lingrue's command, comprising an entire brigade stationed to establish the first line of defense south of Chunqing. Currently, a regiment was on duty, and the regiment commander, upon seeing the confiscated military vehicles, was overwhelmed with greed, eagerly examining every inch of the trucks, nearly drooling in delight. At that moment, one of his subordinates voiced a concern. "Commander, what if we provoke conflict by detaining their vehicles? The defense forces of Wong Kuan are formidable." Without turning back, the commander replied, "What is there to fear? A few hundred of us can hardly be intimidated. Besides, this is our territory." They intruded without notice. Ignoring the worries of his subordinates, he continued to scrutinize the precious trucks before him, fully aware that apart from the defense forces, no one in Yunnan had access to such vehicles. Not even his superior, Zhang Lingruo, could afford them. Wong Kuan was indeed a tycoon. It was unfortunate that he was destined for calamity that day. His avarice clouded his judgment, and he failed to consider the repercussions of offending the defense forces. Just as he was inside the vehicle, fiddling with the steering wheel, one of his subordinates rushed over, speaking in haste. The regiment commander, upon discovering a troop of several hundred soldiers less than a kilometer away, leapt from his vehicle and bellowed for an urgent assembly. He instructed the battalion leaders to guide their forces to a position 200 meters to the rear, preparing for combat. Without delay, he raced to the rear to assess the situation. As he beheld the defending army, poised and ready for battle just 700 to 800 meters ahead, a wave of unease washed over him. Though he spoke bravely, the thought of actual confrontation filled him with dread. Their reputation preceded them. Having never tasted defeat since their inception, unlike his own troops, who had yet to set foot on the battlefield, it was too late to retreat now. Yet admitting fear was a blow to his pride. Once Wong Hu's side was prepared, he observed the opposing forces hastily gearing up for combat. He promptly instructed his communications officer, "Prepare for battle in 5 minutes. Each mortar should ready 10 shells for rapid fire." The mortars could discharge 10 rounds in less than a minute. After giving the orders, he patiently awaited the designated time. Some might question why he did not fire the shells earlier. The reason lay in the fact that the enemy had not yet fully assembled, and premature bombardment would not maximize the shell's destructive potential. Initially, they had set out lightly armed, bringing only 20 mortars, each of a modest 60 mm caliber, with merely 30 rounds per piece. As the defending troops hastily completed their preparations, they scarcely had a moment to catch their breath before shells began to rain down from above. In an instant, the entire defensive line erupted with the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries. The regiment commander shouted urgently for everyone to find cover. Quickly, quickly, seek refuge in natural depressions. Some individuals could only lie flat on the ground, adopting myriad postures, all in a desperate bid to survive the bombardment. Once the 10 rounds had been fired, Wong Hu raised his binoculars to survey the enemy, estimating their casualties before issuing another command. "Prepare for 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, the infantry shall charge, and each mortar will fire another 10 shells. This time, the interval between each shell would be 6 seconds, primarily to suppress the enemy's fire and shield the advancing infantry." He then awaited the arrival of the designated moment. Meanwhile, on the side of the defending troops, within less than a minute, 200 shells had landed on their positions. Due to the concentration of personnel and their inexperience with such rapid-fire bombardment, over 800 casualties were sustained in a brief span. Chapter 22. An unexpected war. Once the barrage ceased, the defending regiment commander, filled with despair at the scene before him, hurriedly seized the opportunity to arrange for the evacuation of the wounded. As for the deceased, there was little choice but to leave the bodies where they lay, as more pressing matters demanded attention. Just as they were frantically attending to the injured, a voice rang out from the front. "The enemy is charging. Prepare for battle." The troops hastily returned to their positions, lying prone and ready for the command to fire. At that moment, the air filled with the terrifying wails of incoming shells. And before they could find cover, dozens of flashes erupted from their positions, accompanied by cries of distress. Once again, they were compelled to seek shelter. Yet clearly, they could not afford to concern themselves with the enemy's advance. The defending infantry, shielded by the bombardment, surged forward over 100 meters in less than half a minute. At this moment, the members of the heavy machine gun team halted and took cover, commencing the construction of their gun emplacement, while the remaining infantry continued to charge forward. Bent over. In a mere minute, the militia had surged forward 300 meters, settling down to prepare for battle. Regrettably, the defenders were paralyzed by fear from the bombardment. Despite witnessing the enemy's advance, most remained prone, unwilling to raise their weapons to fire. Only a handful dared to shoot. Yet their marksmanship was so erratic that it was uncertain where the bullets would land. As the artillery fire ceased, some of the defenders began to lift their heads to observe, and the commander was ready to instruct his men to aim and fire when suddenly a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the distance, transforming into a deadly symphony of rifles and machine guns. He had never encountered such a fierce display of infantry firepower. It seemed as though every enemy soldier was armed with a machine gun, leaving his troops utterly powerless against the onslaught of their diverse weaponry. Observing comrades fall wounded or lifeless on the battlefield, the commander averted his gaze from their dying expressions, fearing to see resentment reflected in their eyes. Gritting his teeth, he led his men in raising their weapons to return fire, and gradually, the sounds of counterattacks began echoing from their position, supplemented by 4 machine guns firing from either flank 100 meters away. He sensed a diminishment in the enemy's firepower, but before he could savor this realization, several shells accurately struck the machine gun position, obliterating everything in their wake, leaving not even a stock of a machine gun intact. Now, he found himself at a loss. The scant military training he had received did not prepare him for the challenges of fighting against overwhelming odds, nor did it equip him with strategies for infantry to combat artillery. At this moment, Wong Hu was equally perplexed. He marveled at the enemy commander's resolve, unwilling to surrender even when faced with such dire circumstances. Anxiety began to creep into his mind as his battalion's ammunition was running low, having already expended nearly 60% of their supplies. What would they do if the enemy received reinforcements? Even one more regiment would pose a significant threat, particularly with dwindling ammunition. Communicate with the frontline troops and urge them to call for the enemy's surrender. Let us see how they respond, he instructed. Shortly thereafter, the militia ceased their fire, and someone from their ranks shouted an exhortation for the enemy to surrender, warning them of the dire firepower that awaited should they refuse. Commander, they are demanding our surrender. What should we do? One of his subordinates inquired. Do you believe we should surrender? The commander retorted. His subordinate turned to gauge the reactions of the soldiers around them. The commander followed suit, observing that the shooting had ceased, and he could discern a longing in their eyes for him to order a surrender. From the moment they recognized the enemy and prepared for battle to now. In just over half an hour, his soldiers had seemingly traversed from paradise to hell, with casualties exceeding 1/3 of their number. If the fighting continued, it would not be long before his battalion of over 3,000 would be rendered combat ineffective. Faced with this reality, a sense of despondency washed over him. While he understood the futility of their situation, charging into the jaws of danger might be deemed heroic. But he could not bring himself to sacrifice the lives of his brothers for the sake of glory. Gazing at his comrades, he steeled himself and resolutely instructed those around him. Mouse, you reply to the defense forces and inform them that we accept their surrender. Upon delivering this message, a sense of relief washed over him, and the tension that had gripped him dissipated, leaving him feeling somewhat deflated. Wong Hu remained poised, awaiting a response from the opposing side. Should they refuse to surrender, he would be compelled to retreat down an alternate path. The situation did not allow for a direct confrontation. After a brief wait of 2 to 3 minutes, a communications officer approached with news. Commander, the enemy has agreed to surrender. The 3rd Battalion commander is preparing to go over for the handover. Wong Hu raised his binoculars and observed the enemy soldiers, under the direction of the defense forces, discarding their weapons and crouching with their hands on their heads. He promptly made his way over. Upon reaching the enemy's position, the 3rd Battalion commander approached him accompanied by an enemy officer. Commander, this is the regiment commander of the garrison forces. After this introduction, he departed to manage the situation at hand. Greetings, Commander Wong. I am the regiment commander of the Yushi Garrison Brigade, and I am now your prisoner. Wong Hu could not help but scrutinize the man before him, pondering what audacity had compelled him to seize his military vehicle. Hello. I must inquire. Knowing full well we are the defense forces, you still dare to detain our belongings. You are quite bold, Wong Hu remarked with a hint of amusement. At that moment, my greed blinded my judgment. I never anticipated such consequences, the garrison commander responded. Well, it's too late to discuss it now. We are pressed for time and have no leisure to settle scores. Wong Hu then called out to the 3rd Battalion commander in the distance. Collect all their weapons and take them away. Provide simple medical treatment to the severely injured. The remaining personnel, bind them in groups of 10. Be swift. We shall regroup in 20 minutes. With that, he turned his back on the regiment commander and departed. Wong Hu felt a measure of relief. Had the enemy constructed any fortifications, the quantity of ammunition he possessed might have posed a significant risk. He surveyed the enemy's position, which could hardly be deemed a stronghold, merely a low earthen mound, scarcely a meter in height, devoid of any cover. Moreover, the personnel before him were evidently inexperienced recruits, huddled together in tight clusters, firing indiscriminately, thus inviting artillery fire upon themselves, a fitting testament to the prowess of the defense forces gunners. 20 minutes later, the battlefield was left with only the wounded and the bound captives, while the defense forces had departed with the confiscated arms. The fate of these defeated soldiers was no longer of concern to them. Providing basic medical care to the injured was commendable enough, as the defense forces were eager to return home. Although this skirmish bore little impact, it significantly influenced Zhang Lingrui, prompting him to change his stance and openly declare Yunnan province's secession from the court, triggering a domino effect that ultimately led to the collapse of the Great Xia, ushering in an era of chaotic warlords and regional factions across the land of Yin and Huang. However, that is a tale for another time. The origins of the events had yet to unfold. Chapter 23. Industrial Development. On the morning of August 12th, after completing his tasks, Wong Kuan summoned the system to embark on his spending journey. System, I wish to purchase 4 construction teams. Certainly, host. Would you like me to introduce the advantages of various construction teams? No longer necessary. If I were to make a purchase now, how would I proceed with the payment? Previously acquired materials came at a fixed price. Payment was straightforward. However, the current expenses for the engineering team are calculated on a per capita, per day basis. The system has already computed the completion dates: 13 days for the military factory, 13 days for the steel mill, 10 days for the small power plant, and 8 days for the fertilizer factory, with a total of 1,300 personnel across 4 teams. A sum of 13,000 silver coins is required for the system. Wong Kuan promptly settled the payment, allowing the system's personnel to commence work the following day. Next comes the matter of technical staff, which entails a significant expenditure. A total of 1,500 personnel were procured, with additional recruitment from external sources to adequately meet the demands of the various factories' operations. Further funds were expended on supplementary materials necessary for the factories, including wiring, small forklifts, and loaders. After concluding the procurement of personnel, he found himself with little to occupy his time and began contemplating future development plans. Currently, there remain numerous industrial facilities within the system's rewards that cannot yet be constructed. For instance, the oil industry is rendered useless in this area due to the absence of oil fields, while Daxia possesses oil fields. Their yield, however, is minimal. Additionally, some metallurgical technology and machine tool manufacturing equipment are not feasible to pursue at this moment, as he lacks the energy and time to expand operations on such a grand scale. His territory is still small, allowing him to identify and address deficiencies on his own. Only when his domain expands and sufficient manpower is available will he consider further construction. What he currently lacks is time. In his previous life, he often envied protagonists in novels endowed with systems, who faced no worries and effortlessly overcame their adversaries. As for economic development and public welfare, that is purely a matter of metaphysics. Soon, as his territory gradually expands, he will inevitably find his own capacity insufficient. Relying on the system to procure administrative personnel is not a sustainable solution. He must prioritize local talent, complemented by personnel from the system, to govern public welfare and local affairs. At present, one candidate stands out in his mind: the appointed Commander Liu from the Spring City Court. From his recollections, this individual is a rare official who genuinely serves the populace. The fact that Spring City has managed to maintain stability during this tumultuous era, ensuring that the populace does not suffer starvation, speaks volumes of his governance capabilities. It is a pity that he is a man born in the wrong time. Had he existed in an era of political clarity and virtue, he would have undoubtedly risen to prominence. A few days prior, Wong Kuan was so engrossed in seizing wealth that he failed to notice the shifting sentiments in Yunnan province. Following his apprehension and trial of landlords and gentry, a considerable uproar ensued throughout Yunnan. Initially, some bureaucratic gentlemen from the landlord class intended to align with him, recognizing their shared social status and the significant influence of the duke's title. However, from their perspective, Wong Kuan has betrayed their class, now siding with the common folk, thereby positioning himself as an adversary to them in the future. Some cannot comprehend how, even if Wong Kuan were to conquer the realm, he could maintain his authority without the support of these local landlords. Consequently, the prominent families of Yunnan have largely shifted their allegiance to Zhang Lingrui, who is backed by the landlord and gentry class, as appointed by the court. Regrettably, even if the monarchy were aware of the sentiments harbored by these individuals, it would remain indifferent. This social class, significantly influenced by the feudal dynasty, is poised to lose its power as the Great Xia dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse. In the ensuing chaos of warlords, their influence will be utterly diminished. At that juncture, these groups will merely serve as the warlords' cash cows. In moments of joy, they may be met with amiability, yet in times of discontent, they could face violent confiscation, with the warlords' endorsement leading to utter annihilation. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wong Kuan received a message from his cousin detailing the precarious situation at Yushi. As he was on-site and unaware of the specific circumstances, he entrusted his cousin with the matter, emphasizing only the safety of their family. Although he declared full confidence in Wong Hu's capabilities, he found himself restless in his room, pacing back and forth. After all, his sister was there, and any misfortune would haunt him with regret. As time passed, he finally received news from Wang Hu. The war had concluded after a toll of over 60 casualties, and they were now hastening back. Wong Kuan felt a weight lift from his heart. The following morning at 9, Wong Kuan summoned the construction personnel from the system and instructed the government officials to proceed to the predetermined site to commence the groundwork for the factory and the installation of cables. Meanwhile, he awaited the arrival of his family. Shortly after 10, several vehicles arrived at the entrance of Wong Kuan's residence. He had been waiting outside, and upon seeing his two sisters alight from the car, his eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. It had been a long time since he had seen his relatives, and influenced by the memories of his former life, his sisters held an immensely significant place in his heart. At that moment, as Wang Yushi and Wang Ruoshi stepped out and saw Wong Kuan, they could no longer contain their longing and rushed forward to embrace him tightly, tears streaming down their faces. "Little brother, you never come back to see us. Do you know how worried we have been?" Never before had Wong Kuan been away from home for such an extended period, and compounded by the war encountered on his return journey, the sisters had experienced some fright. Now, seeing Wong Kuan again, their emotions could no longer be restrained. As he was enveloped by their embrace, Wong Kuan's eyes also glistened with moisture. However, as the commander of an army, he felt the need to maintain his composure at the entrance, quickly comforting his sisters. "All right, elder sister, second sister, we are reunited now. We should be joyful, not in tears. Let us step inside." Once he had calmed his sisters, he instructed the guards and household servants to carry the luggage from the vehicles into the house. He and his sisters then walked towards their home, preparing to welcome them with warmth and hospitality. At noon, the family gathered amidst laughter and chatter to share a meal, discussing their recent lives. The two sisters seemed well, spending their time reading and tending to plants at home. However, when Wong Kuan recounted the war from a month prior, they were filled with concern and trepidation. As he spoke of the recent actions against the landowners and the gentry, they expressed their disdain for such individuals. Having grown up, they had never witnessed their family commit acts of violence against the common people, fostering a deep-seated aversion towards these local aristocrats. The three siblings engaged in conversation until 3 or 4 in the afternoon before they began to disperse. Wong Kuan intended to inspect the progress at several industrial sites, while the two sisters prepared to tidy up the home. Upon arriving at the construction site, which was cordoned off by barriers, Wong Kuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the output of the system is commendable. Both the equipment and personnel are of the highest caliber." After spending 2 hours touring various construction sites, he found the conditions to be largely consistent, which put his mind at ease. According to the timeline provided by the system, he would be able to commence operations in just 13 days. At that time, he would not need to spend any money on basic weapons, as the system calculated that the cost of his production would be lower than that of the system itself. In the future, should finances become tight, he could manufacture inferior equipment and sell it to distant warlords, aiming to monopolize the national arms market before he had the capacity to unify the country. The mere thought of waging war against them was exhilarating. Chapter 24. The astonishment of all. Since the arrival of his two sisters, Wong Kuan's home had become lively. Previously, returning home alone always felt desolate. In recent days, every time he returned, there were warm greetings and meals prepared in advance. One day, while dining and chatting with his sisters, he sensed that his second sister appeared somewhat out of sorts and inquired if she was feeling unwell. "Second sister, you seem a bit off today. Are you feeling unwell?" The elder sister, upon hearing this, hesitated, opening her mouth as if to speak, and glanced at the second sister, saying, "It's not that she is unwell. She is just feeling bold and wants to venture out into the world." Upon hearing the elder sister's remark, the second sister quickly retorted, "Not at all. I merely wish to explore the outside world and utilize my knowledge to assist others." "I see that your studies abroad have made you restless. You can no longer stay at home," Wong Kuan observed, finding the situation amusing. It was the first time he had witnessed his two sisters bickering. Throughout their lives, they had seemed like ethereal beings, never raising their voices in conflict. Today's quarrel held a certain charm. As he contemplated this, the second sister turned to him for support, saying, "Little brother, you should weigh in on this. Big sister is stuck in old-fashioned thinking. What era are we in? She still harbors biases against women, forgetting that she is a woman herself." "Who has biases against women? I merely worry about you going out alone," the elder sister countered. Seeing their endless squabble, Wong Kuan interjected to put an end to it. "You two, cease your argument for a moment. I have a question. Second sister, why the sudden desire to venture out?" "I studied medicine while abroad, and naturally, I wish to see if there are hospitals in the country that align with my ideals," the second sister replied. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan understood that she was reluctant to forfeit her hard-earned knowledge. "There is no need for you to go out. I plan to establish a school soon, encompassing various disciplines, where you can teach. The government is also preparing to establish hospitals, and you could work there instead of venturing outside. Especially given the current chaos, it's quite unsafe out there." "Is that true? You are planning to establish a hospital? That is wonderful. I wouldn't need to go elsewhere to apply what I've learned," the second sister exclaimed with joy. The elder sister sighed in relief, her face breaking into a smile. The royal authority has long harbored intentions of establishing an educational system. As with further development, the demand for talent will only intensify. Relying solely on systematic talent would be unwise. It is apparent that the system itself would prefer not to depend entirely upon it, as advancements in technology, economic growth, and the construction of livelihoods cannot be achieved without the support of skilled individuals. Should reliance on systematic talent persist, a century hence, the lands of Yin and Huang will inevitably be vulnerable to external domination. Having adeptly resolved the matters concerning his second sister, the royal authority departed from home to engage with government officials regarding subsequent issues related to education and healthcare. As the date advanced to the 27th, the factories in the Tea City were completed. The royal authority, accompanied by family and government officials, as well as a few reputable and affluent merchants who aligned with his aspirations, proceeded to observe the inaugural production at the factories. Their first stop was the power station constructed upon the river. Upon witnessing the technologically advanced edifice before them, the local populace's eyes widened in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Subsequently, technicians from the system began to elucidate the particulars of the facility to the visitors. Although this power station may be deemed small-scale by the system's standards, it must be contextualized within the era. Given the industrial underdevelopment of this time, the Great Xia possesses over 100 power plants. Yet their annual output barely reaches 700 million kilowatt-hours. Moreover, these facilities primarily supply the provincial capitals and cities with industrial foundations, leaving remote and underdeveloped locales like the Tea City in the shadows. The visitors, having previously encountered electricity, understood its conveniences. They had never dared to envision when the Tea City might harness such power, and now, witnessing its realization before their eyes, how could they not feel exhilarated? Although they were unfamiliar with technical terms such as installed capacity, they grasped that this power station could provide electricity for the majority of the Tea City's inhabitants. This small-scale hydroelectric facility, produced by the system, boasts an installed capacity of 150,000 kilowatts, and with an output efficiency of 60%. It is projected to generate approximately 600 million kilowatt-hours annually, which would fully suffice for the current electricity demands of the royal authority. The power station was set to commence operations in the afternoon. As for the lighting facilities in residence homes and certain electrical goods, local merchants would transport them from outside. A profit he deemed negligible. He had auctioned off many industrial operating rights, and such trivial profits held little significance for him. This included military uniforms and boots, for which he planned to initiate a bidding process for production in the near future. After touring the power station, the royal authority led the group to the steel mill. Upon hearing the technician's explanations, the visitors were rendered speechless in awe. The significance of steel to a power's strength was not lost on them. Throughout history, copper and iron have been regarded as strategic resources, and this is especially true in an era rife with warlords. A steel mill capable of producing 1 million tons annually would undoubtedly provide any domestic faction with the wings to soar. The military manufacturing facility was not intended for public viewing, as it pertained to arms, and the royal authority preferred to keep such matters discreet. Finally, they arrived at the fertilizer production plant, which could manufacture a variety of fertilizers with an annual output of 50 million tons, more than sufficient to meet the Tea City's needs, with surplus available for export. However, the current production materials need to be procured externally. In the future, he will gradually establish a complete industrial system, at which point many essential resources can be produced in-house. As the public becomes aware of the industries established by Wong Kuan, they can perceive his immense ambition. Although he is presently focused on the tea market, they believe it will not be long before Wong Kuan soars to great heights, unleashing a powerful roar to the outside world. When noon arrived, Wong Kuan arranged for someone to escort them back and brought his two sisters to the military production facility. Upon entering the factory, they were greeted by rows of processing lathes and equipment. The vastness of the factory instilled a sense of the advanced nature and allure of industry. His sisters were initially unaware of the purpose of these machines, but after the staff provided explanations, expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. Although they had limited knowledge of external warlords, they were aware that many of the warlords' munitions were imported, with only a few types being produced domestically. And both the quantity and quality remained concerning. Particularly, the second sister, who had studied abroad and possessed some understanding of this field, remarked, "Little brother, the weapons you produce are more advanced than those of many countries. Truly impressive. Especially in the country where I studied, they are still using bolt-action single-shot rifles. And they cannot even manufacture some artillery themselves." Upon hearing her words, the eldest sister was even more astonished. Lacking comprehension in this area, she felt a surge of joy and pride for Wong Kuan upon hearing her sister claim that their weapons surpassed those of the great powers. After the tour concluded, Wong Kuan began issuing orders to the various factories to commence trial production starting tomorrow. Without the need for full-scale output initially, progress would be gradual. The completion of these factories alleviated a significant burden from Wong Kuan, allowing him to expand his ambitions freely. Chapter 25. Unexpected news. While Wong Kuan was focused on developing in the small border town, the entire realm of Daxiao was engulfed in tumult. On August 20th, representatives from 8 nations gathered in the imperial capital, bringing with them a resolute stance. Within the capital's cabinet, tensions were palpable. As key participants, representatives from various nations and officials of Daxia engaged in fierce debate. Mr. Wu, no matter how much you protest, it will be of no avail. We have come here with a firm resolve and will not relent until our objectives are met. Your court must open trade ports, allowing our merchants to engage in free commerce. Moreover, once you open these ports, our advanced technologies and products can bring substantial benefits to your nation. You are well aware that your current industrial development is quite inadequate. We can assist Daxia in advancing its industry by providing various industrial technologies. Isn't this a mutually beneficial solution? Upon hearing these words, the cabinet's chief minister, Wu Hongji, appeared visibly displeased. Your words sound appealing, but opening trade ports will mean that goods within our territory cannot compete with yours. Do you truly believe you would benevolently assist Daxia in industrial development? Furthermore, you demand the opening of all coastal cities. I doubt our emperor would ever agree to that. After speaking, Wu Hongji turned to look at the royal representative, awaiting a response. Indeed, upon my arrival, the emperor had already instructed me that all matters would be determined by the grand minister of the capital. The representatives of the various powers across from us furrowed their brows after hearing the words of these 2 emissaries from the Great Xia. I believe you have yet to comprehend that our purpose here is not to seek favors, but to demand your acquiescence. Should you refuse, our formidable naval forces, equipped with powerful artillery, shall compel you to comply through warfare. This is the pressure exerted by the representatives of the Sunset Nation upon the Great Xia. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that they finally emerged. As they departed, the representatives of the powers issued threats, declaring that 2 months hence would mark the final deadline for their ultimatum. In this world, the powers have yet to establish any semblance of colonial control over the Great Xia, for the realm had, in its earlier days, completed an industrial revolution characterized by the steam engine. However, the court subsequently declined significantly, lacking the vigor to keep pace with the power's second industrial revolution. Were it not for the industrial foundation of the Great Xia, they would have already sought an excuse to invade. For who would engage in mere negotiations with the Great Xia? Their own domestic conditions are far from favorable, having only recently emerged from the devastating conflicts of the Western European War and are now striving to recuperate and develop, necessitating the market within the Great Xia. Through their industrial advantages, they aim to flood the market with low-priced goods and voraciously plunder the resources of the Great Xia. The coalition of powers presents itself as a show of strength, for they prefer to avoid the use of military force whenever possible, as they have yet to fully recover from their previous wounds of war. Against 1 or 2 nations, the Great Xia holds its ground. After all, is it not true that numbers confer strength? The following day, the cabinet officials reported the events of the previous day in their entirety to Emperor Xingde, awaiting his decision. Yet, there was little optimism for the Great Xia. Should they refuse, military might would be employed to compel compliance. That evening, within the study of Wu Hongji, both of his sons and a trusted confidant were present. Wu Hongji recounted the occurrences of the day, concluding that the court would undoubtedly acquiesce to the foreigners. The court is feeble and inept, and it is evident that they are on a downward spiral. We are bound to this decrepit vessel, teetering on the brink of hell. Were it not for my clandestine control over half of the Zhili region, I would have long since severed ties with the court and declared autonomy. Wu Hongji harbors grand ambitions. Not only does he seek control over the half of Zhili currently under the court's dominion, but he also aspires to command the provinces of Yunnan, Shaanxi, and Guangdong, which still belong to the court. In doing so, he would engage with capital and influence in this chaotic world, aspiring to seize the throne. However, the actions of the powers have disrupted his plans. If the court opens trade, the warlords and local factions will inevitably conspire with the powers to seize control of the realm, rendering his prior efforts futile. Father, is there any way we can thwart or delay the actions of the powers? Inquired his younger son. It is not feasible. The powers require the resources of the Great Xia for their own domestic needs and have come with a resolve to engage in battle if necessary, Wu Hongji replied. Then, my lord must make preparations in advance. We have now seized control of half of Zhili. In the coming 2 months, we must focus on consolidating our hold over Guangdong or Yunnan. Once trade ports are opened, the Great Xia will crumble entirely, as those warlords have long desired independence. The group deliberated until late into the night before departing, with plans to assist Wu Hongji in securing control over the other provinces. In the imperial palace, the Emperor Xingde found himself alone in his study after the departure of numerous officials, contemplating the precarious state of the Great Xia. He understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone. Even in the absence of foreign powers, the dynasty could not endure for long. The regional warlords grew increasingly restless, and the arrival of foreign forces merely hastened the inevitable collapse of the Great Xia. Although he could have dismissed their demands today without concern, he chose to grit his teeth and refuse, seeking to spare future generations from the burden of disgrace. During the warlord's ascendance, his family's livelihood had remained secure, as no one dared to jeopardize them for fear of public outrage. It was a pity to see such a magnificent land squandered. That evening, he visited the ancestral hall dedicated to the royal lineage, bowing before his forebears. "I am ashamed before my ancestors. The realm is in peril, and my descendants are powerless to avert this fate. 30 years ago, I ascended to the throne, and since that time, I have not known a single peaceful night. Each day and hour has been consumed by the arduous task of governance, striving to restore the Great Xia to its former glory. Yet, the world changes too swiftly. Our dynasty has decayed, and it is now beyond salvation. The court has entirely lost control of the provinces, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Ancestors, I kneel and implore your forgiveness for my impotence." With a heavy heart, he prostrated 3 times, then rose and departed, his figure a silhouette of profound despondency. As dawn broke the following day, news of the foreign powers' coercive demands began to circulate throughout the capital, igniting fervent discussions among various social strata in diverse settings. The information gradually spread beyond the imperial city, and it was only a matter of time before various factions would emerge, either seeking to ally with foreign powers or preparing for a desperate struggle to expand their influence through warfare. Little did anyone anticipate that in a southern border city, there resided an ambitious figure who had quietly laid the groundwork for expanding his power, unnoticed by the world preoccupied with other matters. On the day the sovereignty factory was completed, the tempest of events in the capital finally reached Yunnan province. The intelligence department had received the news and was relaying it to the tea market. By the time Wong Kuan returned home, intelligence agents were already awaiting him with the latest updates from the capital. Upon reviewing the recent developments, Wong Kuan felt a twinge of surprise. It appeared that the foreign powers had grown impatient. In earlier times, they had each fought their own battles, attempting to persuade or threaten the Great Xia to open its ports, each desiring to monopolize the benefits. Now, they had lost their patience and began to unite in their coercive tactics. Alas, it seems the Great Xia truly has little time left, Wong Kuan mused. The foreign powers found it easy to summon deities but difficult to dismiss them. These descendants of marauders would not relent until they had extracted every ounce of value from the Great Xia. In due time, ambitious figures would align with them, declaring their independence. Should any unforeseen events transpire, it might hasten the dynasty's demise. This, however, would be advantageous, as waging war under the title of Duke of the Great Xia would invariably tarnish his reputation abroad, especially considering that the Great Xia was founded by his ancestors. Rising from his seat, Wong Kuan gazed at the sky, envisioning a future where the land of Yin and Huang would be engulfed in the chaos of war. Chapter 26. Zhang Lingrui's clear cards. On the day Wang Hu returned to the Tea City, Zhang Lingrui became aware of the clash involving his men and the security forces, which ended in a devastating defeat. He was unwilling to wait any longer and immediately commenced preparations for deployment. He instructed his intelligence operatives to focus their efforts on the tea market, ensuring meticulous surveillance of Wong Kuan and his troops. It was imperative to avoid a repeat of the previous incident when a regiment's forces reached Spring City before they were even notified. He was determined to thoroughly investigate the military equipment of Wong Kuan's forces to gauge the specific disparities between their strengths. The capabilities of Wong Kuan's troops exceeded his expectations. Although Zhang Bolan's defeat had made him wary of Wong Kuan, he had not taken it too seriously. However, the recent minor skirmish had sounded alarm bells for him. Currently, Wong Kuan commanded only 2 divisions, totaling over 20,000 soldiers. If he waited for his original plans to materialize, Wong Kuan would likely expand significantly. Zhang Lingrui was a complex character. One could label him as arrogant. Yet he was astute enough to navigate alliances within Yunnan province. Conversely, he could be seen as modest, believing himself to be the foremost strategist behind the scenes in the province. The recent conflict had awakened him, prompting a flurry of military arrangements in the days that followed. As previously mentioned, Zhang Lingrui clandestinely controlled a significant portion of Yunnan, yet his military strength was somewhat dispersed. Of the 60,000 troops under his command, aside from the 30,000 stationed at the northern border, the remainder were scattered, assisting local security forces. He began to consolidate his forces from various regions to fortify the southern military defenses, as he had grown apprehensive of Wong Kuan's army. At this moment, ensuring the security of the southern front was paramount. Deploying 2 elite divisions and a security regiment of 15,000 was a considerable investment, primarily aimed at countering Wong Kuan's northern expansion. As for the other 2 warlords, he regarded them with indifference. Simultaneously, to maintain his grip on power, he sought excuses to dismiss local officials, particularly those appointed by the court, finding ways to replace them. Within a matter of days, key officials in northern Yunnan were completely replaced, including Lu Weimin from Spring City. Zhang Lingrui held a certain admiration for Lu, Yet, as previously mentioned, his misfortune lay in being born in the wrong era. Lu Weimin, however, was somewhat prepared for this eventuality. He had long anticipated this day and had advised his confidants to consider alternative paths. He understood that the moment Zhang Lingrui emerged prominently would be when he lost his position. For those wishing to continue their political careers, he would endeavor to pave the way. For those disinterested in politics, returning home to live as affluent individuals would suffice. While Zhang Lingrui was making significant moves in the north, Wong Kuan initiated a new round of conscription training, a mere half-month since the last recruitment concluded. Initially, he had no intention of expanding his forces temporarily. However, the tumultuous changes in the imperial capital and Zhang Lingrui's military maneuvers compelled him to bolster his military strength. Although he believed that with the 3 divisions at his disposal he could withstand, or even overpower, Zhang Lingrui, the situation had become increasingly inscrutable. Who could predict whether Zhang Lingrui might form alliances with others? Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use all their strength. After all, others are not mere rabbits. On that day, a military conference was convened to reassess the training regimen for new recruits. The initial 3-month training period now seemed excessively prolonged. Given the excellent quality of their rations and the presence of an elite cadre of officers, this duration could be condensed to 1.5 months. Based on the recent engagements, it was evident that ordinary soldiers could effectively transition to combat readiness after a mere month and a half of training. No amount of preparation could compare to the experience gained on the battlefield. In addition to the regular field troops, Wong Kuan, with a heavy heart, decided to exchange for a company of special forces, a costly endeavor. This was not merely due to their combat prowess, but rather their extensive knowledge and military acumen. A 60-member company could potentially train hundreds of special forces operatives. Warfare does not always necessitate direct confrontation. Sabotage and the assassination of key adversaries are equally vital strategies. Furthermore, as territories and influence expanded, the demand for special forces would inevitably increase. As August drew to a close, Wong Kuan visited the industrial base to assess the production status of the military factories. During these initial days, output was below capacity, primarily aimed at familiarizing personnel with the equipment. Large-scale production of armaments was set to commence shortly, with ample material supply. 2 production lines for the Garand and G43 rifles could yield 600 semi-automatic rifles daily. If multiple lines were fully operational, this number could surpass 1,000. Light and heavy machine guns could also roll off the assembly line in dozens each day. Wong Kuan's primary concern remained the production of artillery. At the production line, the management personnel reported, "Commander, we currently produce between 60 to 100 pieces of artillery with calibers below 100 mm daily. For the 105 mm caliber, we average 30 units per day, while 5 pieces of the 150 mm caliber can be produced daily. With full-scale production, these numbers could increase significantly, and we could eventually manufacture larger caliber artillery, though they are not yet required. The annual output of various types of ammunition could reach over 100 million rounds, with daily production of artillery shells ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. This production rate is achieved without overtime. Should we establish additional factories in the future, wartime production could be maximized, rendering tactical considerations moot, as sheer firepower would prevail. This military-industrial complex was merely the foundation for basic weaponry. As territorial gains continued, the system would reward various special weapon production lines, including incendiary devices, cloud explosives, and rockets. After touring the military factory, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. Otherwise, each time he procured from the system, the cumulative cost would amount to a significant sum, with his current income primarily derived from the previous confiscations. On the 5th day of September, Wong Kuan visited the military training camp to inspect the progress of the new recruits, who numbered over 20,000 in 2 batches. The first group had already undergone more than 20 days of training, and in just over 10 days, they would be ready for reorganization into a division. A glance revealed that each soldier exuded an aura of formidable resilience. Although their training duration had been shortened, the nutritional quality of their meals was superior, allowing for more demanding daily training tasks compared to the previous garrison. The new divisions, the 3rd and 4th, would be commanded by Li Jian and Wang Hu, respectively. As for the high-ranking positions within the remaining 4 divisions that were yet to be filled, all would be exchanged through the system, as he currently had no suitable candidates at hand. After having lunch with several commanders in the military camp, he remained to oversee the training of the new recruits. This period presented a rare window of opportunity. How could one not seize the chance to expand military training? As 5 o'clock approached, and he was preparing to return home, the intelligence chief arrived to deliver a report. "Commander, an urgent situation has arisen. Zhang Linrui has announced nationwide that Yunnan province is hereby severing its ties with the court." He handed Wong Kuan a piece of paper containing the announcement. The document revealed Zhang Linrui's communication to the Great Xia Court, informing the cabinet, various provincial governors, and military leaders that he had assumed the role of the highest administrative officer in Yunnan province for 20 years, initially with the well-being of the people in mind, striving to develop the province. However, due to the court's incompetence, he could no longer bear to see the people of Yunnan suffer. Thus, he resolved to bear the blame and sever ties with the court for the sake of the 30 million residents of Yunnan, declaring independence from the Great Xia's jurisdiction. Chapter 27. The storm brews. Upon finishing the announcement, Wong Kuan emitted a derisive sound. If we are to speak of audacity, it must be our Zhang Linrui. Those unaware might mistake him for a paragon of virtue. He has adorned the ambitions of a schemer with the guise of a saint. Truly, when the walls crumble, the masses will rally to push them down. A broken drum draws the beat of 1,000. As foreign powers press upon the Great Xia, the court's vessel is on the verge of sinking, and he seizes the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. A provincial high official indeed. His skill in exploiting every gap is nothing short of masterful. Having spoken, he regarded the surrounding officers and deemed it necessary to make arrangements. He promptly issued orders. Zhang Jianhui will oversee the security of the northern Tea City. Lu Guodong will manage military defenses to the west. Li Jian will handle the eastern military defenses, and Wang Hu will be responsible for the training of new recruits. We must expedite this training, as the tranquility of Yunnan will not last long following Zhang Linrui's proclamation. We must strive to secure territory before him, seizing the lands of both warlords. The officers rose in salute, affirming, "Yes, Commander." With Zhang Linrui's announcement, the curtain began to rise across the Great Xia. On September 6th, following Zhang Linrui's telegram, the entire Great Xia erupted in fervor. Various warlords and regional leaders were eager to follow suit, preparing to issue their own proclamations of independence. Many had awaited this moment for over a decade, yearning to break free from the Great Xia's grasp. Meanwhile, within the household of the cabinet's chief minister, Wu Hongji, for reasons unbeknownst to others, he had received news the previous evening and had not consulted with anyone. This morning, as his aides gathered in his study, before they could settle in, Wu Hongji seized the hand-cranked telephone from the table and hurled it to the ground, as if unsatisfied. He then picked up a vase and smashed it as well, leaving his loyal followers in stunned silence, their faces reflecting confusion. They wondered, what could be the source of his rage? Hadn't he vented his frustrations the previous evening? Why did he feel the need to display his fury before them, as if to assert his superiority? Though they pondered these thoughts, none dared voice them, sensing that after a night of brooding, his anger had only intensified. However, one must acknowledge that from the perspective of Wu Hongji, regardless of who it may be, anger would be the prevailing sentiment, to the extent of wishing to personally eliminate Zhang Linrui. As previously noted, our esteemed Wu was poised to seize control of the Yunnan province, viewing it as his own territory. Yet unexpectedly, an unwelcome contender has appeared, intensifying his ire. What course of action should we pursue now? The prospects for Yunnan appear bleak. How should we proceed? The assembly exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak, fearful of provoking the already agitated Wu Hongji. Ultimately, it was his eldest son who rose to address the gathering, stating, "Father, our only recourse at this juncture is to ensure that the Zhili region remains stable. Zhili is our foundation. Any instability there is unacceptable. Once we secure Zhili, we can then strategize for both Qin and Yuan provinces." Following this, another individual stood to offer an analysis. "My lord, Zhang Lingrui's recent telegram has ignited unwarranted ambitions among those whose influence was previously limited. We currently only control half of the Zhili region, while the other half remains in the hands of others. At this moment, we must stabilize Zhili. As for Qin and Yuan provinces, those who initially pledged allegiance to us may now harbor doubts." The subordinate suggested, "It would be prudent for you, my lord, to send representatives to continue courting their favor, while also gauging their reactions." Wu Hongji nodded in agreement. "You both raise valid points. Yet you fail to perceive the underlying dynamics. On the surface, it appears that Zhang Lingrui's telegram has deprived us of our opportunity to govern Yunnan. But have you considered how long the Great Xia can endure this setback, with others likely to follow suit? Can the Great Xia survive until we gain control of Qin and Yuan provinces?" After speaking, he lit a cigarette and fell into contemplative silence. The assembly remained quiet, fully aware of the implications but choosing to mask their intelligence to avoid causing discomfort. Earlier, the support Wu Hongji garnered from Qin and Yuan provinces stemmed from his position as the head of the cabinet. However, in light of this telegram, the Great Xia seems destined for ruin, rendering his role as the cabinet chief increasingly futile. How could one not harbor resentment towards Zhang Linrui? The power of a single telegram has rendered Wu Hongji's prior efforts futile, squandering countless resources in exchange for the support of two provinces. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Wu Hongji finally spoke. "Very well, you may disperse. Until we receive more concrete information regarding the two provinces, let us send individuals to probe the situation." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the assembly. Alone in his study, he pondered deeply, feeling a profound loss of the former vigor that once characterized him. Meanwhile, Emperor Xingde of the Great Xia, having received Zhang Lingrue's telegram the previous night, erupted in fury, vehemently denouncing Zhang Lingrue as a scoundrel. Yet today, none of his anger was apparent. Instead, his face bore a bitter smile. He understood that whether it be Zhang Lingrue or Li Lingrue, Wang Lingrue, or others, there would inevitably be those unable to restrain themselves from making a move. The arrival of the delegations from the 8 nations revealed the impotence of the court, prompting some to impatiently display their intentions. It was only a matter of time before they opened trade ports, ensuring that these individuals would reap substantial profits. At this juncture, the emperor need not concern himself with the threats posed by foreign powers, as they were too preoccupied to pay him any mind. It was likely that they were preparing to conspire with warlords along the coast and rivers, intending for them to facilitate the opening of the ports in his stead. With a mere exchange of benefits, these warlords would eagerly rush to curry favor with the foreign powers. For the time being, the emperor could simply take each day as it came, awaiting the nationwide telegraph announcements, after which he would abdicate and proclaim the end of the Great Xia. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, a telegram from the province of Anong heralded the commencement of telegraphic announcements throughout the realm of Great Xia. One after another, local warlords and high-ranking military officials began to declare their secession from the authority of Great Xia, embarking on a path of self-governance. By 6 o'clock in the evening, a total of 18 telegrams had been dispatched, marking the countdown to the collapse of Great Xia's rule. In the commander's residence in Chaqing, Wong Kuan gazed at the 18 telegrams on the table, feeling a twinge of melancholy as he contemplated the impending demise of a dynasty that had endured for 3 centuries. While the end was anticipated, the ensuing hardships would fall upon the common people, who would likely suffer under the unrestrained rule of warlords. His sorrow was tempered by the thought that the end of Great Xia would spare him the burden of wearing the duke's cap, which had brought him no advantages since his arrival in this world, forcing him to consider the dignity of the duke in his actions. After dining with his family in the evening, his 2 sisters, now aware of Great Xia's plight, expressed their sadness, as women tend to be more sentimental. The great principle of public good dictates that the world, which has long been united, must eventually divide, and that which has been divided must reunite. Such is the nature of things. Chapter 28. The Dawn of Turmoil, beginning on September 7th. The attention of both the nobility and the common folk within Great Xia turned towards the imperial capital as they awaited news from Emperor Xingde. Their wait was not prolonged. On the 8th, the palace announced that on September 9th, Emperor Xingde would officially abdicate, thereby bringing the Great Xia dynasty's reign over the land of Yanhuang to an end. This news spread rapidly through various channels, with newspapers in each autonomous region working tirelessly to print the announcement. By the following morning, the streets were abuzz with discussions, even reaching some rural areas. At 10 o'clock on the morning of the 9th, at the main gate of the palace, the head of the cabinet stood with the imperial edict bearing the royal seal, announcing Emperor Xingde's abdication and the dissolution of Great Xia as governance. The emperor declared the disbandment of the imperial guards, while the navy had long been divided among the coastal warlords. By afternoon, the news had permeated every corner of the land of Yanhuang. Never before had any announcement circulated with such swiftness. In various locales, people spontaneously bowed in the direction of the imperial capital, for a dynasty that had thrived for centuries still held some loyal subjects. Some elderly individuals wept openly, mourning the loss. What is truly astounding is that some individuals chose to end their lives upon hearing this news. When the monarchy learned of this through the intelligence system, there was a sense of bewilderment. However, upon deeper reflection, such reactions are not entirely surprising. In the previous era of the Qing dynasty, there were loyal yet misguided subjects and officials who also chose to perish alongside the fall of their dynasty. In comparison to the Qing dynasty, the Great Xia is significantly better off, as it has preserved its vast territory of millions of square kilometers, without ceding even a single piece of leased land. The monarchy has indeed witnessed the demise of a feudal dynasty, a historical event, at least not one brought about by foreign forces or imperial powers. By the next day, even the newspapers of the great powers were filled with reports about the end of the ancient Eastern nation and its feudal dynasty, marking the decline of the largest feudal empire in the world. The capital daily of the Eagle Nation remarked that the demise of the Great Xia heralded the official entry of its people into the democratic era. Thankfully, this transition occurred peacefully, without bloodshed, and we sincerely hope that this ancient nation will establish its own democratic state. Yet, this sentiment is merely a stubborn insistence on exporting their own system. However, there is something quite amusing. The suzerain state has fallen, yet its vassal states remain intact. Although they seem dilapidated and precariously positioned, this describes the kingdom of Goryeo. Upon learning of the Great Xia's demise, the king of Goryeo began to worry about his nation's fate, realizing that without the protection of its father, their small nation could hardly withstand foreign invasions. The warlords and regional lords across Yin and Huang felt a tinge of sorrow upon receiving the news of the Great Xia's official downfall. Their current status was largely due to the platform established by Emperor Xingde in the previous dynasty. However, this sorrow was fleeting, as they quickly immersed themselves in the expansion of their own power. Freed from previous constraints, they pursued their ambitions with vigor. Some began to form alliances, while others sought connections with foreign powers, hoping to gain support from a great nation to stir the winds of change across Yin and Huang. Chaos ensued. Society was thrown into disarray. Warlords with past grievances were determined to eliminate their rivals, while the more powerful sought to invade neighboring territories in pursuit of land and resources. As the 20th day arrived, the monarchy had been preoccupied with the development of the tea market and strengthening its power, only occasionally diverting attention to monitor the activities of various warlords. With the millions of silver dollars acquired from the last confiscation, half had been allocated to reclaim farmland, while the other half had been swiftly exhausted during this period, primarily spent on purchasing production materials for factories, military construction costs, and the development of the tea market. To ensure the future supply of troops, reserves were being established specifically for the recruitment and training of militia. Although the training intensity was less severe than that of a regular army, it still required financial resources for equipment and sustenance, enabling rapid mobilization to the battlefield when necessary to avoid delaying military action due to recruitment issues. Recently, he has been contemplating ways to acquire funds, hoping for returns from the tea market that will not materialize until next year. However, the pressing need cannot await such distant prospects, leaving him with but one path to pursue. Setting aside the machinations of royal authority, following the declaration of demise from the Great Xia, the coalition of foreign powers has disbanded. This entity, originally formed from mutual interests, was anticipated to dissolve without evoking surprise. Disbandment does not equate to enmity. After consultations with their respective nations, they reconvened, not in unity, but to deliberate the division of vast lands and resources. The coastal and riverine provinces occupy a significant portion of Yanhuang, with their resources and population sufficiently ample to satiate their initial needs. In pursuit of self-interest, they cast aside their usual facades, revealing their myriad unsavory visages, engaging in fierce disputes. After several days of contention, they ultimately delineated their respective territories. When news returned to their homelands, their strongholds commenced individual strategizing. In the cabinet of the Rising Sun Nation, the Prime Minister convened the ministers to discuss the apportionment of national interests. Each minister, backed by a formidable faction, exerted every effort to secure greater advantages for their faction. Amidst their quarrels, the Prime Minister interjected, addressing the Minister of War, "Rogers, have the forces we dispatched to the east arrived at Gongbang?" "Yes, Your Excellency. They will reach the lands of Gongbang in 2 days. After a week's rest, they shall be ready to discipline that warlord," Rogers replied. The Prime Minister then stated, "Let us defer this war for now. Allow these 2 divisions to head eastward to safeguard our trade ports. As for teaching that warlord a lesson, we can dispatch additional troops later, especially since the entire Yunnan province is about to open for trade. The matter of trade ports supersedes all else. Let that warlord linger a while longer." "Understood, Your Excellency. I shall promptly notify the governor of Gongbang, confident he will manage this matter effectively," Rogers responded swiftly. The Prime Minister nodded in satisfaction and turned to the assembly. "Esteemed ministers, you must reach a conclusion by tomorrow. Her Majesty awaits the outcome." The ministers hastily assured him that they would not delay the Great Queen. Unbeknownst to the royal authority, the Rising Sun Nation has already incorporated Yunnan and other regions into their sphere of influence. With territories delineated, nations are preparing to approach local power brokers to negotiate the terms of lease. Although term negotiations, one might suspect that threats would not be necessary. These spineless entities would eagerly seek collaboration. Not long after the Powers Partitioning Conference, within the imperial palace of the Woka Nation, cabinet members and military representatives are engaged in a clandestine military meeting. Chapter 29, The Commencement of Territorial Encroachment. Following the conclusion of the Powers Division meeting, representatives from each nation departed for their respective destinations, poised to negotiate the opening of ports with local strongmen. In the spring city of Yunnan province, on this particular day, Zhang Lingrui awaited the representative from the Sunsetting Nation. Following a cordial exchange of handshakes and pleasantries, they proceeded to the conference room to engage in negotiations. "Dear Zhang, it is a pleasure to meet you. You must be somewhat familiar with me, as I have had dealings with certain individuals from Yunnan province. Regrettably, those acquaintances are no longer with us. Indeed, I am here representing Rusk," the visitor stated. "Yes, if Wong Kuan were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly advise you, esteemed Zhang, to steer clear of this individual, for he seems to be a harbinger of misfortune." The last time he met with Zhang Bolin, it was not long before Zhang Bolin met his demise. "Recently, I encountered 2 warlords associated with Wong Kuan. It is likely that they too will soon follow in Zhang Bolin's footsteps, for, if we consider the passage of time, they have lived long enough." Zhang Lingrui replied with a smile, "Of course, I am aware of Lord Rusk." "Very well, let us be direct, as you say. The Sunsetting Nation, after deliberation, wishes to collaborate with you, General Zhang, to jointly advance the prosperity of Yunnan province. Our demands are minimal. We seek to sell our goods to the people of Yunnan without tariffs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingrui inquired, what benefits would this bring to me? Dear Zhang, do not rush. I have yet to finish. We can sell goods and also procure resources from Yunnan province at reasonable prices. Furthermore, our merchants can establish factories here, thereby stimulating the industrial development of Yunnan. The products manufactured in these factories will be subject to regular taxation, Rusk explained. Zhang Lingrui, still skeptical, pressed on. I still wish to understand how this benefits me personally. Rusk, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Lingrui's probing, responded. We can extend to you an interest-free loan and establish arms trade with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingrui's eyes sparkled with interest. This was a tangible benefit that directly pertained to him, unlike the previously mentioned advantages that seemed to favor the common folk. How much interest-free loan can you provide? And what arms can you sell me? Dear Zhang, we can offer you a loan of 50 million silver yuan, payable in installments over 10 years, at 5 million per annum. As for weapons, we have rifles that outshoot your current models, 35mm infantry cannons, 75mm howitzers, as well as 2 types of light and heavy machine guns, Rusk detailed. Zhang Lingrui, invigorated by the prospect, felt his fear of Wong Kuan diminish. What will be the cost of these arms? Zhang, as partners, we shall offer you a discount. Each rifle will cost 150 yuan. Ammunition at 1 yuan for 10 rounds, light machine guns at 1,000 yuan, and heavy machine guns at 2,000. The infantry cannons will be priced at 8,000 yuan, while the 75mm howitzers will be 20,000 yuan. Such pricing was agreeable to both parties, as Zhang Lingrui could not manufacture these weapons himself, while the sunsetting nation could offload a surplus of stock. The two men discussed terms from morning until afternoon, ultimately reaching an agreement. The sunsetting nation assured that the initial tranche of funds would be approved within 15 days. Zhang Lingrui planned to utilize the first disbursement to acquire 40 howitzers, 80 infantry cannons, and 15,000 assorted firearms. In total, including various munitions, the initial expenditure of 5 million was nearly accounted for. Regardless of the disdain for the elders' fields, the focus remains on strengthening one's own power, for wealth will surely follow in abundance. After Rusker's departure, Zhang Lingrui summoned his officers, preparing to recruit another division, intending to utilize the forthcoming shipment of arms from the Sunset Kingdom, which would arrive in 5 days. Upon hearing this, the assembly felt a tinge of disappointment. In comparison to the Guardian army, they were burdened by the scarcity of machine guns and artillery, perpetually anxious about engaging in battle with the Guardian army, and they yearned to bolster their firepower. Little did they know that Zhang Lingrui planned to reformulate an elite division with this new arsenal, thus excluding them from participation. On the same day, in the eastern sea region of the Yanhuang continent, within the imperial court of the Wokan nation, the Wokou emperor, Murasama, presided over a military conference attended by cabinet members, military representatives, and royal family members. As the meeting commenced, Prime Minister Murakami reported on the newly acquired trade ports. The attendees erupted into applause, their excitement palpable, with the Wokou emperor trembling with exhilaration. For generations, they had bowed to the Yanhuang land, offering tributes year after year, and occasionally sending a princess as a gesture of fealty. They lived in fear of inciting displeasure from their formidable overlord, enduring humiliation for over a millennium. It was only during a moment of complacency on their part that the Wokou seized the opportunity to rise, finally finding themselves in a position of dominance over their former masters. At that moment, all present bore a pathological flush of triumph upon their faces. As the atmosphere settled, the discussion shifted to the next agenda item. A military representative spoke. Esteemed Emperor, our foremost objective should be the conquest of Goryeo, transforming it into our strategic waypoint while simultaneously providing manpower and resources. We can then approach the mainland through both maritime and amphibious means. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto expressed his approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, this strategy is commendable. Our ultimate aim remains the continent. Excellent." After deliberation, the assembly resolved to first collaborate with Wu Chuankoan of the Eastern Province to stabilize their operations in Goryeo. Once they had secured sufficient resources from the Eastern Province, they would then proceed to conquer it, integrating it into the Woka territory. The internal dynamics of the Woka nation were rather peculiar. It appeared they had yet to reap significant benefits, as the navy and army still cooperated harmoniously. However, should conflicts arise over strategy and resources, it was likely that mutual accusations would ensue. In the mainland, the Wokou representative, Inoue Kenji, upon receiving a telegram from home, made his way to Wu Chuankoan's residence in the Eastern Province. "Mr. Wu," he began, "we, the Wokou, are immensely beneficial, offering you unparalleled conditions. We can assist in establishing factories, fostering industrial development, constructing railways, and extracting resources. We seek only a reasonable share of the various minerals in the Eastern Province, allowing our expatriates to reside and conduct business there. We can even provide you with our own military equipment, ensuring you need not fear external threats." Wu, the military leader of the Eastern Province, felt invigorated by this proposition. His territory was rich in both subterranean and terrestrial resources. Yet the mainland's outdated machinery resulted in woefully inefficient extraction and utilization of these resources. He harbored grand ambitions to establish a foundational industrial chain, aspiring for self-sufficiency in weaponry. Now, with an opportunity knocking at his door, it felt as though a pillow had been delivered just as he was drifting into slumber. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He is well aware of this fact, yet his overconfidence in his own abilities blinds him. After much deliberation, the two parties signed an agreement, ushering in a brief period of camaraderie between the pirates and Wong Kuan, both of whom wore expressions akin to that of cunning foxes. During this time, not only the pirates and the Setting Sun Nation, but also the remaining powers such as Gallia, the Bear, Hans, and the Windmill countries, entered into agreements with various warlords. By October 3rd, the final agreement was signed, resulting in the opening of 80 trading ports across the continent. Furthermore, it was stipulated that the foreign powers would be responsible for the protection of these ports, thereby allowing their armies to set foot on the mainland. The suffering of the common people in the vicinity of these trading ports was about to commence. Chapter 30. The Rallying of Talent as October dawned. With the signing of each agreement, aspiring individuals from all walks of life began to vociferously denounce the foolishness of these warlords. Certain dignitaries from the previous dynasty took to the newspapers to express their outrage, lamenting that although the Great Xia was in a state of decay and internal corruption, it had not lost the integrity of its descendants. They had not allowed foreign armies to tread upon their sacred land. The actions of the warlords now were nothing short of betrayal, seeking personal gain at the expense of their homeland. It was no wonder that these individuals were incensed. The implications of opening trading ports were both beneficial and detrimental. However, permitting foreign troops to enter various regions to safeguard their interests was nothing less than a legal concession of territory for profit. Under the organization of those with a sense of purpose, aspiring individuals took to the streets to protest the treachery of the warlords. Yet, their efforts bore little fruit, as these brazen individuals were willing to barter away ancestral lands for their own strength, indifferent to the feeble protests. One day, a familiar face from the tea market, none other than the former official Lu Chongwan, who had previously cautioned Wong Kuan, appeared. Lu Weiman, having been dismissed from his post, returned to his hometown for a period of respite. However, as the winds of change swept across the continent, with dynasties falling and warlords colluding with foreign powers in their treacherous pursuits, he could no longer remain idle. Though he was no saint, the thought of witnessing the impending disaster on ancient soil weighed heavily on his conscience. He recognized that the recent protests by the populace would resolve nothing. The truth lay not in their hands, but in those of the warlords and foreign powers. To salvage the nation, only a formidable hero could hope to annihilate the warlords and expel the foreign armies and their interests. Thus, he thought of Wong Kuan and resolved to visit the tea market under his governance, to assess whether he could shoulder such a monumental responsibility. As he journeyed, he observed the vitality of the common folk, learning that everyone had land to cultivate, every household had sustenance, and children frolicked without a care in the world. Upon arriving at the city's entrance, he noted that the walls of the ancient dynasty had long been reduced to rubble, allowing free passage in and out of the city. The bustling streets were filled with people, their faces devoid of distress. The roads were wide and well-maintained, with the lively calls of vendors from stalls lining either side, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Upon witnessing such scenes, he seemingly glimpsed the future of Yanhuang, which epitomized the prosperous era he envisioned. Lu Weiman resolved in his heart to assist the royal power in its quest for supremacy. Rather than allowing warlords and foreign powers to ravage his homeland and plunder the wealth accumulated over millennia, it would be far more prudent to entrust such legacies to capable hands. After inquiring along the way, he arrived at the residence of Wong Kuan. He requested the guards at the entrance to announce his presence, stating that it was Lu Weiman from Spring City seeking an audience. Shortly thereafter, a figure hurriedly emerged, and even before reaching him, the voice resonated. "Lu brother, you must have had quite a journey. I hope you will forgive the belated welcome." As Wong Kuan approached Lu Weiman, the latter was reminded of a former image of the young man. Though it was the same individual, the contrast was striking. The Wong Kuan before him exuded an air of dominance, embodying the regal essence of a ruler. With this thought, Lu Weiman quickly responded, "Not at all. It is I who have intruded, coming uninvited. How could I hold you accountable?" Wong Kuan, upon hearing this, made no rebuttal, grasped Lu's hand, and shook it before inviting him indoors. The two men settled at a tea table in the courtyard, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation for a while. Wong Kuan then inquired, "Lu brother, is there a matter for which you seek assistance?" Lu Weiman set down his teacup and replied, "Indeed, I come seeking your aid, but not in violation of the laws you have established. I have thoughts regarding a certain position here." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan was elated. He had long desired to extend an invitation to Lu Weiman, yet had been preoccupied with various concerns. He inquired nonchalantly, "With your talents, Lu brother, you could thrive anywhere. Why come to my humble town?" Lu Weimin adjusted his demeanor and responded, "Throughout my journey to T City, the scenes encountered were disheartening. Only upon arriving here did I find a flourishing commerce, a content populace, and care for the elderly and the young alike. This place is truly the embodiment of my ideal prosperous era." Wong Kuan's face lit up with a proud smile. The acknowledgement from a capable individual confirmed that he had not failed the citizens of T City, nor the efforts invested in its governance. "I appreciate your affirmation, Lu brother. Truth be told, my resources are limited, and I can only bring the welfare of our citizens to this level. To be honest, had you not come this time, I was contemplating inviting you over in a few days. I currently find myself lacking in civil officials, and you are my prime candidate," Wong Kuan confided. While he was not devoid of talent, effective governance necessitated more local individuals, including military leaders. It was imperative to cultivate local talent. Otherwise, should he meet his demise or pass away decades hence, a talent gap would ensue, plunging the land back into chaos. Their conversation continued until the sun began to set, and as time pressed on, Lu Weimin expressed his intent to take leave. Wong Kuan, however, interjected, inviting him to dine together. During the meal, Lu Weimin was also greeted by two sisters, and the atmosphere was quite jovial. After dining, Wong Kuan arranged for Lu Weimin to rest at the government guest house, agreeing to discuss his official position with the group the following day. After the departure of the guests, the elder sister inquired about the arrival of Lu Weimin. Wong Kuan elaborated on this individual's talents and the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, the sister felt a sense of joy for Wong Kuan, as it was a source of pride to have someone acknowledge her brother's abilities and seek his guidance. Historically, renowned ministers and strategists have always sought refuge with capable leaders. And today, Wong Kuan was no exception. On the following morning, Wong Kuan convened a meeting with military and governmental officials to introduce Lu Weimin. Among those present, Wang Hu and Li Jian provided a detailed account of the governance in Chun City, and everyone expressed their warm welcome to Lu Weimin's inclusion. Subsequently, Wong Kuan appointed Lu Weimin as the mayor of T City, entrusting him with the oversight of all civil affairs. He then reformed the functional divisions of the previous administration, drawing inspiration from future administrative frameworks. Wong Kuan appointed 5 deputy mayors to establish various departments including education, healthcare, transportation, finance, public security, and judiciary, appointing heads for each sector. An administrative structure was established at the county and township levels in accordance with the city-level system. Wong Kuan assumed the role of the supreme administrative officer for both military and civil affairs, albeit focusing primarily on military matters. After several hours of diligent work, the entire management system was finally completed. As territorial expansion continued, minor adjustments could be made to this framework to swiftly stabilize governance in new regions. With a complete local government in place, Wong Kuan felt a sense of relief, knowing he would no longer waste time on mundane matters and could concentrate on military and industrial advancements. Had it not been for the constraints of the era, he would have preferred to delegate industrial development to city officials. With preparations underway, he was ready to reveal his intentions and eliminate certain individuals who had begun to overstep their boundaries, believing they had support to act freely in his vicinity. Chapter 31. Military Organization and Preparations for War. On October 10th, 4 days into Lu Weimin's tenure, Wong Kuan felt significantly relieved. No longer burdened by the myriad of trivial matters that had previously occupied him, he could finally turn his attention to addressing the warlords on either side of T City. Recently, especially following collusions between various national and local warlords, the factions to the east and west had grown increasingly active. In the west, Wang Chen had commenced operations along the borders since mid-September. At that time, Wong Kuan's new recruits had not yet completed their training, preventing him from deploying them hastily. Any rash action could have provoked the eastern warlords and the northern Zhang Lingrui to retaliate, which would have been perilous given that he only had 2 divisions at his disposal. Moreover, he desired to be thoroughly prepared to address the threats from both the east and west simultaneously, which necessitated waiting until the 3rd and 4th divisions were fully reorganized, thereby enabling him to seize control of both territories in one decisive strike. Just 3 days prior, 2 waves of new recruits for the defense forces had completed their training, totaling a scale of 25,000 personnel. Wong Kuan had inspected the training report 2 days ago, and despite the brief training period of only a month and a half, the overall results appeared promising. In the afternoon, Wong Kuan arrived at the Military Preparedness Command headquarters, where he convened an expanded military meeting attended by high-ranking city officials as well as commanders and staff from various divisions. After careful contemplation, he recently decided to undertake a partial reorganization of the military, thus presenting the matter in a meeting to solicit suggestions from the attendees. Having experienced several battles, what thoughts do you have regarding the current configuration of our armed forces? Feel free to express your opinions on aspects such as the quantity of equipment and the adjustments in personnel. The government officials remained silent, lacking a profound understanding of military affairs. Even in terms of logistical support, their involvement was limited to merely preparing supplies as needed, without any necessity for their participation in transportation. Observing the attendees, he noted that no one stood to offer a recommendation. He recognized that some individuals still clung to feudal ideologies, adhering to the principle of saying little and doing much. This approach was unacceptable, he mused, and promptly called upon Li Jian to share his insights on which aspects of the defense forces required reform. Upon being summoned, Li Jian rose to respond, "Commander, our military should establish a dedicated storage system. Currently, a portion of our military supplies is stored in the barracks, while another part is kept within the city. This not only compromises security but also risks the leakage of sensitive military information. Therefore, I propose we identify a location in proximity to both the barracks and the city to construct a military supply depot, managed by the military, with the government merely providing the necessary materials." After listening intently, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed time to implement such a plan. Previously, he lacked the time and energy for these matters, but now that various operations had been streamlined, it was possible to rectify past shortcomings. He then turned to the head of the military logistics department, urging him to expedite the handling of this issue. Addressing the assembly again, he stated, "We must prepare for external expansion. The current market is too limited. Wang Chun and Li Hong have been in their positions for quite some time, and their recent activities have become rather exuberant. Additionally, acquiring equipment from the great powers is becoming increasingly troublesome with each passing day. Having possessed the system for half a year, I find myself with a territory scarcely larger than the palm of my hand, which pales in comparison to those illustrious predecessors from my previous life. Their systems provide everything without cost, and, in no time, they could reach the strongholds of the great powers. Although my system bears an impressive name, aside from rewards, everything else incurs a cost, leaving me perpetually preoccupied with financial concerns. To traverse two lives burdened by the same worries feels like a solitary journey through time. This upcoming conflict will primarily involve two new infantry divisions, and I firmly believe that, tempered by the crucible of war, they will prove no less capable than seasoned veterans." After speaking, he observed Wang Hu and Li Jian rise to declare, "Commander, the 3rd and 4th Divisions pledge to fulfill the mission." He gestured for them to sit before continuing. "I have reflected on the summaries from previous engagements and wish to discuss some ideas with everyone. The casualties sustained by our forces on the battlefield have predominantly resulted from firearms, while the enemy has incurred their greatest losses due to our artillery. Therefore, I propose we reduce the number of riflemen, reallocating the surplus to our artillery units to further enhance the number of cannons in each division." The meeting persisted for 2 hours, during which discussions led to the resolution that each division of the defense forces would be augmented by 6 150mm howitzers, with a caliber-to-length ratio of 40:1. Additionally, 12 105mm howitzers with a 30:1 ratio would be introduced, while the 102mm howitzers would be replaced by 20 120mm howitzers, featuring a 35:1 ratio. The 77mm artillery has been discontinued, replaced by a newly introduced 80mm howitzer with a caliber ratio of 30. An additional 36 units of the 75mm artillery have been added, also with a caliber ratio of 30. Consequently, each division now boasts a total of 86 pieces of artillery in the 105mm, 120mm, and 150mm categories, alongside a total of 120 pieces of the 75mm and 80mm artillery. The number of mortars remains unchanged at 150. The newly introduced 150mm, 105mm, and 75mm artillery pieces possess a larger caliber ratio than the previous standard. Initially, the primary concern was the warlord's lack of heavy weaponry, resulting in the defensive army's artillery having a relatively short range. However, with the evolving situation and foreign powers beginning to supply the warlords with artillery, the monarchy is preparing to increase the caliber of its artillery, exceeding the previous standard by approximately 5 to 15 units, allowing for greater range. Although the current artillery supplied by foreign powers may not match the speed and distance of their own, caution is still paramount to avoid unnecessary casualties. The number of artillery pieces has doubled. Each division, aside from the 2 types of mortars, now has a total of 200 howitzers. As such, the artillery regiment directly under the division is equipped with 86 pieces of artillery with a caliber exceeding 100mm. Each regiment's artillery battalion is equipped with 40 pieces of howitzers of 2 different calibers, for any future large-scale operations involving hundreds of thousands of troops. The defensive army will primarily rely on regiments, as its current firepower configuration allows a single regiment to contend with multiple divisions without issue. To enhance efficiency and reduce logistics personnel, including troop transport vehicles and trailers, the monarchy has reluctantly procured a limited number of additional vehicles, supplemented by existing ones to adequately transport heavy weaponry. It can be stated that the current defensive army, excluding the newly formed reserves, has achieved at least a semi-mechanized status across 4 divisions, lacking only armored vehicles. However, the monarchy is nearing financial ruin, having diverted a portion of the urban development funds. and thus is eager to seize a few territories to extort wealth from local gentry to replenish its coffers. As territorial gains expand, population increases will naturally lead to a rise in reasonable taxation. Once the new equipment has been confirmed, the defensive army has embarked on a grand-scale rearmament to swiftly adapt its personnel to the new combat paradigm. The units initially dispatched to the border have returned to their camps. The border is currently undefended, yet there is no cause for concern, as it will only take 2 or 3 days before they set off again. The municipal government has commenced preparations for supplies, and the atmosphere throughout the territory has shifted markedly. Some individuals sense the impending specter of war. These are spies from Wang Chun and Zhang Lingrui, who hastily relay the information. The monarchy is aware of the presence of foreign spies within its territory. In this age, eliminating espionage is unfeasible, and as long as core secrets remain undisclosed, there is little cause for alarm. The knowledge of his military preparations does not trouble him, as the outcome remains unchanged. And a mobilization of tens of thousands cannot be kept secret. Time passes slowly in anticipation. Chapter 32. The warlords plea for aid within the luxurious general's mansion in Hangzhou. Located west of the tea market, Wang Qin's expression turns serious upon receiving intelligence regarding the tea market, his brow furrowing in concern. Observing his subordinates before him, he hesitantly inquired, "Is Wong Kuan truly preparing for a military mobilization? Is the information reliable?" "Report, Commander." After receiving the news, "We attempted to contact our personnel in the tea market, but have been unable to reach them. For now, we must treat this dead horse as if it were alive. We cannot assume the information is false." Wang Qin's expression darkened. He was not fully prepared for war. The weaponry from the Sunset Nation was prohibitively expensive, and he had only acquired a limited supply to equip an elite division, while the remaining 3 divisions were still outfitted with outdated gear. Should Wong Kuan launch an assault now, his chances of victory were bleak. Find a way to ascertain the specifics of the situation by any means necessary. Hurry. After this individual hastily departed, he quickly summoned the commanders of the various divisions for a meeting. Half an hour later, the officers gathered at Wang Qin's residence. He promptly announced, "I have just received word that Wong Kuan is preparing to initiate war. If this is true, without a doubt, we will be within the range of attack." Upon hearing this, the subordinates furrowed their brows in deep concern. Soon, one asked, "Commander, I believe that regardless of the truth of the news, our immediate priority should be to mobilize for war preparations with all our might." Wang Qin now understood the sentiments once expressed by Zhang Bolin. The equipment and combat prowess of the defense forces were exceptionally formidable within the Yunnan province. Many were still investigating the origins of their armaments, but had yet to uncover any information. Previously, it was assumed that their gear came from the great powers, but upon establishing connections with these nations, it became clear that none possessed such lavish equipment. Regaining his focus, Wang Chun began to organize military defenses. The 1st and 2nd divisions were to immediately deploy to Heishui County and Hengshui County, while the 3rd and 4th divisions would head to Inxian as reinforcements. The security brigade within the state city would handle internal safety. Should the frontline situation deteriorate, the security brigade would also rush to provide support. After issuing these orders, Wang Chun hastened to command the others to their respective locations, while he prepared to seek assistance. Simultaneously, Lihong and Lingjiang City received military intelligence from the tea market. Wong Kuan was indeed mobilizing for war. He had no illusions about his situation. Having been neighbors with Wong Kuan for such a long time, he understood the man better than the citizens of the tea market did. In the eyes of the populace, Wong Kuan was a sage, a beacon of hope. Yet, to his adversaries, he was a power-hungry, aggressive warlord. Examining the map, it was evident that aside from the southern territory of Nazhou, Wong Kuan was expanding outward, with his primary targets being him and Wang Chun. Nazhou was sparsely populated and resource-poor, having never been a stronghold for any faction. Li Hong found himself in a relatively better position than Wang Chun, commanding 4 divisions, 2 of which were equipped with weapons from the great powers. Nevertheless, he recognized that compared to Wong Kuan, his own strength was woefully inadequate. After conferring with his subordinates on military deployments, he pondered how best to navigate this impending crisis. Seeking assistance from the Sunset Nation would provide no immediate relief. He felt a sense of relief for having previously made significant investments in military arms and conscription. Otherwise, he might have found himself drawing a line at the border, ready to surrender. As he was racking his brain to devise a solution to the ongoing crisis, a subordinate suddenly interjected. "General, we can seek assistance from Wang Chun and Zhang Lingrui. Each of our factions is backed by the Kingdom of Sunset. Upon learning of our predicament, they should comprehend the principle of mutual vulnerability. If we are annihilated, it would be detrimental to both parties." Zhang Lingrui aspires to unify Yunnan province and would not allow Wong Kuan's influence to swell unchecked. After hearing this suggestion, Li Hong's eyes brightened. It was indeed a commendable strategy. Should the 3 factions unite, they may not be able to vanquish Wong Kuan, but they could at least uphold the current equilibrium. Promptly, he reached out to Zhang Lingrui in the north and Wang Chun to the east. In fact, even if he had not initiated contact, Wong Chun was already preparing to reach out to him, as the mobilization of the defense forces was not shrouded in secrecy. And it wouldn't be long before Zhang Lingrui was informed as well. In the residence of Zhang Lingrui in Spring City, he reclined comfortably on a sofa, listening to the melodious strains of opera emanating from the radio. His mistress nestled in his arms, enjoying a leisurely life. I must say, this foreign sofa is quite comfortable. Not at all burdensome, he remarked contentedly to his mistress. My lord, while the sofa is indeed splendid, it is not inexpensive. It rivals the cost of an entire outfit. She replied with a smile. Very well, I shall purchase the finest garments for you tomorrow, so you may adorn yourself beautifully. Just as the two were indulging in their affectionate banter, a voice from outside announced a report. Zhang Lingrui reluctantly set aside his companion and languidly called out, Come in. A subordinate entered, his expression somewhat grave. General, we have just received news. The defense forces are preparing for military mobilization. Li Hong and Wang Chun have simultaneously requested our aid. According to their reports, Wong Kuan intends to attack both of them. What shall we do? Should we accede to their plea for assistance? Initially lounging lazily, Zhang Lingrui sat up straight upon hearing the news, dismissing his mistress. He then inquired, Is the information confirmed? Yes, General, the news has been corroborated. There is indeed a mobilization of forces in Chashire, the aide replied. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Lingrui instructed him to notify everyone to convene a meeting. Half an hour later, Zhang Lingrui and his subordinates gathered in the command room, where a geographical map of Yunnan province lay prominently displayed. After outlining the meeting's agenda, he asked, Should we extend support to Wang Chun and Li Hong? I invite your opinions. One subordinate stood up and said, General, I believe we need not offer assistance. We might as well let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. Regardless of who emerges victorious, both will suffer greatly. Why not observe the ensuing chaos from a distance? This individual was the newly appointed commander of the 1st Division, established after Zhang Lingrui procured weapons. His reluctance to provide support stemmed from the fact that his area of control was in the southern region around Yuanjiang. Should assistance be rendered, it would undoubtedly fall upon his 1st Division, and he was unwilling to engage in conflict at this juncture. As the meeting continued, various opinions were voiced, each participant adhering firmly to their stance, whether in agreement or dissent. It was evident that these individuals were not oblivious to the nuances of advantage and disadvantage. After all, no one rises to prominence without acumen. However, it was clear that Zhang Lingrui's subordinates had become far more complex than before. Zhang Lingrui was acutely aware that each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. While he wished to dispatch reinforcements, the prevailing circumstances dictated that those commanders in favor of support had their troops stationed in the north, whereas those opposed fortuitously had their forces deployed in the south. Should he command the northern troops to mobilize for assistance, they would vehemently object. Yet they too were reluctant to send their subordinates to confront the defending forces. In the command room, a cacophony of voices filled the air as tensions escalated. Chapter 33, The Onset of War. Zhang Lingrui surveyed the gathering before him, feeling a twinge of disappointment. In their pursuit of personal gain, these subordinates, wielding military power, were utterly oblivious to the impending crises. At that moment, Zhang Lingrui had endeavored to seize the initiative by courting the influential gentry surrounding Chun City, most of his funding stemming from these individuals. As the adage goes, money can corrupt even the noblest of hearts. His original military strength was amassed through financial persuasion of various local warlords, resulting in a lack of direct troops, all bound by mutual interests. This led to many of his forces still being beholden to the gentry's wealth. Following the opening of trading ports, relations between them and Zhang Lingrui had grown strained. As the gentry believed he had deceived them, the influx of foreign goods had severely disrupted their commerce. Upon witnessing this scenario, Zhang Lingrui hastily formed his own direct forces after signing an agreement with the nation of the setting sun. Thus, despite his considerable influence in Yunnan province, his internal factions were rife with contention. After restructuring and expanding his military, he now commanded 8 divisions, yet was still subject to the influences of foreign powers, local gentry, and his own faction. Zhang Lingrui regarded the royal authority of the tea market as his greatest adversary in Yunnan. This was a rare opportunity to weaken the defending forces. However, internal discord plagued his ranks. The majority were reluctant to engage in battle with the defending army, doubting the royal authority's courage to advance, especially with the troops of the nation of the setting sun stationed outside Chun City, protecting the trading port. They believed no one in Yunnan would dare provoke the foreigners. Zhang Lingrui, much like the bald general of a past life, may not have excelled militarily, yet he possessed keen insight. He recognized the threat posed by royal authority. While others feared the backing of the nation of the setting sun, royal authority itself would not cower. Since his emergence, he had witnessed the rise of a formidable figure. After a day of fruitless discussions, Zhang Lingrui, deeply disappointed, called for the meeting to adjourn, sending everyone back. However, he was unwilling to mobilize his direct forces for support. akin to the bald general of a previous era who preferred to first expend the local auxiliary forces in battle. The following day, Wong Kuan and Li Hong, upon receiving no news from Zhang Lingrui, sent another inquiry, only to be met with a negative response. When the two received confirmation that Zhang Lingrui would not dispatch troops for support, they were infuriated, berating him and nearly prepared to capitulate to royal authority. Wang Qin's subordinate spoke with great concern. "Commander, if Zhang Lingrui does not provide support, our two forces may find ourselves in peril. We should prepare a retreat." Wang Chun let out a bitter laugh, lamenting that there was no retreat left for him. He had invested all his resources into the army, and fleeing abroad would leave him without means for survival. Around the same time, Li Hong, after berating Zhang Lingrui with his subordinates, began strategizing the defensive measures for war. Fortunately, the Wang faction was still unprepared, granting them 2 to 3 days to organize, or else they would have been at an even greater disadvantage. On October 16th, at 8 in the morning, the defense forces commenced their missions, with various divisions heading towards their designated targets. As previously mentioned, the newly formed 3rd and 4th Divisions were designated as the primary assault units, while the 1st Division moved northward for defense. The 2nd Division's 104th and 105th Regiments were assigned to support the 2 new infantry divisions, while the 106th Regiment remained stationed at Chashur. The local populace of Chashur had heard of the might of the defense forces, yet few had witnessed their military splendor firsthand. This grand mobilization of troops truly opened the eyes of many citizens. The neat and well-fitted uniforms accentuated their robust physiques, evoking a wave of excitement among the people of Chashur. Trucks laden with military supplies and imposing artillery showcased the elite nature of this army. The citizens lining the roads watched their soldiers with fervent enthusiasm, their faces alight with pride. Whenever someone spotted a relative among the ranks, they would excitedly introduce them to those nearby. While warlords in other regions might still conscript soldiers by force, the people of Chashur, under Wong Kuan's leadership, had witnessed his deeds and understood the mission of the defense forces. When news of Wong Kuan's conscription spread, the populace eagerly volunteered, not merely for the attractive military pay and benefits. Many were financially secure from work and land sales, but out of gratitude for Wong Kuan and the defense forces. They were acutely aware that their current stable and happy lives were owed to Wong Kuan's protection amidst the chaos of the times, and they too were ready to take up arms to defend this hard-won existence. Now, let us examine the defensive arrangements communicated by Li Hong. His 2 elite divisions, the 1st and 2nd, were stationed at Beijiang Town and Nanjing Town, respectively, utilizing the rivers to establish defensive positions. Li Hong learned from Zhang Bolan's past mistakes by not deploying his entire division to the front lines. The 1st Brigade of the 1st Division, numbering over 7,000, defended along the river outside Beijiang Town, covering a substantial portion of the town center, an area of approximately 4 kilometers. This was also a precaution against the artillery of the defense forces, with the 2nd Brigade positioned 4 kilometers behind, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. The 2nd Division, stationed 15 kilometers away at Nanjing Town, similarly had its 1st Brigade of over 7,000 men confronting the enemy at the front, while the 2nd Brigade remained in the rear for timely assistance. The 3rd and 4th Divisions were positioned 50 kilometers back, located in Deyue Town to the north and Pingan Town to the south. They constructed a secondary defensive line at these 2 locations, prepared to regroup frontline troops should the primary line falter, thereby fortifying the second line of defense. Li Hong had committed all available forces, leaving no troops behind in Lingjiang City. At that time, the defeat of Zhang Bolan's forces at the front rendered the troops stationed within the city utterly ineffective. Li Hong recognized this reality and surmised that if the front lines faltered, the defending forces would be powerless, instead becoming an easy target for artillery fire by clustering together. The equipment of the 2 divisions at the front was procured through great sacrifice. Each division possessed 48 cannons and 6,000 rounds of ammunition, with 80 light machine guns and 25 heavy machine guns. The armament of these 2 divisions now vastly surpassed that of most warlords. However, this situation also meant that the 2nd defensive line was deficient in heavy weaponry, and should the front collapse, the soldiers stationed behind would have to sacrifice their lives to withstand the bombardment from the defending army's artillery and machine guns. Upon receiving this intelligence, the defending army tempered their initial arrogance. Wong Kuan realized he had underestimated the heroes of the realm. He had not anticipated Li Hong's audacity. Despite the comparable scale of Lingjiang City and Chashur City, with a tax base likely inferior to that of Chashur, Li Hong had, in a mere 2 months, expanded his forces and made substantial purchases of heavy weaponry. This clearly illustrated the extent of his exploitation of Lingjiang City. It could be said that the defending army's 3rd Division and the 104th Regiment would soon confront nearly 100 cannons and over 200 machine guns. In this war, a moment's carelessness could lead to significant casualties, even in victory for the defending army. Initially coordinating the overall strategy from Chashur City, Wong Kuan was now compelled to personally oversee the western battlefield. The original plan called for simultaneous assaults on both fronts. but it now appeared that the Eastern Front would adopt a defensive posture, with the 105th Regiment repositioned to the west to concentrate their strength and firepower to eliminate Li Hong's forces in Lingjiang City. As for Wang Chun to the east, a veteran regiment could be dispatched to assist the 4th Division, easily securing Wang Chun's Hangzhou region. However, this decision inadvertently granted Wang Chun a respite, allowing him to swiftly procure a batch of equipment through the Sunset Kingdom. Chapter 34. The Battle of Liangjiang at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 16th. Wong Kuan arrived at the command post of the 3rd Division. He meticulously reviewed the intelligence reports detailing Li Hong's troop deployments, weapon configurations, and the layout of the 2nd defensive line. After thoroughly assimilating the information, he addressed Wang Hu and the other commanders of the 3rd Division. I trust you are all aware of the situation across the way. This is the most formidable adversary we have encountered since the establishment of our defending army. Their personnel are equipped with bolt-action rifles with 5-round magazines, which, while not as rapid-fire as our semi-automatic rifles, surpass the rifles used by Zhang Bolan's forces. Moreover, they possess nearly 100 cannons, albeit of 50 and 70 mm calibers, yet still formidable armaments. With over 100 machine guns, their firepower and manpower cannot be underestimated. What strategies do you propose for this conflict? Wang Hu rose and replied, Commander, once we initiate combat, we must first seize the enemy's artillery positions. Otherwise, our frontline soldiers will continuously face bombardment from their artillery fire. After Wang Hu spoke, the remaining commanders also stood, offering their suggestions. After all the suggestions had been voiced, Wong Kuan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. He then rose and approached the central sand table, scrutinizing it intently. Lifting his gaze, he declared, Regiments 104 and 107 shall spearhead the assault on the enemy's Beijiang town. 2/3 of the artillery from the headquarters will be allocated to support these 2 regiments. Regiments 105, 108, and 109 will focus on the main offensive at Nanjing town, utilizing the remaining 1/3 of our artillery for fire suppression. The defensive area at Beijiang town is relatively small, nestled between 2 mountain ridges, while Nanjing town is primarily flat terrain. Wang Hu will command the operations at Beijiang town, with the deputy commander overseeing Nanjing town. You are to discuss the particulars amongst yourselves. After issuing these orders, Wang Kuan took his leave to inspect the positions. Upon arriving at the front lines, Wang Kuan observed the surroundings as he walked, noting the palpable tension among the soldiers. Most were fresh recruits, and despite the rigorous training they had undergone, the reality of the battlefield evoked instinctive fear and apprehension. Spotting a young soldier who appeared to be merely 18 or 19, Wang Kuan noticed the lad's body was tense, likely due to the anxiety of facing combat for the first time. He approached the young man and inquired, Private, what is your name and how old are you? Report. Commander, my name is Huang Er, and I am 18 years old, the young soldier replied, standing stiffly at attention. Excellent, Huang Er. It is entirely natural to feel fear and anxiety on the battlefield. However, remember the fundamentals of your training and contemplate our mission to defend. If we do not take up arms, how can we expect our parents and loved ones to do so? Private, have faith in yourself. As long as you adhere to the principles of warfare, you shall not fall. The young soldier, perhaps overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment or the presence of such a high-ranking officer, responded with fervor, Report, Commander, I am no longer nervous. I will become an exemplary soldier of the defense forces. Wang Kuan nodded in satisfaction and returned the salute. As time passed, the trenches for the defense forces were nearing completion. The trench network at Beijiang town spanned approximately 4 kilometers, but time was of the essence. Any further excavation would risk exposing them to enemy fire. With 6,000 personnel dispersed across the 4-kilometer width, the defense forces found themselves somewhat cramped. Yet the rugged terrain left little choice for their arrangement. The frontline trenches of both armies were merely 1 kilometer apart, and the enemy's artillery dared not fire, lest they provoke a counteraction from the defense forces. As the clock struck 10 the following morning, Wang Kuan glanced at his wristwatch and addressed the nearby communications officer, instructing, Relay the message. Fire will commence in 3 minutes as per the plan. The communications officer promptly reached out to the artillery units, conveying the timing for the barrage. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the distant roar of cannons resonated from behind. Regiments 104 and 107 unleashed a volley of shells from 175 and 80 mm howitzers. The battlefield erupted with a series of explosions. Following the initial strike, the observers at the front lines, after gathering essential data, utilized tools and maps to ascertain the precise locations of the enemy forces. The messengers swiftly transmitted the information via radio to the rear, where the gunners promptly reloaded the ammunition and calibrated the parameters. 2 minutes later, the artillery of the defending army roared once more. The forward scouts, through the artillery sight, confirmed that this round of ammunition had struck the target accurately, and they immediately notified the messenger. Upon receiving precise information regarding the concentrated target, the rear commander ordered the artillery to commence a saturation bombardment. Currently, Only 2 calibers of cannons were engaged in battle. The larger caliber artillery would wait for the enemy's cannons to fire before entering the fray. As for the adversary, they had been on high alert since the arrival of the defending army the previous day, fearful of an impending attack. It was only at night that they dared to relax slightly, though still in a state of half-sleep. The following day, while they remained in a fog of drowsiness, the bombardment from the defending army commenced. Although the initial round caused minimal casualties, it immediately heightened their vigilance, prompting them to take cover. The division commander, Lu Neng, quickly issued orders for the frontline troops to conceal themselves. However, when a minute passed with no sign of a second round of bombardment, he grew perplexed and inquired of his subordinate staff officer about the enemy's intentions and why only 1 round had been fired. This officer, lacking familiarity with artillery tactics and having only recently acquired proficiency in firing and calibrating the cannons, speculated that the enemy was assessing the impact of their initial bombardment. "Commander, we must not let our guard down. A subsequent artillery strike is likely imminent," he cautioned, having some understanding of artillery operations. Upon hearing this, the commander felt a pang of worry. They had only just learned to operate their cannons and calibrate coordinates, while the enemy had already mastered every step, an insurmountable gap in capability. Meanwhile, some soldiers in their position, unaware of the situation, were at risk of exposing themselves. Indeed, as predicted, a few soldiers emerged from their air raid shelters, rifles in hand, peering over the trench towards the enemy. Among them, a conversation ensued. "Dan, why do you think the enemy only fired 1 round? Is their artillery malfunctioning? How could that be? Artillery is far too expensive to break down after a single shot. They are probably trying to intimidate us." "Exactly, I thought the same. You and I are quite clever, Dan." The two laughed and bantered. But suddenly they were startled by the sharp whistling sounds overhead. Looking up, they saw hundreds of black dots of various sizes rapidly descending. Instantly, they recalled the sound of falling shells and shouted, "Artillery! Artillery!" They scrambled to take cover, and fortunately, their luck held. They heard the shells approach in time and managed to avoid the blast radius, escaping unscathed. However, this did not guarantee the same fortune for others. As they sought refuge, Dan witnessed many individuals torn apart by the explosions. Even those not at the epicenter were struck by shrapnel, losing limbs, or sustaining grievous injuries. It was Dan's first encounter with such a horrific scene, and he was overwhelmed, vomiting in terror, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Upon hearing the second round of explosions from the rear, the division commander turned to his staff and remarked, "It is uncertain how many casualties this round will yield. The enemy's artillery fire is significantly louder than the sounds of our training cannons. Their firepower is formidable. This battle will not be easy." The 2 men fell into a contemplative silence, unaware that Wong Kuan had yet to unleash artillery with a caliber exceeding 100 millimeters. Since the last war, Wong Kuan had been pondering a critical question. During domestic conflicts, is it not excessively brutal to employ large-caliber artillery? Such armaments should be reserved for foreign adversaries, rather than used against fellow countrymen. He resolved to observe the aftermath of this war and determine whether to continue utilizing heavy artillery in future civil conflicts, provided he maintained a significant advantage over rival warlords on the battlefield. Otherwise, the use of large-caliber artillery would remain necessary. Chapter 35. The Battle of Liangjiang on the morning of the 17th at around 10 o'clock. Wong Kuan observed the artillery commencing its second barrage and promptly instructed his communications officer to inform the forward scouts to continuously report on the enemy's positions. He directed the frontline engineering troops and all personnel to expedite the construction of trenches. Subsequently, he commanded the artillery to maintain a firing rate of 3 rounds per minute for suppressive fire. There was no need to expend the theoretical number of shells. Sustaining effective fire coverage was sufficient, given that the lifespan of artillery barrels is finite. In the current engagement against domestic warlords, it was unnecessary to fire numerous rounds, as the enemy's artillery could not yet reach the positions of the defending forces due to insufficient range. Additionally, the enemy's artillery crews had undergone limited training and had not yet mastered systematic gunnery techniques. Their targeting capabilities were limited to visible objectives, and once their artillery ranged beyond their line of sight, they were oblivious to where their shells landed. As time passed amidst the bombardment, over 10 minutes elapsed, and the frontline trenches advanced nearly 100 meters. Were it not for the excavation machines procured by Wong Kuan, achieving even a 10-meter advance would have been commendable. Manual trench digging was exceedingly slow and exhausting. The trench excavation machines were truly remarkable, akin to oversized track tractors equipped with digging apparatuses, capable of excavating several hundred cubic meters of earth per hour. The area of Beijiang town endured bombardment for several minutes, with the flat land between the 2 hills subjected to artillery fire. The enemy division commander, anxious and restless, yearned for accurate casualty figures from the frontline brigade, hoping fervently that the losses were not too severe. Suddenly, the command center's phone rang. He hastily answered, stating, "I am the division commander. Speak quickly." The voice of the brigade commander echoed from the other end. "Commander, our forces have sustained approximately 800 casualties since the bombardment began, primarily due to significant early losses." Upon hearing this, the division commander offered a few urgent instructions before abruptly ending the call. The adjutant beside him had evidently caught a hint of the situation. Yet he still cautioned, "Commander, we must not let our guard down. They are still bombarding us." After a moment of contemplation, the commander of the 1st Division instructed the adjutant, informed the artillery units to deploy half of the cannons for a counteroffensive, while relocating the remainder to another site. The adjutant stood and saluted before promptly notifying the artillery. After 20 minutes of relentless bombardment, the defending forces ceased fire. The forward observer detected that the enemy had retreated a short distance to recalibrate their coordinates, while the artillery's ammunition was running low and required logistical resupply. In just 20 minutes, the defenders had unleashed 6,000 shells upon an enemy position merely 4 kilometers wide, with the smallest 75mm artillery shells having a lethal radius of 60 to 70 meters. It was evident that for the enemy, those 20 minutes felt like an eternity. As the defending forces took a brief respite from their bombardment, battlefield observers spotted incoming shells from the sky and swiftly sounded the alarm. Everyone began to take cover in the trenches and shelters. The well-dug trenches ahead were struck, sending dust billowing into the air. Dozens more shells followed, continuing the assault on the defenders' positions. Upon hearing the sounds of cannon fire from the front lines, Wong Kuan raised his binoculars and observed the situation. Fortunately, the enemy's aim was imprecise, with very few shells landing among the troops, and even those that did resulted in minimal casualties. He turned and inquired about the enemy's situation, questioning whether they had ample ammunition to squander. Wang Hu pondered for a moment before tentatively responding, "Perhaps they have not established observation posts at the front lines, thus lacking clarity on specific locations. It is possible that they have only recently acquired their artillery and have yet to fully comprehend the operational dynamics of artillery warfare." After Wong Kuan finished speaking, he added, "Regardless of their situation, instruct the forward artillery observation posts to identify the enemy's cannon positions and eliminate them swiftly." Before long, the defending forces managed to ascertain the location of the enemy's artillery. Meanwhile, on the other side, the commander of the Northern River Guard's 1st Division, upon witnessing his artillery open fire, urgently pressed for reconnaissance on the bombardment's effectiveness. However, the results were underwhelming. From this, he discerned the disparity between the two armies. The combat proficiency on his side paled in comparison to that of the defending forces, resembling the difference between a regular army and a makeshift militia. The artillery on their side lacked battlefield experience, relying solely on chance for targets beyond their visual range, while the enemy's long-range bombardments were proving far more effective. As the commander continued to observe, a sudden explosion echoed from the rear. He immediately turned and inquired, where did that explosion originate? Though he had an inkling, he was reluctant to believe it. "Commander, judging by the sound's direction, it likely came from our rear artillery position." Sure enough, the command post's phone rang, and after the communication officer answered, he reported, "Commander, it has been confirmed that our artillery position has been shelled, but the shells veered off course." Before the 1st Division commander could take solace in this news, another explosion resounded from the rear, intensifying his ominous premonition. In the initial round of bombardment, the first strike missed its mark, likely intended to assess the precise location for subsequent artillery fire. He swiftly commanded the messenger to inform the artillery to relocate their position without delay. Before the messenger could venture far, another series of explosions erupted, and a distinct mushroom cloud ascended in the distance. The division commander realized that this was the result of a significant detonation of explosives. He painfully closed his eyes, fully aware that the 20 or so cannons stationed in the rear had likely been rendered inoperable. As expected, news soon arrived in the command center confirming the complete destruction of the artillery positions, with ammunition hit and all detonating in a catastrophic chain reaction. While the effectiveness of his own artillery was still uncertain, half of his cannons had already been lost to the enemy's relentless bombardment. Just as he was processing this grim reality, further reports emerged from the front, indicating that the defending army's artillery had resumed fire. Meanwhile, Wong Kuan had been informed of the enemy's artillery decimation and promptly ordered his own gunners to continue their barrage, providing cover for the excavation of trenches ahead. As time progressed, the infantry from both sides found themselves within a mere 200 meters of each other. The artillery fire from the defending army began to wane, primarily due to concerns over friendly fire. Speaking of friendly fire, in the tumult of battle during this era, inadequate training or the intertwining of opposing positions could easily lead to tragic misfires. After all, cannons are not precision rifles. A successful strike is merely defined by an explosion within several meters of the target. Remarkably, within just half an hour since the onset of hostilities, the division commander of the Northern River Brigade received frontline reports indicating that the defending army had yet to fire a single shot, while his own 1st Brigade had suffered over 2,000 casualties. Upon receiving such a staggering casualty report, He could scarcely fathom how many of his forces would remain after a close-range engagement. As the artillery fire ceased, the defending army's infantry began advancing along the trenches, preparing for a ground assault. After half an hour of bombardment, the enemy had gained valuable experience, and subsequent casualties were diminishing. Both sides now understood that the true test was about to commence. Chapter 36. The Battle of the Two Rivers on the Southern Front at Nanjing Town. As the bombardment of Beijiang Town commenced, the 2nd Division awaited the attack from the defending army. However, after waiting patiently, they saw no signs of enemy fire. The terrain of Nanjing Town is largely flat, and the spacing between the defensive troops of the 2nd Division was relatively wide. Wong Kuan assessed that the impact of the bombardment had been minimal and therefore prioritized an assault on Beijiang. Only after neutralizing the threatening artillery at Beijiang would he order a simultaneous bombardment from both sides to deplete the enemy's manpower. Otherwise, in vast open terrain, a limited number of cannons would yield little effect. At Beijiang, once the defending army's trenches had been dug to within 200 meters of the enemy, the artillery ceased fire, and the infantry from both sides commenced battle. One side was on the defense while the other took the offensive. When equipped with superior resources and personnel skills, the defending army was unconcerned with being the aggressor. The division commander dispatched the rear's 2nd Brigade for support. Recognizing that it was imperative, the frontline 1st Brigade had already suffered over 2,000 casualties due to enemy artillery, and without reinforcements, it was uncertain how long they could hold out. The defenders organized themselves into squads of 3, forming a triangular combat formation. Upon witnessing the defenders firing their weapons, some adversaries rose to retaliate, mistakenly believing that the rifles across the way also necessitated the pulling of bolts. Consequently, they were bewildered as the enemy continued to fire without a single bolt being drawn. This was their first encounter with such a rifle, where a shot could be fired without the need to reload. Within a mere minute of exchange, the enemy sustained hundreds of casualties, all due to their ignorance of the semi-automatic rifle's capabilities, which did not require a manual reload after each shot. At that moment, the overwhelming firepower demonstrated the superiority of the semi-automatic rifle. A single combat squad of defenders could suppress the firepower of an entire enemy platoon. Before the enemy could regain their composure, the defenders unleashed a barrage of mortar fire, grenade launchers, and both light and heavy machine guns. The cries of agony echoed from the 1st Division's position. "Help me! My hand!" Yet no one could assist the wounded, as they were preoccupied with their own survival. As noon approached, both sides paused their fire to rest and partake in their meals. The defenders had already seized the enemy's forward positions, forcing them to retreat over 500 meters. Personnel from both sides ventured to the front lines to collect the bodies of fallen soldiers. However, the defenders were outnumbered compared to the enemy's 1st Division. Wong Kuan arrived at the rear medical station to visit the injured soldiers before proceeding to the command center. "Wang Hu, please provide an update on the current situation. When can we capture the position at Beijiang Town?" "Commander, we have advanced our front line by over 500 meters, albeit with fewer participants in the morning battle. If we deploy 2 more regiments in the afternoon, I estimate that within 2 hours, we will completely secure Beijiang. The enemy's position is limited to a width of only 4 to 5 kilometers due to the terrain, and there are merely 2 kilometers in depth. By afternoon, with 1 or 2 waves of our assault, they are likely to collapse." After listening to Wang Hu's report, Wong Kuan inquired, "What strategy should we employ against the enemy at Nanjing Town?" Wang Hu pondered briefly before responding, "Afternoon, our artillery will be largely ineffective. We can coordinate our bombardment with the 3 regiments at Nanjing, as long as we suppress their movements. Victory on our side will lead to the complete rout of the enemy at Nanjing." After discussing with his staff at the command center, Wong Kuan deemed the plan sound and issued the operational orders. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the defenders at Nanjing initiated their assault. Over 200 artillery pieces fired simultaneously, unleashing a cacophony of explosions upon the enemy's positions. Despite the vastness of their territory, each artillery barrage inflicted dozens of casualties. The commander of the 2nd Division, who had initially intended to support the 1st Division, now found himself questioning whether they could even hold their ground in the current circumstances. He ordered his artillery to return fire, but the outcome was unsatisfactory. Their cannons had insufficient range to reach the defenders' positions. He dared not reposition the artillery units, as reports from the 1st Division indicated that the enemy possessed large-caliber artillery capable of striking targets over 10 kilometers away. Some of the cannons along the Bay River had already been destroyed by such formidable weaponry. Observing the relentless barrage of hundreds of shells raining down upon the forward positions each minute, he was compelled to order a strategic withdrawal, relinquishing a kilometer of defensive terrain. Out of a brigade of 7,000 men at the front, only over 5,000 could retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the defending forces occupied the vacated enemy positions, while the artillery from the rear advanced to continue their bombardment of the 2nd Division, incessantly constricting their defensive perimeter. The commander of the enemy's 2nd Division, witnessing this dire scenario, gritted his teeth and commanded his subordinates to fire their artillery, insisting that they must not allow the enemy to advance any further. Otherwise, their defensive lines would be utterly decimated. The support troops hastened to the front lines to assist in repelling the enemy's assault, urging their comrades to press forward, as this would cause the defending artillery to hesitate and reduce their fire. Upon receiving the orders, his subordinates quickly disseminated the message throughout the ranks. This tactic was inspired by the 1st Division's approach. When the ground forces of both sides were in close proximity, the defending artillery would cease fire to avoid friendly casualties. Truth be told, upon hearing such news, he admired Wong Kuan's character. A leader who values his subordinates is indeed a boon in war. However, were he in the same position, he would prefer to risk collateral damage rather than cease bombardment, for achieving the objectives of war outweighs the costs of unintended casualties. The 2nd Division began exchanging fire with the defending forces. Despite the intelligence gathered from the 1st Division, they were still taken aback by the sheer firepower of the defenders. The ease of using bolt-action rifles, the presence of small-caliber grenade launchers, and the ubiquitous machine guns rendered their soldiers incapable of lifting their heads. The loss of ground was progressively escalating. Their force of over 10,000 could not withstand the assault of merely a few thousand enemy troops. The commander of the 2nd Division clearly recognized that although the enemy's artillery had momentarily ceased fire, their infantry still wielded mortars. Despite the short range, these fast-firing weapons posed a lethal threat to their machine gun positions and the soldiers sheltered behind obstacles, with a danger level comparable to that of field artillery. As time passed, the defensive positions of the 2nd Division dwindled, and the commander feared they might not last until nightfall. Suddenly, the phone in the command room rang. He quickly answered to hear the voice of the 1st Division's commander. 2nd Division Commander, I cannot hold out any longer. The firepower of the defending forces is overwhelming. Their combat proficiency far exceeds ours. I am preparing to retreat shortly. Upon hearing this, a sense of helplessness washed over him, and he replied, I too cannot endure. Their artillery is too fierce. My troops are engaged in a firefight with their forces and are equally outmatched, suffering unacceptable casualties. If we are to retreat, let us do so together, with the artillery covering our withdrawal to the 2nd defensive line, where we can fortify our position alongside the 3rd and 4th Divisions. They swiftly coordinated their plan, agreeing to abandon a portion of their frontline personnel to cover the retreat of the remainder, ensuring it was executed within 20 minutes. Chapter 37. Victory on the Western Front at the command post of the enemy's 1st Division in Beijiang Town. The division commander had yet to call Nanjing Town to discuss retreat plans. After midday, news arrived from Nanjing Town that the defending forces had commenced their assault. With over 200 artillery pieces firing simultaneously, the division commander could easily envision the immense pressure faced by the defenders. However, he found himself powerless. The bombardment had already inflicted over 2,000 casualties on his forces, and the trench warfare before noon had claimed thousands more. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before inquiring of his battlefield advisor, what combat capabilities do we currently have at our disposal? The advisor promptly responded, Commander, excluding administrative and logistical personnel, we have only over 8,000 troops remaining who can advance to the front lines. We are left with merely 24 artillery pieces, and more than 40 machine guns have been destroyed. Our frontline gunners are now hesitant to provide fire support. Upon hearing these figures, the division commander felt a pang of sorrow. Half of his division's heavy weaponry had been lost. Before he could dwell on his anguish, enemy fire erupted from the front lines. The initial assault consisted of 3 minutes of mortar bombardment. The shallow trenches provided little defense against the attacks of light howitzers and mortars. The only course of action was to endure with manpower, while the enemy shelled them. They would take cover, and when the enemy advanced, they would raise their rifles to fire in retaliation. At the command post of the defending forces' 3rd Division, Wong Kuan stood before the sand table, deep in thought when Wang Hu entered and reported, Commander, the artillery at Nanjing has begun firing. However, the enemy's guns are positioned rather far from us, making it impossible to retaliate effectively. Wong Kuan examined the sand table for a moment before addressing those in the command room. Relying solely on artillery from Nanjing will not suffice. After a few rounds, the enemy will have learned to take cover. Prepare our combat personnel. Once the exchange of fire begins, do not conserve ammunition. As long as we can suppress the enemy and inflict casualties, every bullet is worthwhile. He then raised his wrist to check the time and instructed, issue the order. In 5 minutes, the 2 regiments in Beijiang will commence their attack. Remember, no amount of ammunition is more precious than the lives of our soldiers. Understood, Commander. The assembled personnel saluted. As 5 minutes elapsed, the defending forces launched their offensive, and chaos erupted on the battlefield, a scene witnessed by the division commander of the 1st Division. Fully armed, the defending forces were equipped with individual weapons that, in the current context, represented a nightmare for these warlords. From a distance, they employed mortars or grenade launchers to target the enemy's concealed positions. At closer range, they unleashed grenades, which proved effective against those hiding in trenches or cramped air raid shelters. The division commander observed the relentless tactics employed by the defending forces, which resulted in heavy casualties among his soldiers, causing them to lose ground with each passing moment. As I contemplated the situation, it became clear that not only would we be unable to maintain our position, but the casualty count among our soldiers was also soaring alarmingly. Gritting my teeth, I resolved that if we continued in this manner, we would inevitably lose Beijing town. More importantly, the number of casualties would be incalculable. I posed the question, could we abandon the Beijing position and withdraw to the second line of defense? After a moment of contemplation, the staff officer in the command room stood up and replied, if we abandon our position without orders, how shall we explain it to the commander? The division commander responded, if the commander wishes to hold me accountable, I shall bear responsibility alone. The crucial matter is that I cannot allow my soldiers to waste their lives in vain. The others, moved by his words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, to persist in holding a position we knew was untenable, merely sacrificing men in vain, was a cruel reality of war. To put it bluntly, this struggle was a matter of life and death for Li Hong, while for the common soldiers, it held little significance. Should we lose, they would simply surrender, and it was unheard of for the defending army to execute prisoners. When all was said and done, they would merely return home to till the land. Once everyone came to this understanding, they stood together and expressed their support to the division commander, stating, Commander, we support the retreat, we can fight no longer. Seeing the backing of his comrades, the commander smiled and instructed, then notify the frontline troops to await the retreat order. However, we may withdraw, but we cannot take everyone back. We must leave a portion to hold the line for a while longer. Estimating that the time was ripe, he suggested, after holding out, we shall surrender to the defending army. After reaching a consensus, the group began preparing for the withdrawal. The division commander contemplated for a moment and then called the 2nd Division in Nanjing, discussing the strategy they would implement in 20 minutes. When the time arrived, the orderly retreat commenced at Nanjing, with the remaining defensive positions being filled by the 1st Brigade. Although this may have seemed unjust to the 1st Brigade, preserving the remaining fighting force necessitated some sacrifices. As Nanjing began to withdraw, so too did Beijing, starting with the artillery and followed by the supply troops. The division commander in Beijing, noticing that only the frontline personnel remained, promptly contacted the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade, informing him of the decision reached by the command staff and requesting that he hold the enemy at bay for half an hour. Once the time elapsed, he would permit the surviving soldiers to surrender collectively. The brigade commander was silent for a moment before replying, Commander, I understand your predicament. I will comply with your arrangements. After ending the call, the division's command staff also proceeded to withdraw. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as 20 minutes passed, the defending army noted a significant decrease in the enemy's firepower and personnel, promptly reporting this to the command headquarters. Upon receiving the frontline report, the commander immediately arranged for inquiries regarding the situation in Nanjing, suspecting that it mirrored their own. 2 minutes later, news arrived from Nanjing, confirming that the circumstances were indeed similar. The monarch addressed the assembly, stating that the surviving personnel from the enemy's 1st and 2nd Divisions had largely retreated, a masterful maneuver of evasion, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. A desperate bid for survival. I am curious to know whose stratagem this was, and whether, after the war's conclusion, we might be able to entice them into our fold. Without waiting for a response, he commanded that the frontline commanders in the Liangjiang region be informed to reduce their firepower, for since these individuals have been abandoned, we need not commit further acts of slaughter. As he exited the command center, he lifted his binoculars to survey the enemy's positions, which indeed revealed numerous vulnerabilities and a shortage of troops. An hour slipped by, and the enemy forces in Liangjiang had surrendered, leaving only the defending troops to oversee the cleanup of the battlefield. Observing the scene before him, the monarch mused that the most formidable challenges had been resolved. Glancing at his watch, he realized that time was of the essence. They could not delay in advancing to the next defensive line. They would resume their assault the following morning. Tonight was a time for the soldiers to rest well. Chapter 38. The warlords retreat. By 6 o'clock on the afternoon of the 17th, the battlefield in Liangjiang had been thoroughly cleared, and the defending troops began to tidy themselves in preparation for dinner. Wang Hu and several commanders gathered in the command room to discuss the final confrontation at Linjiang scheduled for the next morning. Commander, the enemy at Nanjing town remains due to their artillery. According to intelligence, their retreat direction is toward Pingan town. Therefore, we should focus our efforts on Pingan town, concentrating our artillery to swiftly eliminate their forces, suggested one of the officers. The monarch nodded in agreement, saying, let us assemble 277mm and 80mm artillery pieces, with 60 heavy artillery to dominate the field, rendering their artillery ineffective. For the main assault in Dayua town, we shall retain 50 77mm and 80mm artillery pieces and 36 heavy artillery to guard against their remaining forces. Having finalized the operational plan for the morrow, the hour grew late, and the assembly began to arrange for shifts and rest. Meanwhile, in Linjiang City, Li Hong, having realized the failure of the Liangjiang front to obstruct the enemy, was overwhelmed with anger and despair. The two elite divisions he had equipped at great personal expense had been vanquished in a mere half-day. This waste of resources left him bitter. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have been better off selling the equipment and enjoying a lavish life abroad, or perhaps surrendering days ago. Now, with nothing left, he found himself bereft of the means to capitulate to Wong Kuan, forced to await the final blow scheduled for the next day. Relying on the second defensive line to withstand the monarch's advance seemed futile. It would be more advantageous to hope for Wong Kuan's sudden demise. The first line, manned by his elite divisions, had already crumbled, and Li Hong finally understood the despair that Zhang Bolin had once felt. As night fell, Li Hong found himself devoid of viable options. Yet, unlike Zhang Bolin, he could not bring himself to end his life. The allure of his several beautiful concubines lingered in his mind, and he had yet to fully savor the indulgent lifestyle he led. How could he contemplate suicide? After much deliberation, he retreated to his private chambers, rifling through his last remaining treasures, a handful of small yellow fish and some ancient scrolls. After a rough estimation, he calculated that these items could fetch him several thousand silver dollars, sufficient for a comfortable existence in his later years, though maintaining his concubines would still pose a financial strain. After emerging from the secret chamber, he summoned several concubines and inquired who among them would be willing to accompany him. Those who declined were each offered 500 silver dollars, allowing them to part ways. Ultimately, 2 chose to follow him, while the other 2 accepted the monetary compensation and departed. Observing this outcome, Li Hong exhaled a sigh of relief. It was for the best, as his finances would not suffice should they all decide to accompany him. Thus, Li Hong began to quietly gather his belongings in preparation for his escape. Before fleeing, he sent telegrams to a few individuals at the front, urging them to resist as much as possible and permitting their surrender if circumstances became dire. He resolved to hold the last line of defense at Lingjiang City. As night fell, around 8 o'clock, Li Hong stealthily exited the city gates with his guards, making his way northward. Meanwhile, on the side of Wang Chun in Hangzhou, he had been exceedingly anxious since the previous day when Wong Kuan had dispatched troops. However, upon the arrival of the defense forces, they did not initiate an assault, but merely sealed off the northern and western approaches. Subsequently, he learned that the defense forces intended to deal with Li Hong before turning their attention to him, which sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Wang Chun immediately reached out to the Rising Sun Nation, requesting military support. Yet, the Rising Sun Nation currently had only 2 divisions stationed in Yunnan province and remained in Chun City, with the second batch of local troops yet to be deployed. As such, they were only willing to provide him with a portion of weaponry on credit, secured against the taxes of Hangzhou and the territories under his jurisdiction. At this juncture, Wang Chun was willing to overlook other considerations, as long as he received support, whether in the form of troops or arms. He was prepared to pay any price. Once these warlords tasted the sweetness of power, who would relinquish it easily? They would stake everything for one last gamble. After agreeing on the terms the previous day, the Rising Sun Nation assured him, Wang, the quantity of weapons you requested is somewhat excessive, but rest assured, we will deliver them to you by tomorrow night. Wang Chun now cared little about the origins of the weapons, as long as they arrived punctually. 50 artillery pieces, 200 machine guns, and several thousand grenades, in addition to the heavy weaponry of his first division, totaling over 70 artillery pieces. Although inferior in caliber and range compared to the defense forces, constituted his last bastion of hope. He now fervently wished for Li Hong to hold out a while longer, granting him precious time. As the clock struck 8 on the morning of the 18th, the defense forces commenced their breakfast. Wong Kuan, having risen and completed his morning routine, joined Wang Hu and others at the logistics center to share a meal with the soldiers. Ever since Wong Kuan took command of the garrison, this unit had enjoyed a diet rich in meat. During marches and battles, their provisions consisted of ample canned meat and various fruits. Half an hour later, the group began to pack their gear and set off with the vehicles. The journey to Deyue town and Pingan town would take approximately 2 hours, with favorable road conditions. They could reach their destination in just half an hour. Such road conditions troubled Wong Kuan greatly. He vowed that once he secured Yunnan province, he would construct roads for every city and county, ensuring ease of travel whether by vehicle or on foot. After a bumpy journey to a point merely 5 kilometers from the enemy's defensive line, the artillery of the defending army began to establish heavy artillery positions from both directions. Advancing another 3 kilometers, they commenced the deployment of additional cannons. Once the artillery was set, the engineers, utilizing specialized vehicles, began to excavate infantry trenches. Meanwhile, the enemy had already detected the arrival of the defending army. At 1:30 in the afternoon, with the issuance of the attack order from Wong Kuan, the towns of Deyue and Pingan were subjected to a fierce bombardment. As the final battle on the western front commenced, Wong Kuan stood on a distant hillside overlooking Pingan, peering through binoculars at the battlefield. The enemy, having retreated to this location, had formed a last line of defense alongside the local troops. Despite their artillery being intact, They too commenced bombardment against the defending army. However, the disparity in artillery effectiveness was stark, with one side only capable of firing 3 to 4 kilometers, rendering their cannons ineffective against the defending forces. Although they could target the infantry on the front lines, the results were underwhelming, as fewer than 50 cannons struggled to suppress a 6-kilometer front. As the defending forces' artillery was gradually destroyed, the threat to the defending army diminished, allowing the infantry to advance under the cover of their rear artillery. At this stage of the conflict, the enemy had little will left to resist. Upon reaching each position, the defending army found that the adversaries surrendered eagerly without the need for a call to capitulate. With the surrender of the enemy in both towns, Wong Kuan promptly dispatched the 1057th Regiment to Linjiang City, preparing to take control and capture the warlord Li Hong. Once the battlefield was secured, the 104th and 105th Regiments took a brief respite before setting out towards the Eastern Front. The final battle in Hangzhou awaited them, and soon, the southwestern region of Yunnan would be unified, significantly enhancing Wong Kuan's strategic depth and resources. With Linjiang now under his purview, Wong Kuan prepared to explore his new territory. Chapter 39. The Eastern Front engages on the afternoon of October 18th at 4 o'clock. Wong Kuan and the defending army arrived at Linjiang City. Gazing upon the city walls, which retained the characteristics of a feudal dynasty, he felt a temporal dislocation amidst the modernization surrounding the tea market, where the fortifications had been dismantled. Upon entering the city gates and proceeding towards Li Hong's residence, the atmosphere within the city mirrored that of his initial arrival in the tea market months prior, equally desolate. Even the pedestrians occasionally traversing the streets appeared less vibrant than the residents of the tea market once did. In truth, Linjiang had been far superior to the tea market at that time. Yet, in the brief span of 2 to 3 months, the local populace seemed transformed, crushed under the weight of Li Hong's various taxation methods. Witnessing this scene, Wong Kuan was reminded of the tea market. Had he not intervened to redistribute land and implemented agricultural reforms that benefited the populace, the tea market's recovery would have remained uncertain. Now, with industrial growth and commercial ventures receiving substantial support, the people no longer faced income shortages. In stark contrast, Linjiang City presented a dire situation that would require considerable investment to initiate its development. Upon arriving at Li Hong's residence, it became apparent 2 hours earlier that the master had long since vanished, likely having fled. The soldiers thoroughly searched the premises, but found not a single valuable item. Wong Kuan felt a deep sense of disappointment. He was in dire need of funds, whether substantial or modest, yet Li Hong had absconded with even the trifles. With time slipping away, Wong Kuan resolved not to head to the Eastern Front and instead returned to Chashire with a battalion of guards. The 3rd Division remained temporarily in Linjiang, tasked with maintaining order and overseeing local captives, who were to be collected by their families later. By 10 o'clock the following morning, Wong Kuan had reached the battlefield at the Eastern Front, where hostilities had yet to commence, and both sides were still in the preparatory phase. He reflected on Wang Qin's military strategy, noting that 2 divisions had been deployed at the front, securing the western gateway of Hangzhou. However, after receiving a shipment of armaments from the Rising Sun Nation the previous day, Wang Qin abandoned the critical northwestern defense route, consolidating his 1st and 2nd divisions towards the southwest. Given that Chashire lay in the southwest of Hangzhou, it was inconceivable for the defending army to forsake this vital approach in favor of a northwestern front. Over 30,000 troops were amassed in Heishui County, poised to intercept the defending forces. Regardless of their willingness, this location was undeniably pivotal. Wang Qin's 2 divisions in Heishui had hastily armed themselves with equipment from the Rising Sun Nation, boasting a total of 100 artillery pieces and considerable heavy firepower. The terrain of Heishui was particularly advantageous for defense, nestled between 2 mountain ranges, presenting a significant challenge for any offensive maneuvers by the defending army. At this moment, Wang Shun commanded from the rear in Inxian, personally overseeing 2 supporting divisions, ready to advance to the front lines amid the escalating conflict. Within the headquarters of Inxian, Wang Chun and several advisors stood before a map, deliberating on the task of obstructing the enemy in Heishui. One advisor inquired, "Do you believe Wong Kuan will follow our strategy and assault Heishui? What if he chooses to circumvent us through Hengshui?" Another advisor asserted, "General, Wong Kuan has no choice but to engage Heishui. No matter how he maneuvers, he cannot bypass the blockade of Heishui." Wang Chun nodded in agreement, expressing his concern about the formidable defensive nature of Heishui, fearing that Wong Kuan might opt for retreat. "I have heard that he places great importance on minimizing casualties among his subordinates," he remarked. The advisors nodded in unison, acknowledging Wong Kuan's reputation for being remarkably bold in battle, primarily driven by his desire to reduce the losses of his troops. Some individuals from Yunnan province internally cursed, "In warfare, there are bound to be casualties. If he is so fearful of his men's suffering, he might as well disband his forces." Wang Chun, confident in his belief, reassured his advisors that Wong Kuan would not take the long route. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the thunderous roar of 250 cannons erupted, igniting the conflict in Heishui County. Instantly, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and flames. The defensive landscape of Heishui was supremely advantageous, flanked by towering mountain ranges on either side, creating a formidable barrier to reach Hangzhou. To advance, one could only push forward step by step, systematically eliminating the defenders on both flanks. Wong Kuan, peering through his binoculars, surveyed the terrain ahead with a sense of unease. Although victory was attainable, the potential casualties would undoubtedly breach his threshold of tolerance. After a moment of contemplation, he adjusted his initial strategy of a swift resolution. It became evident that haste would be unwise. Instead, he resolved to leverage his artillery superiority to systematically diminish the enemy's resistance. He subsequently issued orders for a bombardment lasting 20 minutes, followed by a 30-minute respite, before resuming with another 20-minute barrage, continuing until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The infantry would remain inactive for the time being. Upon receiving the orders, the artillery units complied without hesitation, while the infantry felt a growing sense of impatience, as their exclusion from the day's endeavors meant foregoing potential gains from military engagements. The 20-minute bombardment obliterated every inch of the enemy's defensive positions. During this interval, numerous strongholds were entirely decimated, though the enemy promptly dispatched reinforcements to the front lines. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the fourth round of bombardment commenced. Wong Kuan, alongside his commanders, stood atop an elevation, binoculars in hand, gazing towards the opposing side. Prior to the conflict, the distant hills had been visible with enemy fortifications and abundant vegetation, but now they lay stripped bare. With this fourth round of shelling, the artillery alone, utilizing 77mm and 80mm howitzers, unleashed a staggering 60,000 shells. This was without even deploying the heavy artillery from the 4th Division. The enemy's position was now a revolving door of defenders. The moment the bombardment ceased, they would swiftly rotate fresh troops into place. Some soldiers were rendered paralyzed by the overwhelming firepower, truly dazed by the onslaught, leaving their defenses in an awkward predicament, while the artillery continued to rain down destruction. The infantry remained stationary, rendering their defensive measures futile, resulting in a squandered afternoon of manpower. At 5 o'clock, Wong Kuan commanded the cessation of the bombardment, instructing the frontline troops to remain vigilant while the remaining officers and soldiers took a well-deserved rest. Thus concluded a most peculiar engagement, with the defending forces suffering no casualties, while undoubtedly, the opposing side had endured significant losses. Meanwhile, in the enemy's rear, Wang Chun received news that the bombardment had ceased, a wave of relief washing over him. Only he understood the trials he had endured during those grueling hours of the afternoon. The defending army had exploited their artillery's range to deliver 4 relentless strikes upon him, while his own forces, with their limited reach, could do little more than passively endure the bombardment. Raising his hand to glance at the time, Wang Chun estimated that the casualty data should have been released by now. Shortly after, an aide entered to report, "General, here are the losses for the 1st and 2nd Divisions this afternoon. Please review." Wang Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall not look. Simply read it aloud to me." "Yes, General. Since 5 o'clock this afternoon, our 2 divisions at the front have suffered a total of over 4,000 casualties, including more than 1,500 dead, 2,600 severely wounded, and just over 200 lightly injured. It is anticipated that some of the severely wounded may succumb to their injuries." Upon hearing this, Wang Chun clenched his fists, trembling with fury. He had anticipated losses, yet not to such an extent. He felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed with the battle. Chapter 40. The easy capture of Hangzhou City at 7 o'clock in the evening. The Blackwater County Defense Forces began to rest and maintain their equipment. In the command room, the atmosphere was lively. No one had expected the enemy's tactical planning to be so inept. The defense forces had been relentlessly bombarding the enemy, who, like fools, stubbornly clung to their positions without any thought of retreat, sacrificing lives in exchange for territory. Although the ammunition expenditure that afternoon was the highest in their history, Commander Wong Kuan had previously stated that the defense forces feared not the consumption of ammunition. This could be deemed a glorious victory for the artillery, inflicting significant physical and psychological damage on the enemy. Observing his smiling subordinates, Wong Kuan remarked, "Tomorrow morning, we shall observe whether the enemy alters their strategy. If not, we shall continue our bombardment. I wonder if they have more soldiers or if we have more ammunition." After discussing the tactics for the following day, everyone returned to their rest. By the next morning, the scouts reported that the enemy's 2 divisions remained entrenched, showing no signs of retreat. Wong Kuan, relieved, commanded a continuation of the bombardment at 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, Wang Chun was also deliberating with his men on whether they should withdraw their frontline troops and alter their strategic approach. However, after much discussion, they could not devise a satisfactory plan. Losing Blackwater County would leave them with little advantageous terrain for defense. They would have to confront the defense forces head-on. But considering the superior equipment of the defense forces, that prospect appeared daunting. In this world, guerrilla warfare was still an unfamiliar concept. Wong Kuan had assessed their tactics the previous night. Had they been in command of the opposing forces, they would surely have retreated under such intense bombardment. They could withdraw from Blackwater County and continuously harass the enemy with their battalions, making it difficult for the enemy to leverage their artillery advantage, even if they possessed it. This strategy could potentially eliminate some foes and buy time for their rear lines, and if executed properly, might even trap the enemy in a precarious situation. Regrettably, Wang Chun was merely a minor warlord, having achieved his current status through luck and ruthlessness, commanding a band of former ruffians, none of whom had received military training. Just past 10 o'clock, news arrived from the front line that the defense forces had commenced their bombardment once more. Wang Chun, infuriated, erupted into a torrent of invective, questioning how many shells Wong Kuan had at his disposal, as if ammunition bore no cost. Such warfare, in his eyes, was nothing short of a despicable ploy. His subordinates, upon hearing this, were equally incensed, clamoring in unison that if Wong Kuan possessed the audacity, he should confront them head-on, daring him to cease the bombardment and witness their retaliation. Wang Chun, overwhelmed by the escalating tension, bellowed, "Enough! If you possess the courage, lead your troops to the front lines instead of venting your frustrations here." Meanwhile, the defenders of Heishui County appeared to be on a leisurely respite, with a handful of frontline infantry idly engaging in trivial banter, some lamenting their choice of service, pondering if they ought to have opted for artillery instead. "Hey, Ergo, do you think we could switch to artillery?" One queried. "What are you thinking? Being an artilleryman is no simple task. Can you read? Do you know arithmetic?" Came the retort. Do artillerymen even need to know such things? As time meandered through the relentless shelling, midday arrived, prompting the soldiers to pause for sustenance. Wong Kuan himself found this war exceedingly tedious. The battlefield resonated solely with the monotonous roar of cannon fire, an insufferable monotony. Just as the afternoon bombardment was set to commence in half an hour, Li Jian abruptly entered, announcing, "Commander, several individuals have approached the opposing position, claiming they wish to surrender and seek a discussion with you." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan immediately rose, exclaiming, "Let us see. Perhaps this dreary conflict is nearing its conclusion." The two made their way to a nearby location, where, amidst a throng of guards, stood several individuals clad in ochre military uniforms. Recognizing them as emissaries for negotiation, Wong Kuan introduced himself. "Gentlemen, I am Wong Kuan. May I inquire as to your identities?" "Greetings, Commander Wong. It is an honor to finally meet you." "I am the Deputy Commander of the 1st Division of Hangzhou," replied one, gesturing to the man beside him. "This is the Deputy Commander of the 2nd Division. And the others are our guards. We represent the entire personnel of both divisions, seeking to engage in surrender negotiations with your forces." Following this introduction, Wong Kuan and his subordinates escorted the group to the command center. Once seated, the surrender negotiations commenced. After a cordial half-hour of discussion, the representatives of the opposing forces agreed to an unconditional surrender. It had come to light that Wang Chun, from the rear, had consistently denied their retreat, leading to widespread discontent among the troops, who could no longer endure the incessant bombardment, culminating in a potential mutiny. Some lower-ranking soldiers began to defy orders en masse, even resorting to theft within their ranks. Consequently, the commanders of the two divisions convened, determining that since Wang Chun was unjust, they need not adhere to principles of mercy. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, where they initially contemplated a conditional surrender, only to find Wong Kuan adamantly refusing, asserting that it would be unconditional or face annihilation. The final outcome permitted the higher echelons of their military to withdraw intact, while Wong Kuan assured them that their families and properties in Hangzhou would remain untouched, allowing them to depart in peace. This resolution left both parties satisfied. Subsequently, arrangements were made for the defenders to arrive within half an hour to receive the surrendered soldiers and their equipment. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Wang Chun received alarming news. The entire two divisions at the front had surrendered. Initially, he thought it was a jest, but only after his subordinate swore to the heavens did he accept the grim reality. His eyes glazed over, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning a ghastly yellow as he weakly uttered, "Temporarily seal this information and summon everyone for a meeting." Once his subordinates departed, Wang Chun coughed up another spurt of blood. Such a situation would be unbearable for anyone. The elite divisions, equipped for battle, had simply raised their hands in surrender. In 2 days, not a single enemy had been vanquished. Instead of devising strategies to annihilate the foe, they had capitulated. This news struck Wang Chun with devastating force, shattering his grand ambitions and dreams of warlord supremacy. When his associates entered Wang Chun's chamber and beheld the blood on the floor, they were taken aback. They rushed forward to offer their condolences, expressing concern that their steadfast leader must not come to harm, as they awaited his guidance. Before Wang Chun could confer with them, a messenger entered. "Commander, esteemed officers, a large force of the guard has been spotted 20 kilometers ahead." Simultaneously, our telegram received a communication from the front. Despite his weakened state, Wang Qin promptly seized the telegram to read its contents. Upon finishing, his expression was a tapestry of emotions, and he passed it to his subordinates for their scrutiny. The telegram, sent by the guard, urged surrender, assuring them that the royal authority would guarantee their personal safety, as well as that of their families and properties, allowing them to relocate upon the takeover of Hangzhou. After perusing the intelligence, his associates wore similarly complex expressions, their gazes shifting toward Wang Qin. At that moment, Wang Qin reflected on his years as a warlord, realizing that he had gained little beyond a few years of opulence. Nothing substantial had remained. Coming to his senses, he addressed the messenger, sent a telegram to the guard and the royal authority. I agree to surrender, hoping they will adhere to their conditions. He then turned to his subordinates, instructing, you are to command the troops to lay down their arms and remain in place, awaiting the arrival of the guard. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them, retreating into his own thoughts of the past. Thus, the royal authority easily triumphed in the eastern front of the war. On October 20th, they effortlessly seized control of Hangzhou, bringing the 5-day conflict to a close. Chapter 41, Post-War System Rewards. On the afternoon of October 20th, 1920, at 5 o'clock, from the deployment to the war's conclusion, the royal authority concluded the conflict on the east and west lines of the tea market in just 5 days. At this moment, the guard was escorting Wang Qin's surrendered troops toward Hangzhou City. True to his word, the royal authority did not impose any difficulties on Wang Qin and his commanding officers, dispatching personnel to escort them back to their homes, preparing to gather their belongings and depart Hangzhou. Of course, it was likely that these individuals possessed little in terms of assets, particularly Wang Qin, who, in his attempts to withstand the threats posed by the royal authority, had nearly depleted his resources during this period. When I met these individuals, several former military leaders who once wielded power sought to align themselves with Wong Kuan, only to be rebuffed. These individuals had previously conspired with Wang Qin, colluding with local gentry to exploit the citizens of Hangzhou ruthlessly. For Wong Kuan to spare their lives was indeed an act of immense benevolence. Their desire to secure positions within the defense forces was nothing short of absurd. Had they not surrendered swiftly, Wong Kuan had intended to publicly execute them post-victory to leave a favorable impression on the people of Hangzhou. Within the city of Hangzhou, which dwarfed both the tea market and Linjiang City, the jurisdictions under Hangzhou encompassed numerous counties and towns, resulting in a significantly larger population. Currently, Wong Kuan possessed dominion over 3 cities, with a total populace of approximately 2.7 million, a substantial asset for the economic and industrial development that lay ahead. Having delayed his return to the tea market, Wong Kuan opted to reside temporarily in Hangzhou. As he had an important matter to attend to, his system had bestowed upon him a reward. Summoning the system interface in his mind, Wong Kuan inquired, System, what is the reason for this reward? A mechanical voice responded, the host should be aware that every time a city is captured, the system grants a reward. The reward for each city consists of resources pertaining to the host's existing equipment or supplies. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan further questioned, then what is this reward? A line of text appeared in his mind, instructing him to check the system's backpack for the details of the reward. After reading the message, Wong Kuan internally grumbled, questioning whether the system had grown weary of communicating. He opened the system's backpack and was taken aback upon seeing the first reward, 500 Type 251 infantry armored vehicles, renowned half-track personnel carriers from a bygone era. To be frank, Wong Kuan was not particularly keen on acquiring more vehicles at this juncture. His current fleet, comprising nearly 2,000 vehicles across 4 divisions, meant that his troops were predominantly mobile. Compared to the infantry divisions of the past, his forces were far superior, even if not fully mechanized. This mobility significantly reduced the distance they had to traverse, greatly benefiting their physical endurance before battle and saving considerable time on the march. However, the sheer number of vehicles made each fuel purchase from the system painfully costly, despite the reasonable price per unit. The addition of 500 armored vehicles felt somewhat superfluous to him. While these vehicles could indeed facilitate the transport of personnel and supplies on the battlefield, their fragility posed a risk. A single shell could render them entirely inoperative. Moreover, lacking accompanying tanks, these vehicles could only serve as troop carriers, or perhaps as rapid assault vehicles at the front lines. Fortunately, they were equipped with a 12mm machine gun, a 20mm autocannon, and a 7mm machine gun at the rear, providing a commendable level of firepower. As of now, as long as the terrain is not excessively complex, it can navigate smoothly. Suppressing his thoughts about the armored vehicle, he moved on to the second reward. Upon seeing the second type of reward, Wong Kuan's expression returned to normal. His backpack displayed the bounty of 10,000 tons of fuel, a considerable reward indeed. This substantial quantity of fuel would save him at least several million silver dollars, sufficient to power his current vehicles for over a year. Next came the third reward, which was the equipment for 5 infantry divisions, a commendable acquisition. Although he currently possessed an arms factory, production required time, and the materials demanded significant financial resources. This reward would spare him tens of millions of silver dollars. A delightful boon. Due to his financial constraints, various factories in the tea market operated at half capacity, while some items could be sold for profit. He preferred to keep his industrial capabilities concealed until his strength was more formidable. The fourth reward was also commendable: 500 basic industrial talents, encompassing fields such as metallurgy and munitions. These individuals were precisely the talents he urgently needed as his industry required expansion. Furthermore, he aspired to establish a modern educational system, and these individuals could serve as instructors. The final reward consisted of 1,000 tons of staple grains, 500 tons of meat, and 1 million cans of meat, all of which were quite valuable. In the current society, while staple grains were relatively abundant, meat was genuinely scarce. The populace struggled to fill their stomachs, let alone raise livestock. The garrison was sustained by vegetables cultivated specifically by the farmers of the tea market, which incurred a considerable monthly expense. Should he need to purchase more meat, Wong Kuan would risk immediate financial ruin. Fortunately, the time within the system's backpack did not flow, and he still had a modest amount of meat from the initial rewards and subsequent purchases. After reviewing these rewards, he felt a twinge of confusion and promptly inquired of the system. Isn't it said that the rewards consist of existing resources? However, I did not possess armored vehicles or fuel before. The system replied, Host, this time the rewards are unique to the system. Because this is your first proactive conquest of 2 cities, special rewards have emerged. To obtain special rewards in the future, you must simultaneously conquer 3 cities or more. Wong Kuan understood. The system seemed to find his development slow, subtly enticing him to accelerate his progress. After some contemplation, he decided to let it be. Given his current pace of development, it was already commendable. Transformation arises from quantitative change. Once he captures a few more cities or directly conquers Yunnan province, his subsequent development would soar like a rocket. The following morning, the citizens of Hangzhou cautiously stepped outside, warily observing the patrolling soldiers. Unlike Wang Qin's subordinates of the past, these soldiers were notably taller and sturdier, refraining from picking unnecessary quarrels with the populace. They exhibited no random acts of extortion, merely forming small teams responsible for patrolling a distance of 100 meters. Due to a lack of communication, the people of Hangzhou remained unaware that the garrison differed fundamentally from those warlords. However, the common folk are observant. The soldiers in the city have, until now, not harassed the populace. On the contrary, they frequently assist those who are less mobile. At noon, when people venture out to the streets or seek to earn a living, they return with news. The defense forces have established several points within the city to distribute relief provisions. Although the supplies are modest, they have alleviated the urgent needs of many. In the span of a single day, the royal authority has nearly stabilized the situation in Hangzhou. Chapter 42. Visitors from the Sunset Kingdom. With stability temporarily restored in Hangzhou, the royal authority has informed Lu Weimin to expedite the establishment of governmental departments. After Li Jian led the 4th Division to remain behind, the royal authority returned to Chashire with the remaining personnel. Upon arriving home, the eldest sister was taking care of the household, while the second sister had recently started working. Upon learning that a sanitation department had been established in Chashire, she implored the royal authority to allow her to join. After much persistence, he reluctantly acquiesced. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of the defense forces, the royal authority convened a post-war summary meeting to gather insights on the recent conflict, aiming to build upon the victory by acknowledging strengths and addressing weaknesses. The defense forces have adopted a strategy of maintaining a smaller, more elite troop composition compared to other warlords and factions. Consequently, the royal authority has consistently emphasized the primacy of firepower over tactics. Following the meeting's review of the war experiences, Wang Dahai, responsible for logistics, began reporting on the consumption of resources and personnel casualties during the conflict. Commander, esteemed colleagues, I will now present various statistics from the aftermath of the war. In the Western Front, our forces suffered 540 casualties, with 96 fatalities and the remainder sustaining minor injuries. Across both the Western and Eastern fronts, the defense forces incurred fewer than 600 casualties, which greatly exceeded pre-war expectations. Prior to the conflict, many anticipated that due to the enemy's superior equipment, the defense forces could face the highest casualties since their inception, but the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. On the Eastern Front, the enemy suffered grievously, with over 4,000 killed and more than 8,000 wounded, indicating that nearly an entire division under Wang Chun had been decimated, with the remaining personnel either missing or captured. The Western Front situation was even more astonishing, as enemy casualties were under 5,000, with the remainder surrendering. The battlefields of both fronts once again demonstrated the superiority of firepower. Achieving such results relying solely on light weaponry within a few days would have been nearly impossible. The sheer number of cannons under the royal authority's command is staggering, defying the principles of equipment coordination. Even among warlords and foreign powers, it is inconceivable to equip oneself with an equivalent number of artillery pieces and various heavy individual weapons. A single division, outfitted with over 200 howitzers as per his specifications, would face astronomical logistical pressures. The royal authority has reduced frontline combat personnel, equipping each division with several hundred trucks to barely maintain a force of over 12,000. Furthermore, weaponry incurs substantial costs. It is only due to the existence of a systematic framework that he can procure various armaments at remarkably low prices, with the added benefit of free equipment rewards. Without such a system, even 10 individuals like him would be unable to sustain such an overwhelming firepower strategy. This does not account for the soldiers' salaries and bonuses, as the financial burden of war primarily stems from logistical ammunition expenditures. In this war, the consumption of various types of shells has approached 40,000. The expenditure on assault ammunition has reached several million rounds. If one were to purchase these with money, a typical warlord could only sustain a few engagements. Hundreds of firearms and a dozen artillery pieces of various calibers have been lost due to various damages. After reviewing these reports, Wong Kuan let out a deep sigh, feeling a tremor within his heart. Even a mere observer like him was astonished. It was evident that waging a prosperous war was akin to burning money, and not just any money, but gold. In his previous life, Wong Kuan had seen the military might of the Eagle Nation online, noting how, since World War II, every conflict was characterized by ample armaments and overwhelming firepower, which had left him envious. Now, he was experiencing this joy firsthand. In his past life, he and his friends had derided firepower tactics, claiming they lacked any semblance of the art of war. However, now that he stood on the side of firepower, he understood the thrill. What he had once dismissed was indeed delightful. At the conclusion of the meeting, Wong Kuan set aside the written data and addressed the assembly. The end of this war is merely our beginning. There lies Yunnan province ahead, as well as the entirety of the nation and overseas territories. There are countless places in the world awaiting our liberation. Therefore, we must not slacken our military training, and our reserves must also be diligently prepared. After departing from the military headquarters, Wong Kuan visited the government office, where he conferred with Lu Weimin about the development of the two cities. Lu Weimin lamented the lack of funds. Commander, the revenue from the tea market is primarily dependent on trade. However, after covering the normal expenses, there is insufficient left for the development of both cities. Do not concern yourself with financial matters. In a few days, a substantial sum will arrive, Wong Kuan assured him. After hearing Wong Kuan's promise, Lu Weimin seemed somewhat reassured and ceased his pressing. After resting at home for 2 days, Wong Kuan received a phone call from Lu Weimin that afternoon. Commander, an outsider has arrived, claiming he wishes to meet you. Wong Kuan felt perplexed. He had not interacted with foreigners before. He replied, "Inquire as to the purpose of his visit. If it is not of significant importance, I shall not meet him." Commander, he states that he is a representative from the Rising Sun Nation and has urgent matters to discuss. Then allow him to come in. Half an hour later, a staff member accompanied a foreigner into the room. Greetings, Commander Wong. I am Rusk, the representative of the Rising Sun Nation. Wong Kuan did not rise, but rather stated directly, "Please, convey your message." Rusk's expression soured upon realizing that Wong Kuan showed no respect for him, and he reiterated, "I am Rusk, the representative of the Rising Sun Nation, here to inform you of important matters." Wong Kuan, growing impatient, interjected, "I acknowledge you are from the Rising Sun Nation. Now, what is it you wish to convey?" Enough with the superfluous words. Taking a moment to compose himself, Rusk thought to himself, "Let me indulge your arrogance for a moment. Commander, the taxes from the Hangzhou region that your side occupies were mortgaged to our nation by Wang Chun. Therefore, I have come to inform you that we have the right to send representatives to take over the tax administration of Hangzhou." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan replied to Rusk, "I do not concern myself with past matters. Those are between you and others. Hangzhou is now mine, and if you have the audacity, feel free to send your people here." Without waiting for the foreigner's reaction, he ordered the guards to escort him out. Rusk felt an overwhelming urge to curse, yet wisely refrained upon noticing the guards beside him. Once taken outside the residence, he vowed to teach that little warlord a proper lesson. In this vast expanse, no one had dared to treat him or his nation with such disdain. Observing the foreigner being escorted away, Wong Kuan's expression grew grave. Despite his disdain for the great powers, he recognized his own inadequacy in comparison to them, particularly the declining but still formidable naval strength of the old powers. After a moment of contemplation, aside from uttering a few curses against Wang Chun in his mind, he found himself devoid of any brilliant strategies. Engaging in reasoned discourse with these brigand descendants proved futile. They could only be subdued or eradicated by force, for otherwise, they would forever embody the arrogance of believing themselves to be above all. Unable to conceive of an alternative, he resolved to adopt a stance of resilience. Let them come. He would meet force with force and shield his territory. Anyone seeking trouble on his land would be swiftly dispatched to meet their maker. For the time being, Wong Kuan set this matter aside, awaiting news from the two cities regarding his potential acquisition of substantial wealth. There were ample plump targets in those cities, much like before. As long as the assets were obtained unlawfully, He would orchestrate the confiscation of the properties of the landlords and wealthy families with utmost efficiency. The following morning, before Wong Kuan could obtain the information on those families, they arrived at his doorstep for a visit. This left him somewhat bewildered. Just when he had prepared to butcher the pigs, he found himself contemplating whether to receive them. Chapter 43. The Woes of Zhang Lingrui that morning. Several affluent individuals arrived at Wong Kuan's residence, representing the gentry of Hangzhou and Linjiang. Once seated, Wong Kuan inquired, "What brings you esteemed guests all this way?" The visitors, upon hearing this, cursed inwardly. Did Wong Kuan truly not grasp their intentions, feigning ignorance while fully aware? Though they grumbled internally, their faces wore expressions of obsequiousness as they responded, "We, a group representing the families who could not attend, extend our congratulations to Commander Wang for taking charge of the two cities. Under your leadership, the citizens of Linjiang and Hangzhou will surely thrive." Wong Kuan, sensing their flattery becoming increasingly absurd, quickly raised his hand to halt the proceedings. "Enough with the pleasantries, let us discuss matters directly. If there is nothing to say, you may leave." The group exchanged glances before one of them spoke up. "Commander, our families, in celebration of your victory in war, have prepared 300,000 silver dollars to aid in the development of the two cities." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan's spirits soared. They had come bearing gifts. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became lively. By noon, after the visitors had departed, Lu Weiman inquired, "Commander, are you considering sparing their lives?" Wong Kuan chuckled dismissively in response. "Spare them? What are you thinking? Among these families, with the exception of a few, the rest are destined for perdition." Lu Weiman pondered aloud. "Then why do you continue to accept their money? Are you not concerned about the impact on your reputation?" Wong Kuan chuckled softly and replied, "Money that comes knocking at my door should not be refused. My reputation may suffer among the landowning elite, but I care not for their opinions. I have no intention of forging any tangible connections with that stratum. As long as we earn the trust and affection of the common people, the interests of other groups become mere illusions." Upon the departure of these elite representatives from the tea town, discussions ensued among the crowd on the road. "Surely we are no longer in danger? Wong Kuan has already accepted our money. How could he possibly trouble us now? Unless he is willing to sacrifice his own reputation, then we can rest easy and sleep soundly upon our return." Unfortunately, they were oblivious to the mindset of a time traveler. Wong Kuan was utterly indifferent to their group. The opinions of the elite held no significance for him. Furthermore, his ambition to establish a formidable regime necessitated the eradication and suppression of these antiquated remnants of society. This was a time marked by the decline of the feudal Great Xia and the onset of chaos within the realm, providing an opportune moment to obliterate all vestiges of old power. As Wong Kuan sharpened his metaphorical knives in preparation for the slaughter, Zhang Lingrui in Yunnan province found himself engulfed in anxiety and panic. Within the Zhang residence in Spring City, ever since he learned of Wong Kuan's conquest of Linjiang and Hangzhou a few days prior, he had been steeped in regret. Had he only committed to dispatch troops to aid his compatriots against Wong Kuan's onslaught, perhaps circumstances would not have devolved to this extent. Wong Kuan's recent triumph not only expanded his territorial dominion and influence, but also escalated his renown throughout Yunnan province. Even those outside had begun to recognize his name. Crucially, the current state of affairs in Yunnan meant that no entity could counterbalance Wong Kuan any longer. He now directly confronted the threat posed by the defense army. Two cities, with 8 divisions and a total of 120,000 troops, had been vanquished by merely 2 newly established divisions. The fighting capabilities of the defense army were indeed formidable. Presently, he commanded 4 divisions, while he himself had only managed to reorganize 8. By that calculation, he still fell short of being a match for Wong Kuan. This was the source of his regret and anxiety over these past few days. On this day, a personnel report from the front lines returned, and the individual appeared pale and shaken. "Commander, the reconnaissance of the battlefields in both locations has been completed, and I have come to report." "Quickly, convey the specifics," Zhang Lingrui urged anxiously. "Commander, I can scarcely believe it. A mountaintop has been reduced by half a meter in thickness. In Hangzhou's Heishui County, 2 small mountain ranges now lay barren. Outside of Erjiang town, subordinate to Linjiang City, a river approximately 6 to 7 meters wide has been violently diverted from its course. Commander, had you not seen it with your own eyes, you would not fathom the extent of the devastation. The ground is pockmarked with craters. The battlefield is riddled with shell holes, some measuring 6 to 7 meters across, while others are about a meter in diameter. Commander, it is utterly terrifying. I cannot comprehend how anyone could survive in such an environment." Upon uttering these words, he seemed to recall some horrific vision, involuntarily shuddering. After absorbing these accounts, Zhang Lingrui's face mirrored that of the messenger, pale and blank, his mind rendered utterly vacant. If a war were to erupt between him and Wong Kuan in the future, it would be inevitable that one of them would fall. At that time, with the artillery of the defense forces firing in unison, how long could his army endure? After completing the reconnaissance, Zhang Lingrui inquired, "How many artillery pieces do you estimate they possess?" The general and his subordinates analyzed. Wong Kuan has at least over 100 pieces of artillery exceeding 70 millimeters. This is merely the firepower of 2 divisions. Their main force consists of 2 newly established divisions. If we include the other 2 divisions, Wong Kuan's defense forces have at least over 200 heavy artillery pieces. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingrui felt disheartened. His 8 divisions combined had just over 100 artillery pieces, most of which were below 70 millimeters in caliber. It was not that he was unwilling to equip more artillery. The crux of the matter lay in the exorbitant costs, each piece costing tens of thousands. While the ammunition was even more burdensome, with a single 70mm shell costing dozens. His current army could scarcely afford live ammunition training for the artillery, lest he be driven to bankruptcy. The scoundrels from the Rising Sun Nation were also reluctant to provide weapons and ammunition, fearing he might harbor inappropriate ambitions. The various conditions they had initially agreed upon were now being delayed at every opportunity. He had hoped for their assistance in establishing a military factory, but that now seemed nearly impossible. Zhang Lingrui, seeking to expand his military, found himself lacking funds. The first loan from the Rising Sun Nation was almost exhausted, and the local landlords had grown estranged from him. Contemplating the myriad challenges and predicaments before him, Zhang Lingrui let out a long sigh. What shall I do? Coming back to his senses, he instructed his subordinate, "You may go and rest. Remember, all the information you reported today is to remain confidential." Once his subordinate exited, Zhang Lingrui felt as though his very bones had turned to jelly, collapsing languidly onto the sofa, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling. 2 days later, in stark contrast to Zhang Lingrui's melancholy, Wong Kuan was in high spirits. Ever since he had accepted the money from certain individuals, his mood had greatly improved. Who does not delight in wealth? On that day, the awaited information finally arrived, as investigators had gathered incriminating evidence against the local landlords in Linjiang and Hangzhou. After reviewing the documents, Wong Kuan could not help but mutter to himself, "These are nothing but greedy scoundrels, merciless in their pursuit of wealth." The evidence bore similarities to the previous case in the tea market, leaving him puzzled as to why these already affluent individuals felt the need to seize the assets of the common people. After some reflection, he concluded that it was sheer insatiability and lack of contentment that inspired a twinge of pity and reverence within him. He promptly placed calls to Wang Hu in Linjiang and Li Jian in Hangzhou, instructing them to raid homes and arrest individuals listed in the documents. Temporarily casting aside the weighty crimes detailed within, he felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of acquiring a substantial sum of money. Chapter 44. The decision of the Rising Sun Nation on October 27th. The defense forces in Hangzhou and Linjiang City sealed off all major routes, allowing entry into the territories but forbidding exit. In response to the citizens' grievances, the defense forces justified their actions by claiming that several ruthless bandits had been spotted in both locales. The roads are temporarily blocked, but they will reopen by tomorrow. This is merely a precautionary measure for the 2 cities' prominent figures. Should someone on the list attempt to leave the city during the day, it would waste precious time in apprehending them. At 8 o'clock in the evening, people from Linjiang Street and various towns, still active, hurried home. At that moment, a multitude of military vehicles entered, prompting the populace to quickly step aside and share whispers of curiosity. "Hey, Oldly, what do you think the guards are up to tonight?" "Who knows? Perhaps they've discovered bandits and are preparing for a capture." In a merchant's household within the city, a similar discussion unfolded among the families seated in the study. "Master, why such a large mobilization of the guards at this hour? Could it be that they apprehended those bandits mentioned during the day? Do you truly believe the day's blockade was merely for a handful of bandits?" The male head of the household clearly possessed knowledge of deeper matters. "Then what could it be? Surely they aren't training at night?" "Enough questions. We shall find out tomorrow." This merchant, who also had business in the tea market, was evidently aware of the historical context surrounding royal authority and, upon observing the guards' actions, sensed the impending events of the night. Nevertheless, it bore no consequence for him. He preferred to quietly witness the unfolding spectacle. After all, those unfortunate families tonight had brought this fate upon themselves, having once acted with tyranny and ruthlessness, taking from others without mercy. The wheel of fate turns, and now it seemed they were finally facing retribution. As dawn broke the next day, the citizens of Linjiang and Hangzhou began to learn of the previous night's events. The commotion was too significant to remain unnoticed. People erupted in applause, releasing the pent-up grievances that had long simmered within. For years, countless individuals had suffered under the oppression of these families, leading to untold devastation and loss. Once the royal authority received confirmation of the mission's completion in both regions, they hastily urged the interrogation of those apprehended, simultaneously tallying the confiscated assets, eager to benefit the citizenry of both cities. The Sunset Nation, situated on the western edge of the European continent, is a quintessential island nation characterized by its industrial prowess. With advanced technology, financial stability, and military might ranking among the world's elite, its cabinet ministers convened at the prime minister's residence to deliberate on the recent news from the east. That day, After failing to secure the desired advantages from the royal authority, Rusk promptly dispatched a telegram to relay the information back home, awaiting the decisions of the influential figures. Once the chatter subsided, Prime Minister Fusk addressed the assembly. Esteemed gentlemen, while we have the luxury of this respite, let us deliberate a matter of some importance. A few days ago, Rusk transmitted news indicating that our interests in the East may be jeopardized. Here are the specifics. Please review them before we engage in further discussion. Upon concluding, he distributed the documents for the assembly to peruse. The materials outline the contents of the agreement signed between Wong Kuan and Rusk. After reviewing the documents, the attendees exhibited only slight discontent, their expressions betraying a hint of emotion. Firstly, the Minister of War, holding a cigar in his hand, addressed the assembly. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, esteemed ministers, while we may not be particularly concerned about these trivial interests, it does not serve as a justification for others to dismiss us. I recall this little warlord from the East who previously obliterated our representative in that region. Now he dares to provoke us again. We must impart a lesson this time. Prime Minister Fusk nodded in agreement and turned to the others. Your Excellency, I concur with the War Minister Rogers' proposal. While we may not be overly concerned with these trivial gains, we cannot allow our dignity to be compromised. If we do, how can we continue to lead the world? This sentiment was echoed by the colonial minister, who pointed out that the province of Yunnan was effectively a colony of our nation, thus falling within his jurisdiction. I disagree, interjected the Minister of Finance, reclining in his chair. You merely wish to assert your authority, yet we must also consider the financial implications. Subsequently, each cabinet member proposed their views, resulting in a cacophony within the room, with neither side able to persuade the other. The number of those in favor of military action was nearly equal to those opposed. However, one point was universally acknowledged. The monarchy had shown disdain for the dignity of our nation, and whether through force or intimidation, this warlord must be brought to heel. Finally, it was the Prime Minister's turn to express his opinion. Should he lean towards one side, it would determine how the matter would be resolved. Fusk surveyed the assembly, recognizing the validity in both arguments. Those advocating for military action were hardliners, viewing the situation as significant, a matter of the kingdom's honor. If they remain passive, how could they guarantee the interests of their numerous colonies when word of this incident inevitably spread? Conversely, those against military intervention believed the issue could be resolved through pressure and negotiation, avoiding the arduous task of deploying troops. They were acutely aware that transporting forces from the Western Hemisphere to the Eastern Hemisphere would necessitate several warships for protection. The journey would take over a month, accruing substantial costs for the round trip, not to mention the expenses associated with engaging in combat upon arrival. Given the current global economic climate, especially for nations like theirs that had recently emerged from war, domestic inflation and burgeoning deficits left little room for funding a transoceanic conflict, prompting strong opposition from some members. After a period of contemplation, Fusk addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, let us initially dispatch 2 divisions to the eastern province of Yunnan to conduct a show of military strength, followed by sending Rusk to negotiate. We must compel that warlord to acknowledge that the taxes of Hangzhou belong to us. Following deliberation, the assembly largely acquiesced to the Prime Minister's proposal. They would notify the eastern forces of their plans and schedule a military exercise. It was believed that the wise ruler would eventually relent and offer an apology to our nation. In truth, the Prime Minister was quite incensed. A mere warlord now dared to challenge them, foolishly underestimating their position as global hegemons. In the East, during the era of the Great Xia dynasty, no one dared to provoke them. In truth, according to Fusk's perspective, he also wished to deploy troops for conquest. However, half of the cabinet members opposed this notion, leaving him with no choice but to proceed as is. The discussions in the Sunset Kingdom were unbeknownst to Wong Kuan. Even if he were aware, he would have merely responded to the unfolding events. If there were any disputes, they could simply arrange a confrontation. In the tea market, Wong Kuan had been diligently engaged in his duties over the past few days, striving to address the backlog of various tasks that had accumulated. Numerous matters awaited his approval and signature, with the government persistently urging him. Furthermore, with the expansion of territory, he needed to collaborate with Liu Weimin and several government officials to refine the management system for the future. These days were consumed by waiting for the asset statistics from the 2 regions, while simultaneously handling various trivial affairs. Chapter 45. Resource Allocation and Stabilization of Livelihoods. On November 1st, after 3 days of organization and statistics, the seized assets from both regions were delivered to Wong Kuan. That morning, in Wong Kuan's study, representatives from both the military and government, tasked with the statistics, were present. At that moment, Wong Kuan was perusing the documents in his hands, which contained the final asset report. The cash seized from both regions totaled nearly 10 million silver dollars, alongside 400 pounds of gold and antiques valued at over 4 million. The area of arable land was vast, not to mention their commercial assets. A place devoid of active commercial circulation and a stable agricultural foundation essentially resembled a desolate ghost town. Years of exploitation, compounded by the later oppression from Wang Chun and Li Hong, had rendered the lives of the citizens in both cities akin to hell. Coupled with the geographical circumstances, few among the populace possessed the means to escape to other locations. However, dwelling on such matters was futile. Wong Kuan understood that only by swiftly implementing effective policies could the vitality of both regions be rekindled. He instructed someone to notify Lu Weimin to convene, preparing to discuss the allocation of funds for Linjiang and Hangzhou, primarily focusing on consolidating arable land for national ownership, which would then be rented to the populace at no cost. Half an hour later, Lu Weimin and several high-ranking government officials arrived. After Wong Kuan allowed them to take their seats, he inquired, "Gentlemen, as you are primarily responsible for the welfare of the populace, how much funding will be necessary for the stabilization and development of both regions?" Lu Weimin and the officials conferred quietly, reaffirming the results from their previous discussions, and then responded to Wong Kuan, "Commander, we require 7 million yuan, 4 million for Hangzhou and 3 million for Linjiang." With slight modifications to the methods employed previously to stabilize the tea market, these strategies were similarly applicable to Linjiang and Hangzhou. After an hour of deliberation, Wong Kuan made the decision to allocate 7 million silver dollars to Lu Weimin and the others for the development and stabilization of the two cities. However, this time, he intended to refrain from developing industry in these regions. Instead, he planned to invite private capital to support and assist in establishing various light industrial factories. Thus, the following day, in addition to adjudicating the aristocrats, Wong Kuan announced various welfare measures for both regions. Upon the dissemination of this news, Wong Kuan's reputation soared instantaneously in both areas, surpassing even his own expectations, as his popularity eclipsed that of the tea market's initial reception. Although the common folk may lack extensive education, they possess the innate ability to discern who treats them with kindness and who genuinely seeks to assist them. As time progressed and more news flowed from the tea market, they began to realize the true extent of happiness in the neighboring town. Everyone had ample food. Every household tended to their land, and every family had money to spend. Periodically, they could indulge in meat, and farmers were only required to pay a mere 10% of their produce. Various advantages they had once deemed unattainable were already being implemented in the tea market. The sovereign's profound concern for the welfare of the populace stems from his understanding that stability at the rear is paramount for him to conquer without fear of repercussions. This is not merely a game of supremacy. It cannot be won solely through systematic prowess and territorial expansion. He aspires, through his own capabilities, to restore this ancient civilization to its rightful place atop the world, allowing the governed to thrive in an era of prosperity. Relying solely on military force for unification would render him no different from a dictatorial warlord. 3 days passed, and the people began to adapt to their new way of life. Thanks to the sovereign's benefits and the vitality injected by the tea market, Linjiang and Hangzhou gradually radiated newfound energy. The first wave of merchants who had arrived in the tea market began to establish their enterprises in Hangzhou and Linjiang, drawing numerous traders from afar, eager to partake in the burgeoning commerce. Those engaged in trade naturally favor regions characterized by stability and prosperity. Presently, the continent is rife with the financial conglomerates of foreign powers, stifling the local merchants' ability to thrive. While these powers may have fortified their commercial interests through military might across various regions, they have made little headway in the southern province of Dian. Indeed, the sovereign strategically suppresses and finds fault with the industries of these foreign powers within his sphere of influence, supporting his own merchants and products while rapidly cultivating a cadre of capable traders. Competition extends beyond mere military might. It encompasses economic and cultural rivalries. Learning from the lessons of the past, he strives to strategically position various forms of soft power in this world. On November 5th, the sovereign convened in his office with Lu Weimin to deliberate on matters of personnel appointments. With Linjiang and Hangzhou now firmly on track, they were merely in need of a captain to steer the ship. In the realm of urban governance, the sovereign had largely ceased to procure talent from the system, as the tea market had begun to cultivate local talents capable of managing city affairs independently. Just as they were preparing to step out for lunch after their discussion, Li Shanha, the head of the intelligence system, hurriedly approached them. Report. Upon seeing the newcomer, the sovereign inquired, "Shanha, what seems to be the matter?" The commander revealed that a high-ranking intelligence officer from Chunqing had received crucial news concerning the sovereign and the defense forces. 2 regiments from the sun-setting nation stationed in Chunqing had abruptly concluded their leave and commenced military preparations. The intelligence officer suspected something was amiss and, through various means, had obtained specific information regarding the situation. This development stemmed from an earlier encounter when representatives from the sun-setting nation sought to reclaim the tax rights that Wang Chun had promised to Hangzhou, a request that the sovereign had firmly denied. The government of the Sunset Nation has resolved to employ 2 of its divisions to issue a military threat, intending to compel the royal authority to relent and restore their rightful interests. Specifically, A military exercise simulating an offensive against Hangzhou is scheduled to take place at the juncture of Yushi and Hangzhou around noon the day after tomorrow. Furthermore, Zhang Lingrui has dispatched 2 divisions stationed in the south to assist the Sunset Nation in this exercise. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "How absurd! If they cannot swallow their pride, they might as well engage in battle. A mere military exercise, who are they threatening?" However, Lu Weiman's face bore a trace of concern as he addressed him. "Commander, we cannot take this matter lightly. After all, they are a long-established power. Should a conflict arise, it would be exceedingly detrimental to our current position." Wong Kuan understood Lu Weiman's apprehension. Yet he was merely a government official and did not grasp the true extent of Wong Kuan's military capabilities. He still believed that the equipment of the defense forces was akin to that of the former garrison troops. Wong Kuan, focused on foundational development and reluctant to reveal his strength prematurely, might have unified Yunnan province by now, leaving Zhang Lingrui with no significance. He feared that being the first to strike could lead to dire consequences, as their current strength could hardly withstand the onslaught of foreign powers and warlords. Thus, he regarded the exercise as inconsequential. Even if it escalated to conflict, he was unafraid. After reassuring Lu Weiman, the group dined together before Wong Kuan, and Li Shanha proceeded to the command center to convene a military meeting. Regardless of how trivial an exercise appeared, Wong Kuan felt compelled to respond. Otherwise, they might genuinely believe he was intimidated. Upon arriving at the command center, all senior generals had gathered, except for Wang Hu and Li Jian. Observing the assembled officers, Wong Kuan turned to Li Shanha and said, "Minister Li, please elucidate the reason for this meeting." "Certainly, Commander," Li Shanha replied. After his introduction, the attendees grasped the meeting's purpose, their expressions reflecting a shared incredulity. Among the generals seated at the table, one remarked, "The Sunset Nation has truly grown accustomed to tyranny, even daring to covet Hangzhou's tax revenues. Commander, why not simply annihilate these 2 divisions and turn their exercise into a day of mourning?" As the discussions ensued, many suggested seizing this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the Sunset Nation, demonstrating their audacity in Yunnan province. Wong Kuan leaned back, resting his chin on his hand and crossing his legs as he listened to the discourse. After a moment of contemplation, he straightened up and began to speak. "All right, hear me out. Since Zhang Lingrui is also participating in this spectacle, why not take advantage of the situation to eliminate his 2 divisions?" Wong Kuan planned to first neutralize Zhang Lingrui's 2 divisions, as the timing of the exercise provided an excellent pretext. If the Sunset Nation's exercise turned authentic, it would serve as an opportune moment to eliminate them altogether. After articulating his decision, the generals unanimously expressed their agreement. He then proceeded to outline the preliminary deployment strategy. "Zhang Jianwei, your 1st Division is responsible for the troops of Zhang Lingrui." "Yes, Commander, the 1st Division guarantees the completion of the mission." Afterward, he instructed his staff, "Once the meeting concludes, inform Li Jian of the 4th Division to remain vigilant regarding the exercises of the Sunset Nation in Hangzhou. Should they encroach upon our territory and disregard warnings, they are to be obliterated." Once everyone departed, Wong Kuan returned to his office, contemplating the repercussions of this arrangement. The annihilation of Zhang Lingrui's forces was of no concern to him. In fact, he welcomed the prospect of retribution. As for the Sunset Nation, he harbored no fear of conflict. However, what he lacked was time. Should they decide to wage war, he would find himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Although the 2 nations were distanced, complicating troop transport, he could employ a strategy of attrition and land warfare to inflict significant losses on the Sunset Nation. His primary apprehension lay with their navy. If they were to blockade the coastal regions, he could find himself ensnared for years, wasting precious time. If only the system could furnish him with a fleet, he would dare to strike at their homeland, yet he remained unaware of when naval forces would become available. The sight of various warships within the system left him salivating, but for now, he could only gaze upon them, having yet to fulfill the conditions for purchase. In Spring City, Zhang Lingrui's residence, he and his subordinates were engaged in a discussion regarding their reckless maneuvers. "Commander, have we perhaps been too audacious in agreeing to the demands of the Sunset Nation? Should even a slight misstep occur, I fear for the safety of our men." Wong Kuan, a man notorious for his unwillingness to tolerate foreign arrogance, remained undeterred. Zhang Lingrui listened quietly to his subordinates' concerns, his expression betraying uncertainty. As he recalled recent events, a few days prior, Rusk had approached him, requesting cooperation with the Sunset Nation's actions. Although he initially declined, the promised rewards had genuinely tempted him. Upon the conclusion of the exercises, regardless of whether the Sunset Nation achieved its objectives, they would bestow upon him 50 cannons, 200 machine guns, 3,000 shells, and 200,000 rounds of ammunition. It was these lucrative incentives that had swayed his decision. Moreover, the Sunset forces would bear the brunt of the conflict, alleviating his worries. Yet his subordinates' words had sown seeds of doubt within him. What if a clash were to occur with Wong Kuan's troops? On the 7th day, Both the Sunset Nation and Zhang Lingrue's forces were under the vigilant scrutiny of intelligence operatives, with every movement known to Wong Kuan. By noon, he had arrived in Hangzhou. Though Li Jian had control over the area, he remained slightly apprehensive. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wong Kuan and the 4th Division of the Guard forces approached the border, roughly 4 kilometers from the jurisdiction of Yushi. The Sunset troops had already arrived at their designated exercise site. To swiftly monitor their activities, a reconnaissance unit equipped with 3 radio stations was stationed at the border. 30 minutes later, communication from the front indicated that the exercises of the Sunset Nation had commenced. Meanwhile, at the Yushi border, today's exercises had attracted gentlemen of renown from Yunnan province, alongside local and foreign journalists. At this moment, Brigadier General Mike, the commander of the exercise, is being interviewed by reporters. One journalist from the imperial capital inquires, "General, what prompted the sudden military exercise by the Sunset Nation?" Mike adjusts his collar and responds, "Our Sunset Nation is a civilization. We have received intelligence indicating that there are individuals south of the Yunnan province intent on undermining cooperation between our regions. Therefore, we undertake this exercise with a warning. Those who harbor malicious intentions should know that Yunnan province is under our protection and no force shall disrupt this harmony." The journalist, evidently a puppet, expresses gratitude for the general's response. Subsequently, several reporters from various locations pose their questions, all of which Mike addresses diligently. The essence remains clear. They are here to safeguard the people of Yunnan province, and any individuals or forces that refuse to comply with their regulations will face formidable consequences. Having worn a mask of hypocrisy for so long, one might indeed start to believe oneself a deity. Just as Mike concludes his responses, his aide rushes over in haste. "General, I believe you should take a look at this document." Mike, somewhat displeased, retorts, "Remember, you are an officer of the great Sunset Nation. You must maintain your composure at all times." After saying this, he takes the document from his aide and begins to read it. Suddenly, without warning, Mike hurls the document to the ground and exclaims, "Damn it, that wretched warlord dares to threaten us. I will make him pay." It turns out that the message from the royal authority had been received just moments ago, wherein they informed the opposing side that should any provocative actions be detected during this exercise, they would respond with severe retaliation. If any ammunition or personnel were to cross into their territory, it would be deemed a provocation. Though the royal authority contemplated annihilating this force, they opted for a preliminary warning to avoid appearing unjust should they eventually emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Mike is seething with anger, pondering that as the maritime hegemon and architects of global order, no one has ever dared to threaten them in such a manner. After venting his frustration, Mike instructs his aide, "Notify the artillery to fire a few rounds across the border 10 minutes into the exercise. Then, send our brave warriors 500 meters into Hangzhou territory. Let us see if that royal authority has the audacity to retaliate." The aide, wishing to counsel Mike to remain calm, is interrupted by a dismissive wave, urging him to proceed with the notification. At the Hangzhou border, the reconnaissance platoon leader, Shi Daong, conceals his unit with one squad while the other 2 squads are stationed 4 kilometers to either side. Minutes have passed since the exercise began, and they can hear the sounds of gunfire and the battle cries of officers and soldiers. One of the squad leaders approaches him and asks, "Do you think the foreigners will come over?" Shi Daong cast a glance at him and retorted with irritation, "What? Do you still hope for their arrival?" "Hee, company commander. You misunderstand me. I was merely inquiring." Just as the two were engaged in their idle chatter, a faint shrill sound suddenly pierced the air. The pair quickly raised their heads to see several shells already soaring through the sky. Moments later, the distant echoes of explosions reverberated from over 300 meters away. Shi Daong hastily instructed the communications officer to urgently transmit a message to the commanding officer and division leader, informing them that the Sunset Nation had launched several shells towards our position. Upon receiving the telegram from the front lines, Wong Kuan turned to Li Jian and remarked, "It seems they do not take our warning seriously. Relay orders to the reconnaissance unit to ensure their safety." Li Jian, instruct the artillery to fire 2 rounds in 3 minutes, targeting the coordinates provided by our intelligence personnel. Li Jian saluted and affirmed, "Understood, Commander. I will make the arrangements immediately." Boom, boom. As 3 minutes elapsed, the sound of artillery fire erupted from the rear of the 4th Division. Chapter 47. Hitting a brick wall on November 7th, at the border of Fishing Creek in Hangzhou, just moments before Wong Kuan commanded the artillery to fire. The Sunset Army was on high alert. When Mike witnessed the artillery firing shells into Hangzhou territory, as per his orders, he turned to the artillery commander and said, "Good job, Guda, you have performed admirably." He then patted the man on the shoulder, conveying his approval. After expressing his praise, Mike instructed his aide, "In 3 minutes, let the infantry commence their advance. As soon as we penetrate 500 meters into their territory, I will have the journalists take photographs. These images, alongside the telegrams we received from Wong Kuan, will be published. I intend to humiliate him on a global scale and see if he dares to speak boldly again." Mike, unwavering in his belief, did not consider that Wong Kuan and his defense forces would have the audacity to retaliate. After all, they perceived themselves as the dominant power on this planet, with any challengers long extinguished. For instance, the recent war had seen the Han's empire obliterated by them and their subservient forces. How could a mere warlord rival the might of the Han's empire? As the artillery from the Sunset Nation continued to fire for 3 minutes, Mike, seeing no return fire from the opposing side, smugly remarked to his aide, "Look, dear aide, your concerns are unfounded. Do these natives dare to retaliate?" Ha ha. His laughter echoed with arrogance, yet it would soon prove to be premature. By the time Wong Kuan received news of the explosions, 2 minutes had already elapsed, compounded by the time taken for Li Jian to relay orders to the artillery. With an additional 3 minutes of preparation, a total of 6 minutes had passed. Thus, when Wong Kuan's artillery finally commenced firing, it was already 7 to 8 minutes after the Sunset Nation had initiated their barrage. At that moment, it was evident that Mike's exuberance was indeed premature. As the sun set, Mike continued to boast incessantly to his aide, "Look, it has been nearly 7 minutes, and the timid warlord dares not retaliate. I can declare that our exercise has been a resounding success." Just as Mike, filled with pride and satisfaction, was about to proceed to the forward command post, he abruptly halted. Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their ears catching faint yet distinct sounds. Instinctively, many gazed skyward, spotting dozens, perhaps hundreds, of small black dots approaching. Concurrently, the noise grew increasingly louder, prompting the aide to shout, "Artillery! Protect the general, take cover." As the personnel hurriedly shielded Mike, the shells rained down upon the forward command post and the infantry encampment. Following the trajectory of the shells, they witnessed a cacophony of explosions erupting some 500 meters ahead. In that fleeting moment, they seemed to glimpse dismembered limbs soaring into the air. After the initial shock of the explosions, Mike and his companions struggled to comprehend the scene before them, unable to believe that someone would dare to strike against them. The site of the explosions was none other than Mike's command post, surrounded by the infantry's encampment. Although most soldiers were engaged in the exercise outside, a contingent remained, along with numerous staff officers, who were presumably decimated in the chaos. The exact casualties would have to be assessed later by Mike himself. Just seconds after the first wave of explosions subsided, Mike and his men regained their senses and urgently instructed the nearby messenger to inform the troops to take cover. Yet, in that very moment, another barrage struck, leaving Mike and his companions pallid, helplessly watching the shells descend. The explosions occurred once more around the command post, revealing that the defending forces were acutely aware of their encampment's layout. Otherwise, why would they target the command post twice? Fortunately, Mike was not stationed there, having long since departed for safety. After the explosions, Mike, his face contorted with rage, bellowed, "Quickly, order the artillery to prepare for retaliation. We must bombard them fiercely." "But General," the aide replied, "we lack precise coordinates for their forces. We cannot accurately strike them." This was an eventuality they had not anticipated, the enemy daring to attack. Without coordinates, fire along the trajectory of their shells. Meanwhile, along the Hangzhou border, after the 2 rounds of artillery fire, Wong Kuan instructed the scouts at the front to infiltrate the Sunset Army's territory and assess the impact of the bombardment. Merely 5 minutes later, distant explosions echoed back. Li Jian reported to Wong Kuan, "Commander, this is likely their counterattack." "Not likely, it is undoubtedly their retaliation." After affirming this, Wong Kuan instructed Li Jian, "Send a message to Shi Daong, instructing him to complete the reconnaissance and return swiftly. Prepare a 2-minute bombardment targeting the enemy camp in 20 minutes. He then fell silent, awaiting news from Shi Daong. At the boundary of Yushi, Mike observed the aftermath of the artillery barrage. The defenders ceased their bombardment and hurried to render aid to the wounded, relocating the infantry encampment. Within 10 minutes, most personnel from the explosion site had retreated to safety, leaving behind a significant amount of equipment that could not be swiftly moved. Mike silently surveyed the scene, noting that the number of rescued casualties was disappointingly low. Most had perished in the blasts, with few sustaining only minor injuries. Most were severely wounded. To put it bluntly, when artillery exceeds a caliber of 70 millimeters, those caught near the point of detonation are unlikely to leave behind a single intact body. Surviving within its lethal range typically results in grave injuries, with only the exceptionally fortunate emerging with mere scratches. After a while, Mike's adjutant approached with a pained expression, stating, "General, we estimate that the enemy's bombardment has caused over 600 casualties. We must retaliate. We cannot allow our soldiers to die in vain." While he was eager for a counterattack, Mike remained non-committal, his gaze dark as he looked into the distance. Eventually, he spoke, "How can we retaliate? They have over 100 cannons, while we possess scarcely more than 60. Can we possibly match their firepower? I find myself regretting the order for a counterattack I previously issued. I underestimated the might of Wong Kuan. Now I realize that without absolute superiority, we must avoid escalating this conflict." Regrettably, it was too late. Wong Kuan was no ordinary man. He was a warlord who settled scores. Had he not ordered a second round of shelling, perhaps the losses could have been mitigated. 20 minutes elapsed, and the reports from the forward scouts of the defenders reached them. Wong Kuan glanced over the information and inquired of Li Jian, "Are the scouts safe?" "Yes, Commander. They have all reached secure defensive positions," Li Jian confirmed. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan promptly commanded, "Commence a 2-minute bombardment." In mere seconds, the artillery positions echoed with the sound of thunder as 100 shells arched through the sky, destined for the territory of the Sunsetting Kingdom. From the outset of the initial bombardment, Wong Kuan deliberately conserved his strength, permitting only half of his artillery to fire. Had Mike been aware of this, he likely would have fled in panic. Chapter 48. The Great Escape. The howitzers employed by the defenders boasted a minimum range of approximately 9 kilometers. At this juncture, the distance between both sides was merely 7 kilometers, meaning that the 100 shells would reach their target in just a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Mike was preoccupied with the chaos in the camp, as hundreds of new casualties overwhelmed the already strained medical resources, which had been minimal due to the nature of the exercise. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Oh no, artillery! Take cover, quickly!" In an instant, those who noticed scrambled for shelter, while others continued to busy themselves, oblivious until the sound of falling ordnance reached them. Boom, boom. The entire encampment reverberated with the sounds of explosions. Before they could fully grasp the situation, another round of shells descended upon them. Everyone, including Mike, was concealed in various hiding spots, each person fervently praying to God, hoping that the shells would not fall upon them. This time, due to the engagement with foreign forces, the monarch ordered the artillery to fire at maximum rate, resulting in the launch of 1,200 shells in merely 2 minutes. In that brief span, they endured a torment akin to hell. Those fortunate enough emerged unscathed, while the less fortunate found themselves irreparably harmed. When the explosions subsided, Mike rose to find the surroundings in utter disarray. Their supplies and artillery had all been subjected to the bombardment. At that moment, there was no room for Mike to uphold his gentlemanly demeanor. In a state of disarray, he hurriedly organized a retreat for his troops, fearing that if they lingered any longer, they would meet their demise in a foreign land. The Almighty had yet to grant him the means to escort them back to the east. Mike urgently instructed his aide, "Aside from our weaponry, discard everything else. We must retreat with minimal burden." Understanding the necessity, the aide acknowledged with a salute and promptly set about making arrangements. Meanwhile, the monarch remained oblivious to the fact that the opposing forces had already begun their withdrawal. He was still planning to continue artillery strikes in 10-minute intervals. As long as the enemy did not advance, he intended to bombard relentlessly, assessing who would suffer greater losses. However, he had evidently overestimated the chivalric spirit of his adversaries, who had no intention of engaging in a desperate struggle. By the time the third round of shells reached the encampment of the Sunset Army, casualties were minimal. The enemy had already fled. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Jian approached the monarch and reported, "Commander, we have received word that the enemy has retreated." The monarch, taken aback by Li Jian's report, exclaimed, "What on earth? What happened to their chivalric spirit? Why have they fled?" Li Jian inquired, "Commander, should we pursue them?" After a moment of contemplation, the monarch decided against it. "No pursuit. Inform the troops to remain vigilant, as they may be laying a trap." The reason the monarch chose not to pursue was primarily his desire to avoid conflict with the great powers. Although he was not apprehensive about confrontation, he preferred to delay until he possessed a navy or air force to assert dominance over the land. Thus, the minor skirmish between the monarch and Mike concluded with the retreat of the Sunset Army. However, General Zhang Lingrui remained unaware of these developments. Had he known, he would have immediately dispatched a telegram to the front lines, urging his 2 divisions to return swiftly. As previously mentioned, Zhang Lingrui's 2 divisions were conducting military exercises near the border with the tea market, aimed at showcasing strength to foreign powers. These were the 7th and 8th Divisions, with the 7th Division having been established with support from the Sunset Army after the signing of the agreement, making it the primary force in this endeavor. About an hour prior, upon receiving news from Mike, the commander of the 7th Division began arranging the troops for their exercise. This individual, somewhat prideful and emboldened by the backing of great powers, often executed Zhang Lingrui's orders selectively. His adjutant remarked, "Commander, should we not consult with the 8th Division? After all, this is a joint mission. Otherwise, it would be difficult to report back to the general." The commander replied, "What is there to discuss? If the 8th Division does not come to me, why should I seek them out? What are they thinking?" After listening to this, the adjutant continued, "Commander, for this exercise, we should merely go through the motions. We must not take it seriously, nor provoke the defending army." The commander understood the adjutant's concerns, for the combat prowess of the defending army was well acknowledged. However, the opposing leader was indeed arrogant, perhaps buoyed by the backing of foreign powers, believing that the monarchy would not dare to challenge them. Therefore, he said to the adjutant, "What is there to fear? This time, we have the support of the Rising Sun Nation. Does the monarchy dare to act against us?" Inform the 8th Division to expedite their preparations. Direct the artillery to fire at the opposing boundary as per our usual training. In this vast world, there are all sorts of people. In this era, many blindly idolize foreign powers. The adjutant contemplated trying to persuade him further, but the commander abruptly interrupted him. With no other choice, the adjutant proceeded to send a telegram to the commander of the 8th Division. As the exercise commenced, the division commander personally directed operations, ordering the artillery to fire at the designated coordinates. The scene was bustling, filled with the shouts of soldiers in training, the thunderous booms of cannon fire, and the crack of firearms, as if they were embroiled in a genuine battle. In the command center of the 1st Defending Army, Zhang Jianwei awaited news from the frontline scouts, planning to ascertain the layout of the opposing forces before concocting an excuse to eliminate Zhang Lingrui's 2 divisions. It had been quite some time since the 1st Division had engaged in combat. Previously, they had defended against Zhang Lingrui here, where the 3 divisions had captured 2 cities. Before long, the deputy commander approached and reported, "Commander, enemy shells have landed within our territory." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwei instantly perked up, rising to issue commands. Send a telegram stating that Zhang Lingrui's forces have shelled our territory. We, the 1st Defending Army, have been tasked with safeguarding the Cha City border. In the face of provocation, we will deliver a severe counterattack. Just after he spoke, news from the front lines also arrived. Zhang Jianwei promptly ordered the troops to commence their counteroffensive as previously arranged. Meanwhile, at the 7th Division, the commander was still basking in self-congratulation, praising the artillery's performance. He said to his adjutant, "Do you see? I am not intentionally provoking war. I am merely saving face for them. What can they do to me?" This commander clearly overestimated his own significance and the support of foreign powers. After expressing this sentiment while observing the soldiers training with high spirits in the camp, he felt that his orders for artillery fire were indeed brilliant. Yet, before he could revel in his thoughts, a communications officer approached with a telegram, bearing the content of Zhang Jianwei's earlier declaration of war. Before he could finish reading, explosions erupted at the front line. He was momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught, struggling to comprehend why the defending army reacted so vehemently over a few shells landing in an uninhabited area of their border. Regrettably, he is unlikely to have any further opportunities to ponder. The relentless bombardment continued unabated, mercilessly detonating within their encampment. Many were caught off guard, taken away by the explosive onslaught. Indeed, under the might of artillery, all lives are rendered equal. Even the commander of the 7th Division ultimately succumbed to the explosive fury, departing with his lingering uncertainties. Chapter 49. The misfortunate General Zhang on the afternoon of November 7th, as Zhang Jianwei's artillery struck the 7th Division's encampment. The sounds of explosions reverberated a kilometer away to the 8th Division. Zhang Lingrui, the commander of the 8th Division, upon hearing the distant detonations, hastily ordered his subordinates to gather information. However, before anyone could venture out, a messenger rushed in, clutching a piece of paper. "Commander, this is a telegram just issued by the defense forces." Seizing the telegram from the messenger's hands, the 8th Division commander's expression darkened as he read its contents. He erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Has the commander of the 7th Division lost his mind? Why provoke the defense forces at this moment?" After venting his frustration, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Perhaps the situation at the 7th Division was not as dire as it seemed, possibly a result of their own miscalculations. Meanwhile, on the defense forces side, after 5 minutes of bombardment, Zhang Jianwei instructed his deputy commander, "Issue the order, 20 minutes after the artillery fire begins. The infantry will launch an assault. I intend to swiftly seize the 7th Division." Upon receiving the command, the deputy commander hurriedly set about organizing the combat operations. Half an hour later, the soldiers of the 1st Division of the defense forces had approached the opposing 7th Division's positions. From a distance, they could see smoke swirling and flames dancing wildly. As they drew within 600 to 700 meters of the enemy lines, the mortar teams prepared for a preliminary bombardment, while the infantry slowed their advance to set up machine guns. At this juncture, the bombardment from the defense forces ceased, and the surviving soldiers of the 7th Division began to rise, having faintly discerned the presence of the opposing troops. The various commanders initiated the organization of their forces in preparation for resistance. However, their division commander had perished in the previous shelling. Consequently, the deputy officer had to assume temporary command. 10 minutes later, the defense forces launched their charge, prompting the 7th Division's officers and soldiers to react with alarm, raising their rifles to fire. The infantry battle commenced, yet they evidently underestimated the firepower of the defense forces. Zhang Jianwei designated the 101st Regiment as the main assault force. At that moment, the regiment commander, Luo Daming, issued the order, "Mortars, commence suppression of the enemy's firepower, aim for precise strikes on their machine gun positions." After observing through his binoculars for a moment, he addressed the 3 battalion commanders beside him, saying, "Battalion 1, you will be responsible for the main frontal assault. Battalion 2, flank from the east. Battalion 3, flanked from the west. With that, the 2nd and 3rd battalions departed to execute their respective assignments. At the front lines, gunfire erupted incessantly, and the soldiers lying on the ground could hear bullets whizzing overhead. The defense forces maintained a firepower advantage, with rounds from light and heavy machine guns pouring forth as if without cost, unwavering in their assault. Positioned on either side of the riflemen, several machine gun nests kept the opposing soldiers from raising their heads. Ergu, your marksmanship with the machine gun is truly remarkable. In such a brief span, you have struck down 5 or 6 adversaries. Ergu is a machine gunner, and the one speaking is his spotter, accompanied by an ammunition bearer. Together, they form a cohesive machine gun unit. Oh, my aim isn't that precise. If our instructor were here, his prowess would truly be formidable, he remarked, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the opposing position, intermittently firing his machine gun. With a deft pull of the trigger, he would release it after about a second, awaiting the right target before squeezing the trigger again for a fleeting moment, then releasing once more. This technique was imparted by their instructor during training. Holding the trigger down continuously could easily compromise the machine gun's longevity and yield subpar suppressive fire, with bullets careening aimlessly. In contrast, the machine gunners of the 7th Division, despite suffering casualties from mortar fire, seemed intent on welding their hands to the triggers. They unleashed a rapid barrage, seemingly oblivious to whether it achieved any suppressive effect. As long as they remained alive and ammunition was plentiful, their fingers would not relinquish their grip on the trigger. Meanwhile, in the rear of the defending forces, Zhang Jianwei observed the enemy's artillery beginning to take effect. Although it had yet to cause significant damage, it was impeding the offensive's momentum. Thus, he ordered the 120mm artillery in the rear to fire, specifically targeting the enemy's artillery units to suppress their fire. At the front, soldiers, armed with mortars and individual grenade launchers, coupled with the firepower advantage of their rifles, had pushed their line forward by 400 meters. Naturally, such an advance would compel the opposing forces to retreat. As time trickled by, the 7th Division's losses mounted. Their adjutant anxiously awaited the anticipated rescue from the 8th Division. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that upon learning of the defending forces' assault, the 8th Division's commander hastily ordered a retreat, unlike the obstinate commander of the 7th Division. This leader recognized that even combined, their forces would not stand a chance against the enemy, and thus disregarded the pleas for assistance from his comrades. An hour later, with the 7th Division suffering catastrophic losses in both ammunition and personnel, the adjutant reluctantly announced their surrender to the defending forces, as there was no other recourse. In less than 2 hours of combat, their once elite 7th Division was nearly annihilated. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingrui's 8th Division, after their commander led the troops 8 kilometers away from the battlefield, prepared to allow the soldiers a brief respite. The soldiers, having hurriedly traversed the distance, were beginning to feel fatigued. He then summoned his adjutant, instructing, arrange for a dozen swift scouts to ascertain the current status of the 7th Division. Once the adjutant departed, he contemplated how to explain the abandonment of their comrades to Zhang Lingrui upon their return. Abandoning allies and failing to provide assistance in their time of need constituted a grave offense within military ranks. Meanwhile, Wong Kuan, having confirmed that Mike had led the 2 divisions of the Rising Sun Nation to a complete retreat, began to gather his forces and prepare for withdrawal. Half an hour later, he received a telegram from Zhang Jianwei, informing him that the defending forces had captured Zhang Lingrui's 7th Division. But the 8th Division had sensed impending danger and made an early escape. Wong Kuan felt little disappointment regarding this turn of events. After all, in war, it was unrealistic to expect everything to unfold according to one's wishes. Suddenly, Li Jianfa was summoned back without concern for the escape of the enemy's 8th Division. Our strategic objectives had already been accomplished, rendering such trivial details insignificant. As for Zhang Lingrui, what does it matter if he has 1 division? This minor conflict yielded remarkable victories for the defense forces. After all, it is indeed praiseworthy to have a single division triumph over 2 divisions of a long-standing power. If this news were to spread, the reputation of the royal authority would undoubtedly experience a dramatic surge. Of course, with benefits come drawbacks. And it remains to be seen how he will navigate those challenges. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Zhang Lingrui of Spring City was comfortably reclining on the sofa with his concubine, indulging in a moment of leisure. Just as they were about to engage in tender exchanges, an unexpected knock resounded at the door. The sound interrupted Zhang Lingrui's mood, and he irritably called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing his intelligence officer. Zhang Lingrui, visibly displeased, remarked, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Despite Zhang Lingrui's demeanor, the subordinate hastened to deliver his report. "Chief, there is troubling news from the front." Upon hearing the officer's account, Zhang Lingrui felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. His 7th Division had been decimated, and 2 divisions of the Sunsetting Nation had also suffered defeat. He hastily pushed aside his concubine, rose to his feet, and seized the intelligence officer by the collar. "Are you certain? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" The subordinate's face flushed crimson, yet he insisted, "Chief, it is true. I would never deceive you. Zhang Lingrui, pale as a ghost, released his grip, his mind spiraling into despair. He muttered to himself, how could the sunsetting nation possibly fail? This is inconceivable. After a moment of bewilderment, he waved his hand dismissively, allowing the officer to leave. He sank back into the sofa, still preoccupied with the unsettling news. Sensing his distress, the perceptive concubine discreetly retreated to her chamber. Chapter 50. The reputation begins to spread within the estate of Zhang Lingrui in Spring City. He was engulfed in a tempest of anger and fear. He could scarcely fathom that what had begun as a mere display of military might by the great powers would lead to such catastrophic losses. While military conflict was one thing, he had previously dealt with Mike, a nationalist who looked down upon the locals. Zhang Lingrui had anticipated some level of confrontation when encountering the royal authority. However, he never expected that two elite infantry divisions of a major power would be routed by a single division of the royal forces. What was most infuriating was that his own elite division had been sacrificed in the process. Although the 7th Division was occasionally insubordinate, it remained his command. Zhang Lingrui seethed with rage towards Mike, wishing he could strike down the fallen commander of the 7th Division once more. Sitting in stunned silence on the sofa, he pondered whether it was fate that the royal authority was destined to thwart him. After all, he had never provoked them until this day. To this day? How much have I lost? Will I dare to provoke Wong Kuan in the future? That night, Wong Kuan resided in the military camp with the soldiers of the 4th Division. He sent someone to the city to procure some wine and food, gathering a select group of exemplary soldiers. In the camp, they feasted and drank merrily. For a long time, Wong Kuan had appeared to the officers and soldiers as a refined and affable leader. However, that evening, he broke from his usual demeanor, drinking and dining alongside his subordinates, exuding a different kind of grandeur. The next morning, Wong Kuan, nursing a throbbing head, hastily briefed Li Jian before heading to the tea market with his guards. Upon returning home around 11, just in time for lunch, his elder sister noticed his pale complexion and the lingering scent of alcohol. She promptly scolded him and went to prepare a hangover remedy. After lunch, Wong Kuan quickly retreated to his room for rest. He had never been able to handle much alcohol in his past life, and in this life, he was no different. The previous night, he had whimsically decided to indulge, only to end up inebriated. While he was still deep in slumber, news of the military confrontation from the previous afternoon spread rapidly throughout Yunnan province. The name Wong Kuan, now associated with military conflict, reached other provinces, prompting many to inquire or even send envoys to Yunnan for investigation. If it were merely a typical military skirmish, even a resounding victory would not carry such weight. Yet, this time, the protagonist had repelled 2 divisions of foreign powers. Moreover, the fact that he could rise in Yunnan province under Zhang Lingrui's control spoke volumes of his potential. Talented individuals in Yunnan, or those unwilling to be subjugated by foreign powers, found themselves drawn to Wong Kuan. In the least area of Spring City, Rusk and Mike sat across from each other. Rusk, brow furrowed, cast a disapproving glance at Mike. General Mike, I believe it is imperative that you explain to me what transpired yesterday afternoon. Remember, I require a detailed account. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Mike, awaiting his response. Russ, please believe me, it was not intentional. This warlord, Wong Kuan, should be of concern to the Empire, Mike replied. After several minutes, he elaborated on the events that unfolded. Upon hearing the details, Rust's expression turned grave as he contemplated the implications of Wong Kuan's rise. After a moment, he lifted his head and said to Mike, I will relay your account back to Fog City promptly. We shall see how the cabinet and military respond. You had better tread carefully. Rust was acutely aware that his failure would impact the Empire significantly, exacerbating the internal conflicts that had already made the past few years tumultuous. Simultaneously, forces in Qian Province and Lingyu Province began investigating Wong Kuan. Both regions harbored ambitions to dominate Yunnan, but the sudden emergence of a powerful force there necessitated caution. Zhou Haidong, the most prominent warlord in Qian Province, had compelled Zhang Lingrui to station 2 infantry divisions along the border to guard against him. Due to various reasons, the economy of Qian Province has historically been underdeveloped. Thus, Zhou Haidong seeks to expand outward in an attempt to transcend the constraints imposed by this region. To the north, he finds no worthy adversary, and to the east, it is even less promising. After surveying the landscape, he perceives that only in the neighboring Yunnan province, governed by Zhang Lingrui, does he possess some measure of advantage. Upon receiving news of Wong Kuan's movements, Zhou Haidong dispatched envoys to Yunnan for reconnaissance. Based on the information currently available, he surmises that Wong Kuan poses a significant threat. Either he would invade Yunnan and confront Wong Kuan directly, or Wong Kuan would unify Yunnan and subsequently encroach upon his territories. Meanwhile, in Lingyu Province, Li Wanhe, the incumbent military governor, remains vigilant against Wong Kuan, whose backing comes from the Sunset Nation. The uncertainty of Wong Kuan's next move looms large, should he direct his forces toward Lingyu. The pressure on Li Wanhe would undoubtedly escalate, given Wong Kuan's currently revealed strength. On the morning of the 9th, Wong Kuan arrived at the command center. invigorated and refreshed after a night's sleep that had alleviated the aftereffects of his previous revelry. A staff officer approached to deliver a report on the outcomes of the battles from 2 days prior. "Commander, here are the documents from the 1st and 4th Divisions," said the officer. Wong Kuan took the documents, which contained a statistical analysis of the aftermath of the recent conflict. The 1st Division had successfully eliminated over 5,000 personnel from Zhang Lingrui's 7th Division, primarily combatants. This accounted for the eventual surrender of the 7th Division. The 4th Division, after several rounds of artillery bombardment, estimated casualties in Muk's forces to exceed 2,000. At this moment, even if the figure were merely 200, public knowledge of such losses would likely provoke citizens to either protest against the government and military or demand retribution against the perpetrators. In this operation, the defense forces had maintained a strategic approach, unwilling to reveal their full capabilities prematurely. Otherwise, Mekku's 2 divisions might now find themselves in a prisoner camp. Wong Kuan was acutely aware that following the events of the previous day, his strength and intelligence would be scrutinized by both foreign powers and warlords alike. From now on, these entities would observe his every move under a metaphorical magnifying glass. Since the commencement of his expansion, Wong Kuan had consistently restrained his forces. In prior conflicts, the defense forces had not unleashed their full might, as they were engaged in battles against their own compatriots, and Wong Kuan was reluctant to inflict unnecessary bloodshed. Each division of the defense forces was equipped with formidable armaments, and had they been permitted to engage without restraint, the surviving troops of the earlier warlords would be significantly diminished. The principal adversary of Wong Kuan and the defense forces remained the various global powers. It was a missed opportunity that the 2 divisions of the Sunset Nation had not been entirely vanquished. At this moment, within the fog-laden capital of the Sunset Nation, their cabinet had reached a decision to mobilize 4 divisions of troops to the east to confront Wong Kuan. Prime Minister Fusk remarked, "Gentlemen, our objective is to eradicate Wong Kuan in one decisive blow. His existence severely undermines our interests in the Far East." Following the conclusion of the meeting, the military began preparations and amassed supplies, with plans to depart shortly after their festival of birth. However, an unexpected public demonstration orchestrated by the opposition party interrupted their plans, compelling them to temporarily halt their military mobilization. The populace, already averse to war, was particularly resistant to a campaign that would take them thousands of miles away. The shadows cast by the trauma of the Great War linger, instilling a sense of dread that persists even to this day. Consequently, the expedition plans have been reluctantly put on hold. Chapter 51. Initiating the refinement of the educational system as time unfolds. The ramifications of the royal power's victory over the Sunset Kingdom have proliferated. However, this event has scarcely impacted his life. He remains blissfully unaware that, were it not for the civil unrest in the Sunset Kingdom, he would be facing the onset of war in just over a month. On this particular day, the royal power summoned the system within his mind, preparing for a moment of expenditure. His primary intention was to exchange resources for talent within the educational system. For some time, he had aspired to establish a comprehensive educational framework, but was perpetually hindered by various trivialities. Now, with the assistance of Liu Weimin and others in managing governmental affairs, he could finally devote energy to enhancing education. System, please filter and present candidates suitable for education, he requested. Host, the selection process has been completed, the system responded. Upon reviewing the panel, he exclaimed, "Goodness, this is rather expensive. System, are there any discounts available?" Discounts are calculated based on the number of exchanges. For fewer than 10 individuals, a 10% discount applies. The maximum discount reaches up to 50%. After hearing this, he felt the costs were still somewhat exorbitant. Nonetheless, the system was unable to offer further reductions. Each individual required a minimum exchange of 500 silver coins, and post-birth, their monthly salaries would exceed 100 silver coins. Thus, he could only afford to exchange for 100 individuals, not due to financial incapacity, but because his resources were presently stretched across numerous needs. Currently, on the vast expanse of Yanhuang land, education is fraught with chaos. The previous dynasty had only begun educational reforms in its twilight years, adopting various educational systems from foreign powers. This has resulted in disparate educational methodologies across regions. While the imperial court remained unprepared, still relying on the antiquated civil service examination system to select officials. In contrast, localities embraced various Western educational styles, which the central court did not recognize. Consequently, opportunists proliferated private academies across the land, imparting feudal knowledge. Even after the fall of the Great Xia, the educational landscape remained in disarray. A nation and its people, devoid of a unified educational system, merely mimicking others, can hardly cultivate true talent. After 3 days of contemplation, Wong Kuan synthesized the current era's needs with insights from his past life, formulating a preliminary educational framework. On the day of the meeting, he convened his subordinates from both governmental and military sectors to collectively discuss the refinement of this educational system. After reviewing the materials provided by Wong Kuan, Lu Weimin proposed. Commander, I have no objections regarding the content, but may I suggest an addition? Students must learn from an early age to pledge their loyalty to you, Commander. Simultaneously, we must begin to guide public opinion. Upon hearing Lu Weimin's suggestion, both factions expressed enthusiastic approval. Wong Kuan, however, found himself lost in contemplation. When he initially crafted this plan, he had drawn from the experiences of his past life. Yet, the suggestions from the assembly illuminated the stark differences between the two lives, with the historical contexts being profoundly divergent. In his previous existence, life under the Red Banner was stable, devoid of any need for personal cultism. The present world, however, was dissimilar. Since arriving in this realm, he had continued to approach governance with the mindset of his former identity, believing that no one could occupy a position of absolute authority. However, we find ourselves in an era rife with warlords and colonial powers, a time when the land of Yin and Huang desperately seeks a valiant leader, one who can guide this nation out of chaos. This ancient civilization yearns to ascend once more to the pinnacle of the world. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. It necessitates a guiding philosophy and a robust collective to achieve a grand revival. Should the educational system be refined, it would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of public thought, leading to a veritable flood of diverse ideologies. If external forces were to exploit this, the hard-won stability of life could once again be thrown into turmoil. Lu Weimin and his associates recognized this peril, hence their proposals. Wong Kuan grasped their apprehensions. Had it not been for the subtle reminders from his subordinates, he might have naively assumed that the world was ripe for development as it had been in a previous life. This brought to mind a certain epoch in the West, where rampant ideologies and burgeoning factions led to unrest among the populace and instability within the state, ultimately plunging the entire nation into the abyss. To be clear, until Wong Kuan unifies Yin and Huang, all factions and the common people will look to him as their leader, and the direction he sets will be the path for the multitude. The meeting, which lasted half a day, concluded with minor revisions, solidifying the comprehensive educational policy. This educational framework is destined to profoundly influence future generations, with many nations to follow in its footsteps. All territories conquered by Wong Kuan henceforth will undergo a sweeping educational reform based on this program. Beginning the next day, as government officials and military personnel disseminated the news, fervent discussions erupted in the tea markets of Chashire, Linjiang, and Hangzhou. The populace learned that their children would soon have the opportunity to attend school, and at no cost. All of this was orchestrated by their commander, Wong Kuan, aimed solely at liberating them from ignorance and providing a brighter future. Each village would establish primary schools as necessary. Every town was mandated to have a secondary school, and each county at least one high school. Universities and vocational colleges could be addressed later. After the conquest of Yunnan province, primary education would span 4 years, followed by an additional 4 years of secondary education, culminating in university admission. All private tutoring institutions would be abolished, and every household with school-age children would be required to enroll them in formal education. At this juncture, there was no energy to sift through exceptional circumstances. As in this era, some families relied on their 12 or 13-year-old children as their primary labor force. Mandating their attendance at school would certainly encounter opposition, so a blanket policy was implemented. All children must attend school, with corresponding subsidies provided for any loss of labor. Wong Kuan also established 3 military academies, focusing on the Army, Air Force, and Navy. While civilian schools would develop gradually, military institutions required a more immediate approach. Though the Air Force and Navy were not yet equipped, it would not be long before the necessary provisions were made, despite the current scarcity of suitable military candidates. From this point forward, all military personnel would be required to undergo regular training at military academies. The integration of practical experience with theoretical instruction will significantly cultivate grassroots non-commissioned officers, albeit in a rapid manner. While this may prove challenging in the development of high-ranking generals, the situation is bound to evolve, as the current scarcity of suitable military academy graduates is a pressing issue. Fortunately, during the initial conscription, Wong Kuan appointed a senior leader within each unit to focus on the ideological education of the troops, which has already facilitated literacy among them. Beginning in mid-November, arrangements were made for the construction of schools across various regions, heralding the grand commencement of an ambitious educational initiative. However, this was soon accompanied by rapid financial depletion, as the only stable source of revenue at present is the tea market, with the other regions still reliant on subsidies. One day, as Wong Kuan found himself in a contemplative mood, he pondered whether it was time to expand, for his financial resources were swiftly dwindling. Yet, intelligence reports indicated that the surrounding towns, being situated within Yunnan province and due to various reasons, harbored few affluent families. Moreover, some landlords had liquidated their assets and fled, which left him disheartened, as their departure equated to a loss of his own finances. Were these individuals aware of his current sentiments, they would likely resent him for his thoughts, considering them akin to a greedy desire for gain. The families of gentry, burdened by original sins, faced no alternative but to flee. Otherwise, they would await the inevitable confiscation of their properties by Wong Kuan. Chapter 52. The sudden tragedy at the border since mid-November. Wong Kuan's educational reforms have entered a fervent phase. By the end of the month, the populace of Yunnan province found themselves enviously admiring the happiness of the citizens in the 3 southwestern cities. While one might argue that the people of this era lack education, they undoubtedly recognize the significance of learning. Since ancient times, it has been said that all pursuits are inferior, save for the pursuit of knowledge. Although this generation might not have the opportunity to achieve literacy, they certainly do not wish for their descendants to remain in ignorance. Consequently, a prevailing rumor has emerged in Yunnan province, expressing a hope that Wong Kuan will swiftly conquer the entire province, so they too can enjoy the abundance of food, warmth, and education for their children, akin to those in the southern 3 cities. Regarding the expectations of the Yunnan populace, it must be said that such ambitions are unattainable for the time being. The immediate focus must be on solidifying the foundations of the 3 cities. Otherwise, even if the entire province were to be conquered, he would ultimately bear the burden, as the absence of competent civil officials would continue to afflict the development and livelihoods of the people. Presently, the 3 cities serve as the training ground for his officials, prompting him to prefer a slower initial development to avoid a catastrophic collapse later. As December dawned, marking the final month of the year, Wong Kuan engaged in conversation with his elder sister, stating, "Sister, I anticipate that during the upcoming New Year period, there will be little to attend to. At that time, I shall accompany you and our second sister to explore the other 2 cities, which, like the tea market, are brimming with vitality." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of yearning crossed Wang Yushi's face. "That sounds wonderful. Once you finish your current tasks, we shall visit Linjiang and Hangzhou." Observing the longing in his sister's expression, Wong Kuan felt a pang of emotion. Wang Yushi embodied the essence of a traditional Yanhuang woman, dedicating her life to the care of her family. As long as she could maintain the household well, she would find contentment. Perhaps there was once a yearning for the landscapes of the world beyond, yet ultimately, they could not let go of everything at home. These should have been the vibrant years of youth, but fate dealt them a cruel hand, as they were born in the wrong era, leaving them at the mercy of time. However, sometimes, circumstances take a strange turn. Since the southern cities fell under the dominion of royal power, the Gongbang dynasty and its overseers have witnessed a gradual decline in their once thriving smuggling enterprises. At the confluence of Linjiang and Gongbang, there lies a village where the attire of its inhabitants appears somewhat inferior compared to that of the contemporary Linjiang populace. Yet, these villagers belong to the Yanhuang ethnicity. They have lived in this borderland for generations, reluctant to relocate to Linjiang. On this day, the villagers toiled in the fields as usual, greeting familiar faces with friendly nods. Despite the hardships of life, their spirits remained optimistic. At that moment, the head of a household stepped outside, armed with farming tools, when a child's sweet voice called out from behind, "Father, remember to catch a snail for Nuno." A tender smile graced the man's face. "I will, Nuno. I'll catch one for you this afternoon. Now hurry back to your mother." Upon hearing her father's promise, the little girl joyfully turned and ran back home. The sound of her innocent laughter melted the man's heart. He then hoisted his tools and walked towards the fields beyond the village. Meanwhile, not far from this village, a band of armed individuals, numbering in the hundreds, marched with urgency, their destination apparent, this secluded village. Among them were a dozen Westerners, while the remainder were the diminutive, dark-skinned Gongbang people. "Lord Brook, just ahead lies a village of Yanhuang people," one of the locals informed him. "They are largely isolated from the world, and little is known about the happenings here." Upon hearing this, the foreigner named Brook expressed his satisfaction, addressing the native with an appreciative tone. "Excellent. Your intelligence has proven valuable. I trust you shall become the Queen's most loyal servant." The excited native beamed at the praise from his master. Why had they come here? The answer lay in their pursuit of opium. Ever since royal power seized control of 3 border cities, their smuggling endeavors, primarily opium, had faced stringent scrutiny from the military, resulting in losses amounting to hundreds of millions in just a few months. The local militia and the natives conspired to find a remote location within Yanhuang territory to cultivate opium, thereby avoiding detection and facilitating direct trade into Yanhuang. Serendipitously, they had discovered this village, and now they were intent on coercing the villagers to uproot their crops and cultivate opium for them. 20 minutes later, as they approached the village, the sight of these armed outsiders sent the villagers fleeing in terror. However, a sudden gunshot rang out from behind, and one person fell lifeless to the ground. Before the others could react, an indigenous man from Gongbang stepped forward and declared, "Whoever dares to flee shall be shot dead." Observing the fear-stricken faces of the villagers, he wore a smug expression. He then ordered his fellow tribesmen to search every household, including those of villagers working in the fields, and bring them all back. Once the villagers were gathered together, a man named Brook began to ramble on, with an indigenous translator conveying his words to the crowd. His message was clear: eradicate the landowners, cultivate opium, and compel the entire village to assist in the planting. Those who refused would face death. Food, regardless of the era, is the lifeblood of the people. How could they possibly acquiesce to such demands? The villagers voiced their vehement opposition. Though Brooke could not comprehend their language, he discerned their defiance. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired at several elderly men who were visibly agitated. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and several elders fell to the ground, blood pouring from their wounds as their breath ceased. Cries of "Father, wake up!" echoed through the crowd upon witnessing their fallen kin. Enraged, the relatives of the deceased charged at Brooke and his men, but unarmed, they stood no chance against their assailants. A barrage of gunfire followed, riddling the villagers with fatal wounds. The indigenous people of Gongbang, observing the defiance of the Han, exchanged glances, and one remarked to the foreigner, "Sir, why not just kill them all? We Gongbang people can cultivate the land here without fear of exposure." The foreigner's eyes brightened at this suggestion, realizing it was a splendid idea to prevent any leaks. With a swift command, 100 men raised their guns and began firing indiscriminately at the villagers. Regardless of age or gender, each bullet claiming multiple lives in an instant. The scene was drenched in blood, an overwhelming stench filling the air, resembling a hellish nightmare. Yet, the executioners exhibited no hint of discomfort, as if they were merely slaughtering a herd of cattle. The indigenous leader wore a grotesque smile, filled with a morbid excitement. For centuries, the Gongbang dynasty had been subservient to the Han, yet now, allied with foreign powers, they relished in the decline of the Han. Their centuries of suppressed resentment erupting into a fierce hatred for the Han people. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Brooke addressed the indigenous man. "This place is now in your hands. We will take our leave." The indigenous leader promptly assured him and personally escorted a dozen foreigners out of the village. Upon his return, the corpses lay piled together. He ordered his men to scatter flammable materials over the bodies, preparing to incinerate them. Unbeknownst to them, in the dense underbrush nearby, a figure lay bleeding, eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on the scene before him. How to describe those eyes? They were like those of a demon from the depths of hell, seemingly intent on memorizing every face before him. Upon witnessing the raging inferno, the man cautiously departed. Chapter 53, A Shift in Mindset. In the village on the outskirts of Linjiang, which had been ravaged, the sole survivor was the father of Nyo. His fields were situated at a distance, so he typically did not return home for lunch, opting instead to carry provisions when he ventured out in the morning. When the butchers swept through the village, he was fortuitously at the river, drawing water. Thus, he narrowly escaped a grim fate. However, upon returning to his fields, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the village, where the townsfolk had gathered. Due to the distance, he could not discern the situation clearly. Hastily, he made his way back, and as he neared the village, the sound of gunfire erupted. He quickly concealed himself to observe from a distance. What followed was a scene that would forever haunt him. He witnessed his wife shielding their daughter, only to be mercilessly gunned down. He also saw his daughter, despite her mother's protection, fall victim to the same ruthless fate. In that moment, he yearned to rush forward, yet a remnant of reason restrained him. Lying in the grass, he envisioned his daughter's sparkling eyes, filled with confusion and pain. It was as if he could hear her calling out to him, "Father, Nyo hurts. Where are you?" In that instant, a man who had lost both his beloved wife and daughter felt as though his own heart had perished. The following day, this surviving man arrived in Linjiang. He appeared to be enveloped in an aura of death, save for his eyes, which still held the spark of life, albeit filled with rage. The sole hope sustaining him was the prospect of vengeance, either by his own hand or by witnessing the demise of his enemies. The border defense of Linjiang was presently under the jurisdiction of General Wong Kuan's 3rd Division. Each regiment was responsible for guarding a specific direction, and with the military's equipment and combat prowess, they were more than capable of fulfilling their duties. That afternoon, Wong Hu received word from his subordinates regarding a peculiar individual who had been kneeling at the entrance of the military camp for quite some time, seeking an audience with the commander. The military was not known for its leniency. In any era, outsiders were not permitted entry, much less to meet with the commanding officer. This man was clearly unaware of the protocols, and had it been another warlord's camp, he might have faced expulsion or even death. Wong Hu instructed his guards to investigate and escort the unusual visitor into his office. 20 minutes later, the peculiar man, Nyo's father, entered Wong Hu's office, accompanied by the guards. As Wong Hu inquired about his grievances, the man, with a hoarse voice, recounted the tragic events that had unfolded in his village 2 days prior. As he spoke, fury etched itself across Wong Hu and the faces of those present, their bodies radiating a palpable aura of vengeance. These men, seasoned by the horrors of war, were already steeped in a thirst for retribution. Typically, they would manage to temper their emotions, especially upon learning that the assailants included several foreigners clad in military attire. The crowd could no longer contain themselves, their murderous intent palpable. yearning to draw their weapons and unleash chaos upon him. After the man finished speaking, Wang Hu immediately rose and declared, "From this moment forth, the entire brigade shall enter a state of readiness. All leaves are hereby cancelled, and logistical personnel must prepare for war supplies. For now, the brigade will be under the leadership of the deputy commander while I escort this brother personally to the headquarters." The individuals in the office stood in unison, replying, "Yes, Commander." Wang Hu, accompanied by the security detail, hastily departed for Chashire. In Chashire, Wong Kuan had promised his sister a delightful outing just days ago, and preparations were underway for a trip to explore 2 other towns either tomorrow or the day after. He was presently at home, engaging in light-hearted conversation with his eldest and second sisters, cherishing the rare moments of camaraderie. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside, prompting Wong Kuan to ponder who might be in such a hurry, as he had not received any phone calls nor seen any subordinates report in. As he sipped tea, his cousin Wang Hu entered, accompanied by an unfamiliar individual. His sisters, upon spotting Wang Hu, promptly joined him to greet their cousin. "Big sister, second sister, little brother." Wang Hu addressed them, and upon hearing the term little brother, Wong Kuan recognized that there was an urgent matter at hand. As Wang Hu had been referring to him as commander since he assumed military authority, Wong Kuan invited them to sit and inquired about the purpose of their visit. Wang Hu wasted no time and recounted the horrific massacre at the border village. He refrained from bringing Nyonyo's father to recount the tale, wishing to spare the husband and father from reliving the agony of his loss. As Wang Hu narrated the events, Wong Kuan's face contorted with rage, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity that overshadowed even the most hardened soldiers on the battlefield. Tears streamed down his sisters' faces as they absorbed the news, unable to fathom such brutality. The atmosphere in the room was charged with anger, particularly upon learning that the man's daughter, not yet 3 years old, along with the village's children, had been mercilessly slaughtered. The floodgates of tears and fury could no longer be restrained. For the first time in their lives, the 2 sisters, in tears, implored Wong Kuan, "Brother, you must avenge them and ensure those responsible suffer a fate worse than death." Wong Kuan, seemingly oblivious to their pleas, stood at the threshold of the living room, gazing skyward. He had always believed that despite the world's evils, a semblance of humanity should endure. Much like his previous encounters with warlords, he had sought to compel their surrender without unnecessary bloodshed. He held a conviction that divine forces observed from above, and he pondered the consequences of excessive violence, uncertain of what the future might hold for him a century later. Even during the recent bombardment of the Sunset Nation, he had the capability to unleash relentless artillery fire, but chose restraint. His past memories instilled in him an innate reluctance to perpetuate further bloodshed, as in his previous life. He had only ever killed fish. In this life, despite wielding military power and possessing a system, Wong Kuan remained, until this moment, an ordinary youth from his previous existence. Upon hearing of the massacre, he was reminded of the calamities faced by his nation in his past life. He comprehended that, regardless of the world, one individual's goodwill would not compel others to sheath their weapons. His previous notions now seemed not only laughable, but also profoundly hypocritical. If he could not be a hero, then he would embrace the role of a tyrant. To kill one is a crime, to slay 100 is to be formidable, and to extinguish millions is to be the utmost of the mighty. In that moment, he vowed that henceforth, anyone who stained their hands with the blood of his people would face retribution 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Even if he were to descend into hell, he would ensure that outsiders would no longer dare to oppress the Yanhuang people, instilling a fear of them in the world. As long as he drew breath, any who transgressed against Yanhuang would meet their end, no matter the distance. At this moment, Wong Kuan's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 54. The Special Forces' first combat mission. The news brought by Wang Hu not only pierced the hearts of those present, but also transformed Wong Kuan, a man of considerable military authority, into a fervent nationalist, reminiscent of a failed art student from his previous life. In the military conference room, once everyone had gathered, Wong Kuan gestured for his cousin Wang Hu to recount the tragedy at the border. As Wang Hu narrated the harrowing tale, Lu Weimin could no longer contain himself. With a forceful slam of his fist upon the table, he rose in anger, trembling with rage at the gruesome details shared by Wang Hu. In a hoarse voice, he addressed Wong Kuan, "Commander, we must demand blood for blood, making them taste the consequences 100-fold, 1,000-fold." Without waiting for Wong Kuan's response, he recounted a segment of history. Wong Kuan's family, during the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, had earned the title of hereditary duke due to their contributions. As the Gongbang dynasty encroached upon their territory, the duke's descendants led armies into battle, ultimately subduing the Gongbang dynasty. The emperor of Great Xia generously rewarded them. The duke, after this victory, proposed relocating his family to Yunnan province, vowing to maintain order at the borders eternally. Had it not been for the decline of Great Xia in modern times, the citizens of Yunnan would still have enjoyed the protection of the duke's house. Upon the conclusion of Lu Weiman's narrative, Wong Kuan understood the underlying reason for his recounting. Simply put, he feared that Wong Kuan might prioritize the bigger picture and treat the massacre lightly. Wong Kuan solemnly assured Lu Weiman, "I will certainly seek vengeance. Today's discussion is precisely to plan our military response." Lu Weiman, upon hearing this, apologized. "Commander, I am sorry for my earlier outburst." Wong Kuan waved his hand, signaling him to sit. "I understand. Anyone would be unable to contain their emotions." Wong Kuan began to formulate a plan. Having already contemplated it on his way to the military camp. "Wong Kaihua, how is the training of your special forces progressing?" No sooner had he spoken than a tall, robust man, nearly 6 feet tall, stood up, reporting, "Commander, the special forces are ready for combat at any moment." "Excellent. Then it is your turn to take the stage." Wong Kuan decided to divide the special forces into 2 teams, one of which would head to the village at the border, where the invaders had firmly established themselves, intending to make it their stronghold. The mission of this elite team of soldiers is to capture the individuals on the list alive, should any fierce resistance arise. They are to be eliminated on the spot. Another squad of special forces is dispatched to the territory of the designated area to investigate their military deployment along the borders. Following the command from the leader, they are to depart immediately. Wong Kaihua declared with authority, "Yes, Commander, the special forces pledged to accomplish the mission," and promptly donned his military cap, striding out of the conference room. Once the assignment for the special forces was outlined, Wong Kuan proceeded to delineate the tasks for the regular army. "Tian Yongliang, you are to mobilize a division from the reserves to form the 5th Defense Army, under the command of Wang Hailin. You must complete preparations for war by this time tomorrow." Both Wang Hailin and Tian Yongliang were generals acquired from the system during Wong Kuan's recent military expansion, with only Wang Hu being a local commander among the senior officers. The establishment of the reserve system aimed to facilitate rapid military expansion. Once equipped, the troops could be deployed to the battlefield without delay. Fortunately, the supply of provisions and training for the reserves was on par with that of the regular army, although there were slight disparities in welfare and equipment. Even so, the reserve forces of the Defense Army now comprised 4 divisions, with citizens inquiring daily about recruitment for new soldiers. Presently, the reserves are tasked with maintaining personnel for 4 divisions. Any increase would be an unbearable burden, as Wong Kuan is nearing financial exhaustion. As Wong Kuan concluded his remarks, both men rose to salute, affirming, "Yes, Commander, we guarantee the completion of the mission." Wong Kuan then continued to issue operational directives. Half an hour later, the meeting adjourned. The Defense Army was to recall the 1st Division, while the newly formed 5th Division would assume the defensive responsibilities of the 1st Division. Zhang Jianwei's 1st Division, Lu Guodong's 2nd Division, and the 2 divisions commanded by Wang Hu and Li Jian each contributed a regiment, totaling 8 regiments and over 32,000 personnel, preparing for cross-border operations. Subsequently, all units entered a state of combat readiness, eagerly awaiting news from the special forces. Upon returning to the camp, Wong Kaihua gathered the commanders of each team to relay Wong Kuan's military orders. Once the mission was understood, they proceeded to the parade ground to sound the alarm, swiftly assembling all personnel. Within 2 minutes, 500 special forces soldiers were assembled. Wong Kaihua checked the time and nodded in satisfaction. Among these 500, over 100, including Wong Kaihua himself, were originally selected from the system, while the remainder was chosen from among ordinary soldiers. Together, they formed the inaugural Special Forces Battalion of the Defense Army. Surveying the gathered troops, he began to speak. "Soldiers, since the commander established our special forces, we have trained diligently, ever ready to fight for the commander and the people. Today, the commander has entrusted us with a military mission. I ask you, do you possess the confidence to succeed?" As his words echoed, a resounding chorus of affirmation erupted from the ranks. "Yes, yes, yes." By 6 o'clock in the evening, the 1st and 2nd squads had all arrived at the designated location, approximately 800 meters from the village. At this moment, the captain of the 1st squad approached the 2nd squad leader and said, "2nd squad leader, according to orders, your team is responsible for the eastern and southern fronts, while we shall take charge of the western and northern sectors. Let us part ways here." Upon hearing this, the 2nd squad leader raised his binoculars to survey the village ahead. "Very well, let us synchronize our watches. We will commence our operation in 20 minutes. After confirming the time, the 2 squads began to stealthily encircle the village. It is essential to mention their equipment. Wong Kuan had invested a substantial sum to procure a limited supply of advanced individual gear from the system, which was ahead of its time. This included the M21 sniper rifle, Colt A1 pistol, STG-44 assault rifle, and 62-style binoculars, among other items. Such equipment was only made available due to the system's consideration of its limited quantity. Wong Kuan's territory and influence were intrinsically linked to the sophistication of his weaponry. Inside the village, apart from a few fallen soldiers of the Rising Sun Nation, the original executioners remained. They occupied the villagers' homes, feasting on their provisions, laughing and chatting. entirely unconcerned about the massacre they had perpetrated just days prior. 20 minutes later, the special forces began to infiltrate the village quietly, with snipers providing cover from the rear. The assault team in the front was tasked with neutralizing the sentry personnel. 2 soldiers had already approached the 2 enemy sentries silently. One signaled to his comrade, and they both drew their daggers. In a mere 3 seconds, they swiftly crossed the 3-meter gap, one hand clamping over the enemy's mouth while the other swiftly slit the enemy's throat. A soft gurgling sound, reminiscent of liquid caught in the throat, escaped the lips of the 2 foes, but it was barely audible. Thus, the sentries were swiftly eliminated. Subsequently, the main force began to tighten the encirclement. When they were less than 100 meters from the enemy's stronghold, the occupants finally sensed the disturbance outside and began to shout, "There are enemies! There are enemies!" They hurriedly grabbed their weapons in preparation to fire. However, before they could pull the trigger, snipers positioned hundreds of meters away opened fire, severing their hands or arms. Instantly, over a dozen individuals were struck, having heard no gunshots, only witnessing their own hands being injured, leaving them in a state of panic, rolling on the ground and screeching like startled monkeys. Once the special forces recognized they had been discovered, they commenced a full frontal assault. They pushed forward, confronting any enemy who still dared to raise their weapon, coordinating with the snipers to incapacitate their hands or arms. In this manner, over 60 individuals were captured, including 4 soldiers of the Rising Sun Army, while several others continued to resist fiercely within the buildings. The on-site commander, the captain of the first squad, upon noticing the successful capture of over 60 personnel, ordered his men to throw grenades into the buildings. The individuals inside, hiding in corners or beneath windows, dared not expose themselves, merely firing their weapons indiscriminately. Before they could discharge more than a few rounds, dozens of small black objects flew through the doors and windows, scattering across the floor. These individuals were unfamiliar with such compact grenades. Some even picked them up, inspecting them curiously. Boom, boom. The grenades began to explode, their devastating power magnified in the confined space of a room. The lethal force was indeed formidable. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded, and the troops gathered their equipment, swiftly evacuating with their captives. Remarkably, the special forces completed their mission without a single casualty. Chapter 55. Preparations for War at 7 o'clock on the evening of December 6th. The Special Forces of the Defense Army, comprising the 1st and 2nd squads, had successfully completed their mission and departed the border village by vehicle. Fast forward an hour. The 3rd Squad of Special Forces had crossed the border and was making their way towards the military encampments of Gongbang and the Sunset Nation. Due to the initial support provided by the Sunset Nation to several warlords, Zhang Bolan, Wang Chun, and Li Hong, along with the provocation from the Gongbang dynasty and their covetous gaze upon Yunnan province, 2 infantry divisions and 4 vassal divisions had been stationed not far from the border. This arrangement significantly reduced the travel time for the 3rd Squad. Half an hour later, they could faintly discern the military positions through their binoculars. The squad leader gathered several team leaders and instructed them, "We shall commence our advance now, proceeding with utmost caution. We will halt in 5 minutes and await my command." After receiving his orders, each leader dispersed with their respective teams, continuing their stealthy advance. When they paused again, the squad leader could clearly observe the movements of personnel within the military camp through his binoculars. Noticing that dusk was approaching, he convened a few team leaders to assign tasks. The fading light favors our stealth, but hinders our observation. Team 1 will scout the eastern front, Team 2, the central route, and Team 3, the western flank. We shall regroup here in half an hour. Upon hearing their assignments, the 3 teams set off towards their designated areas. 10 minutes later, Team 1 found themselves less than 200 meters from the enemy camp, where they began their discreet observation and documentation. After 5 minutes, they had recorded all discernible details. The team leader then instructed his members to spread out in groups of 3, centered around him, and prepare to capture a live target for military interrogation. The other 2 teams followed a similar strategy, including Team 3 in the west. 5 minutes later, a live target was successfully captured, and Team 1 silently escorted the captive away. Through the testimonies of the 2 captives and their reconnaissance, the 3rd Squad had acquired comprehensive knowledge of the military deployments and equipment at the Gongbang border. Now, they prepared to withdraw back into Yunnan province, taking the 2 captives with them, as they were too close to the enemy camp. At 7 o'clock, the command center in Chaching was ablaze with light, as everyone anxiously awaited news from the special forces in the field. Time passed slowly, and at 20 minutes past 7, Wang Kaihua rushed in, addressing Wong Kuan, "Commander, both teams of special forces have completed their missions and are now en route back." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan exclaimed, "Excellent. You have done well this time. How long until your return?" Wang Kaihua glanced at his watch and addressed Wong Kuan, "Commander, I estimate we will arrive in approximately 2.5 hours." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan turned to the others and declared, "Let us wait here for their return." As the clock struck 10, the 3 squad leaders returned to the command post. Reporting to the commander, "We have completed our mission," they stated. Wong Kuan promptly rose to arrange seats for them and inquired about the specific circumstances at their location. After each provided an account, Wong Kuan summoned the sole survivor of the village. Soon, they proceeded to the captured individuals, and within minutes, Nyonyo's father rushed to the camp. Upon seeing those faces he could never forget, he became frenzied, lunging at the executioners and venting his fury through biting and tearing. Noticing that he was utterly exhausted, Wong Kuan instructed his men to pull him back and said, "Once we are done with these individuals, you may deal with them as you see fit. For now, endure a little longer. You will have the chance to confront them yourself." After this, he arranged for Nyonyo's father to be taken back to rest. Wong Kuan ordered the interrogation of the captives to glean any intelligence regarding the enemy that they might possess. Subsequently, the group reconvened at the command post to deliberate on how to address the adversaries across the border. According to the intelligence gathered by the special forces, 6 divisions were stationed along the border of the Gongbang dynasty. Among these were 2 infantry divisions from the Sunsetting Nation, totaling 30,000 troops, and 4 vassal divisions of the Gongbang dynasty, amounting to 60,000 soldiers. The only forces with considerable combat capability were those of the Sunsetting Nation. The combat effectiveness of the other 4 divisions likely fell short of that of Zhang Lingrui's soldiers. The 2 infantry divisions of the Sunsetting Nation each boasted 36 artillery pieces of varying calibers, over 200 machine guns, 48 mortars of 40mm caliber, and 55 light infantry guns. Such firepower could crush other warlords. However, against the defending army, they would not match in caliber. Furthermore, the 4 Gongbang divisions were poorly equipped, each possessing only a handful of artillery pieces and a few machine guns, with no mortars or infantry guns at all. The 4 infantry divisions of the Gongbang dynasty were divided to flank the 2 divisions of the Sunsetting Nation. The front line spanned a total of 15 kilometers, situated approximately 7 kilometers from the border of Yunnan province. Due to the extensive stretch of the target's front line, the artillery effectiveness of the defending army may not be as favorable as anticipated. Additionally, they had constructed several defensive fortifications, with frontline personnel comprising less than 1/3 of the total forces. The remainder rotated for rest in camps located 1 kilometer behind. The logistical supplies for the 6 divisions were situated less than a kilometer from their positions, adjacent to the military camp. Given the challenging terrain and infrastructure of Gongbang, the transport of supplies was exceedingly arduous, necessitating ample reserves on each occasion. After 30 minutes of discussion, the commanders and operational advisors refined the combat plan. Wong Kuan concluded, "All operational units will depart at 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow, arriving at the combat location promptly at 6:30. Prior to the commencement of battle, maintain utmost secrecy." With that, he instructed them to return and rest. The 1st Division and the 111th Regiment were tasked with operations in the central route, while the 2nd Division's 104th and 105th Regiments were assigned to the left flank, and the 106th and 107th Regiments took charge of the right flank. They brought with them nearly 500 howitzers and 400 mortars. The transport of these weapons and ammunition alone required over 800 vehicles. On the morning of the following day, the Defense Army disseminated a public telegram nationwide, recounting in detail the tragic events of 3 days prior, ultimately assuring that the perpetrators would face dire consequences. This public announcement was akin to a drop of water falling into hot oil, igniting a cacophony of outrage. It swiftly spread among the populace, and the majority of the people, aware of the situation, were filled with righteous indignation. A mere handful of foreign nationals, who had once paid tribute to the dynasty year after year, had dared to massacre the citizens of Yanhuang. Such an affront was intolerable. Many citizens from Yunnan province began to spontaneously gather to march in protest against the foreign leasehold area. However, as the old adage states, those who champion justice often become victims themselves, and the common people were clear in their affections and resentments. The warlords and elite groups of the time largely remained silent. Most members of this elite class had aligned themselves under the warlords. When their masters chose not to speak, who among the subordinates would dare to step forward? Furthermore, some regarded the monarchy with disdain, secretly thinking that the deaths of a few commoners were hardly worthy of such alarm. The monarchy itself did not seek the support of others. It merely wished to act under the guise of legitimacy. Chapter 56. The roar of artillery at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on December 7th. The first response to Wong Kuan's telegram arrived. As the representative of the Sunsetting Nation in Yanhuang, Rusk openly issued a telegram stating, "As the defenders of civilization, we will never engage in such actions. I hereby warn those warlords with ulterior motives not to slander the citizens of other nations." Wong Kuan perused the message and casually tossed it aside, deeming it mere rhetoric claiming to defend the innocent. He then issued a warning that any who dared to provoke them would face the full force of their retaliation. Following the announcement from the Sunsetting Nation, various powers began to send telegrams, supporting all the rights of the Sunsetting Nation and suggesting that certain warlords were maligning the innocent. Additionally, those warlords in collusion with foreign powers also sent telegrams condemning Wong Kuan, claiming he was deliberately undermining relations between Yan Huang and the foreign powers. Within a mere 2 hours, a multitude of voices emerged, with dozens of telegrams condemning Wong Kuan floating through the skies of Yan Huang. However, Wong Kuan and the defense army paid little mind to these distractions. They had no time to waste on such trivialities. It was far more prudent to rest up for the impending departure at dawn. As the clock struck 3 in the early morning of the following day, 30,000 combat personnel had readied themselves. With the sound of commands echoing through the air, the camp gates swung open, and vehicles emerged, some laden with supplies and artillery, while others carried the officers and soldiers, heading towards the southern border. Who could have foreseen that the entire populace of Yan Huang and the forces of the foreign powers would underestimate Wong Kuan's courage and strength in seeking vengeance for the fallen citizens? The darkness of night shrouded the movement of troops, and time passed slowly, minute by minute. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a formidable force of 30,000 troops had reached the border, and all personnel began to unload their equipment. Apart from the large-caliber artillery stationed within the territory, smaller-caliber howitzers were positioned a kilometer forward, creating 2 formidable artillery positions that would become the enemy's greatest nightmare. In a bid to annihilate the adversaries as thoroughly as possible, Wong Kuan deployed 500 infantry armored vehicles, a reward from the system bestowed not long ago. This maneuver aimed to ensure that the defending army possessed sufficient mobile firepower to pursue and intercept fleeing enemies. Although the Type 251 armored vehicles could not rival tanks in might, their speed was commendable, and the armaments they bore were a veritable nightmare for infantry. Each vehicle was equipped with a machine gun at both the front and rear, along with a 20mm autocannon atop. Provided that they remained cautious of artillery strikes or grenades thrown inside, these armored vehicles were largely impervious to conventional infantry weaponry. In this era, they were akin to heavy cavalry in the age of cold weapons, facing light infantry with little chance of retaliation. By 5:30, the artillery positions were fully established. Subsequently, 8 main regiments began their march towards their designated targets. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved with a hushed determination, the only sound being the rustle of their footsteps. At 6 o'clock, the winter morning began to brighten. From above, one could see thousands of soldiers clad in gray uniforms, scattered over a stretch of several kilometers. At this moment, they had merely tidied their positions and were now lying in wait on the ground for the impending bombardment from their artillery. It was unclear whether the arrogance of the sunsetting nation led to their negligence or if they believed no one would dare to ambush them. But they had failed to establish any observation posts within several kilometers. Wong Kuan awaited the arrival of 6:30 at the temporary command center, the time when the bombardment by the defending army would commence. Though the military situation on the side of the sunsetting nation seemed lax, by 6 o'clock, their soldiers had begun to awaken. In the barracks, General Skry, the supreme commander of these forces, had recently arrived to inspect the military conditions of 6 divisions. He was now awake, enjoying breakfast served by his guards. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of unease that morning, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. As the soldiers rose, the barracks erupted into a cacophony of noise. The soldiers stationed in the observation tower above were also roused by the commotion. Habitually glancing through the binoculars, the scene that met his gaze instantly cleared his mind and sent chills down his spine. After wiping his eyes and looking again, the sight remained unchanged. He hurriedly dashed towards the nearby alarm system, and the sound of the alarm echoed throughout the barracks and the front lines. Just as General Skry finished his breakfast, the blaring alarm caught him off guard. He quickly composed himself and ordered the guards to assess the situation, subsequently instructing the signalman to relay combat readiness. However, it was evident that time was of the essence. On Wong Kuan's side, with just 3 minutes remaining before the firing commenced, they heard the alarm from the opposing position. Wong Kuan chuckled, remarking, "These individuals have only just realized that a once great military power possesses such a lack of military discipline." After the surrounding crowd finished listening, they laughed derisively, proclaiming that a single regiment could easily defeat an entire division. "No," one countered, "you overestimate them. One regiment could take on 2 divisions." As the 3-minute mark arrived, Wong Kuan stood up, seized the telephone, and issued a command to the artillery command post at the rear. "Time us up. Commence fire." "Yes, Commander." Just as he hung up the phone, the sound of thunder echoed from the rear. The first round of dozens of shells from 3 directions hurtled towards the enemy. This was merely a trial barrage from the 3 artillery positions. Mere moments later, the munitions struck the opposing fortifications, and the forward observers, witnessing the explosions, promptly transmitted the data back. After a minute of adjustments in angles and coordinates, the large-scale bombardment officially commenced. In the rear, 500 cannons unleashed a dazzling blaze from their muzzles, causing the ground to tremble as a barrage of shells ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the sunsetting nation remained oblivious to the identity of their assailants, merely beginning to take cover from the initial onslaught. It was only after the second round of shells impacted their positions that the commanders at the rear began to comprehend that they were under assault from an unknown enemy. Scree, recognizing the gravity of the situation, commenced mobilizing troops to support the front lines, aware that a massive enemy assault would follow once the bombardment ceased. The front lines must not falter. Otherwise, their unprepared secondary defenses would be utterly incapable of withstanding a rout. Tens of thousands of reinforcements rushed toward the front line, while various weapons and munitions were urgently transported by logistics personnel. Despite the extensive front stretching over several kilometers, the sudden assault inflicted significant casualties on the central defense line of the sunsetting nation. In the center, the defending forces had consolidated 300 howitzers and over 200 mortars. On the battlefield, shells fell every few seconds, leaving the soldiers on site with only brief moments to fire their weapons, even though the enemy remained unseen. After organizing the rear, Scree erupted in anger at the two division commanders, vowing that should the war conclude with them still alive, he would ensure they faced a military tribunal. Listening to the relentless explosions from the front, Scree's expression darkened further. Chapter 57. The enemy's tentative counterattack. Wong Kuan raised his high-powered binoculars to survey the enemy positions. The explosions vividly visible, occasionally accompanied by various irregular objects soaring into the sky amidst the chaos. He turned to Zhang Jianhui, who was similarly observing through his binoculars, and asked, "Jianhui, do you believe we can still accomplish our mission relying solely on artillery?" Zhang Jianhui lowered his binoculars, pondering for a moment before replying, "Commander, to be frank, it may be a challenge to rely solely on artillery this time. We might need to prioritize infantry." Wong Kuan understood that the enemy's line was not only extensive, but also capable of retreating at any moment. He recognized that the enemy's rear was gongbang, bestowing them with a significant strategic depth advantage. As Zhang Jianhui had remarked, this time, it appeared that infantry would indeed have to take precedence. While artillery could prove beneficial in the early stages, as the enemy prepared, their artillery advantage would inevitably diminish. However one may put it, with the addition of mortars, the total count of artillery now stands at 900, which is sufficient to give the enemy a thorough reckoning. Contemplating this, Wong Kuan addressed Zhang Jianhui. "It appears this war will not conclude within mere hours. Observe, their positions are no longer as chaotic as before." Zhang Jianhui replied, "Once they manage to regroup, they will display the semblance of a proper military force. Commander, I suggest we temporarily cease bombardment by 7:30, allowing our troops to rest and have breakfast. We set out early today. Our soldiers deserve a brief respite." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan acquiesced, feeling somewhat fatigued himself, not to mention the tense soldiers. On the positions of the nation of sunsetting, shells of various calibers incessantly rained down, causing soldiers huddled in trenches to periodically shake off the dirt that had accumulated upon them. In truth, as long as fortune does not forsake them, there remains a considerable likelihood of survival amidst such widespread shelling. Indeed, two soldiers lay in the trenches, a mere distance apart, engaging in loud conversation. "Damn it! When will this bombardment cease? I've been lying here for over half an hour." One exclaimed. "Hey, Jess, you still have the luxury to complain. Some have had their complaints silenced forever, called away by the divine. Just like that poor soul up ahead," he continued, gesturing to where a shell had landed perilously close. "I reckon you wouldn't wish to encounter such a stroke of luck in your lifetime. I've never witnessed a shell strike a person. You know, Mike, I'm a rookie. Until today, I've never experienced war." "Oh, Jess, do hush your ominous words. You're tempting fate." Yet, before he could finish, a shell detonated nearby. The explosion resonated, and the unfortunate rookie was struck by shrapnel, leaving him engulfed in chaos and blood, a half of his head obliterated. Terrified, he buried his face, trembling uncontrollably, muttering a string of expletives as if invoking the divine. Frantically, he groped for his rifle, the only source of solace in this pandemonium, yet with his head down, he could only rely on instinct to locate it. Mike believed he had grasped his weapon and clutched it to his chest as though it were his entire world. However, something felt amiss. The rifle was warm to the touch. Turning to investigate, he emitted a shriek akin to a groundhog's cry, swiftly followed by a barrage of expletives. To his horror, he realized he had seized a severed arm, undoubtedly belonging to the ill-fated rookie who had witnessed the shell's wrath. Glancing back at the unfortunate fellow, Mike could scarcely contain himself, retching uncontrollably. Such gruesome imagery, dear readers, is best left unimagined, lest it mar your reading experience. Meanwhile, the commanders on the battlefield, recognizing their passive stance led to significant losses, began organizing a regiment of soldiers to prepare for a counteroffensive. 5 minutes later, over 3,000 troops, spread across a 4-kilometer stretch, commenced a tentative advance towards the enemy. The defending army has discovered their presence. Observing the vastness of the area and the limited number of troops at his disposal, Wong Kuan refrained from ordering the artillery to bombard the charging enemies. Instead, he continued to target their entrenched positions. Both he and Zhang Jianhui contemplated allowing the adversaries to advance, confident that once within range, their infantry would engage. The soldiers in the trenches began to raise their rifles, taking aim, while the 6 mortars positioned behind them and various light and heavy machine guns readied themselves, all invigorated by the prospect of combat. They initially believed they were merely witnessing another display of artillery prowess, unaware that sustenance awaited them. Wong Kuan, a seasoned veteran and a skilled sniper, recalled his first experience of firing a weapon, vividly remembering the moment he witnessed an enemy's head being blown apart. At that time, anxiety had overwhelmed him, causing him to retch. However, the current Wong Kuan had cultivated a calm demeanor through the trials of several battles and found himself yearning for greater challenges than merely sniping lowly foot soldiers. Peering through his scope, he searched for a target, though the enemy was still a considerable distance away. Eventually, he identified an enemy in distinct military attire. While the insignia on his shoulder remained indistinct, it was evident that he was a commander. Wong Kuan patiently awaited the moment to strike as the distance diminished. David vowed he had never fought such a humiliating battle in his lifetime. Even during the era of the Han's Empire, he had not encountered such an overwhelming artillery barrage. As a battalion commander, he felt compelled to lead his troops in a counteroffensive, all the while crouching in apprehension, fearful of incoming shells. He had silently cursed the commander countless times, attributing their misfortune to the ill fate of his unit. As they approached the enemy's position, he loudly instructed his soldiers to remain vigilant against enemy fire and prepare to shoot. With the detonation of a mortar shell, both sides commenced firing. Due to their light load for the charge, armed only with a small number of low-caliber mortars, their firepower was severely suppressed. Observing his comrades falling around him, David ordered the machine gunners to lay down suppressive fire. The gunners targeted the areas with the highest casualties, seeking to eliminate or suppress the opposing force's fire. Although the defending army held a positional and firepower advantage, some of their soldiers still fell victim to stray bullets or, unfortunately, enemy mortar fire. Through his scope, Wong Kuan discerned that his target was a major, identifiable by his 2 stripes. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his aim and squeezed the trigger. Meanwhile, David directed the machine gunners and mortarmen, causing some casualties among the defenders. Having been seasoned by the trials of war, he sensed a slight waning in the fire directed at his position, stirring a flicker of hope within him, indicating that his counteroffensive was yielding results. Now was the moment to intensify their firepower. He swiftly turned to shout, "Machine gunners and mortarmen, do not cease fire. Increase your output, and the remaining infantry, advance." Yet, before he could finish, he felt his heart racing, a sensation he had experienced before, one that nearly cost him his life. Instinctively, he rolled aside to evade danger. However, at the very moment he turned, he beheld a liquid seeping from his eyes. This was the last sight Chris ever witnessed. He had been shot in the head by Wong Kuan. Observing his foe's demise, Wong Kuan sought another target. Through his sniper scope, he spotted an artilleryman, and with a single shot, he proceeded to the next objective. As the snipers of the defense forces meticulously targeted enemy commanders, the counteroffensive from the sunsetting nation descended into chaos. Thus, amid blind exchanges of fire, the defenders suffered minimal casualties, while the attackers faced relentless losses. From a battalion of over 3,000, only 1,000 remained after more than half an hour of assault. Human life, at times, is indeed undervalued, particularly on the battlefield. Chapter 58. Severe losses in the rear of the sunsetting nation. The frontline commander wielded a telescope, witnessing a battalion reduced to a state of utter helplessness. A heavy heart marked his countenance, shadowed by the grim realization that even if this battalion began a retreat now, few would return. In the combat zone ahead, the remaining sergeants, observing the dwindling ranks of soldiers, understood that their struggles were in vain. A unit that had lost 2/3 of its strength was effectively doomed. In modern warfare, a reduction of 1/3 of forces constitutes a significant loss. They began to shout loudly for a retreat. However, without the commander's arrangements, a retreat could easily devolve into a rout. Even seasoned veterans, attempting a standard withdrawal, became entangled in the chaos, leading to a complete disarray. The defenders, experienced in warfare, seized the opportunity. A battalion of soldiers commenced their pursuit. They endeavored to eliminate as many enemies as possible within a distance of 200 meters, beyond which they would retreat, mindful of the 800 meters separating them from their adversaries, where stray bullets could still prove lethal. Thus, a retreat morphed into a rout. As there was no one to provide cover, all were intent on escaping, with little thought of sacrificing themselves for others. In the end, only 700 of the sunsetting soldiers returned to their positions unscathed. By 8 o'clock in the morning, Wong Kuan ordered a cessation of artillery fire, allowing the soldiers to rest and replenish their strength. While some could endure without rest, even artillery required a reprieve. Upon arriving at the command post, Wong Kuan inquired of Zhang Jianwei. "Zhang Jianwei, what are the casualty figures from the front lines?" Having just received the report, Zhang Jianwei hastily replied, "Commander, we have sustained 140 casualties in the frontline engagement, with over 60 soldiers having perished. The rest are either lightly or severely wounded." Wong Kuan murmured to himself, "Over 60 lives lost. It seemed the combat effectiveness of the enemy forces surpassed that of the warlord soldiers by a significant margin. He had not anticipated that a mere counteroffensive from the enemy would result in such grievous losses of 140 soldiers. This was underpinned by the advanced equipment and the defensive position of his troops, leaving him with a heavy heart, especially given the sacrifice of his own men. Why did he resolutely insist on equipping each division with such an abundance of heavy weaponry? It was his fervent hope to minimize casualties, or perhaps even to achieve an outcome devoid of loss of life. After a moment of somber reflection, he turned and inquired, "What is the extent of our losses from the enemy's counteroffensive?" The Sunset soldiers suffered a toll of 2,860 lives, with 2,180 confirmed fatalities prior to the completion of data collection. Upon concluding his report, Zhang Jianhui continued, "Commander, what shall we do about the wounded enemies?" Wong Kuan turned to him, a wry smile adorning his face as he retorted, "What do you think?" Observing the ambiguous expression on Wong Kuan's face, Zhang Jianhui wisely chose to remain silent. The two subsequently delved into discussions regarding the ongoing military operations, contemplating the timing of the next artillery barrage, while the matter of the wounded adversaries was conveniently disregarded. In times past, Wong Kuan might have been inclined to salvage those lives for the sake of potential ransom, merely to acquire a trifling sum of money. However, following the shift in his mindset that occurred that fateful day, he found himself indifferent to the fate of these foreign lives. Were it not for the enemy's ability to witness his actions, he might have even considered executing the captives, to spare them the agony of languishing before the lines, thus affecting the morale of his own soldiers. Meanwhile, on the side of the Sunset Nation, the highest authority, Scree, arrived at the front lines. After a hushed exchange with an observer, he swiftly raised his binoculars to survey the distance. "Damn it, these savages dare to behave thus. They possess no shred of humanity, allowing our wounded to perish." Enraged, he disregarded his noble title and vehemently cursed Wong Kuan and his forces, though he contemplated sending personnel to retrieve the injured. The sight before him made it clear that the enemy was deliberately orchestrating this scenario. Sending aid would only result in further loss of life. Since the war began, he had been reporting battlefield conditions back home, yet he had yet to receive any response, leaving him perplexed about the unprovoked assault they were enduring. In less than 2 hours since morning, the proud soldiers of the Sunset Nation had sustained nearly 4,000 casualties. This was a disgrace in his military career, a betrayal of the trust placed in him by his country and the Queen. Scree vowed that should the opportunity arise in the future, he would ensure these savages paid a grievous price for their actions. With this resolve, he turned to his subordinates and commanded, "You are to inform our auxiliary forces to dispatch 10,000 men from each side for reinforcement. Since the enemy wishes to engage, we shall meet them in battle, utilizing these indigenous forces to deplete their ammunition and strength." Following this, he instructed the frontline commander, "You are to notify our artillery units to prepare for bombardment in 1 hour, so that they may taste the fury of our cannons." After issuing these orders, he, along with the officers from the command center, commenced an inspection of the battleground. Following the inspection, he proceeded to the rudimentary hospital in the rear to offer consolation and encouragement to the injured soldiers. The movements of his artillery preparations were soon detected by the reconnaissance squad of the defense forces, who promptly reported back to Wong Kuan and his team. The royal authority received reports from the front lines indicating that the enemy was preparing artillery positions, poised to commence bombardment at any moment. The nearest enemy artillery was situated a mere 4 kilometers away, entirely capable of covering the infantry positions ahead. Zhang Jianhui promptly orchestrated a withdrawal, instructing all personnel, except for the frontline infantry, to retreat 2 kilometers. Wong Kuan refrained from interfering with Zhang Jianhui's strategy, instead directing his men to ascertain the precise location of the enemy artillery, or at least to provide a rough estimate if that proved challenging. 15 minutes later, information arrived. While the exact locations could not be determined, the general direction and range were established. With this data in hand, Wong Kuan commanded the rear artillery, any capable of reaching 8 kilometers, to commence indiscriminate fire based on the coordinates provided. Just then, enemy shells began to fall. The initial barrage consisted of only a dozen test shots, some of which landed within the defensive positions. Fortunately, prior arrangements had mitigated casualties. Seeing no personnel losses, Wong Kuan felt a sense of relief. Any damage to weapons and supplies was inconsequential. He had factories and systems at his disposal, and resources could easily be replenished. A minute later, over 60 shells came crashing down, this time with greater precision, resulting in several injuries. Almost simultaneously, the defenders' artillery roared to life, launching a counter-barrage without hesitation. Their objective was simply to bombard that area. The enemy's hurried relocation of artillery positions would not be a simple endeavor. Wong Kuan picked up the phone and instructed the rear artillery commander not to concern themselves with ammunition depletion or the longevity of their cannons until the enemy's artillery was thoroughly suppressed or annihilated. He was keen to see how many more shots the opposing cannons could fire. Chapter 59 Heavy Losses Within the Borders of the Gongbang Dynasty. At the command post of the Sunset Army, Scree observed his side's artillery beginning to fire at the enemy. He quickly alerted the front lines to assess the effectiveness of the bombardment, peering through his binoculars to catch a glimpse of the distant action. However, the considerable distance rendered his view somewhat hazy. All he could discern was a faint plume of smoke, and he had to await reports from the front for specific results. He could only stand by helplessly, murmuring prayers for favorable news, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He understood that once their artillery was exposed, it would not be long before the enemy discerned their approximate location and sought to obliterate it. If they could not relocate their artillery in time, given the enemy's numbers and caliber, their limited artillery would scarcely withstand a few rounds of retaliatory fire. As anticipated, before they could even launch a third barrage, enemy shells were already soaring towards them. Standing at the command post, he could see the projectiles arcing through the sky, on a ballistic trajectory toward their artillery position. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions of hundreds of shells resonated, and even from 2 kilometers away, Scree could feel the ground tremble beneath his feet. Without a moment to process the earth-shattering might, he urgently ordered a relocation of the artillery positions, commanding a retreat to safer ground. In the artillery unit of the Sunset Nation, an observer exhaled deeply, lowering the cross around his neck, silently expressing gratitude to Jesus. "Hey lad, come quickly and lend a hand. We need to urgently relocate. Do you intend to wait for the next round of enemy shelling?" The young man hastened over to assist, explaining in the process, "Apologies, sir, I am a sincere believer. I feel the Lord has just blessed me, hence my silent prayer of thanks." The sergeant, irritated, retorted, "Damn it, I don't care what you are. Do you see what time it is? You fool, do you still have time to pray?" After scolding the praying observer, he turned to berate his other subordinates. "You lot, have you not eaten? Why are you dawdling? Are you waiting to be shelled?" After venting his pent-up anxiety, the sergeant finally settled down. Thus, the artillery and supply personnel of the Sunset Nation began to transport their cannons and ammunition to the rear, relying on sheer manpower and mules. Amidst the incessant shelling from the defending army, they exerted themselves to relocate, all the while occasionally being struck by projectiles. After an arduous hour, they managed to retreat a mere 2 kilometers, yet the toll was devastating, with 48 howitzers lost and over 500 casualties, including the praying gunner, evidence that their lord did not extend his protection over this eastern continent. At 11 in the morning, both sides ceased fire, primarily due to the defending army's decision to halt their shelling, as ordered by the monarchy. Since their artillery had opened fire, the opposing cannons had hardly responded. Reconnaissance units reported back that the enemy's howitzers had dwindled to just 24, having retreated to their rear, posing no immediate threat to the defending troops. As for their small-caliber mortars and infantry guns, the monarchy had not deemed them worthy of concern. The king had always looked down upon infantry guns for their limited range and feeble power. If their potency and range were increased, they would still pale in comparison to howitzers. Thus, the defending army had not equipped infantry guns, opting instead for mortars capable of striking mid-range targets and grenade launchers, the reigning champions of close-range individual heavy weaponry in this era. Furthermore, although the machine guns mounted on armored vehicles had an effective range of only 600 to 700 meters, their rapid-fire capabilities rendered them a suitable substitute for small-caliber infantry guns. During the rare moment of midday tranquility, Scree finally received a telegram from his homeland. Upon reading its contents, he was nearly driven to fury. Those fools were the very disgrace of soldiers. For the sake of merchants' interests, they had instigated this war. Following an investigation and the battlefield reports from this side, coupled with the monarchy's explicit telegram from yesterday, it was confirmed that the enemy was under the command of the monarchy in the southern part of Yunnan province. The message clearly stated that some soldiers from the Sunset Nation had colluded with the Western Yute people to traffic opium onto the Yanhuan continent. Scree now harbored a desire to eliminate those traitors, not out of compassion for the villagers who perished, but because they had failed to tidy up their mess after committing murder. Discovered by others, it led to the outbreak of a war. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards those Yute individuals within his own country, who, in their pursuit of wealth, had caused countless casualties among the soldiers of the Rising Sun Nation. In the final telegram, the Prime Minister, representing the Cabinet and the Queen, indicated that a formal global announcement would soon be made, declaring war against the monarchy. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, no official declaration had been issued. Having read through the entirety of the 3-page telegram, Scree found himself lost in contemplation. According to domestic analysis, the monarch was an exceptionally formidable and ruthless figure, and it was evident that negotiations and threats would not compel the adversary to cease hostilities. Surrender was not an option for him, as the nation would not permit the soldiers of the Rising Sun to capitulate to a warlord from a backward territory. With this thought, Scree muttered to himself, "Alas, my reputation is utterly ruined." In the command center of the defense forces, Wong Kuan glanced at the time. Only a few minutes remained until 1 o'clock, before speaking. Zhang Jianwei, commence the bombardment precisely at 1. Remember, as long as the enemy does not retreat, we shall not initiate a charge. Our focus will solely be on artillery fire, while the infantry will maintain their defensive positions. Zhang Jianwei rose and promptly exited to coordinate the military operations. Wong Kuan was unperturbed. He was not afraid of the enemy retreating, for he had 500 armored vehicles at his disposal. Should any signs of withdrawal manifest, those vehicles would swiftly cut off their escape routes. Wong Kuan was aware that his tactical arrangements bore flaws. Under normal circumstances, with the equipment available to the defense forces, a well-coordinated assault utilizing standard infantry and artillery tactics would likely breach the enemy's defenses in a single wave. However, such an approach would inevitably result in excessive soldier casualties. Thus, he preferred to expend ammunition and take his time, slowly wearing down the enemy. At 1 o'clock, the bombardment commenced. The artillery units had already rotated personnel twice due to prolonged exposure to the cannons, necessitating rest. Wong Kuan's artillery force was ample, and it must be said that the military personnel trained by the system were exceptionally skilled in their respective technical fields. On Scree's side, witnessing the initiation of enemy bombardment, he contemplated retreat, yet he realized it would be a challenging endeavor. He understood that the adversary was utilizing artillery to deplete their manpower. Any attempt to withdraw would provoke a pursuit from the enemy infantry, rendering escape temporarily impossible. He could only turn to his subordinates and bark, "Damn it! Instruct those wretched monkeys to prepare for a counterattack." His subordinates saluted and hurried off to notify the frontline commanders. At this juncture, 2,000 troops of the Gongbang were positioned at the front lines, having been dispatched to assist their lord against the enemy. Some regarded this mission as an honor and arrived with exuberance. However, the moment the bombardment began at 1 o'clock, they were instantly transformed into trembling fools. The artillery of the Gongbang dynasty was hardly comparable to the overwhelming force of their adversaries. Many were left bewildered, unsure of how to take cover, their eyes wide in shock as they surveyed the surrounding battlefield. Chapter 60. The Role of the Cannon Fodder Troops. It is said that in the morning, following Scree's orders, over 20,000 troops arrived to provide support on the central front. Before this batch of tribute soldiers arrived at the front line, they were merely two flanks, with the support troops behind them having never personally witnessed the tumultuous spectacle of 100 cannons bombarding the battlefield. They had naively assumed that upon reaching their lord's domain, they would simply need to hold their positions and patiently await the enemy's approach. The current chaos filled them with regret, yet it was evidently too late to lament their choices. The scene was utterly disordered, akin to monkeys frolicking across the mountains of Amay. The commander of the Sunset Nation's position, witnessing the pandemonium, bellowed in frustration for the subordinate troops to take cover. However, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. He was seething with disdain for these fools, unable to contain his ire, and promptly ordered his supervisory team to open fire before the next barrage arrived. They fired upon the panicking tribute soldiers, and surprisingly, such actions quelled the chaos and bolstered the morale of the defenders. At 1:30, the bombardment from the defending army ceased. Scry, from the rear command, hastily informed the front line to arrange for the tribute soldiers to launch a countercharge. The Sunset Nation had decided against deploying their own men for this endeavor, instead dividing their 20,000-strong force into 4 segments, intending for these subordinates to deplete the enemy's ammunition, thereby creating advantageous conditions for their subsequent retreat. 10 minutes later, the first wave of cannon fodder began their charge. Over 5,000 tribute soldiers armed with rifles, followed closely by the Sunset Nation's supervisory team. This time, the commander of the Sunset Nation did not even equip these expendable troops with a single machine gun, clearly intending for them to serve as mere fodder to exhaust the defenders' resources. Upon observing the enemy's movements, Wong Kuan conferred briefly with Zhang Jianwei and quickly discerned the intentions of the Sunset troops. This tactic of utilizing expendable soldiers was somewhat distasteful to him. Bombarding these men with artillery was a consideration, not only due to the open terrain that could yield a significant casualty count, but also because the number of tribute soldiers killed would likely not even cover the cost of ammunition. His ultimate objective, along with the defending forces, was to annihilate the Sunset Nation's troops, preferably obliterating these 2 divisions entirely. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he ordered the howitzers to continue their bombardment of the Sunset positions, leaving the expendable troops to the infantry and mortars. With over 5,000 men armed solely with rifles, bolt-action, single-shot firearms, their combined firepower paled in comparison to that of a single battalion of the defending army. There was little to fear. Scry's calculations regarding the cannon fodder had only partially succeeded. However, he had not anticipated that the defending forces would willingly waste ammunition to persist in bombarding their positions. Just as the first wave of cannon fodder advanced 700 meters, the Sunset forces dispatched a second wave, determined not to allow their adversaries a moment's respite. As gunfire erupted at the front lines, these expendable soldiers fell like wheat under the scythe. Even those with a modicum of tactical awareness who attempted to take cover ultimately could not escape the Grim Reaper. Among them was a soldier named Lang Duo, an experienced veteran who had undergone a brief military training with the Sunset Nation. Upon witnessing his comrades collapse in droves ahead of him, he realized the dire reality of their situation. He quickly dropped to the ground, cautiously maneuvering behind the two corpses, peering through the gaps without raising his head. Rondo sensed a reduction in the firepower on his side and promptly readied his weapon, aiming at the opposing position in search of a target to eliminate. Though he remained prone, after observing for a while, Rondo retrieved a talisman from his pocket, muttering incantations in hopes that this charm, acquired from the temple, would ensure his survival. As he raised his gun to aim once more, he spotted a soldier from the enemy ranks appearing in his sights, and without hesitation, he fired. Watching as the man collapsed, after successfully hitting an adversary, Rondo felt a surge of excitement, inadvertently exposing his hiding place on the defensive line. Since the onset of gunfire, over 20 minutes had elapsed, and the enemy's ranks had dwindled to just over 4,000. As the machine gunner, Daniel, remarked to his ammunition loader, "It's a massacre. I've never seen so many enemies lined up for us to practice our shooting. I'm so overwhelmed that I'm starting to detest machine guns. I've already worn out 3 barrels." Given the substantial casualties among the enemy's ranks, one must ponder why they had yet to retreat. Many among them certainly yearned to flee. But a mere 200 meters behind lay the inspection team of the Sunsetting Nation. While the defending forces might not hit them, the army of the Sunsetting Nation would shoot down any deserters. Moreover, prior to the charge, they had learned that they were facing soldiers from Yanhuang. Many were invigorated at the prospect of battling the Yanhuang army, undeterred by the historical oppression and threats their nation had endured for centuries. On the Sunsetting side, the commander observed that the enemy's artillery had inflicted minimal casualties and promptly dispatched a third wave of troops. At this juncture, Scree and his forces recognized that the cannon fodder had failed to achieve their intended purpose. They now relied on the remaining expendables to draw the attention of the royal forces, hoping to buy some time for a safe retreat. As time passed, the last remnants of cannon fodder were nearly exhausted. The frontline defenders had also rotated to a second batch, not due to casualties, but rather the sheer fatigue from continuous firing. The royal commander glanced at the clock, calculating that these waves of expendable troops had squandered over an hour of their time, not to mention the countless munitions expended. Fortunately, only 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers from the Gongbang remained active on the battlefield, while the defenders had eliminated around 16,000 to 17,000 of them in just over an hour. He felt fatigued for the frontline soldiers and raised his binoculars to survey the 4-kilometer-long battlefield, where the ground was littered with enemy corpses. In some areas forming piles more than a meter high, the cycle of death continued unabated, and although the remaining enemies used the many bodies ahead as makeshift sandbags, this merely delayed their demise. Ultimately, the psychological defenses of these remaining expendables crumbled entirely, and disregarding the inspection team behind them, they turned and charged back in retreat. The collapse of a single individual can instigate a mass exodus, as thousands flee in panic, rendering the enforcement troops powerless to intervene. They can only blend into the throng. For if they do not, the defending forces have already breached their lines. At approximately 3:30 in the afternoon, telegrams from the flanking forces revealed that they had shattered the 2 divisions of the Gongbang army, compelling the surviving members to retreat towards the central route. In the chaos of battle, a retreating army typically withdraws backward, unless extraordinary circumstances dictate otherwise. The flanking forces unleashed artillery fire, creating a formidable barrier in the enemy's rear. Thus, the soldiers of the Gongbang could only flee towards the center, hoping for safety from their overlords. Originally, the strategy dictated that, after defeating the enemy on both flanks, the forces would pursue relentlessly, turning back to sever the retreat of the central enemy. However, the unexpected bombardment forced the enemy to retreat towards the center. Upon receiving this intelligence, Wong Kuan promptly directed the flanking forces to coordinate with the central troops, encircling the enemy in a semi-enclosure. At this juncture of the war, the soldiers of the Sunset Nation and their subservient troops appeared to have but one avenue of retreat. Chapter 61, The Stray Dog. By 4 o'clock, the defending forces had encircled the enemy in a 3-to-1 ratio, with both flanking divisions advancing to within 2 kilometers of the center. The current situation was a calculated maneuver by Wong Kuan, compelling the soldiers of the Sunset Nation to perceive that only one route of retreat remained. This pressure forced them to withdraw. Should they do so, they would find no positions left to defend, maximizing the lethality of the defending forces' artillery. Moreover, with 500 armored vehicles at their disposal, the situation was dire for the enemy. In the command center of the Sunset military, surrounded by his subordinates, Sclee scrutinized the reports arriving from the front, tracing lines on the map. After a moment of hesitation, he found himself unable to issue a retreat order. The loss of soldiers can often be of little consequence to a nation's politicians. War is merely a continuation of politics. Sclee had already sent 2 telegrams back home, hoping to gain the politicians' consent for a withdrawal, yet he had received no reply. Of course, a commander in the field is not bound by civilian authority, but acting without their consent could lead to his own disgrace. Furthermore, as a noble, A unilateral retreat would tarnish his family's historic honor. As time progressed, the encirclement from both flanks began to constrict further. Sklee understood that his adversaries were forcing him to withdraw. Currently, approximately 20,000 soldiers from the flanks had congregated, doubling the numbers in the center. The already cramped space now felt even more suffocating, and Sklee's frustration boiled over. Time was of the essence. He resolved to retreat. Unwilling to witness the noble Sunset soldiers being systematically slaughtered by Wong Kuan's defending forces like livestock, he first ordered the subservient troops to take their positions and replace the Sunset soldiers, intending to commence the withdrawal once his own men were safely in place. As for the remaining contingent of soldiers, they were just in time to provide a rear guard, conveniently delaying the pursuit of the defending army. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Jianwei entered the command post and reported to Wong Kuan, "Commander, the Sunset Army has vacated their positions and replaced them with the Gongbang troops for defense." Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan seized his binoculars and stepped outside the command post, observing the enemy's positions in the distance, confirming the absence of foreign soldiers. "Jianwei, it appears the foreigners are contemplating a retreat. Our encirclement has indeed taken effect. However, to rely on these expendable troops to secure their escape seems overly ambitious," Wong Kuan remarked. Zhang Jianwei responded, "Commander, we must not underestimate these expendables. They have held their ground for quite some time, likely due to the presence of a disciplinary team behind them. Otherwise, they would not have endured for so long." Wong Kuan countered, "Now that the Sunset Army is preparing to withdraw, it is unlikely they will leave a disciplinary team behind." He then ordered the troops on both flanks to slow their pace slightly. Pushing them too hard might provoke a desperate response, which would be unfavorable. As for the center, the bombardment would continue, testing how long these expendables could withstand the onslaught. 20 minutes elapsed, and through his binoculars, Wong Kuan observed that the Gongbang defenders were faltering. Some along the front lines had begun to turn and flee. Sensing the opportune moment, he commanded the infantry at the forefront to advance, while the artillery extended its range to bombard the retreating Sunset soldiers. The Gongbang troops, unable to endure the artillery fire, began to disintegrate in large numbers. Leading the temporary armored vehicle unit was Lu Guodong, who had also received Wong Kuan's orders to pursue the retreating enemy. They had barely retreated a kilometer when they learned that the Gongbang troops stationed behind them were also beginning to crumble under pressure, now not far behind. Lu could only pray for a safe and stable retreat ahead, fully aware that the enemy might be deliberately forcing their withdrawal, undoubtedly laying ambushes ahead. He had no choice but to press on, clinging to the hope of survival. This was the only solace he could find. Out of the 30,000 troops in 2 divisions, nearly 3,000 had been lost during the initial probing counterattack, along with 4,000 casualties from sporadic shelling. Now, the Sunset Army was reduced to just over 20,000. A staggering loss. Just as Lu was consumed by anxiety, the sharp sound of incoming shells filled the air. "Take cover. Keep moving forward." The various commands from the lower-ranking officers left the soldiers in a quandary, unable to run or hide effectively. Lu, disregarding all else, gritted his teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, more soldiers, witnessing his relentless advance, followed suit rather than stop to evade the bombardment. Only by breaking free from the artillery's range would they stand a chance of survival. Alas, how could their legs carry them far enough in such a short span to escape the artillery's lethal reach? The rear guard of fleeing, expendable troops, witnessing their fallen comrades, grew increasingly fearful, yet clung to the flickering hope of life. With the relentless pursuit of the rear guard, these individuals gradually caught up with the soldiers of the Sunset Army. Skry halted and turned, witnessing the impending chaos that the cannon fodder would unleash upon their ranks. A profound sense of despair enveloped him. The forceful onslaught of these pursuers would undoubtedly diminish their speed of escape. Preoccupied with fleeing, they scarcely evaded the bombardment. In just a mere 3 kilometers, over 3,000 lives were lost, and their pace continued to wane. The thousands of injured soldiers became their most significant burden. Skry instructed his subordinates to produce a map, tracing a circle upon it before raising his gaze ahead. He could vaguely discern the woods marked on the map, and according to the intel from the Gongbang, along with the dimensions indicated, the expanse of forest ahead spanned roughly 40 to 50 square kilometers. They were now a mere 5 kilometers from the woods. Once they entered, their survival would be assured. If viewed from above, the land revealed a scene of chaos. In front, 2 to 3 tens of thousands of soldiers in varying uniforms were desperately fleeing, while behind them, 6 to 7,000 pursuers closed in, less than a kilometer away. On either side of the fleeing throng, several thousand troops positioned themselves, either to eliminate enemies or to prevent the fleeing soldiers from dispersing. As the flanking guards gradually constricted, the central corridor diminished to little more than a kilometer in width. The artillery fire from the rear was inflicting even greater casualties upon the enemy than before. Had the monarchy not arranged for a backup, it was uncertain whether the enemy might have escaped. They lacked precise geographical intelligence of the Gongbang region, unaware of the forest that lay ahead. Beyond the woods, they would enter a populated area where the terrain would flatten, making it increasingly difficult for the rear guard to fully encircle the fleeing soldiers. As Scry observed their approach to the forest, a surge of strength coursed through him, compounded by a noticeable decrease in artillery fire. This seemed to ignite a flicker of hope among the retreating soldiers. The majority of the howitzers from the rear guard could no longer reach the fleeing troops. Currently, only a handful of large-caliber cannons remained capable of targeting them. The monarch assessed the terrain ahead, deciding against relocating the artillery units any further. The road in this section near the Gongbang border was exceedingly treacherous, rendering vehicle passage impossible, thus preventing the relocation of the howitzers. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Glancing at his watch, he anticipated that Lu Guodong and his armored convoy would soon sever the enemy's escape route. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Scry, the monarch's armored forces were poised to block their only avenue of survival. Chapter 62. The final despair. The soldiers of the Sunset Kingdom, in their desperate bid for survival, had relinquished all heavy weaponry, retaining only their rifles and the burden of several thousand wounded comrades. As for the gravely injured, they had long been abandoned along the way, their fates left to the whims of fate. Perhaps even God must consider the favor of royal authority. With only 2 kilometers remaining, Scree paused to catch his breath, standing by the roadside and encouraging loudly, "Come on, hurry up, we're almost there." After shouting, he took a brief respite. After all, he was no longer young and truly found it difficult to run. Meanwhile, the armored convoy under the temporary command of Lu Guodong had spent 40 minutes and finally surpassed the enemy. After advancing a short distance, they could turn around to intercept the foe. He, too, sighed in relief, for the path had been arduous. Fortunately, it was primarily semi-tracked vehicles. Had it been entirely wheeled, passage would have been utterly impossible. As he beheld the vast stretch of forest a kilometer ahead, Lu Guodong commanded the convoy to halt, pivot in place, and begin a slow advance. They prepared to cooperate with the infantry from 3 directions to cut off the enemy's escape route. Whether to persuade surrender or to annihilate them would rest upon Commander Wong Kuan's decision. In the rear of the defensive forces, Wong Kuan received Lu Guodong's message. Aware that they were pushing forward to block the enemy, he promptly instructed that once the enemy's retreat was obstructed, there was no need to report further. They were to open fire and obliterate these adversaries entirely. Amidst the ranks, Scree, gasping for air and supported by aides, felt the crowd ahead becoming increasingly congested. He shrugged off his supporters and hastened forward to ascertain what was transpiring. Upon reaching the front and witnessing the scene 500 meters ahead, he was utterly stunned. Damn it, this is the work of that bastard, daring to sell battle vehicles to the warlords of the East. After cursing, he found himself powerless. A row of 500 iron behemoths lay ahead, and with mere rifles, they could only scratch the surface of those vehicles. Lu Guodong observed the enemy's pace slowing as they caught sight of his forces, prompting him to reduce the convoy's speed. Rising to his feet, he grasped the machine gun atop the vehicle, aiming at the enemy as the distance gradually closed. Fire! With Lu Guodong's commanding shout, gunfire erupted, and the cacophony of artillery filled the air. Blood splattered and limbs flew amidst the throng of adversaries. Within mere seconds, over 100 lives were extinguished, as both the 12mm machine guns and the 20mm cannons claimed victims with deadly precision. Now, let us shift perspectives to the enemy's side and feel their turmoil. Soldiers of the Sunset Nation, witnessing the instant loss of hundreds, hurriedly scattered in search of cover or dropped to the ground. Scree was urgently pressed down and dragged behind a rock by his subordinates. In that moment, he paid little heed to their roughness and shouted loudly, "Take cover! Counterattack! Aim and fire at their gunners!" Those who found refuge began to retaliate, yet their efforts proved ineffective. In such dire circumstances, the challenge of sending bullets through 2 barriers to accurately hit the enemy was daunting, to say the least. As the leader of a company within the Sunset Army, Davis possessed extensive experience in battlefield survival. Crouching behind a tree, he was drenched in cold sweat from the tension of the moment. Upon ensuring that he was unscathed, he instinctively drew a cross upon his chest, took a deep breath, and cautiously peeked out, raising his rifle to aim at an enemy operating an automatic cannon. Whispering a prayer to the Almighty for guidance, he steadied his breath and squeezed the trigger, quickly lowering his weapon to assess the outcome. Unfortunately, the bullet struck the shield instead of the target, eliciting a surge of frustration within him for squandering the opportunity. On a nearby armored vehicle, an enemy gunner, having traced the bullet's trajectory, sought the source of the near miss. Observing the scene, he noted that few were firing back. Most were desperately hunkered down, while those who did shoot did so aimlessly, without any clear target. Peering beyond the crouched figures, he spotted a tree with the silhouette of a rifle protruding from behind it. Davis remained hidden for several seconds before exposing himself in search of another target. This time fortune smiled upon him, and after silently invoking divine protection, he prepared to fire. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor in the tree, and before he could comprehend the situation, he found his upper body hurled aside as the tree collapsed. Lying on the ground, he blinked in confusion, recognizing the familiar legs of a comrade nearby. However, searing pain soon enveloped his consciousness, plunging him into darkness. Davis's body had been shattered by a shell that penetrated through the tree, leaving a gruesome scene of vibrant, gory remnants scattered about. This was not an isolated incident. Among the enemy ranks, those struck by the automatic cannon met similar fates. Even those hit by the 12mm machine gun suffered grievous injuries, with limbs severed or, in more severe cases, instant fatalities. A direct hit from the cannon left gaping wounds in the flesh, reminiscent of the chest-piercing beings described in ancient texts. Their bodies torn asunder. Sheltering behind a rock, Scree witnessed the carnage unfold, realizing that the enemy had no intention of allowing them to survive, not even to take prisoners. He contemplated surrender, yet the overwhelming chaos surrounding him made it evident that the enemy would not accept his capitulation. Thoughts of his past deeds, family honor, and the strength of his nation flickered through his mind, but such reflections were fleeting as death loomed near. When a shell exploded a mere meter away, shrapnel pierced his neck. He instinctively clutched his throat, desperately trying to staunch the blood flow, but to no avail. Gurgling sounds escaped his lips, mingled with blood, rendering his words inaudible until he succumbed, slumping heavily against the rock. Meanwhile, after 20 minutes of fire from the armored vehicle, the defenders had successfully compressed the enemy's encirclement to a radius of roughly 700 to 800 meters. To label these individuals as fools would be a grave misjudgment. Do they not comprehend the necessity of surrendering in such dire circumstances? While some have indeed capitulated, the sovereign had decreed prior to the outbreak of hostilities that any who could be shot should be, leaving no survivors. Were it not for the monarch's apprehension of a cornered beast fighting back, the conflict would likely have reached its conclusion by now. He merely instructed the infantry to fire from outside the encirclement, refraining from a direct assault, and the heavy artillery could only be utilized to a limited extent. As the area shrank, the distant howitzers posed a risk of friendly fire. Otherwise, in such a confined space, a barrage of 150mm shells could have obliterated everything. Time passed gradually, and the number of enemies within the encirclement dwindled from over 20,000, blocked by armored vehicles, to merely 2,000 to 3,000. This war, which was destined to end in annihilation, was nearing its conclusion. In Chapter 63, titled The Conclusion of War, the unexpected reward from the system is revealed. Under what circumstances does a cornered beast fight with desperation? It is in the throes of encirclement, with no possibility of surrender to preserve life, that one finds oneself in utter despair. Among the mere 1,000 left in the encirclement, they were willing to forsake everything in a futile attempt to take others down with them before their demise. Given the constricted nature of the encirclement, the artillery in the rear hesitated for fear of inflicting harm upon their comrades. Thus, only a handful of mortars were present, as the main heavy weaponry of the defenders was stationed further back. Upon arriving at the scene, the monarch observed that some enemies remained amidst the encircled infantry. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Lu Guodong and commanded their armored vehicles to advance. Surrounding these individuals, they lowered the angles of their autocannons and heavy machine guns, unleashing indiscriminate fire. The level of carnage was reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. When faced with the threat of death, individuals instinctively seek safety. The remaining soldiers of the setting sun clutched at the bodies of the Gongbang soldiers, attempting to hide behind them to evade the oncoming projectiles. Yet, how could mere flesh withstand the onslaught of large-caliber ammunition? In one instance, a soldier of the setting sun sought refuge behind a corpse, only to have 2 rounds from an autocannon strike the body. The first round exploded upon impact, scattering flesh and rendering internal organs to a pulp, splattering the surrounding individuals. Before the second round could reach its target, the first continued its path, striking the hidden soldier from the setting sun, leaving a gaping wound in his chest rather than dismembering him. In less than 10 minutes, all remaining enemies were declared dead. A grim scene lay before them. Out of 10, 8 bodies were unrecognizable. This war, instigated by the sovereign, had concluded. Although brief, the results were extraordinarily gratifying. The monarch then instructed the soldiers to clear the battlefield, gathering as many bodies as possible for cremation, lest the climate in Gongbang's territory breed pestilence. It was imperative to act swiftly. Were it not for the proximity of his domain, the sovereign would not have taken it upon himself to retrieve the corpses. The foremost concern lay in the remnants of enemy equipment, which represented a significant financial opportunity. The funds from the earlier plunder had dwindled considerably, and he had previously fretted over where to procure money. Now, with the prospect of selling this equipment, he anticipated a substantial income. 2 hours prior to the conclusion of the war, the high-ranking officials of the Sunset Kingdom incessantly sent telegrams to Scree, yet received no response. A sense of foreboding began to take root in their hearts, prompting them to dispatch another telegram to the colonial governor of Gongbang, urging him to send someone immediately to investigate. However, even if a messenger were sent forthwith, it would take until the following day to receive any news. Prime Minister Fosk, too, found himself in a dismal mood. His cabinet was beset by troubles both internal and external. Should the colonial forces of the Eastern Gongbang dynasty suffer significant losses, it was likely that his position as prime minister would be in jeopardy. With these thoughts weighing heavily upon him, he lit a cigar and took 2 deep puffs, attempting to quell his troubled mind. For now, all he could do was patiently await news, hoping it would not be too dire. As the sun rose on December 9th, Wong Kuan awoke at noon, having made up for the sleep he lost the previous days. Upon their return the night before, it was already past 1 in the morning, and they had refrained from waking the family. At this moment, his elder sister had arranged lunch. "You returned last night without informing me or your second sister. We were quite worried," she chided. Wong Kuan quickly donned a cheerful expression and replied, "Sister, I was merely trying not to disturb you, and second sister. Besides, who am I? You needn't worry about me." His sister, seeing his playful demeanor and lack of concern for his own safety, became incensed and, along with their second sister, playfully punched him, scolding him for his arrogance. Realizing he had misstepped, Wong Kuan quickly sought to placate his sisters with sweet words, even going so far as to vow to the heavens to assure them of his safety. After enjoying their meal, he chose not to visit the command center, feeling rather lethargic. It was then that the system, which had malfunctioned abruptly after the war's conclusion, chimed in. "Congratulations, host, on your first annihilation of a foreign army. Reward granted." At that moment, engrossed in post-war arrangements, he had not taken the time to investigate further. Now, with idle time on his hands, he prepared to inquire of the system why there was no territorial expansion despite the bounty. "System, come forth and explain why the annihilation of an enemy warrants a reward." This was not mentioned during the initial introduction. "Greetings, host." Initially, it was estimated that a conflict with foreign powers would not occur in the short term. Thus, this detail was not disclosed. Furthermore, such rewards are classified as hidden rewards, triggered only upon the completion of concealed tasks. After listening for a while, Wong Kuan grasped that this obstinate system only revealed its primary functions upon binding. As for other hidden rewards, it would remain silent unless prompted. He found himself frustrated, pondering that other systems either provided resources freely or fawned over their hosts like eager subordinates. In contrast, his system, apart from rewarding him with supplies after each expansion of influence, required him to spend money for any additional support. The funds he had acquired from 2 raids had nearly amounted to several million silver dollars spent on the system alone. The remainder had primarily supported the development of 3 cities. Though the system's prices were relatively low, the sheer volume of resources needed proved to be a considerable strain. After a moment of internal lamentation over the system's capriciousness, I opened the system's inventory to examine the rewards received. The first surprise was a substantial supply of urgently needed medications, specifically 500,000 boxes each of chloroguanidine and quinine, with the system unlocking the purchasing qualifications for later stages. Such a considerable quantity would sufficiently cater to both military and civilian needs for quite some time, particularly in the Yunnan province, where these medications are in high demand. Of course, I had no intention of selling these drugs outside my jurisdiction, as only a select few suffer from malaria. Turning to the second reward, I found yet another medication, morphine, also in a quantity of 500,000 boxes. With the establishment of a hospital in Chashire, certain surgical procedures are now possible, and the availability of morphine would not only assist in surgeries, but also provide significant pain relief during warfare. Should financial needs arise, the option to sell morphine abroad exists, even if foreign markets may not require it. However, the warlords of Yanhuang possess no capacity to manufacture it. Thus, as long as my prices remain lower than those of the great powers, I am confident they will be tempted. Next, I discovered supplies such as disposable bandages, syringes, and intravenous tubes, again in the quantity of 500,000 sets, with the purchasing qualifications for future supplies also unlocked. Finally, I opened the last reward and exclaimed in astonishment at the presence of the renowned penicillin. In this current world, no major powers have access to such an antibiotic. With this miraculous medication now in my possession, the chances of my soldiers succumbing to infections after injuries would be significantly diminished, greatly increasing their survival rates. Having reviewed this unexpected bounty, I felt a surge of satisfaction and commended the system, acknowledging its understanding of my needs. In summary, as long as I systematically eliminate the armies of the great powers, the system shall continue to dispense various rewards, perhaps not as grand as this one, but sufficiently gratifying nonetheless. Engaging in conflict with the great powers is inevitable, and it provides an opportunity to exploit the system's offerings. Chapter 64. A fortuitous windfall within the halls of the Wong family estate in Chongqing. After receiving this unexpected boon, I promptly allocated a portion of the supplies to be delivered to the military hospital and the municipal hospital. If they can be utilized to save a life, that alone reflects the true value of these provisions. That evening, my sister Wang Ruashi returned home, and the family gathered to dine and converse. Seizing the moment, Wang Ruashi pressed me with questions. "Little brother, the medications you provided today, what remarkable effects they possess. Where did you acquire them?" After swallowing my food, I looked up at her and replied, "As long as they are effective, that is what matters." As for their origin, dear sister, let us not dwell on that for now. Rest assured, we shall not be lacking in such supplies in the future. Wang Ruoshi was not one to pry excessively. Upon hearing my response, she ceased her inquiries, contenting herself with the assurance that I would ensure the hospital's needs were met. Such a modest request, even without her prompting, was something I would undoubtedly arrange. The following morning, Wong Kuan arrived at the command center, where Zhang Jianhui and Lu Guodong, among others, soon joined him to report various data following the battle. Zhang Jianhui stood first, presenting Wong Kuan with a document. Commander, these are the casualty figures for both sides. Wong Kuan accepted the materials and began to peruse them, while Zhang Jianhui provided explanations at his side. Wong Kuan first sought to record the casualties on his own side. Upon discovering that the defending forces had sustained over 400 casualties, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This operation differed significantly from the typical warlord conflicts. The sunsetting nation, despite its decline, was still an established power that had endured a major war a few years prior. The soldiers' combat training remained commendable, and there were still many seasoned veterans within the ranks. Given the relatively low personnel losses in this confrontation, Wong Kuan felt a sense of contentment. Moreover, the actual number of fatalities was under 100. The remaining injured soldiers would soon benefit from a new batch of medicine, allowing them to return to the barracks in good health after a period of recovery. After reviewing his force's casualties, he shifted his gaze downward to examine the enemy's casualty figures. The data was straightforward. Following the post-battle cleanup, it was estimated that over 1,000 Gongbang soldiers had fled before a retreat could be executed. The remaining nearly 40,000 Gongbang troops, along with 20,000 soldiers from the sunsetting nation, had all perished, with none surviving. In truth, the number of those killed in action was likely less than a third of the total. Most of the remainder succumbed to injuries that went untreated. In this era, without effective medicine to combat battlefield infections, a soldier could be considered lost. As for prisoners, the defending forces would never execute captives. They simply did not accept surrenders. Upon Wong Kuan's completion of the documents, Lu Guodong promptly presented another report. Commander, this pertains to our material consumption and the quantity of enemy supplies and equipment we have captured. Accepting the materials from Lu Guodong, Wong Kuan remarked, "It just so happens that we are in need of funds. Perhaps we could sell this batch of captured goods to the warlords in the north." He then delved into the specifics of the data, beginning with the consumption incurred by the defending forces. The food supplies were as routine as usual. The primary concern lay with munitions. A total of over 600 Garand and G43 rifles had been damaged, some due to enemy fire and others through unfortunate mishandling. A dozen machine guns were rendered inoperative, mainly due to improper usage that hastened their wear. Additionally, various artillery pieces had suffered damage, amounting to several that were beyond repair. While these could technically be fixed, he personally had little fondness for refurbished weapons. The most significant expense was in ammunition, with approximately 40 million rounds expended. The consumption of rifle ammunition was manageable, but the demand for machine gun ammunition was particularly high, as a single burst could deplete dozens or even hundreds of rounds. Fortunately, with the support of a system that allowed for procurement, he could meet the demand. Otherwise, the production capacity of his munitions factory would not keep pace with the rate of consumption. In both domestic and foreign contexts, few armies enjoyed the privilege of unrestricted ammunition supplies as he did. The consumption of various calibers of artillery shells has reached a critical point. Nearly all the munitions previously produced and those awarded by the system have been expended, with 500 howitzers and 400 mortars. Over 500,000 shells have been utilized. Following this conflict, coupled with previous engagements, these cannons will only suffice for 1 or 2 more battles before they become obsolete. Although the artillery provided by the system is of slightly superior quality compared to that of previous eras, it is not an advanced technology, as there remains a threshold for performance. Wong Kuan had specifically inquired with the system. For instance, his 75mm howitzers can fire approximately 1,500 rounds each. The earliest batch of 75mm cannons can still manage 300 to 400 rounds before their barrels are rendered unusable. In the upcoming period, resources from the military factory will be awaited to gradually replace this equipment. Contemplating this, Wong Kuan felt a headache coming on. It would entail a considerable expenditure, whether through domestic production or system purchases. He needed to devise a way to generate funds. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these vexing matters and turned his attention to the final spoils of war. 26,000 5-shot bolt-action rifles, those single-shot and inferior to semi-automatics, are currently the most advanced weaponry available. Additionally, there are 38,000 single-shot rifles, which represent the standard equipment of many underdeveloped nations. Numerous warlords and Yanhuang command troops armed with such rifles, often mixing them with magazine-fed weaponry, alongside millions of rounds of ammunition and over 80 machine guns. There are also 12 howitzers from the nation of the setting sun, which were left behind during their hasty retreat, inadvertently benefiting Wong Kuan. After reviewing the materials at hand, Wong Kuan looked towards Lu Guodong. "Guodong, have you estimated the value of these captured weapons?" Lu Guodong rose to respond, based on the procurement prices among domestic warlords. Considering the provenance and depreciation of this batch, the total value of these arms and ammunition is approximately 5,500,000 silver dollars. Please refrain from comparisons to the financial systems of our world. Upon hearing the substantial worth of the captured equipment, Wong Kuan could no longer contain his elation. A hearty laugh erupted from him. This was indeed a timely windfall at a moment when he was financially strained and pondering where to obtain funds. Who would have anticipated that a single battle would remedy his monetary woes? This unexpected fortune lifted the burdens of financial anxiety from his mind. With joy, Wong Kuan addressed the two of them. I now hope that the nation of the setting sun hastens to send reinforcements for revenge. This way, we shall have a continuous influx of wealth. Zhang Jianhui, upon hearing this, hastily interjected, Commander, have you forgotten that in our Yunnan province, there are still 2 divisions of soldiers from the nation of the setting sun? Wong Kuan smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked these tens of thousands of troops. They were indeed a rich opportunity that had been practically served on a platter. He promptly took a seat and began to contemplate carefully. Chapter 65. The shock of victory over great powers in Yunnan province. There are 30,000 soldiers from the nation of the setting sun, who were previously given a minor reprimand by Wong Kuan not long ago. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of regret. Why hadn't he completely eradicated them at the time? As the year draws to a close and the new year approaches, Wong Kuan has resolved against resorting to military action. Furthermore, Zhang Lingrui seeks a comprehensive resolution, necessitating a wait until after the new year. During this interim, it is advisable for Lu Weimin to cultivate more talents to avoid a shortage of governmental personnel when the time comes to seize Yunnan province. Wong Kuan has also familiarized himself with the post-war circumstances, and Zhang Jianhui and Lu Guodong both paid their respects to him before departing. Reflecting on the situation, Wong Kuan concluded that there was little left to attend to, and thus tidied up before returning home. In the city of Sunset, protests continue to erupt daily, with numerous individuals taking to the streets. Fusk peered through the curtains at the throng outside, his expression darkening. It is understandable that anyone subjected to the relentless shouts of the crowd demanding their resignation would wear a troubled countenance. The pressures of this period have visibly aged the Prime Minister. After observing the scene for a while, he drew the curtains and retreated to his office, casually lighting a cigar and inhaling deeply, allowing it to smolder. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, startling Fusk from his thoughts. His racing heart instilled in him an ominous premonition. Extinguishing his cigar with irritation, he called out, "Come in," his tone unmistakably tinged with displeasure. His secretary hurriedly entered, clutching a folder. "Prime Minister, a telegram has arrived from the Far East," he announced. Fusk accepted the folder, swiftly opening it to peruse its contents. Within 10 seconds, Fusk grabbed a cup from his desk and hurled it to the floor with force. "Damn it, Scree. Damn it, the Easterners." The documents revealed that the colonial officials in Gongbang had confirmed, after 2 days of investigation, that not a single one of the 2 colonial divisions had survived. In a fit of rage, Fusk wreaked havoc upon the items on his desk. Once he had sufficiently vented his frustrations, he instructed his secretary to leave and urgently summoned the cabinet ministers for an immediate meeting. In a mere 10 minutes, Fusk's office was filled with people. Observing the disarray of the room, none felt inclined to exchange pleasantries. They solemnly examined the news from Gongbang. When the time was right, Fusk addressed the assembly, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must discuss the nearly complete loss of 2 divisions. How shall we explain this to the public and to the Queen? What course of action shall we take next? Should we engage in immediate warfare, or?" The ministers were momentarily taken aback by the Prime Minister's barrage of questions. The Foreign Minister, surveying the room and finding no immediate responses, rose to speak. "Prime Minister, first and foremost, this matter cannot remain confidential. We must devise a strategy to address the outrage of the opposition and the public. As for subsequent retribution, let us first resolve the immediate issues at hand," he stated. "We must deploy troops to exact our vengeance, mobilizing all available vessels to transport soldiers from both the homeland and the colonies. This time, we must eradicate the monarchy at all costs." Upon the conclusion of the military minister's proclamation, not only did the crowd below react with dismay, but even the Prime Minister's countenance darkened. At this juncture, rather than addressing domestic discord, there is a hasty rush to engage in a distant and perilous conflict. Such folly is the prevailing sentiment among the assembly. Observing the current economic downturn and the rising anti-war sentiment, the greatest threat lies with the opposition parties. Eagerly awaiting the downfall of this cabinet, ignoring Minister Rogers, Force continued the deliberation with the others. On the 11th, the capital's daily newspaper prominently featured the astonishing news that 2 regiments and 4 auxiliary battalions of the Sunset Nation had been annihilated by a minor warlord in the land of Yanhua. The citizens of Eagle Nation, upon encountering this report, could scarcely believe their eyes. Had it not been for the newspaper's esteemed reputation, they would have deemed it a fabrication. Both the populace and the elite mocked the decaying kingdom, rife with aristocrats, yet vanquished by a mere local force. The president of the Black Palace and his advisors commenced gathering intelligence regarding the monarchy, probing the defenses. The collapse of an ancient empire cannot simply be orchestrated by a small warlord for their interests in Yanhuang. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. It is evident that the developments in Yanhuang are now under the influence of these nations. Yet, the sudden emergence of this anomaly left the decision-makers in Eagle Nation feeling as though they had been robbed. From the 11th onward, news from the Sunset Cabinet swept across the globe like the wind. Any nation connected by telegraph was at least aware of the situation. Within the imperial halls of the Land of the Rising Sun, the emperor convened a gathering to discuss the implications of this event, particularly regarding the monarchy's impact on Yanhuang. Likewise, Gallia hastened to investigate all available information concerning the monarchy. However, one nation reveled in delight, the Han's kingdom. By the 12th, the news had finally spread throughout Yanhuang, reaching both warlord territories and the common folk alike. They could scarcely fathom that just days prior, the monarchy, which appeared to be issuing mere threats, had truly mobilized for cross-border warfare. In a single day, they avenged the massacre of their villages. The citizens of Yanhuang, in a state of heightened emotion, could no longer contain themselves, with many taking to the streets to exchange congratulatory gestures. This was a rare and significant victory for the people of Yanhuang in a century. Old Wang, a butcher, upon hearing the cries of news vendors, immediately purchased a newspaper and enlisted the aid of a nearby fortune-telling elder to read it aloud to those around him. As the news unfolded, cheers erupted from the crowd, praising General Wang. Overwhelmed with excitement, Old Wang proclaimed, "Today, pork is half price in celebration of General Wang's victory." The fervor among the common folks stemmed from their understanding that the lives of the lower classes are treated as expendable. In contemporary times, the military forces stationed across various regions occasionally intimidate the local populace, forcibly abducting women and assaulting citizens without hesitation, yet no one stands up for them. However, a certain warlord has emerged, willing to seek vengeance for the downtrodden, instilling hope among the masses. They began to perceive that this land still holds a place for the common folk. Before long, the well-to-do citizens celebrated this momentous occasion by setting off firecrackers at their doorsteps. On that day, regardless of north or south, young or old, people rejoiced fervently. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the populace, the warlords across Yanhuang wore expressions of grave concern. They remained indifferent to the lives of the common people or the casualties among the Sunset Army, fixated solely on their self-interest. The burgeoning power of the monarchy left them restless, particularly Zhang Lingrui of Yunnan Province. Chapter 66. Seeking suitable arms dealers within the residence of Zhang Lingrui in Spring City. He found himself increasingly engulfed in fear following the annihilation of 2 divisions of the Sunset Nation by the monarchy. Such news felt apocalyptic to him. Previously, he had believed that the backing of foreign powers would secure Yunnan Province as his territory. However, it now appeared that he had become a mere pawn of the monarchy. When pressed to the brink, a person either chooses to end their own existence or rises in defiance. A warlord reveling in power would hardly resign themselves to becoming mere dust in the annals of history. Rumors of Zhang's madness circulated in northern Yunnan, as the populace found themselves driven to despair by his frantic measures. In recent days, he had begun to impose exorbitant taxes and expand his military forces with reckless abandon. The various disturbances from the outside world had not affected the southern region of the monarchy. The citizens continued their daily lives, and military victories were regarded as the norm. That evening, after dining with his 2 sisters, Wong Kuan remarked that they could finally venture out in the coming days, as he had previously promised. Though war had delayed their plans, with some leisure time on their hands, the trio could now explore. Upon hearing this, both sisters, especially the second, enthusiastically raised their hands in agreement. "I was already planning to go out and see for myself." The eldest, Wang Yushi, concurred, expressing her desire to explore since arriving in the Tea City, having not stepped beyond her doorstep. While in Spring City, she occasionally had friends from the same city to accompany her on shopping excursions or visit for pleasant conversations. Now, in the Tea City, she found herself longing to venture out, as she lacked familiar companions. The next morning, the 3 siblings, accompanied by their guards, set off towards Linjiang City. As they strolled through the bustling streets of Linjiang City, Wang Hu accompanied them. One could observe that under the governance of Wong Kuan and Lu Weimin, the spirit of the citizens had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to the past. Carefree children ran joyously through the streets, while citizens thronged the markets, and vendors passionately called out their wares, infusing the entire city with vitality. The previous chaos had dissipated, the old residential areas had been demolished, making way for the establishment of new communities, all at no cost to the residents. With the robust support of the Royal Authority for Commerce, the previously unemployed populace has largely managed to secure commendable employment. Government statistics reveal that in November, the total revenue of Linjiang City, encompassing commercial taxes and profits from state-run enterprises, reached a staggering $800,000 silver dollars. Admittedly, expenditure has yet to achieve equilibrium. primarily due to the exorbitant costs associated with the reconstruction of aging neighborhoods and the comprehensive development of road infrastructure. However, at the current pace, even if future revenues experience a slowdown, once the fundamental infrastructure is completed, Linjiang City will no longer require the royal subsidies. Presently, the cities of Chaqing, Linjiang, and Hangzhou have commenced the laying of concrete roads to connect the three municipalities. The project is already over halfway completed, with the focus now shifting to the construction of roads within various counties and towns. Had the royal hiring system been employed for this task, it is conceivable that the roads in each county would have already been finished. After several days of deliberation, the decision was ultimately made for the government to organize and engage the capabilities of the private sector to accomplish this. This approach serves as a covert stimulation of economic circulation, enabling the common folk to reap benefits. Reliance solely on the system would hinder the development of livelihoods. After 5 days, they successfully traversed the 3 cities, prompting both sisters to exclaim in admiration. The spirited demeanor of the citizens of Chunxiang paled in comparison to that of the locals here. The following day, the 21st, Wong Kuan pondered over the military munitions seized a few days prior and summoned officials from the intelligence and logistics departments. Li Shanha and Zhang Letian were tasked with overseeing the buyers and maintenance of this batch of arms. Minister Zhang, have the munitions been properly maintained? Wong Kuan inquired. Commander, they have been fully serviced, Zhang affirmed with a nod. Wong Kuan then turned to Li Shanha. Does your intelligence department have any suitable buyers? Commander, after our careful selection, we have identified 2 potential candidates, he replied, handing Wong Kuan a dossier. The document contained information on 2 warlords from the north, Wu Chuankuan from Anong Province and Yang Tianxi from the western regions. Although Wu Chuankuan has colluded with the Japanese invaders, he possesses considerable wealth and harbors ambitious aspirations, displaying a meticulous mindset. His cooperation with Japan appears to be a mutual exploitation, as he is unlikely to desire the invaders' influence to strengthen on his territory. Wong Kuan noted, based on the intelligence department's investigation, that Wu Chuankuan's military forces are equipped with only a handful of advanced weaponry, while the majority of his arsenal consists of outdated arms produced by Yin Huang. The equipment promised by the Japanese has yet to be delivered, prompting Wu Chuankuan to discreetly engage with other nations in an attempt to procure weaponry. Consequently, the intelligence officials have designated him as the primary target for potential collaboration due to his promising prospects. Next is Yang Tianxi from the western regions, a member of the ethnic minorities of Yin Huang, whose ancestors were officials in the previous dynasty. For 3 generations, they have woven a vast network in the western regions, garnering the support of local landlords, tribal leaders, and influential figures, now establishing him as the most formidable warlord in the area. A few months prior, amidst the powers division, the Northern Bear has set its sights on the western regions, seeking to collaborate with him to gradually annex the province. Yang Tianxi possesses the qualities of a shrewd leader and is aware of the Northern Bear's intentions, yet, due to a lack of strength, he can only bide his time and develop cautiously. His primary military equipment, much like that of most warlords, lacks any cutting-edge weaponry. With the bear drawing ever closer, Yang Tianxi is in urgent need of a batch of advanced arms to counter the bear's insatiable greed. Logically, he should be the most pressing buyer. However, his economic capacity is limited, and analyses suggest a high probability of him bargaining aggressively. After reviewing the materials, Wong Kuan rubbed his temples, mentally sifting through his knowledge of warlords. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss and inquired, Ministerly, does your intelligence department have any other targets? These 2 are formidable, but the distance poses a significant challenge for transportation. Upon hearing Wong Kuan's inquiry, Li Shanha paused to reflect. Commander, aside from the warlords in our neighboring provinces, the only other contenders are those in Qin Province and Shuafang. But their forces are far too weak to procure any weapons. After listening to Li Shanha's analysis, Wong Kuan felt disheartened. His primary concern was the considerable distance to the western regions and the difficulties it would entail for transport. However, sacrificing quality for proximity by selling to others at a lower price was out of the question. He wasn't about to become a fool. Once this matter was concluded, Wong Kuan began to assign Li Shanha the task of establishing contact with Wu Chuankuan and Yang Tianxi in the west, aiming to resolve the acquisition of this batch of arms as swiftly as possible. If successful, he envisioned the military factory replicating the weaponry of the great powers, subsequently selling them abroad. Naturally, these armaments would not pose a threat to the defense forces, primarily focusing on light weaponry. Eventually, with maritime transport capabilities, they could even sell to various colonies, igniting turmoil in the backyards of those great powers, thus preventing potential disruptions when he sought to unify Yin Huang in the future. Chapter 67. Wu Chuankuan of Anong Province, situated on the northeastern frontier of Yin Huang, is abundant in resources, and its citizens generally enjoy a decent quality of life. One day, Wu Chuankuan, accompanied by a dozen military leaders, arrived at a training ground in the suburbs to inspect the new recruits' training progress from the previous year. Since his collaboration with the Japanese invaders, various resources within the territory have become available for export, resulting in a significant accumulation of wealth over this period. Consequently, a month prior, he initiated a large-scale military expansion. And today, he came to assess the training of the troops. Observing the soldiers in training, Wong Kuan asked those around him, if the invaders were to attack, would we possess the capability to withstand them? One of the generals responded, Commander, is an invasion imminent? Not at the moment, but it is only a matter of time. I believe you are all aware of the invaders' covetousness for our land. Commander, I have faith in our soldiers. The men beyond our borders are all heroes. Should the enemy dare to invade, we shall ensure they suffer grievous losses. Hearing such fervent declarations, Wong Kuan could not help but sigh. As all eyes turned to one another, unsure of where the miscommunication lay, he recognized their misunderstanding and spoke up. I am concerned about the courage of the soldiers, however. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a fine saddle. Can we truly withstand the enemy's invasion with our current equipment? Upon reflecting on the assistance received from the Japanese pirates in establishing industry, his countenance grew even more grim, as there remains no clarity on the matter. With an army of over 100,000, many soldiers are still equipped with flintlock rifles. And some have even sought to purchase weapons from the pirates at their own expense, with the latter now resolutely delaying. At this point, how could he remain oblivious to the pirates' intentions of encroaching upon his territory? While the onlookers silently observed the training of the new recruits, a secretary from a prominent general's office hurried over and whispered a few words into Wong Kuan's ear. His expression immediately shifted, and he addressed those around him, instructing them to continue inspecting the soldiers' training as he had matters to attend to. He then departed with the chief of staff, following the secretary. An hour later, in Wong Kuan's study, besides two guests from afar, he was accompanied by his chief of staff. Gentlemen, you represent the royal authority, do you not? Indeed, General Wu. They replied, our commander has instructed us to discuss a business proposition with you. Wong Kuan gestured for them to continue. You are likely aware that we recently engaged in a battle and seized a substantial cache of arms. We learned that you have recently indicated a need for military supplies, prompting our commander to send us to inquire whether you might be interested. Upon hearing their purpose, Wong Kuan's face betrayed a flicker of intrigue. Oh, might you elaborate on the types of arms available? One of them produced a document and handed it to Wong Kuan. General Wu, this contains the details of the armaments. As he meticulously examined the information, his expression transformed with the passage of time. He had not anticipated the sheer quantity of arms from the royal authority, and notably, a portion consisted of standardized equipment from foreign powers. Even the mortars and howitzers from the Sunset Nation were included, along with a considerable assortment of ammunition. After reviewing the details, Wong Kuan pondered, a hint of suspicion crossing his mind. Why do you not retain this cache of arms for yourselves? These are exquisite weapons produced by foreign powers. One responded, our defense forces are equipped uniformly. Integrating these would lead to unnecessary complications in the future. Wong Kuan remained skeptical. Which warlord in Yanhuang could afford to disregard the weapons of foreign powers? After hearing the man's explanation, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the two for any signs of deception in their expressions. The two did not shy away, enduring Wong Kuan's examination. Those who commit no wrongdoing need not fear the knock of a ghost, they thought, for they had not deceived anyone. They merely glossed over Wong Kuan's inquiries. Wong Kuan passed the document to his chief of staff, urging him to review the details of the armaments as well. He turned to the two members of the guard and inquired about the price of the arms, asking if they could guarantee their quality. Regarding the issue of quality, please rest assured, esteemed commander, for you may send someone to inspect the goods on site. As you are undoubtedly aware, this batch of arms is quite significant. The commander has instructed us that, considering your heroic stature, we require merely 600,000 silver dollars, which is far more economical compared to the prices these weapons fetch in Yanhuang. At this moment, the chief of staff, having caught Wong Kuan's glance, interjected, stating that 600,000 silver dollars is rather exorbitant. Although it is indeed cheaper than the mainland prices, these arms are secondhand. We do not have the authority to negotiate prices, so we kindly ask you to discuss this with our superiors. Our visit was merely to ascertain whether you, Commander Wu, are interested in purchasing. Should you decide to proceed, please telegraph our commander. 2 hours later, the representatives from Wong Kuan departed from Wu's residence, having fulfilled their mission, leaving the matter to be deliberated by both parties' higher-ups. Meanwhile, Wong Kuan and his chief of staff were engaged in discussion. Commander, we must secure this batch of arms. If we miss this opportunity, it may not present itself again. Wong Kuan, a decisive figure, stated as he rose to address his chief of staff. I will send a telegram to Wong Kuan right away. Please return and prepare, bringing some personnel with you to represent me in the negotiations. As long as the price is reasonable, procure these arms for me. The chief of staff, upon hearing this, promptly stood up to prepare for the task. Watching his chief of staff leave, Wong Kuan could not suppress a fist pump, a smile illuminating his face. The arms he had long desired were finally within reach, capable of equipping 4 ordinary divisions and forming 2 elite ones. The burden he had been carrying lifted significantly, and he silently expressed gratitude to Wong Kuan for the timely appearance of this opportunity. What manner of individual is Wong Kuan, he pondered. On the last day of the month, Wong Kuan's chief of staff and his entourage arrived in Tia City, traveling light. Upon entering Wong Kuan's territory, it was evident that the populace here was markedly different from those in other regions. Each individual appeared spirited and vibrant, a stark contrast to the pallor often seen elsewhere. Even the inhabitants of the resource-rich Anong did not exude the same vitality. Historically, Tia City had been perceived as a backward and impoverished town. Yet it had been transformed under Wong Kuan's governance, devoid of any signs of disorder or neglect. Upon entering the city, they boarded the military vehicles that had been awaiting them, heading towards the headquarters. How youthful! This was the first time Andong's chief of staff had encountered Wong Kuan in person, and he was taken aback by his age. Reflecting on his own age compared to the commander's, he mused that he could very well be the father of someone like him. Setting aside his astonishment, he quickly extended his hands to greet the approaching Wong Kuan. Wong Kuan scrutinized the leading chief of staff, who appeared to be a strategist of refined demeanor, exuding an air of elegance while concealing his brilliance. After a brief handshake, he invited everyone to take their seats. Following a few pleasantries, Wong Kuan steered the conversation towards the impending transaction. Gentlemen, has your commander made a decision? Commander Wong, we have reached a conclusion. Although there are still some discrepancies regarding the price, replied the commander. Upon hearing this, Wong Kuan inquired, what price are you able to accept? Commander Wong, our maximum offer stands at 5,200,000. That amount is rather insufficient. Were it not for our circumstances, we would not be inclined to sell. Wong Kuan countered, you are aware that acquiring standard equipment from abroad is quite challenging at present. However, Commander Wong, this batch of arms is not only secondhand, but also comes with limited ammunition. Once used, we will need to find a way to procure more, they remarked. Wong Kuan took a sip of tea and assured them, rest assured, we have a surplus of ammunition available. You may request as much as you wish, provided you can meet the financial requirements. After half an hour of haggling, they ultimately settled on a price of 5 million. Nonetheless, Wong Kuan stipulated that he would only be responsible for transporting the goods to Chaching, relinquishing responsibility for the remainder of the journey. Furthermore, upon learning that Wong Kuan could supply a substantial quantity of ammunition in various calibers, they promptly spent an additional 500,000 to purchase a separate batch. Due to their inability to carry such a large sum of silver dollars, they opted to settle in the currency of the United States. Wong Kuan was indifferent, as these foreign currencies could be exchanged for silver dollars at any time. Alternatively, he considered converting part of the sum into gold, as he intended to issue his own currency in the future, necessitating gold for initial operations. After signing the agreement, the chief of staff from Anong produced a check from a bank located in Shinhua City, belonging to the United States. Wong Kuan then arranged for his associates to escort Anong and his team to inspect the arms, allowing them to verify the quality and quantity before packaging the items, awaiting Wong Kuan's personnel to collect the goods. Once they departed, Wong Kuan examined the check and found no discrepancies. He planned to send someone to Shinhua City in a few days to exchange the check. Unexpectedly, the ever-proud system interjected in his mind, stating, the host can exchange currency with the system, provided they possess official checks from various powers, allowing the conversion of different currencies, including various materials, as well as gold and silver. Intrigued by the system's revelation, Wong Kuan began to pose numerous questions regarding the check exchange within his mind. After gaining clarity, he couldn't help but exclaim, this system is indeed a treasure. Though still prideful, it was undeniable that this practical feature would greatly facilitate future business dealings, especially in the realm of large-scale arms trading. Presently, merchants within the land of Yanhuang predominantly utilized the checks of colonial powers for significant monetary transactions, a practice widespread among the majority of colonized regions worldwide. Regarding the financial risks arising from frequent exchanges with the system, that is no longer his concern. Were it not for the current lack of energy, he could exploit the system's fluctuating exchange rates, which change intermittently and do not necessarily align with those set by external powers, to engage in currency trading and capitalize on the opportunities presented by both the powers and the system. As afternoon descended, several military representatives arrived at Wong Kuan's location to report on the situation concerning Anton and his entourage. After inspecting the weapons, arrangements were made for these individuals to stay in a hotel within the city until their departure alongside the arms a few days later. The individuals present were somewhat perplexed as to why they were procuring weapons for Wong Kuan. Wong Kuan gestured to Li Shanhe, prompting him to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Anton. With the intelligence minister's detailed exposition, the group gradually began to comprehend the situation. Wong Kuan subsequently added that the foreign powers harbor an intense desire for the land of Yanhuang, particularly in light of the recent overt attempts by the Japanese pirates to invade Goryeo. It is anticipated that Anton will become the next target of the invaders. Although these warlords may not be virtuous figures, we must leverage their influence to buy time and minimize the suffering of the Yanhuang populace. Otherwise, we would later expend considerable effort on reconstruction. It is not entirely blameworthy to hold the military leaders accountable. Most of the grassroots personnel and mid to high-ranking officers in the defense forces have been procured through Wong Kuan's exchanges with the system. Their existence is solely to pledge allegiance to Wong Kuan, aiding him in expanding territories and establishing a formidable nation. From the perspective of the local populace, to speak unflatteringly, they are viewed as outsiders, lacking deep emotional ties. Thus, their bewilderment over strengthening the adversary through this transaction is understandable. To them, all warlords are enemies of Wong Kuan. However, since Wong Kuan has made his decision, they will follow without reservation. As time languidly progressed, Anton and his cohort, along with the arms, had already arrived in the province of Anton. During this period, perhaps due to the approaching year-end, various warlords had quieted down. Sovereign nations worldwide, apart from the nation of the setting sun, were engrossed in amassing wealth and developing industries, diligently plundering the riches of their respective colonies. Meanwhile, the nation of the setting sun was embroiled in fierce internal power struggles. For Wong Kuan, this was indeed fortuitous, as they currently lacked the bandwidth to address him. By the time they regained their vigor, Wong Kuan would have already fortified his position. The global economy was increasingly ensnared in turmoil. Through various intelligence channels, Wong Kuan learned that foreign powers were preparing to intensify their plundering of Yanhuang after the new year. Particularly, nations such as the Japanese pirates and the Bear of the North were not to be dismissed as potential aggressors that might incite war to seize Yanhuang's territory. Initially, the warlords eagerly collaborated with the foreign powers, yet now it appears they are dissatisfied with mere economic exploitation. One wonders if these warlords now harbor regrets. During this time, Wong Kuan has been contemplating whether to adjust his strategic objectives by providing some weaponry to support several warlords facing external threats. This would allow them to endure a bit longer, thereby affording Wong Kuan additional time for his own development. Upon contemplating this, Wong Kuan resumed his perusal of the documents in hand, flipping through the pages. The intelligence gathered by the departments had become increasingly distressing to him. Compared to the same era in his previous life, this one offered little more than a glimpse of hope in terms of economic and industrial progress. However, the external pressures and the international situation were far more dire. Without the coordination of a central government, Yanhuang was left vulnerable on all fronts, stagnating in development, and regressing further still. If the great powers chose not to invade, it was a fortunate circumstance. Yet, should they opt for military aggression, the warlords, lacking superior firepower, would swiftly be obliterated. A significant portion of the territory would fall into ruin, allowing these foreign marauders to wreak havoc upon their own land. Wong Kuan was deeply troubled by the thought of Yanhuang's territory and its citizens suffering under foreign invasion. Chapter 69. Preparations from the previous year on January 10, 1921. Under Wong Kuan's summons, the heads of various departments and generals gathered at the command center. At 10 o'clock in the morning, his confidential secretary informed him that both military and government personnel had assembled. Wong Kuan promptly led a few secretaries to the conference room. "Commander, greetings." As Wong Kuan entered, the assembly rose in unison to greet him. Observing his subordinates, he gestured for them to take their seats. He then instructed several secretaries to distribute the intelligence reports from the previous department. Upon receiving the documents, the attendees donned expressions of confusion as they began to review the contents. The initial portion of the materials detailed the recent atrocities committed by foreign powers across Yanhuang. On October 15th, in the city of Shanhua, several foreign troops humiliated local citizens. On October 20th, a number of laborers in Anong were slaughtered by Japanese invaders. On October 18th, the daughter of a merchant in Spring City was insulted by soldiers of the Setting Sun Army while out on the streets, ultimately leading to her tragic suicide. These instances, totaling in the hundreds, were merely a fraction of the recent reports compiled by the Intelligence Department, highlighting the pervasive scourge afflicting all of Yanhuang. The latter part of the documents contained intelligence regarding the potential military actions of foreign nations against Yanhuang in the coming year, which was the primary purpose of the meeting. Time passed steadily until the last subordinate finished reviewing the materials. Wong Kuan rapped his knuckles on the table, drawing the attention of all present. "Esteemed colleagues, you have all reviewed the documents. I wish to share my perspective. Our current capabilities are insufficient to withstand a coalition of foreign powers. However, if we do not align ourselves with them, we risk incurring irreparable losses. The cases mentioned in the first half of the report may merely scratch the surface of our plight. Now, I invite you all to share your thoughts." As Wong Kuan concluded his remarks, the highest executive officer of the government, Lu Weiman, was the first to rise. "Commander, I support your decision. Although I am not well versed in military matters, I believe that any action that alleviates the suffering of our people and allows us to secure more time for development is worthwhile. Selling arms is a small price to pay. Seeing the government's initial support, the military generals quickly rose to express their endorsement of Wong Kuan's decision. By noon, this historically significant meeting came to a close. It is precisely this gathering that has instilled in both the present and future generations a profound reverence for their leader, Wong Kuan, as well as for his personal charisma and vision. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Wong Kuan retained the heads of intelligence and logistics, assigning tasks to the two individuals. He designated Li Shanhe to establish contact with the requisite warlords, while Zhang Letian was tasked with the organization of supplies. After issuing these directives, he urged them to promptly commence their work. Returning to his office, Wong Kuan began to contemplate which of his equipment could be sold and which could not. After a period of reflection, he took to pen and paper to compile a list. Rifles could be procured from the system. Manufacturing them in his own military factory would be impractical. Machine guns, however, could be produced by the factory, along with medium and small caliber artillery. Of course, any equipment for foreign trade could not compare to that of his own forces. Nevertheless, these weapons could still reach the level of armaments possessed by great powers, and some of their performance genuinely impressed him. As the Lunar New Year approached, it became evident that, due to an improvement in living conditions, the streets of Chaqing were bustling with citizens preparing for the festive season. Friends and neighbors gathered together to visit the town, and this year, buoyed by Wong Kuan's fortunes, they felt emboldened to select and purchase daily necessities that they had previously hesitated to buy. On February 1st, with only a week or so until the new year, Wong Kuan began distributing benefits to the military. Each soldier received an additional month's pay, along with 50 pounds of meat, 100 pounds of rice or flour, and 50 pounds of cooking oil. During the festive period, soldiers would be allowed to take turns enjoying 3 days of leave. When these benefits were brought home, the townsfolk looked upon these soldiers with envy. The first batch of soldiers, however, was unable to return home for the time being. While their lives had improved, they had not reached a point where one could lavishly purchase such quantities of meat and oil. Wang Erniu, a marksman, had earned considerable merit in the previous conflicts. He had heard that after the new year, the military would undergo reorganization, and that his rank might be elevated by several levels. With this in mind, he found that the benefits he had received seemed less appealing. After more than 2 hours, a centralized transport was arranged to return the soldiers to their homes. He arrived home to a warm welcome from his parents and siblings. Upon seeing the large pile of goods beside him, his mother began to voice her concerns. "Son, why did you spend so much money on these items? Isn't that a waste? The family no longer lacks for food. You should save your money to find a wife." Hearing his mother's complaints, Ernie chuckled and scratched his head. "Mother, there's no rush for a wife. I can wait another 2 years. These items weren't purchased. They're the New Year gift packages from our commander. The commander is exceedingly generous to us soldiers. Not only do we have these provisions, but we also received an extra month's pay." As Ernie spoke of Commander Wong Kuan, a hint of respect graced his countenance. He had an elder sister, a younger brother, and 2 younger sisters at home. Were it not for his service, the family would struggle to support his siblings. Each month, he retained only a few silver coins for himself, handing the remainder over to his family. Moreover, with Commander Wong Kuan's benevolence, the common people have been granted free land allocations, and the burdensome taxes of year have been abolished, leading to a significant improvement in their lives. Observing his younger siblings, one could hardly recognize them. In just a few months, they have transformed from frail, yellow-haired children into healthier individuals. The family, upon hearing Ernyo's words, could scarcely believe the news. Initially, Ernyo's military salary was substantial, but now, with the abundance of food distributed during the new year, they wondered how their commander could manage such generosity. Before Wong Kuan's reforms, their annual income could scarcely compete with the benefits Ernyo brought home. Ernyo's father wore a serious expression as he listened. "Ernyo, Commander Wong is a commendable official. He treats not only those who serve in the military well, but also our family. Just look at our home now. Could we have ever afforded such a dwelling? All of this is thanks to Commander Wong. He continually finds ways to provide for the common folk. You must strive to serve him well in battle." Ernyo nodded vigorously. He understood the rarity of such a commendable commander. This loyalty not only bolstered the military's combat effectiveness, but was also a testament to their willingness to serve Wong Kuan. At the T-City Command, Commander Wong convened the final meeting of the year, primarily to review the government's work reports and discuss the upcoming reorganization of the military. Lu Weimin represented the government, presenting the development progress of 3 cities over the past months. Upon hearing the report, Wong Kuan was the first to applaud, and soon the entire conference room was filled with applause. He himself was astonished by the pace of civilian progress. He was aware that the population of the 3 regions had reached approximately 267 million. The alternate world of Yanhuang now boasts over 500 million inhabitants. Achieving stability for the populace in such a short time, providing them with housing, sustenance, and earning opportunities, was no small feat, while he had only offered financial assistance. It was evident that Lu Weimin's administration was quite formidable. The meeting then transitioned to discussions about the forthcoming year's development and specific military matters. Wong Kuan addressed the attendees, saying, "On behalf of my family and the citizens, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your hard work during this period. Let us strive even harder in the coming year to establish a prosperous and powerful nation." As his words concluded, applause erupted once more. After the meeting, those who needed to return home did so, while others assumed their duties. The dawn of a new year was upon them. The scenery was splendid, and the streetlights in the city shone brightly. On February 23rd of the Western calendar, following the Lantern Festival, it marked the day of the reorganization and re-equipping of the defense forces under Wong Kuan's command. Initially, he had set each division to comprise over 12,000 troops. However, in a bid to enhance firepower, the number of howitzers per division had increased to 200, alongside a multitude of mortars. This escalation put considerable pressure on logistics. Although transportation was primarily via motor vehicles, it ultimately reduced the ratio of combat personnel. From the establishment of the 1st and 2nd Divisions, where each squad consisted of 12 members, the need for artillery support had now led to a reduction to 7 members per squad. Even so, the monarch discerned that the logistical pressure was considerably substantial. There was no longer any possibility to reduce the number of combat personnel. The options were to either augment the troop numbers or diminish the artillery count. Following their discussions earlier in the year, the configuration of the defense artillery necessitated a thorough reorganization, and to facilitate logistical transport, certain infantry equipment required a reallocation. Commencing today, a restructuring was initiated. Beginning with the existing 5 infantry divisions, each infantry squad would see an increase of 3 personnel, forming a combat team of 10. The previous allocations for logistics and drivers, as well as the current sidearms for artillery units, would be replaced uniformly with MP-40 submachine guns, deemed sufficient for self-defense, as these individuals would primarily remain off the front lines. The ZB-26 Czech light machine gun and the MG-08 heavy machine gun were to be abolished. The former's firepower no longer met the defense forces requirements, while the latter, despite its potency, proved cumbersome for certain battlefields and prone to malfunctions. The MG-42 and MG-45 general-purpose machine guns would replace the previous 2 types. These new machine guns could serve both as light and heavy machine guns for fire support, significantly alleviating logistical burdens. The ammunition for these 2 machine guns was compatible with the infantry's existing G43, in contrast to the previous multitude of ammunition types. The number of mortars would remain unchanged, but the quantity and organization of howitzers would differ from the past. Each division would allocate varying numbers of howitzers, streamlining the divisional artillery scale. These reallocated artillery units and equipment would form independent artillery brigades. The monarch estimated that this minor reorganization could be completed within 5 to 6 days, given the current abundance of personnel and equipment. After a few days of restructuring, by March 1st, the defense forces had fully completed this reorganization. On this day, the monarch visited the military camp in the tea market, where he would not only inspect the restructured troops, but also hold a commendation ceremony for soldiers who had excelled in previous battles. Additionally, a flag-raising ceremony for the newly formed units would take place. Those distinguished soldiers would be promoted by at least 2 ranks, rising from private to non-commissioned officer. The greater the number of trained junior non-commissioned officers cultivated now, the more swiftly the units could generate combat capability when expanded in the future. Just as with the recently formed 5th Division, although the soldiers were rigorously trained reserves, without junior non-commissioned officers, it would be impossible to establish an effective fighting force immediately upon formation. Following the conclusion of the commendation ceremony, the monarch received the military flag presented by his subordinate, which belonged to the newly established artillery brigade. Gazing at the flag in his hands, he called out, "Chun Lijun, step forward. I hereby confer upon you the military flag of the 1st Artillery Brigade of the Defense Forces. May you uphold the honor of this flag throughout your future military career. Yes, the 1st Artillery Brigade assures you that as long as the artillery stands, we shall not betray the commander's trust. Tion Liming, step forward. I hereby confer upon you the military flag of the 2nd Artillery Brigade of the Defense Forces." With the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the monarch proceeded to visit each restructured unit alongside the commanders. The previously cumbersome units, particularly the 5 infantry divisions, now appeared more streamlined. After this reorganization, the number of personnel remained unchanged, yet the force appeared remarkably streamlined. Observing these elite troops, Wong Kuan felt a myriad of emotions surging within him. He had exerted tremendous effort to enhance the combat effectiveness of his forces while minimizing casualties among the soldiers. He had once again gritted his teeth and procured a new batch of vehicles, transforming all 5 infantry divisions into mechanized infantry divisions. Each division now boasted not only a plethora of trucks, military jeeps, and trailers, but also 100 infantry armored vehicles. However, the number of artillery pieces at the divisional level had been reduced from 206 to 132. This comprised 60 70mm guns, 36 80mm guns, 24 105mm guns, and 12 120mm guns. Such a modified mechanized infantry division was virtually invincible, even if greater artillery support was needed. There existed 2 brigades and 4 regiments of artillery units. As for the newly formed dedicated artillery brigade, Wong Kuan had drawn inspiration from the Soviet Union during the latter part of World War II, significantly enhancing mechanical transport capabilities, thus increasing the quantity of artillery. Each artillery brigade directly controlled 2 regiments, with each regiment equipped with 12 155mm cannons, 24 150mm howitzers, and 36 122mm howitzers. The entire brigade comprised over 140 artillery pieces, all mechanically transported, with each regiment possessing independent operational support capabilities. Despite this brief reorganization, Wong Kuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he aspired to form an armored division. However, his influence and territory fell short of the system's requirements, preventing him from unlocking tanks and armored vehicles. As for the infantry armored vehicles currently in his possession, they were rewards from the previous system, and he found himself unable to procure more at this moment. After touring these units, he knew that with a little coordination and familiarization, they would be ready to plunge into battle by tomorrow. Upon returning home in the afternoon, he retrieved the materials he had prepared previously, which detailed the equipment available for sale. The confirmed item was the Chinese standard rifle. However, the specific models of other weapons had yet to be determined. He had instructed the intelligence department to reach out to warlords interested in purchasing arms. After contemplating the army's restructuring for over 10 days, he had solidified his thoughts. With this in mind, he accessed the system to review weapon prices. The system price for the Chinese standard rifle was 10 yuan. The submachine gun was 200 yuan. The MG08 was 800 yuan. The 40mm mortar was 1,800 yuan. The 57mm anti-aircraft gun was 3,000 yuan. And the 70mm howitzer was 5,000 yuan. These prices should not be compared to reality, as they are system prices. These armaments were what he intended to sell to warlords. As for the prices, he intended to mark them up significantly in the realm of arms trade. It would be inappropriate to quote anything less than several times the original price. Moreover, weapons were merely the tip of the iceberg. Ammunition constituted the bulk of the costs. As for the prospect of these individuals using the purchased weapons against him, he found such thoughts amusing. The ammunition consumption in the future would rely entirely on his own supply. As long as these arms deals are successfully negotiated, there will be no shortage of funds for the time being. Reflecting on this, Wong Kuan found himself in awe. He had never encountered a sum so substantial that could afford him several months' respite. During this period, he had been preoccupied with military affairs and had not had the opportunity to inquire about Li Shanha's progress, unaware of how many deals he had managed to secure. As the day grew late, he decided to seek out Li Shanha the following day for a more detailed discussion. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly time for dinner. He then exited his study, preparing to join his family for a meal. Chapter 71. The arrival of the benefactor. The next morning, Wong Kuan arrived at the headquarters and instructed his secretary to summon Li Shanha to his office. Half an hour later, as he was addressing various matters, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Anticipating it was Li Shanha, he called out for him to enter. Noting that the door was unlocked, the door creaked open, and Li Shanha stepped inside, a folder in hand. "Commander, you summoned me?" Wong Kuan lifted his gaze, rising from his chair to take a seat on the opposite sofa, gesturing for Li Shanha to join him. "Shanha, how have the contacts in the intelligence department fared with the warlords interested in purchasing arms?" "Commander, I was just about to update you on this matter," Li Shanha replied, handing over the detailed documents. Wong Kuan accepted the folder, perusing its contents with keen interest, while Li Shanha occasionally provided supplementary explanations. Upon opening the dossier, he noted that the first prospective buyer was none other than Wong Kuan from Anong, which puzzled him, as this individual had only recently acquired a substantial quantity of arms. Wong Kuan looked up at Li Shanha and inquired about Wong Kuan's renewed interest in arms procurement. "Commander, according to our investigations, Wong Kuan has secretly consolidated the warlords of Yin province under his command. The world still perceives a discord between the two provinces. He now requires weaponry to equip a larger force, especially with the imminent threat posed by the enemy. Hence, he is willing to invest heavily in arming more soldiers." Wong Kuan was genuinely taken aback by Li Shanha's explanation, a tumult of thoughts swirling within him. Since his arrival in this realm, bolstered by the support of his system, he had underestimated the domestic warlords, believing it would be a matter of time before he could subdue them. He had not anticipated the formidable nature of such figures as Wong Kuan, who had imparted a valuable lesson. Who could say if there were other warlords of similar caliber? With a sense of urgency swelling within him, he resolved that following this arms transaction, he would embark on a campaign to unify Yunnan province. Zhang Lingrui had enjoyed his time for far too long. Continuing to examine the list of warlords, he found the second name to be Wu Hongzhi from the Zhili region, the former prime minister of the previous dynasty. Upon seeing this name, Wong Kuan was somewhat astonished. This former prime minister had indeed demonstrated considerable prowess, quietly asserting control over the entire Zhili region. Li Shanha, upon noticing Wong Kuan's attention directed towards Wu Hongji's name, casually remarked that the territories under Wu Hongji's control were particularly intricate, teeming with various factions. Therefore, he sought to bolster his military strength. As Wong Kuan listened and observed, it became evident that the Zhili region had long been a stronghold for the powerful, further complicated by the remnants of the former imperial dynasty and the numerous foreign institutions established in Yanhuang. After perusing the information on Wu Hongji, the next name on the list was Yang Tianxi, a figure with whom Wong Kuan was quite familiar. While he was unaware of others' arms purchases, it was certain that Yang Tianxi would procure weapons. The western regions lay perilously close to the claws of the bear-like empire from the north, and to maintain his opulence, Yang Tianxi must fend off the looming threats from this northern power. Alongside Yang Tianxi from the west, warlords from Anbei province and coastal regions also sought to arm themselves. After careful consideration, Wong Kuan eliminated several peripheral factions and instructed Li Shanha to inform those individuals that they could send representatives for detailed discussions. As the new year unfolded, the intentions of several foreign powers became increasingly overt. The individuals who had once celebrated the signing of agreements with these powers now harbored profound regrets. Clearly, they had miscalculated, failing to anticipate the relentless advance of these predatory wolves. Left with no choice, they were now scouring the globe for equipment. Yet, the blockade imposed by foreign powers rendered all weapons and equipment subject to embargo. Even the few items that managed to be smuggled in were scarcely sufficient. Suddenly, the emergence of a local source capable of supplying weapons in substantial quantities felt like a lifeline, igniting an urgent desire among these warlords to acquire arms without delay. Upon receiving the notification, they hastily dispatched envoys to negotiate, eager to finalize transactions and procure equipment at the earliest opportunity. On March 5th, the first buyer arrived, an associate of Yang Tianxi from the west. Wong Kuan extended a warm welcome to the financier, striving to create an atmosphere of comfort and familiarity. He had no intention of engaging in a one-off transaction. Reputation held significant value. After the customary exchanges of pleasantries, noting the anxious expressions on the buyers' faces, Wong Kuan swiftly moved beyond idle chatter. "I trust you are all eager to learn about the specific terms of trade and pricing," he stated, foregoing further niceties. He then instructed his secretary to present a dossier to the leaders of the delegation. As time passed slowly, Wong Kuan occasionally sipped his tea, appearing quite at ease. In stark contrast, the buyers seated before him whispered among themselves, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. "Commander Wong, the prices for these weapons are exceedingly high. The artillery is one matter, but these firearms are even more expensive than those from foreign powers." Wong Kuan set down his teacup, smiling as he replied, "How novel your remarks are? Can you truly acquire the foreign powers' cheaper options? Moreover, the dossier contains various experimental data on the weapons. Surely, you are capable of comparative analysis. A penchant for foreign goods is quite undesirable. Or do you doubt the performance data of these weapons?" Without waiting for a response, he rose and instructed his secretary to notify the logistics minister to proceed to the weapons testing facility. Turning abruptly, he addressed the gathered individuals. "Ladies and gentlemen, mere words are insufficient. Let us experience the reality on site." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and promptly rose to their feet. "We shall rely on you, Commander Wong," they replied. Half an hour later, at the Armed Forces weaponry testing grounds, everyone had arrived. Wong Kuan instructed the soldiers to present the weapons, allowing each person to inspect them in turn. After the examination, they were permitted to test the performance of the firearms. One individual scrutinized the weapons, contemplated for a moment, then grasped a standard rifle, opened the magazine, and began to load it. Bang! Bang! At a distance of 200 meters, 5 bullets found their mark on the target. Observing this, Wong Kuan turned with a smile and inquired, "What do you think? Is there a significant disparity between our firearms and those of the great powers?" "The maximum range is 1,000 meters, with an effective range reaching 600 or 700 meters, he added, noting the system's improvements over those of previous eras. The group nodded in agreement, and then eagerly picked up the machine guns that particularly piqued their interest. Their region, economically underdeveloped, had limited access to machine guns, primarily relying on outdated models that were cumbersome and prone to malfunction. One individual, seizing a submachine gun, crouched down and unleashed a barrage of fire. As the last round was expended, they observed dust rising hundreds of meters away. They nodded in approval, their initial impression being that these weapons were far superior to their own. After exhausting several magazines, they inspected the firearms, finding them still in pristine condition. Setting the guns aside, they approached the MG-08, captivated by its imposing presence. After over an hour of testing, smiles illuminated their faces. They believed that, irrespective of price, the quality and performance of these weapons rivaled those of foreign powers. Subsequently, they returned to the office to deliberate on quantities and pricing. In Chapter 72, The lucrative profits of arms and the actions of the invaders, Wong Kuan reconvened with the previous buyers in the conference room. After a brief respite, they engaged in final negotiations. The buyers expressed satisfaction with the weapons, but felt the prices were somewhat steep, persistently requesting a reduction. Wong Kuan responded that the unit prices were non-negotiable. However, if they ordered in large quantities, he could consider a modest discount on the total price. From the outset of negotiations, Wong Kuan had discerned their desire for a lower price and skillfully leveraged their psychology, adamantly refusing to budge. It was understandable. Given that a rifle was priced at 30 yuan, a light machine gun at 500 yuan, and a Maxim gun at 2,500 yuan, not including the cost of ammunition, which averaged 1 yuan for a few rounds. As for the 40mm mortars, 57 caliber anti-aircraft guns, and 70 caliber howitzers, the costs escalated further to 3,500 yuan, 9,000 yuan, and 17,000 yuan respectively, with shells starting at 30 yuan each. After more than half an hour of exhausting negotiations, the buyers, parched and weary, ultimately conceded to the established prices, having failed to persuade Wong Kuan to lower them. After communicating with their esteemed leader via telegram, they approached Wong Kuan to commence the signing of an agreement. Once the contract was finalized, they paid a portion of the deposit, with the remaining sum to be settled upon their arrival for the arms. Thus, representing Yang Tianxi, they placed an order for 4 divisions, intending to retrieve the equipment in a fortnight. Upon signing the contract, Wong Kuan could hardly contain his delight, revealing even his back molars. The total cost for the equipment and ammunition, after rounding down, amounted to 8,500,000 yuan. The weapons procured from the system would only cost a little over 3 million. It was evident that the arms trade was lucrative. No wonder that in a previous life, a certain nation had a formidable military-industrial complex. Wong Kuan mused inwardly. This was merely the order from one entity, with several more to follow in the coming days. He was preparing to commence the campaign for the unification of Yunnan province, previously vexed by the lack of funds for local governance post-unification. Now, with these transactions completed, he could amass sufficient resources for administration. Throughout March, Wong Kuan focused primarily on arms dealings, and it was not until the 25th that he dispatched the final batch of weaponry. He received representatives from 6 or 7 warlord factions, concluding transactions with 5, yielding a profit of 40 million silver dollars, with costs barely reaching 10 million. With funds now at his disposal, he could boldly initiate the campaign for the unification of Yunnan province. As the month drew to a close, Wong Kuan, who had planned to rest for a few days, was abruptly interrupted by unexpected news. On March 31st, the nation of Japan issued a communique to the Goryeo dynasty, accusing them of unwarranted gunfire against their fishing vessels in distant seas 2 days prior. This unprovoked attack resulted in the destruction of a ship and the loss of 10 crew members, presumed dead. The Japanese, in pursuit of peace, sought to negotiate with Goryeo, demanding the surrender of the perpetrators. However, Goryeo stubbornly refused to admit any wrongdoing, accusing the Japanese of fabricating excuses to justify military action. Hoping for intervention from the international community, at 2 o'clock that afternoon, the Japanese government held a press conference, addressing media outlets worldwide. They declared that within 3 days, should Goryeo fail to deliver the culprits and compensate the families of the fishermen, they would officially declare war on Goryeo on the 4th day. This news swiftly reached leaders across the globe and stirred undercurrents among various factions. In truth, nations and factions understood that this was a self-scripted drama by the Japanese, aimed at justifying their invasion of Goryeo's territory. Wong Kuan's expression turned grave. The Japanese maneuver had shattered the fragile tranquility. The concerted efforts of world powers to maintain stability in the East would soon be discarded. Wong Kuan's somber demeanor was not due to concern for Goryeo's fate. Their survival was of no consequence to him. However, the underlying intentions of the Japanese were glaringly apparent to the discerning eye. The land of Goryeo, devoid of significant resources or wealth, was an obvious target. With only a population of several million, what effort would the pirates expend to invade it? Their true motive lies in facilitating the conquest of Yanhuang and establishing a forward base. Within his study, military generals gathered to deliberate on how long Goryeo could endure and when the pirates might launch an assault on the mainland. A massive world map adorned the entire table, clearly illustrating that Goryeo serves as the eastern gateway to Annong and Yin province. Once this gateway vanishes, the entirety of the northeast will lay bare before the pirates' eyes. To be candid, Wong Kuan anticipated that the great powers would resort to arms after the new year, yet he never fathomed the urgency of the situation. The north remained enshrouded in cold. Surely, one must wait for warmer weather. Currently, the Goryeo kingdom lacks the protection of a suzerain, rendering them unqualified to confront the pirates. Unlike in the past, this time the pirates need not concern themselves with the mainland of Yanhuang. It is likely they will completely subjugate Goryeo within mere months. On April 3rd, a fervent outcry erupted among the populace of the pirates' homeland, demanding that the royal family and military deploy forces to seize the Korean peninsula and avenge their people. Within the imperial palace, cabinet and military officials attentively listened to their emperor's address. Gentlemen, tomorrow we officially declare war on Goryeo. The influence of Yanhuang has long since receded from their territory. We have struck a deal with the Bear, supporting their invasion of Yanhuang's western provinces and acknowledging their rightful claims to the occupied lands. The Bear has withdrawn its forces from Goryeo and Anong. With everything in place, the outcome now rests upon your shoulders. Upon concluding his speech, those who had been kneeling immediately prostrated themselves, vowing in unison, "We shall not disappoint the emperor's expectations. We pledge our lives to uphold the glory of our people." At dawn the following day, the pirates broadcasted to the world, proclaiming that Goryeo had betrayed their goodwill by refusing to surrender the murderers. From this moment forth, the pirates officially declared war on Goryeo. An hour later, dozens of warships, accompanied by numerous transport vessels, set sail from the pirates' homeland towards the Korean peninsula. Thus commenced the invasion. In these days, Wong Kuan ordered the arms factories to ramp up ammunition production, and the government discreetly entered a wartime state. Time was of the essence. He needed to take action against Zhang Lingrui, for further delays would lead to the northern populace of Dian province facing unbearable exploitation. Moreover, the soldiers of the Sunset Nation stationed in Spring City were brutal and uncivilized, inflicting immense suffering upon the local populace. Intelligence reports indicated that these marauders committed atrocities around Spring City almost daily. Previously, Zhang Lingrui had designated an autonomous region for the Sunset Nation in Spring City, where the inhabitants either faced expulsion or lived in conditions worse than those of beasts. As he pondered this news, Wong Kuan could scarcely imagine how these people had endured such times. It was evident that, by all means, he could not allow this contingent of Sunset soldiers to escape. Otherwise, his conscience would be irrevocably troubled. Chapter 73. Investigating Intelligence and Preparing for War. On April 5th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the conference room of the Defense Army Command was filled with military and government officials. Today marked the strategic preparations for the imminent Thunder operation. In ancient times, it was said that before an army moved, provisions must be secured. In modern society, although battles are no longer measured in months, logistical support remains equally vital. Fortunately, the royal authority has a systematic reward for provisions, alleviating the need to requisition supplies from the populace. Once the attendees settled and engaged in pleasantries, Wong Kuan commenced the meeting by inquiring, "Zhang Letian, how are the current supplies in the logistics department?" Zhang Tianla, the Minister of Logistics for the Defense Army, rose to respond. "Commander, our military rations are currently at a secure alert level. The weapons and ammunition have been significantly bolstered after 3 months of urgent overtime work. We are now well-stocked enough for 2 large-scale campaigns." Excellent. Remember, weapons and ammunition are never too abundant, regardless of the circumstances. If production resources begin to dwindle, be sure to inform me promptly. Nodding in satisfaction, Wong Kuan instructed him to take his seat. Li Shanha, upon the conclusion of this meeting, "You have 5 days to prepare. I require you to ascertain the military layout of Zhang Lingrui, where each unit is stationed, their armaments, and the personal profiles of their commanders must be detailed to the last nuance." After issuing the command, Li Shanha solemnly accepted the task. Wong Kuan then added, "This is not a trivial matter. As you all know, this is a war for unification across the province. A moment's inattention could lead to uncontrollable repercussions. We cannot afford to let the advantages of swift mobility devolve into a war of attrition. Moreover, the soldiers of our 1st and 2nd divisions predominantly hail from the surrounding areas of Spring City. If we cause disruption or disaster to the local populace, how could we justify the sacrifices of the soldiers in the 1st and 2nd divisions?" After delivering this weighty message, all present stood, vowing earnestly to uphold their commitments. Observing their serious expressions, Wong Kuan felt he may have been too severe and waved his hand for them to sit. Of course, do not take this too literally. It is merely a reminder to remain vigilant during wartime. The military discussions continued, primarily focused on achieving rapid conquest of the entire Yunnan province through speed and firepower. Currently, the defense army, whether in artillery or infantry, was well equipped with ample vehicles, reducing the need for arduous marching. They would only dismount upon reaching the outskirts of the battlefield, thus expediting their engagement. "Zhang Jianwei," Wong Kuan called. "Although specific intelligence is still unclear, your 1st division has a unique mission. You are not tasked with the eradication of Zhang Lingrui." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwei seemed alarmed and hastily responded, "Commander, our 1st division was established earliest and possesses the strongest combat capability." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by several other division commanders. "Commander Zhang, your words are rather displeasing to me. What do you mean by claiming that your 1st division holds the strongest combat capability? Am I to believe that my 3rd division is merely a bystander? Though my 5th division may be the latest to arrive, we are equally unafraid of battle." As Zhang Jianhui's remark pierced the atmosphere, it stirred a collective rebuttal from the others. Wong Kuan promptly rapped his knuckles on the table. All right. What is there to quarrel about? The soldiers under my command are all equally capable. Zhang Jianhui, clearly aware that his inadvertent comment had led to misunderstandings. Quickly apologized to the other commanders, admitting that he had misspoken in a moment of thoughtlessness. In truth, they were merely exchanging banter. With only 5 commanders present, their camaraderie was quite strong. Once the tension eased, Wong Kuan addressed Zhang Jianhui, saying, "Jianhui, you have misconstrued my intention. I had yet to finish my thought. What I meant was, after the war commences, your 1st Division should advance along the western border of Yunnan Province, moving directly northward to the western outskirts of Spring City, thereby securing the junction of 3 provinces. This is to guard against any potential incursions from the other 2 provinces, should they act impulsively and send troops. The primary objective, however, is to contain the 2 divisions of the foreign forces. I demand that none escape Yunnan Province, and that we annihilate them all to avenge the suffering endured by our people during this time. Can you accomplish this?" Zhang Jianhui sprang to his feet, saluting Wong Kuan and reporting, "Commander, the 1st Division guarantees the fulfillment of this mission. We shall ensure that not a single foreign devil escapes." Wong Kuan gestured for him to sit and turned to the others, stating, "Regardless of who encounters these 2 foreign armies, ensure that at least a few are left alive. I intend to publicly execute them in Spring City, condemning their filthy bodies and souls to hell for their transgressions." Such a declaration from Wong Kuan drew no objections from the gathered commanders or the civil officials. During this time, not only had intelligence reports confirmed the situation, but rumors had also reached the tea market. The foreign forces in Spring City were utterly heinous, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder in the leased territory. Just days prior, even Lu Weimin, who typically shunned military matters, had sought out Wong Kuan to inquire when he would unify Yunnan Province and restore stability to the citizens of Spring City. Now, concerning the final military matter, which division will guard the homeland, specifically the border areas? Upon hearing this, the other 4 commanders exchanged glances, as if they could read one another's thoughts. "You should remain to guard the homeland." "No, it should be you. You possess the experience." Clearly, none of the 4 divisions wished to stay behind, all eager to lead their troops into battle. They understood that this war bore significant implications, marking the moment when Commander Wong Kuan's faction would officially reveal its ambitions to the world. Seeing the resolute expressions on their faces, Wong Kuan decided to name the one who would stay. "Guodong, your 2nd Division shall remain this time. After all, given your previous experience in the border conflict, you are most suited for this task." Lu Guodong, upon hearing his name called by the commander, had no choice but to comply. He rose and assured, "As long as my 2nd Division is present, not a single outsider shall cross the border. The military matters have reached a temporary conclusion, and in the coming days, we shall await updates from the intelligence department." Lu Weimin, how many individuals within the government can independently govern a city or county? Upon hearing Wong Kuan's inquiry, Lu Weimin stood up after a brief contemplation and replied, "Commander, currently, the number of civil officials cultivated in the 3 cities is still significantly lacking, even if we were to distribute them across the province. At present, only a few vice mayors from Chashire possess the capability to be assigned to other regions, while the remaining personnel lack the requisite skills to manage a county." Wong Kuan, upon hearing this, did not feel disheartened. After all, these 3 cities have only recently developed. Although he is keen on nurturing local talent, he is not averse to utilizing personnel from the system. Arrogance is not in his nature. A harmonious blend of local and systematic talents is indeed the most cost-effective strategy. After a moment of reflection, he instructed Lu Weimin, "Please assign 2 vice mayors. I will arrange for the rest." Lu Weimin readily agreed, well aware that the commander has his own talent base, as most of the officials in the 3 cities were brought to him by Wong Kuan. Wong Kuan recognized his greatest shortcoming, the brevity of development time, which has rendered local talent temporarily insufficient, compelling him to invest in acquiring skilled individuals from the system. It appears that cultivating local civil officials remains a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the system exists, allowing for the procurement of talents across various sectors at any time. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was nearly noon and instructed his secretary to arrange lunch. He intended to dine with his subordinates at the headquarters. Chapter 74. Pre-war inspection. In the meeting on the morning of the 5th, only one matter remained for him to address. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is but one final directive regarding the campaign to unify Yunnan Province. It is imperative to remember, do not disturb the civilians, nor take anything from them. Should any soldiers from a particular unit engage in such behavior, I will hold their direct superiors accountable, including all of you. All right, the meeting is adjourned. You may enjoy lunch at the headquarters." Wong Kuan's concern was not mere fastidiousness. In this era, the general populace often exhibits a lack of refinement. Even his security forces, despite rigorous training and ideological education, are not immune to the occasional greed for trivial gains. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that many soldiers have endured poverty before enlisting, prompting them to reach for desirable possessions when they see them. Wong Kuan had come to this world with the intent of establishing a lasting legacy, not merely a fleeting one. The potential presence of a few bad apples could tarnish his and the security force's reputation, necessitating considerable effort to restore it later. As the meeting concluded, the attendees began to engage in casual conversation, smoking, and chatting, and soon the whole conference room was enveloped in a haze of smoke. After half an hour, the secretary entered and informed Wong Kuan that lunch was ready, prompting him to invite everyone to the dining area. At 2 in the afternoon, Wong Kuan, accompanied by several generals, arrived at the military camp to inspect the soldiers' routine training. As they walked and observed, the echoes of kill, kill, kill resonated in their ears. The sounds of gunfire, far from being jarring, contributed to a sacred and solemn atmosphere within the camp. A myriad of training equipment has been meticulously crafted by soldiers under his guidance, based on the knowledge gleaned from a past life. Though lacking in ostentation, their practicality is exceptionally commendable. Upon arriving at a muddy depression, elevated 40 centimeters above the ground and dotted with sharp cast-iron hooks, the soldiers, fully armed save for their backpacks, crawled over a 20-meter stretch. When Wong Kuan and his companions arrived, the soldiers, invigorated and enthusiastic, raced to showcase their prowess before their commander. Observing their spirited performance, Wong Kuan summoned one of the training soldiers. "How many trips do you make daily across this barbed wire?" Reporting to the commander, the minimum requirement is 20 trips each day. Besides this task, what other essential training do you undertake daily? We also have timed armed cross-country runs and pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Wong Kuan, upon hearing these rigorous drills, found himself momentarily breathless. Although he had never served in the military, he understood that such demanding training regimens were unlikely to be adopted daily by other nations or factions. Aside from the defense forces, the intensity of this training, without adequate nutrition in this era, would inevitably lead to exhaustion. You are commendable, soldier. One last question. Do you believe your body can withstand this training? Reporting to the commander, I initially struggled to adapt when I first enlisted. However, with the excellent provisions provided, I now find it quite manageable to complete my daily training tasks. After observing the training, Wong Kuan felt a deep sense of admiration. Apart from his first-hand observations during the training of the 1st and 2nd Divisions, he had previously only glanced at other training sessions without thorough scrutiny. He was astonished to discover that the soldiers trained under the standards of his former life, producing such remarkable soldiers, who could rival anyone. With a free afternoon ahead, Wong Kuan resolved to closely monitor his troops' training. As he strolled, he found himself at the firearms training ground, where he spotted several soldiers who had previously been recognized in commendation ceremonies. "You are Li Ergo, are you not? I remember you. Your marksmanship with the machine gun is exceptional." The enthusiastic squad leader, Li Ergo, responded, "Greetings, Commander." Upon receiving Wong Kuan's praise, he was visibly excited, unsure of where to place his hands. "Commander, it is all thanks to the instructors. I knew nothing before enlisting." Wong Kuan nodded in approval, appreciating his humility. "Continue to maintain your training." He then turned to the generals beside him and remarked, "Since the establishment of our army, we have embraced a path of elite soldiers. I would rather expend vast amounts of ammunition daily than allow any inept individuals to remain in our ranks." As the group accompanied Wong Kuan on his inspection, after observing the firearms training, he suddenly felt an urge to visit the newly established artillery brigade's daily training. The guards promptly arranged several vehicles, and everyone boarded to journey to the artillery training base. The location was quite distant from the artillery's designated training area, and due to the booming development of the tea market, the increasing foot traffic rendered the artillery's placement in the outskirts rather inconvenient. In the event that one day during training, itinerant individuals from distant lands unknowingly trespass and are accidentally injured by live artillery during exercises, it is indeed a cause for concern, as these are genuine ordnance drills. After a drive of nearly 40 to 50 minutes, we arrived at the artillery training base, where the resounding echoes of various cannon blasts could be heard from afar. Upon arrival, 2 brigade commanders accompanied Wong Kuan and his entourage to the training grounds. There, the sight of soldiers in rigorous training captivated their attention, each movement imbued with a sense of artistry. "Chen Lijun, Tian Liming, is this training ready for immediate deployment to the battlefield?" Wong Kuan asked, unable to shake off his unease as the thought of impending conflict loomed closer. "Commander, although the artillery brigade is newly established, the majority of its members have participated in previous conflicts, with a smaller contingent drawn from the reserves. While there may be some disparity compared to the artillery of the motorized infantry division, it does not diminish our operational effectiveness," they assured him. Satisfied with their reassurances, Wong Kuan nodded in approval. Even the wisest may overlook certain details, and as the battle approached, his concern for the squad's combat readiness intensified. Yet, he seemed to forget that the core of his newly formed artillery unit comprised seasoned veterans of warfare. Observing the commander's apprehension, Tian Liming stepped forward to reassure him. "Commander, during our training, we consistently engage with real targets." Intrigued, Wong Kuan inquired about the specifics. "Well, Commander, we are not far from the border with Gongbang," Tian explained. Realization dawned upon Wong Kuan, and he found it a pragmatic approach. Enhancing the artillery's combat prowess meant that the loss of a few foreign nationals was inconsequential. After all, they were not of the Yanhuang lineage, and his conscience bore no weight. The artillery units, utilizing intelligence from their scouts, occasionally transported their cannons to the border to fire a few rounds. With each bombardment, a small village adjacent to the border of Gongbang would vanish without a trace. This was a matter of silence for the defending forces, while both Gongbang and their overlords from the Sunsetting Nation turned a blind eye. Retaliation was beyond Gongbang's capability, and the Sunsetting Nation was not prepared to engage in conflict with Wong Kuan over a few lowly individuals. Indeed, one could not deny that live target artillery training significantly boosted their experience points. At 5 in the afternoon, after witnessing and hearing the artillery training, Wong Kuan and his party departed, his worries having dissipated entirely. Chapter 75. The final preparations of Wong Kuan and Zhang Lingrui with the defensive forces gearing up for war and a multitude of intelligence operatives at work. News naturally reached Zhang Lingrui. Wong Kuan, unconcerned with secrecy, recognized his advantageous position in both initiative and firepower. Was there truly a need for discretion? Should Zhang Lingrui act first? Wong Kuan would welcome the opportunity, as it would spare him the effort of mobilizing troops from Yunnan province. On the morning of the 8th, within the confines of Spring City, anyone familiar with Zhang Lingrui would scarcely believe the figure before them was indeed him. The once spirited General Zhang now bore a head of hair streaked with gray and a face etched with numerous wrinkles. The only thing that remains unchanged is that he still holds a member of the opposite sex in his arms. Given the circumstances, it seems that our commander Zhang is determined to remain a notorious libertine until his last breath. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door interrupts Zhang Lingrui's actions with his companion. The interruption leaves him visibly irked, muttering curses as he hastily adjusts his attire. "Come in." The person outside the door, clearly sensing the displeasure emanating from within, immediately halts the frantic knocking and cautiously pushes the door open. To his surprise, a small object comes hurtling towards him. Unable to dodge, he braces himself and takes the hit, resulting in an immediate swelling on his forehead, causing him to blink rapidly in discomfort. Initially, Zhang Lingrui was inclined to retaliate, but upon recognizing his intelligence officer, he suppresses his irritation. What is it? The intelligence officer, disregarding the pain in his forehead, hastily raises his head to report, "Commander, Wong Kuan may be on the verge of declaring war. His target appears to be the unification of Yunnan province, which means we are likely to face imminent conflict." After delivering this news, his gaze inadvertently falls upon the woman behind Zhang Lingrui. Upon recognizing her, he comprehends the reason behind his commander's earlier fury. Zhang Lingrui, oblivious to his subordinate's gaze, stands there in a daze, seemingly speaking to himself as much as to his officer. Is it finally upon us? This day I have awaited for so long. Even the young Wong Kuan must have been waiting as well. Forced into a corner, Zhang Lingrui had previously resorted to reckless militarization within his territory, leaving the populace in dire straits. Coupled with the oppression from the barbaric forces of the Sunsetting Nation, one could argue that the citizens and certain merchants would welcome Wong Kuan's ascendance. Thus, his reign in the north has become increasingly precarious, with public sentiment waning and his authority merely superficial. Moreover, he faces daily curses from the people, some of whom have taken to superstition, crafting effigies bearing his name and cursing him with spells in their homes. Zhang Lingrui is fully aware of this, yet he feels powerless to address it. What he truly desires now is a decisive confrontation with Wong Kuan. Having endured a life filled with trepidation, he recognizes that even if Wong Kuan does not attack him now, he will eventually instigate war himself. Finally, receiving news of impending conflict lifts the weight of his pent-up frustration, invigorating his spirit. Zhang Lingrui promptly dons his coat and strides towards the door, issuing orders to his subordinate as he leaves. Notify the commanding officers of all divisions to convene in the conference room. The intelligence officer, startled by the command, quickly averts his gaze from the alluring figure by the bedside. He turns to follow his commander outside, but as they reach the threshold, he can't resist glancing back one last time. What are you looking at? Remember, forget everything you saw today. Commander, what do you mean? I saw nothing today. Zhang Lingrui casts a penetrating glance at his subordinate before turning to leave. The intelligence officer hastens to inform the division commanders, fully aware of the implications of the day's events. No wonder the son of the former commander of the 7th Division is now able to assume the leadership of a newly formed division. His father lost his life, which also led to the capture of the 7th Division. The son, still in his youth, has become a new commander. It is indeed remarkable. An hour later, Zhang Lingrui observed that the leaders and representatives of each division had gathered, and he commenced the meeting. Once the brief introduction concluded, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. The conference room was immediately filled with chaotic murmurs. Some expressed fear, while others were paralyzed by terror, for the strength of the defending army had been proven, having vanquished 2 divisions of foreign troops. Conversely, there were those who reveled in the prospect of war. Those who had never encountered battle often viewed it with an air of indifference, either born warriors unafraid of conflict or simply naive individuals unaware of their limitations. Zhang Lingrui regarded his subordinates, aware that among them were individuals not entirely loyal to him, representing the interests of landowners and the remnants of the fallen nation. However, at this moment, he was indifferent to their affiliations. After all, would the ruling power show mercy? Gentlemen, this is a war that will determine our fates. We have but two paths, victory or death. As for surrender, given your tendencies, the ruling authority would only execute you. We are all in this together. Let us unite and strive to win this battle. In a mere half hour, the meeting concluded. Zhang Lingrui found little to strategize. Most of his forces were already stationed in the south, with troops guarding the key military towns. Reorganizing the defensive layout at this point was impractical. It was wiser to remain still and await the enemy's advance. Zhang Lingrui understood that, against the might of the ruling power's defending army, no amount of defensive tactics would be effective. The only option was to resist with all their might. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of relying on numbers. The previous 8 divisions had succumbed to the ruling power, and the 7th division had fallen. Nevertheless, he had pursued a path of relentless militarization, expanding his forces to 10 divisions. As for combat capability, as long as they learned to fire a weapon, what more was needed? On the 9th day, intelligence personnel led by Li Shanhe meticulously gathered information on the military deployments in the north. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the command center's conference room, everyone reviewed the materials in their hands, which detailed every aspect of Zhang Lingrui's divisions, from strategic layouts to the personalities and preferences of unit commanders, including all pertinent information about Zhang Lingrui himself. The documents indicated that there were 3 divisions surrounding Yuxi, one of which was newly formed, and 2 divisions near Wenzhou. This area had originally been Zhang Lingrui's ambition, aiming to advance toward Lingyu province. There were 2 divisions around Linshan and Haizhou, 1 division in the northwestern city of Jincheng, and finally, 2 divisions near Chunqing. As for the 2 divisions previously stationed in the north, they had been recalled after the fall of the 7th division. After approximately 10 minutes, once everyone had absorbed the information, the ruling power began to outline the main offensive routes. The 2nd division, commanded by Guodong, remained stationed to guard the outer perimeter of the base, while the remaining divisions are assigned as follows. The 3rd division, led by Wang Hu, is tasked with securing the western route, specifically the Linshan line, extending to the northwestern border. The artillery brigade will provide essential fire support. The 4th division, under Li Jian, is responsible for the central route, focusing on the Yuxi area, where the mission carries considerable weight, supported by the 2nd Artillery Brigade. The 2nd and 5th divisions will advance from the western route, particularly around Wenzhou, with the 5th division engaging in combat, while the 2nd division swiftly moves northward to encircle the western and northwestern flanks of Chunqing. The 2nd Artillery Regiment will offer fire support for the 5th division. This outlines the primary routes. The details of the engagement will be determined by the division's staff headquarters. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 10th, all troops must reach the battlefield, with artillery fire commencing promptly at 7:30. Do you understand? As Wong Kuan's words resonated, the military leaders stood in unison, saluting him with respect. Understood, Commander. We assure you that we will arrive at the battlefield on time, without delay. Glancing at the time, Wong Kuan concluded, if the enemy surrenders, we may allow their capitulation. However, those who do not will be decisively eliminated. After the meeting adjourned, the attendees departed, and Wong Kuan summoned his secretary to convey to his family that he would not be returning home, as he would accompany the troops to the front lines the following day. Chapter 76. The initial battle in the central route at 5 o'clock in the early hours of April 10th. Wong Kuan joined the 4th Division's forces as they proceeded to the front lines. The other 2 divisions had already set off from Linjiang and Hangzhou. For Wong Kuan, there was little to fret about in this campaign to unify the Yunnan province. Observing Zhang Lingrui's military strategy, he deduced that as long as the enemies in the central and eastern routes were vanquished, the army would advance unimpeded towards Chunqing. The adversaries in the western front would likely be unable to provide timely support. Could their 2 legs outpace 4 tires? Moreover, Wang Hu's 3rd Division would be launching an assault on the western front. In the Yuxi area, the overall commander, Zhang Daong, possessed mediocre military prowess. Yet his kinship as Zhang Lingrui's cousin secured him this position. In recent days, the atmosphere here had gradually intensified to methodically thwart the enemy. Zhang Daong repositioned 2 of the 3 divisions stationed in the Yuxi area to the southern bank of the Nanjing River, approximately 100 kilometers away, hoping to utilize the river as a barrier to inflict further damage upon the enemy. To bolster morale, Zhang Daong personally went to the front lines to oversee operations. As the clock struck 6 in the morning, Zhang Daong, still in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? Are you impatiently knocking on my door at this hour? The knocking ceased, replaced by the familiar voice of a subordinate. Commander, the reconnaissance unit has detected enemy movements. All commanders are awaiting your orders. With a swift motion, Zhang Daong leapt from his bed, donned his attire, and hurriedly followed his subordinate to the command room. Upon arriving, He disregarded the salutes of others and urgently inquired, "What is the current situation? Do we know the enemy's exact position and their numbers?" As the anxious inquiry fell, an officer responded, "Commander, they are currently less than a kilometer away from our forces and have come to a halt. The estimated number is 1 division of the defense army." Upon hearing the mention of a division, Shi Daong felt a slight sense of relief. He feared the defense army would amass overwhelming strength to breach their defenses. "Everyone, prepare for battle immediately," he commanded, instructing his subordinates to muster their spirits. "If we can repel the enemy's advance, each of you will receive a reward of 5 silver dollars. Although Zhang Daong's military acumen was mediocre, he understood the motivating power of monetary incentives. With the right compensation, he was confident the troops would fight valiantly. Indeed, after the officers relayed the orders, he could hear the fervor of the soldiers outside the command room. By 7 o'clock, Wong Kuan and his men were fully prepared, awaiting the appointed hour. As time slowly passed, when the clock struck 7:30, the first to roar were the 130 cannons of the 4th Division, unleashing a thunderous barrage. The initial test round released over 100 shells, showcasing either their confidence or extravagant flair. 1 kilometer north of Nanjiang, the enemy, comprising 2 divisions and 30,000 men, secured a crucial 10-kilometer stretch of the main passage. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the trenches remained blissfully unaware, exchanging tales of promises made by their superiors. Suddenly, cries of incoming artillery, "Take cover," erupted across the battlefield. Some veterans, having experienced war before, promptly pulled those nearby down. Yet, a portion of the soldiers, driven by insatiable curiosity, raised their heads to witness the explosions. Fortunately, it was merely the first round of test fire, and the accuracy was not precise. Only 20 to 30 shells landed on the position, claiming a handful of unfortunate souls. Zhang Daong rushed out from the rear, shouting, "What happened? What is going on?" A nearby sergeant quickly approached, reporting, "Commander, we just faced a fierce artillery barrage from the enemy, with over 100 shells fired. Thankfully, most missed their mark, and we have sustained minimal casualties. The 4th Division of the Defense Army has only begun its bombardment. The artillery brigade stationed there has yet to open fire." Now, comparing the locations of the first round of explosions with coordinates provided by forward observers, the artillery positions began to recalibrate their settings. Wong Kuan, shedding previous leniency, recognized that the defense army would soon charge, compelling him to unleash a relentless barrage of both large and small caliber artillery upon the enemy. After 3 minutes of adjustments, the second round of bombardment was imminent, involving not only the infantry division's artillery, but also the firepower of the artillery brigade. With nearly 280 howitzers poised for a simultaneous strike, the enemy's plight could only be imagined. After the initial tension subsided and realizing his troops had suffered little in terms of casualties, Zhang Daong felt a sense of ease and addressed his subordinates. It is often said that the artillery of the defending army is formidable and possesses overwhelming firepower. However, I find this assertion somewhat dubious if their aim is inaccurate. What is the purpose of having so many cannons? After expressing this opinion, one could almost sense an air of self-satisfaction, as if they had unraveled the myth surrounding the defending army. Yet, it soon became apparent that such elation was premature. At that moment, faint whistles echoed from the sky, prompting those who heard it to gaze upwards, where they observed a multitude of dark specks cascading downward. Without needing a prompt, Zhang Daong was the first to turn and seek shelter. On the front lines, the soldiers scrambled towards the nearest cover, hoping to evade this round of bombardment. Suddenly, hundreds of mushroom clouds erupted from the battlefield, accompanied by the roar of explosions. The air raid shelters constructed by Shi Daong's troops were evidently of little use. Inside one of these shelters, a group of soldiers huddled together, only to have a shell land directly atop it, shattering the protective layer and resulting in a catastrophic explosion. 7 or 8 soldiers within that shelter were obliterated in an instant. One wave of artillery fire followed another relentlessly from a distance, leaving Zhang Lingrue's soldiers unable to raise their heads. Although their defensive position was extensive, the personnel were predominantly concentrated in the central area. Observing that the enemy's bombardment showed no signs of abating, Zhang Daong ordered his artillery to prepare for retaliation. His unit, comprising merely 50 to 60 pieces of artillery, including some infantry guns that could not reach the enemy, was far from adequate. As the sound of their own artillery rang out, Zhang Daong clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Despite being unable to discern the immediate effects, he instinctively focused on the unfolding scene. Although the 4th Division had not constructed any air raid shelters, the enemy's artillery, seemingly inept, failed to land a single shot on their position. As the commander of the Central Front, Li Jian noted that, despite the enemy's inaccuracy, he still ordered, via telephone, for the rear artillery to target the opposing gunners. Within less than a minute of launching their own artillery, a subordinate reported back to Zhang Daong, stating that their cannons had inflicted no damage upon the enemy. Enraged, Zhang Daong cursed them as worthless. questioning their worthiness of the general's trust and demanding that if the next round yielded no results, there would be dire consequences for their failure. Unfortunately, even as his words hung in the air, the sound of dense explosions erupted from behind him. Chapter 77. Inevitable Failure. A series of explosions resonated, and Zhang Daong's eyes reflected the soaring flames from behind him. Even from over 500 meters away, he could feel the searing wave of heat crashing towards him. His initial reaction was one of disbelief. His artillery had been decimated. Coming to his senses, he realized that if not for his guard restraining him, he would have rushed back to assess the situation himself. His bloodshot eyes fixated on his subordinate with unwavering intensity. Send the order down. Anyone who dares to abandon the battlefield will be the first to face execution. Additionally, relay this. For every enemy killed, I, Zhang Daong, will reward 10 yuan. Hurry, my subordinate, and convey this command. Only I and my guards remain here. At this moment, he suddenly felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, his spirit dwindling. If Wong Kuan were to witness Zhang Daong's fury, he would surely retort, wait a moment, this is merely a basic operation. Upon receiving the news of the enemy's artillery being destroyed, Li Jian, standing beside Wong Kuan, instructed those around him to adjust artillery coordinates and commence bombardment of the enemy's positions. As the explosions reverberated, the clock struck 8 in the morning. The battlefield of Zhang Daong's troops was strewn with the lifeless bodies of soldiers. A frontline commander was bellowing, take cover. Are you all fools, incapable of dodging? You there? Find a shell hole to hide in. His frustration was palpable. During training they had performed well, yet once on the battlefield, they were paralyzed by fear. While he was preoccupied with directing, a shell landed perilously close. Boom. Amid the smoke and fire, a severed thigh could be seen flying through the air. On the enemy's side, those fortunate enough were merely killed by the shockwave, at least leaving behind intact corpses. Those less fortunate, however, were beyond recognition, their bodies rendered unidentifiable. The ordinary soldiers, gripped by terror, began to realize that money paled in comparison to life, and some started to abandon their positions, retreating to the rear. In this tumultuous period, Zhang Daong personally executed a dozen deserters, barely managing to quell the fleeing soldiers at the front lines. At this moment, his former glory upon assuming command was now a distant memory, replaced by a state of disarray. Just look at our commander, once sporting a slick pompadour, now hardly recognizable. Finally, the explosion ceased, and Zhang Daong let out a sigh of relief, swiftly organizing personnel to reinforce the defensive fortifications. His sole focus was to hold the line, betting that the enemy would attempt to cross the river. Should they do so, he would endure the hail of artillery to ensure his troops held firm. Only then would they have a glimmer of hope. On Wong Kuan's side, he studied the maps, noting that several old bridges had recently been destroyed by Zhang Daong. Fortunately, Wong Kuan's forces were well equipped, with dedicated engineering units. At 9 o'clock, artillery from the rear of the 4th Division began to fire, this time to cover the engineers constructing a floating bridge. 3 teams surged from their positions, followed by several trucks. Upon reaching the riverbank, they unloaded inflatable rafts from the vehicles, rapidly inflating them and swiftly dividing tasks to expedite the construction of the floating bridge. In half an hour, a 5-meter-wide bridge was completed, while the enemy on the opposite shore could only watch helplessly as the bridge was erected under the cover of artillery fire. Zhang Daong had initially assumed the defenders would either take boats or wade across the river. Little did he know they would conjure a bridge in such a short time. He wished to retaliate, but unfortunately, the soldiers he desperately dispatched were suppressed by the enemy's firepower from across the river and found themselves incapable of mounting a counterattack. Upon witnessing the completion of the floating bridge, Wong Kuan promptly rose and addressed Li Jian and the assembled personnel. 10 minutes later, the infantry commenced their charge, lacking the means to resist effectively. As the war progressed, Zhang Daong recognized that an assault from the opposing side was imminent. The fate of their rear at Yushi now rested on the forthcoming events. Regrettably, he remained unaware that the impending offensive by the 4th Division would not be a mere infantry charge. With 100 armored personnel carriers at their disposal, the enemy was about to find themselves besieged, akin to wolves entering a flock of sheep, especially given the absence of heavy weaponry on the opposing side. Commander, behold what they bring, Zhang Daong exclaimed, raising his binoculars to observe the advancing metallic behemoths traversing the floating bridge. Though familiar with automobiles, he had never encountered such peculiar vehicles designed for weaponry. As the first armored vehicle came into view for the frontline soldiers, the command rang out. Attack! Attack! The various commanders shouted orders for their troops to open fire, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Yet, despite the barrage, the armored vehicles pressed on undeterred. The assault commander inside one of the vehicles seized the radio and instructed, "Attention, all captains. Once across the river, do not act independently. Maintain a distance of 300 meters between each unit to provide mutual support. Wait for my command." After delivering his orders, he remained in the vehicle, listening to the relentless sound of bullets striking outside, awaiting the arrival of the last vehicle. 5 minutes later, the final armored carrier reached the squad. All units accounted for. Commenced the assault. The 100 armored vehicles, divided into 5 teams, spread across a kilometer-wide expanse, charging towards the enemy positions amidst the hail of bullets. 100 machine guns and heavy firearms unleashed their wrath, creating a symphony of death. Despite the enemy's attempts to retaliate, the armored vehicles remained unscathed, and panic began to ripple through their ranks. "Commander, we must flee. These monsters cannot be killed," one soldier implored. "Indeed, perhaps we should retreat," another echoed. Faced with the cowardice of his men, the enemy commander found himself in a quandary. Torn between the urge to escape and the need to consult the firepower of the rear command, the 100 modified armored vehicles broke through the enemy's defensive line, initiating a sweeping barrage against those within range. The sounds of gunfire and cannon fire melded into a terrifying chorus, rendering the enemy utterly defenseless. "Ah, my leg! Help! My arm!" cried the wounded, with only those who had been grazed by bullets still able to scream, while the mortally struck had long since perished. In less than 10 minutes, the vicinity around each squad's vehicles had been cleared, with most of the enemy forces decimated, leaving only a handful to flee in desperation. At that moment, the rear doors of the armored vehicles swung open, and soldiers began to disembark, seizing the enemy positions and coordinating with the armored units to repel any attempts at counterattack. Observing that the front line had secured its footing, Li Jian promptly issued further commands. "Attention, all troops. The infantry is commencing a close assault, and the artillery is to cease fire." As these words echoed, thousands of infantry surged forward, seizing the frontline positions while armored vehicles continued to advance outward. When Zhang Daong witnessed the enemy positions being breached by hundreds of armored vehicles, he still foolishly dispatched reinforcements, attempting to reclaim the lost ground through sheer manpower. "Commander, we cannot withstand this any longer. Those iron monsters cannot be pierced by our bullets. Let us retreat to Yushi, where we can rely on the city walls and the defenses within to confront them in a decisive battle." It was not out of cowardice that this subordinate spoke. He saw clearly that those monstrous vehicles not only advanced relentlessly, but also wielded firepower that left them utterly defenseless. He witnessed the horrific consequences of the onslaught, with many soldiers reduced to dismembered bodies, their fates far worse than the gravest of ancient tortures. He saw a familiar commander pierced through the abdomen by a bullet, and in horror, he noted the gruesome sight of flesh and intestines strewn across the ground. Such scenes were all too frequent. They could not hold their ground. Chapter 78. The easy capture of Yushi City by 11 o'clock in the morning. The enemy positions at Nanjing had been encircled by the defending forces, and those still resisting were met with no words of consolation from Wong Kuan. Their blind loyalty, driven by the promise of legendary rewards for kills, was leading them to sacrifice their very lives. Those who surrendered were disarmed on the spot and gathered in a temporary prisoner camp. As for Zhang Daong at the rear, he ultimately followed his instincts and, by 10 o'clock, led a small remnant of his troops to flee towards Yushi City. Only after capturing an enemy commander did Wong Kuan learn that Zhang Daong had been in flight for nearly 2 hours. Li Jian prepared to send men to pursue, but Wong Kuan stopped him. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and the 4th Division had not eaten since morning. They deserved a brief respite. As for Zhang Daong retreating to Yushi, let him be. After all, there was an entire division of enemies in Yushi that they would ultimately have to confront. The addition of Zhang Daong and his few hundred remaining soldiers was inconsequential. The task of cleansing the battlefield would be handled by the presence of prisoners. The defending forces traditionally refrained from engaging in such labor, as free labor was readily available. Report. Wong Kuan was dining with Li Jian and others when the voice of a communications soldier broke through. Wong Kuan set down his food and wiped his mouth. "Come in. Commander, this is a message from Division Commander Zhang." Wong Kuan took the documents being handed to him. They contained a report from Zhang Jianwei stating that just an hour ago, under the cover of the 5th Division, their 1st Division had successfully reached its destination. 50 kilometers from Spring City. The 101st Regiment was stationed to the east of Spring City, the 102nd to the north, and the 103rd to the northeast. The enemy in Spring City had yet to detect the movements of the 1st Division. After reviewing Zhang Jianwei's message, Wong Kuan addressed the communications soldier. "Prepare to send a telegram to Division Commander Zhang, alerting him to the potential breakout of the foreign devils in Spring City. Simultaneously, send a message to Wang Hu and Wang Hailin inquiring about their current status." "Yes, Commander." With that, the communications soldier turned and departed. Half an hour had elapsed when intelligence reports from both the eastern and western routes arrived. The 5th Army from the west had successfully annihilated the forces in Wenzhou and was now engaged in clearing the battlefield. The conflict in Haizhou, led by Wang Hu, was also nearing its conclusion, with the city of Lingshan already captured. After perusing this information, Wong Kuan deliberated briefly before dispatching a telegram to Division Commander Wang Hailin, instructing him to allocate a regiment to rendezvous with the 1st Division, retaining the remaining 2 regiments to secure Wenzhou and prevent any incursions from the forces in Linyu Province. He also communicated with Commander Wang Hu, urging him to eliminate the enemy forces in Haizhou and to send the 107th Regiment northwest towards Chunqing, while the remaining 2 regiments would eradicate the last of the enemy in Jincheng. At 2 o'clock, the soldiers from the 4th Division and the 2nd Artillery Brigade had boarded their vehicles and commenced their journey to Yushi City. Despite the less than 100 miles they needed to traverse, the dilapidated roads impeded their speed, rendering it inferior to that of pack animals. Fortunately, by 4 o'clock that afternoon, they could finally glimpse the walls of Yushi. Just before the defending army arrived at Yushi, Zhang Daong fortuitously returned with a few hundred retreating soldiers. Had they not been in dire straits at the front, they would not have had to resort to such a meager number of livestock for their escape. Upon reaching the encampment of the garrison in Yushi, Zhang Daong had scarcely taken a sip of water or made arrangements when a subordinate approached with news. Commander, scouts report that the defending army has entered the territory of Yushi and will reach the city outskirts in approximately 20 minutes. Zhang Daong set down his teacup and sighed deeply. They truly leave me no avenue of escape. His spirits were low, devoid of their former vigor. Yet he steeled himself and instructed his subordinates, relay the orders to prepare the troops. If we cannot hold the walls, we shall retreat into the city for urban combat. With a wave of his hand, he signaled them to hasten in notifying the forces. Had one not understood Wong Kuan's character, he might have surrendered by the banks of the Nanjiang River. However, as his brother Zhang Lingrui articulated, Wong Kuan was a warlord who would not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eye. His methods were strikingly resolute, and the actions of the 2 brothers, colluding with foreign powers and infringing upon the lives and property of the populace, were notorious. Even if they desired to surrender, it is likely Wong Kuan would have executed them to assuage the anger of the people. Outside the military camp, Wong Kuan was in consultation with his officers when Li Jian spoke up. If the enemy abandons the walls, our artillery will lose its effectiveness. We would then be forced to engage in urban combat. Wong Kuan nodded in agreement. Were I the enemy and had witnessed our artillery superiority, I would not cling to the walls, but would instead maneuver within the city. He pondered the uncertainties of urban warfare, particularly its propensity to harm the innocent, and sighed again. Alas, our artillery cannot reach into the city. Moreover, the buildings therein will adversely affect our bombardment. Very well, prepare for battle. 10 minutes later, over 200 cannons unleashed a barrage upon the city walls. The smaller caliber shells merely inflicted casualties upon the enemy, while the larger shells, upon impact, caused sections of the walls to collapse. After 5 continuous minutes of bombardment, enemy soldiers tumbled down alongside bricks and stones from the battlements. Zhang Daong gazed upon the crumbling city walls and promptly commanded his soldiers to commence the retreat from the royal city. Ultimately, the walls succumbed to the relentless barrage of over 100 cannons, prompting Wong Kuan and Li Jian to order the advance of their chariots, followed closely by infantry, into the city to eradicate the remaining foes. On a street in the southern part of Yushi City, 2 infantry vehicles arrived at the road's end. Due to the width ahead, the vehicles could only halt and provide support for the infantry's sweeping assault. As a squad leader, Shifeng's team was tasked with clearing this narrow alley. The soldiers formed groups of 3, cautiously advancing forward. A gunshot rang out from the left front, followed by a muffled cry of pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Shifeng called out loudly, "Report your status." A voice responded from behind. In the rear squad, "We have an injured soldier. The enemy is at 11 o'clock. Shifeng quickly arranged for a replacement to hold his position, turning to see an injured soldier 10 meters back. A tourniquet applied tightly to his left shoulder. "2 of you, take him to the rear for treatment," he instructed before returning to his post, binoculars in hand, scanning the 11 o'clock direction, yet failing to locate the enemy. "This won't do," he muttered anxiously, glancing at his watch. They needed to clear this street in a timely manner. Ahead stood 7 or 8 buildings of varying heights. Surely they could not demolish each one individually. "Sniper, ascend the rooftops and observe meticulously," he ordered. 2 minutes later, the sniper reported, "Sergeant, there are enemies in the 5th building from the south." Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. At last, they had a lead. "Grenadier, take down that building." "Yes, Sergeant." A soldier, armed with a grenade launcher, crouched low and advanced to a nearby wall, aiming at the target ahead. With a soft whoosh, a grenade was launched. The building's earthen walls collapsed with a resounding crash, accompanied by faint cries of despair. Shifeng signaled to a trio of soldiers in the rear, who cautiously approached to investigate. Noticing their gestures, Shifeng understood that the enemy had been neutralized and led his men onward to continue the sweep. Thus, after more than an hour, Wong Kuan's 4th Division finally seized the modest Yushi City. Chapter 79. Mike's inept ally with the street battles in Yushi City concluded. Zhang Daong was captured alive. As the encirclement closed in, he contemplated suicide, yet the allure of wealth and status dulled his resolve. Several times he raised his pistol, yet fear held him back until the door was forcefully kicked open, and upon seeing a dozen guards enter, he lost all courage to take his own life. Upon learning of Zhang Daong's capture, Wong Kuan felt little inclination to confront him. He was not worth the effort. Had this man possessed the fortitude of Zhang Bolan from earlier times, Wong Kuan would have respected him as a true warrior. Although the urban warfare in Yushi City had completely annihilated and captured the enemy division, it had also inflicted significant losses on the city's civilians, with some guards sacrificing their lives or sustaining injuries. As the clock approached 6, Wong Kuan realized that his forces would be unable to clear the battlefield in time. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to leave a company of soldiers behind to oversee the captives and conduct a rudimentary cleanup of the corpses. The remainder of the 4th Division, along with the artillery brigade, swiftly boarded their vehicles and set off towards Spring City. Outside the city, vehicles began to load cannons, transporting personnel and supplies, kicking up clouds of dust as they headed northward. An hour later, Wong Kuan and his troops had crossed Yen Lake, arriving 10 kilometers from Spring City. By 7 o'clock, darkness had fallen, rendering any hopes of a siege that day futile. The artillery began to establish their positions along the shores of Yen Lake, while Wong Kuan and Li Jian awaited news from the 1st Division in the makeshift command center. Within the walls of Spring City, 4 divisions had assembled, 2 from the Sunset Nation and 2 of Zhang Lingrui's elite divisions. They understood that outside the city, they stood no chance against the defending forces and planned to rely on the city walls for protection. Alternatively, they harbored a nefarious thought of using the city's civilians as a shield to deter the defending army's artillery from striking within. Zhang Lingrui had effectively ensnared the foreign troops, withholding the news of impending conflict until that very morning, leaving the Sunset Nation's forces unaware until it was too late. Had they received the news earlier and evacuated, perhaps those 2 divisions could have escaped. However, in a capitalist state, the interests of wealth prevailed. The city was not only home to their merchants, but also to significant assets and expatriates, all of whom insisted on securing their belongings. By the time they had finished their preparations, the soldiers they dispatched returned with the grim news that their escape routes had been sealed, forcing them to fortify their position in Spring City and await domestic rescue. A familiar name surfaced: Mike, who had been provocatively beaten by the defending forces previously, yet had not been replaced in his position by the Sunset Nation. This was not necessarily a fortunate situation. In Zhang Lingrui's residence, Mike and his subordinates found themselves in a silent standoff with Zhang Lingrui and his men. Zhang Lingrui remained relatively composed. He had already mentally prepared for defeat and contemplated the consequences of failure. As for Mike and his associates, they had come merely to seek solace and solidarity. Zhang, do you have any spare troops? Mike's eyes were filled with despair as he looked to Zhang Lingrui, hoping for an affirmative answer. Unfortunately, Zhang Lingrui's flat response shattered his hopes. Mr. Mike, I only have the 2 divisions within the city. Zhang, you knew in advance that Wong Kuan was going to initiate war. Why didn't you inform us sooner? Did you not consider our nation's potential retaliation? Zhang Lingrui let out a derisive laugh upon hearing this. Your retaliation, should I fail, would hardly concern me. Would Wong Kuan allow me to survive alone? Mike was rendered speechless, realizing then that Zhang Lingrui was a ruthless individual, suppressing information to ensure their demise alongside him. Regret washed over Mike. After being beaten by Wong Kuan, he had sought to solidify his position at any cost. A considerable amount of money was expended, and numerous connections were strained, all to ensure that the domestic magnates refrained from holding him accountable. He still harbored aspirations of amassing further wealth in Yanhuang to secure a comfortable retirement in the future. Who could have foreseen that the monarchy would suddenly declare war, catching him utterly off guard? At this thought, Mike cast a resentful glance towards Zhang Lingrui. If it were not for Zhang Lingrui's deliberate machinations, they would have already fled to safety. Mr. Mike, you need not regard me so harshly. Rather, contemplate the impending war. What was that phrase again? Ah, may God be with you all. Departing from Zhang Lingrui's residence, Mike returned to the concession area, which was now teeming with people, merchants from the land of the setting sun, along with their employees and family members. Upon seeing Mike's arrival, the crowd hurriedly inquired, General, what news? Do we have any hope of escape? Indeed, General, you must devise a plan. Already in a foul mood, Mike was further irritated by the clamor of these inept allies. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, silencing the chaotic assemblage. How dare you show your faces here? Were it not for your greed, we would have fled long ago. Your avarice has brought this calamity upon you. Get out of my sight. After venting his frustration, Mike felt a slight relief. Upon learning that their escape route had been blocked, he had contemplated eliminating these greedy fools. General, a telegram has arrived from the homeland. An aide rushed in to report. Hope instantly ignited in Mike's eyes as he exclaimed, quickly, let me see it. He tore open the document and eagerly scanned its contents. Damn it, the cabinet, those cursed politicians. The soldier, cursing in a manner he had never before encountered, clearly found the news from the homeland far from encouraging. The message from the land of the setting sun essentially conveyed that they were unable to provide support in time. We believe that the valiant soldiers of the land of the setting sun possess the courage to confront all challenges. Outside the city, in the command room of the defense forces, the monarchy awaited the arrival of the 107th Regiment, which was now merely 20 kilometers from the designated location. Half an hour later, the sound of approaching vehicles heralded the arrival of the regiment's commander at the command center. Reporting in, the 107th Regiment has arrived as ordered, the commander announced. A smile graced the face of the monarchy upon seeing the newcomer. Commander Huang, your arrival is timely. I have been expecting you. Just half an hour ago, I received a telegram from the Eastern Commander Zhang Jianwei. Their encirclement has now tightened to within 20 kilometers of Spring City. The siege for tomorrow morning is as follows. 3 regiments from the 1st Division, along with 1 from the 5th Division, will be responsible for the eastern and northern fronts. The 113th Regiment from the 4th Division and the 107th Regiment will handle the assault from the west, while the remaining 2 regiments will engage from the south. After relaying this information, he turned to the communications officer, instructing him to inform the 1st Division. By the way, Li Jian, ensure that 50 armored vehicles are allocated to Commander Huang's forces. Both Li Jian and Commander Huang rose simultaneously to salute the monarchy before departing to prepare for the forthcoming battle. Zhang Lingrui, you must not perish in tomorrow's siege. I am eagerly anticipating the moment when I can personally deliver judgment upon you. The immense dissatisfaction that Wong Kuan harbors towards Zhang Lingrui stems from his inaction. If he had conspired with foreign powers, it might have been somewhat excusable, as such is the normal conduct of warlords in this era. However, his gravest offense lies in his failure to impede the malevolent practices of these foreigners. Passively witnessing the plight of the citizens of Chun City as their lives and properties are ravaged by foreign plunderers. This is the transgression that Wong Kuan cannot tolerate. Zhang Lingrui must pay the price, and those residing in Chun City under the rule of the declining nation must also face retribution for the suffering inflicted upon the oppressed. Chapter 80. The defense of Chun City on the morning of the 11th, at 7:30, Zhang Lingrui, alongside Mike and others, ascended the southern city wall, having already surveyed the other 3 walls. Encircling them were the troops of the defense army, estimated to number nearly 3 divisions, while their own soldiers amounted to merely 4 divisions. Mike had long experienced the ferocity of Wong Kuan. The firepower of the defense army was the most formidable he had ever encountered among land forces. Were surrender an option, he would have already led his men to capitulate. It is all the fault of those damned merchants. Were it not for their insatiable greed, my soldiers would not have devolved into such chaos. Even now, Mike still believed that the atrocities committed by these soldiers were instigated by the merchants of their own nation. The previous night, he had secretly sent a telegram to Wong Kuan, offering to hand over the perpetrators who had tormented the citizens of Yanhuang, pleading for the defense army to spare them. However, Wong Kuan's reply was unequivocal, stating that the majority of his soldiers had infringed upon the rights of the populace. He retorted, "Do you think I would grant you a path to safety?" As time progressed, Mike's anxiety heightened. He was oblivious to the hour at which the soldiers outside would initiate the assault. This passive waiting felt akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. When the clock struck 8, the sounds of cannon fire reverberated throughout Chun City. The war had commenced. Quick, quick, take cover. The various commanders, amidst the cacophony of explosions, anxiously directed their soldiers to evade the onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. The walls echoed with an uncountable number of detonations, some shells barely landing beneath the city walls. Yet, with hundreds of projectiles, a portion would invariably strike the walls with each barrage. This earthen bastion, constructed from rammed earth and bound with glutinous rice paste, was shattered into fragments by the relentless bombardment. "Jieku, you fool, get down here. Let those natives defend it." Hearing his friend's urgent call, the foreigner atop the wall glanced around and realized that very few of their compatriots remained on the parapet. He hastened to descend, but fortune was not on his side. Just as he reached the stairway, a new wave of artillery fire erupted. He ducked and dodged, finally arriving at the staircase, mere moments from stepping down from the wall. Thud! A shell landed 5 meters away from Jieku, and he was immediately stunned, his ears ringing. The world around him became a blur, drowning out the external chaos. And he forgot to descend the wall in haste. Alas, he could no longer descend from the city wall. The shrapnel from the exploding shells hurtled toward him at an alarming speed. Before Chek could react, he was struck by 2 fragments, one sliced through his neck, causing his head to tilt grotesquely to one side. Those standing below, the foreign devils, witnessed the scene with stark clarity as a stream of crimson blood gushed forth, illuminated by the morning sun, rendering it a hauntingly beautiful sight. The anguished cries of Chek echoed beneath the wall, but alas, he had departed to meet his maker. The last image etched in his mind was one of regret for having ventured to Yanhuang, alongside visions of the slain natives, their teeth clenched in anticipation of his fate. It was said that the western savages met their demise in the east. Would the underworld accept them? Of course, one must reciprocate, even in death. Zhang Lingrui would still make his presence felt. He commanded over 200 artillery pieces, both large and small, and could not simply stand idly by while the royal artillery wreaked havoc. Regardless of whether he could strike the enemies outside the walls, he was determined to retaliate. One must maintain a stance of assertiveness and not allow the royal forces to underestimate his 2 elite divisions. 200 cannons, large and small, were concentrated in the south, a mere 500 meters from the city wall. Fire. The defending forces outside were still struck by a few shells, but the circumstances were peculiar. The wall obstructed precise reconnaissance of the enemy's artillery positions. Royal stood at the rear, peering through his binoculars for a while. Li Jian. Our immediate goal is not to inflict casualties on the enemy. If we do not destroy their artillery, our infantry will be exposed when we attempt to storm the city. Li Jian pondered the situation as well. In truth, annihilating the enemy's artillery was a straightforward endeavor. A relentless barrage aimed at the general location of their cannons would suffice. With so many cannons in the defending forces, it was hard to believe that not a single shot would hit its mark, though it could lead to unnecessary collateral damage. However, Spring City was somewhat unique. It was the hometown of their commander. Commander, I propose we concentrate our artillery fire to demolish that wall. Once we do, we will be able to accurately observe their positions. Royal considered this plan and found it indeed a viable solution, far superior to blind bombardment. No matter how robust Spring City's walls were, they could not withstand an unending barrage of shells. Initially, the southern wall, after enduring a relentless assault from large-caliber artillery, could no longer hold firm. The 50-meter stretch above the city gate crumbled as if the earth had given way beneath it. From their vantage point, Zhang Lingrui and his companion recognized the wall as collapse and understood it was time to abandon it. Damn it, their artillery is too fierce. Informed the soldiers to prepare for urban combat. Yet, the city presented its own challenges. While infantry could move relatively easily, the artillery could not be swiftly repositioned. Watching the gunners bravely maneuvering their cannons despite the enemy's bombardment, Mike was deeply moved and hastily relayed orders to the messenger. Damn it, are these people akin to swine? In such dire times, they are still preoccupied with artillery. They must hastily retreat. The few couriers nearby, upon hearing the command, fervently waved their signal flags, as sending a messenger was no longer feasible. The telephone lines had long been severed. Fortunately, the artillery commander at the front observed the flags and urgently called out to his comrades. The general has ordered us to abandon the cannons and retreat swiftly. Oh, Shete, you fool, still fiddling with the artillery. Hurry, make haste to evacuate. With the walls no longer shielding them, the accuracy of the defending troops' artillery fire surged dramatically. The new barrage predominantly struck their positions. Boom. The cannon barrels were sent flying, let alone the soldiers. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a mushroom cloud as the munitions at the artillery position detonated. Standing at the rear, Mike shut his eyes in agony. Among the thousands, only 200 or 300 managed to escape, while the remaining gunners were obliterated beyond recognition. Not only the soldiers in the south began to retreat, troops from all sides commenced their withdrawal, preparing to re-enter the city for close combat with the defenders. Hurry, hurry, quick! Is there no way to eat? Are we waiting to be executed by the enemy? A cacophony of shouts mingled with the agonized cries of the wounded being carried away. The entire city was in disarray, with some officers unable to locate their soldiers. Some troops, seizing the chaos, discarded their uniforms in deserted areas and fled, realizing that anyone with a modicum of sense could see that Zhang Lingrui's forces were crumbling. Cunning individuals took advantage of the turmoil and began to desert. Outside the city, the defending forces initiated the advance with infantry fighting vehicles, followed closely by foot soldiers, entering through the gaps left by the collapsed walls. Chapter 81. Intense urban warfare in the past. The population living within Spring City was nearly 400,000 to 500,000. However, since Zhang Lingrui's rise to power, his erratic mismanagement has gradually driven people away, starting with the impoverished who fled to the countryside or southward. Those with a semblance of wealth could endure for a year or so. But Zhang Lingrui's collusion with foreign powers and the opening of trade ports resulted in the middle class losing their stable incomes, compelling them to join the exodus from Spring City. Moreover, the foreigners' presence unleashed their primal instincts, ruthlessly exploiting the local populace through pillage and violence, committing heinous acts without restraint. The city's population has now plummeted to around 200,000. Consequently, the city is rife with vacant homes. Some soldiers, unwilling to follow Zhang Lingrui to the bitter end, took advantage of the chaos to shed their uniforms, seeking refuge in any unoccupied dwelling, waiting for the war to conclude. Wong Kuan observed his troops as they began their march into the city, preparing for the arduous urban combat ahead. The street battles in Spring City differed significantly from previous encounters. The earlier conflicts involved locals with low combat proficiency, many of whom had little experience with warfare. As a result, most either surrendered to the defenders or were annihilated by superior firepower. However, this time in the Spring City, there are foreign troops, incomparable to the armies of local warlords. At the very least, they possess experience in urban warfare. If Wong Kuan had a choice, he would most certainly prefer to avoid close-quarter combat, as it nullifies his advantage in heavy firepower and levels the battlefield for both sides. Were it not for the presence of over 100,000 civilians in the Spring City, he would have ordered the artillery to advance and bombard the enemy relentlessly, leaving them with nowhere to hide. On a main street in the southern part of the city, 5 armored vehicles came into Blake's line of sight, carrying a company of soldiers responsible for this T-junction. Observing the nearly 1-meter-high defensive barricade, constructed from earth and sandbags, Blake felt a surge of frustration. Had the surrounding buildings been more robust, he would not need to station his men outside. As the defense forces responsible for this attack turned the corner, they were met with a cacophony of crashing sounds from outside the vehicle. Enemy attack. Soldiers in the rear, take cover. Report the situation ahead. Captain Yang was methodically organizing the response. Captain, there are enemy fortifications set up 150 meters ahead. Captain Yang quickly disembarked from the second vehicle, seeking refuge behind it as he peered at the enemy's positions. He then turned to address the men in the vehicle. Howsy, try the vehicle-mounted machine gun on their defenses. Yes, Captain. The soldier crouched behind the machine gun, aiming at the enemy's stronghold, and unleashed a barrage of fire, sending a flurry of bullets flying. Upon witnessing their gunfire, Blake noticed the enemy's vehicles came to a halt, momentarily believing they had achieved a significant impact. However, through his binoculars, he saw that the vehicles remained unscathed. Damn it, those yellow-skinned pigs. How could they have armored vehicles? The Great Sunset has hardly any. Before he could finish his grumbling, he noticed someone operating the weapon on their vehicle. And without a moment to think, he shouted, "Take cover. Watch your concealment." Thud, thud, thud. The protective barriers they had taken refuge behind were peppered with dirt and debris. And in some vulnerable spots, bullets tore through, resulting in several individuals being gruesomely struck down. As the gunfire ceased, Blake raised his head to survey the surroundings. Only a small section of their cover had been penetrated, while the rest remained intact. Gazing at the unfortunate corpses, he felt a wave of nausea and hastily drew a cross over his chest. Attention! Begin to return fire. Do not let their soldiers breach our lines. Captain, their defensive positions are practically impervious to our machine guns. Yang also recognized that without dismantling the enemy's fortifications, their soldiers would be unable to advance effectively. Notify the mortarmen to bombard their positions with a few rounds. A nearby soldier hurried to make contact. This artillery support was their sole recourse in this urban combat scenario. 5 minutes later, 2 mortars arrived, and several operators quickly assembled them, beginning to calibrate their targets. Boom, boom. With 2 resounding blasts, clouds of black smoke erupted from the enemy's positions. Captain Yang raised his binoculars and observed a flurry of activity among the enemy ranks, with several casualties becoming evident. The relentless barrage continued for 2 minutes. Observing the remaining opponents across the way, Captain Yang lowered his binoculars, realizing that the mortars could not reach them. He relayed orders: armored vehicles in the front, infantry behind, ready to advance. The foot soldiers were cautioned about potential grenade assaults on the vehicles. The sound of tracks reverberated through the air as the infantry armored vehicles began their slow advance. The street was wide enough for 2 vehicles to move side by side, with infantry stationed inside and behind. On Blake's side, after the artillery fire ceased, they witnessed the enemy launching an assault, disregarding the wounded on the ground, rallying the remaining members to counterattack. The foreign soldiers understood their grim fate as they charged recklessly towards the approaching vehicles, grenades in hand, intent on taking the enemy down with them. The defenders were not invincible. The infantry, in their quest to eliminate these assailants, could not hide behind the vehicles any longer. Casualties ensued almost instantly. 4 or 5 enemy soldiers armed with explosives rushed out from a corner, closing in on the vehicles. 2 defenders quickly rose to fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the enemies fell. However, as the 2 soldiers sought shelter behind the vehicle, gunfire erupted from a corner ahead. 2 shots echoed, and both were struck in the chest, collapsing to the ground with blood gushing from their mouths. Nearby comrades swiftly pulled them aside for urgent aid. But it was in vain. Their breaths gradually faded. As the distance closed, the advantages of the defenders' equipment, semi-automatic rifles, general-purpose machine guns, and grenade launchers, became increasingly pronounced. 1 enemy soldier, concealed in a triangular area that obstructed the line of fire from guns and cannons, took advantage of the situation and managed to hit several soldiers. Yet, after expending 5 rounds, a soldier armed with a grenade launcher seized the opportunity, stood up, aimed, and accurately landed a projectile at his feet. As time progressed, the Sunset Battalion was ultimately annihilated, with only a few kneeling in surrender, temporarily spared from death. Wong Kuan had instructed to spare some of the surrendered foreigners for future retribution. The battle here was manageable. A glance around revealed vacant houses, devoid of civilian presence. However, in certain areas of the streets, the defenders faced considerable challenges to ensure civilian safety, not due to excessive casualties on their part, but simply because time was slipping away. In the command room outside the city, Wong Kuan checked his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Uncertain of the situation within the city, he picked up the phone to contact Li Jian and his team. Li Jian, what is the current status of the battle within the city? Commander, we have advanced 3/4 of the way, came the response. He subsequently reached out to Zhang Jianhui and other leaders on the remaining fronts. Learning that the situation was similar across the board, with only a small, yet the most challenging, area left to clear. The deeper they advanced, the more civilians resided there. Slowing the pace of their progress, he inquired about civilian casualties, which remained within a controllable range. Wong Kuan said nothing further. Urban combat inevitably involved some civilian losses. Such outcomes were unavoidable, and the only course was to minimize them as much as possible. If one were to make a choice, Wong Kuan would undoubtedly favor his own soldiers. As for the remaining populace in the city, most can be described as self-serving individuals. A few casualties are a lesser evil compared to the sacrifice of his soldiers to safeguard these lives. Such behavior is unbecoming of a warlord. Chapter 82. Zhang Lingrui's final request. The urban warfare within Spring City rages on, growing increasingly fierce as time progresses. The enemy's retaliations become more desperate, resorting even to using innocent civilians as human shields. Undoubtedly, such tactics reflect the character of the Sunset Soldiers, a reality Wong Kuan is acutely aware of from his position in the rear. Yet, he finds himself without viable options. He cannot simply abandon his arms and allow the enemy to slaughter his troops. In contrast, none of Zhang Lingrui's soldiers resort to such disgraceful acts. Faced with overwhelming odds, they choose to surrender, at least preserving their lives. Should they behave like the foreigners, employing the townsfolk as shields, they would surely meet a grim fate. The defending army would rather take vengeance on the civilians afterward than permit the foreigners to prevail. Witness the unreasonable defenders, where not a single foreign corpse remains intact on the battlefield. As the clock strikes 11:30, those still fiercely resisting are all under the command of Mike. Zhang Lingrui's 2 divisions have either surrendered or descended into chaos as deserters. As the battlefield slowly shifts, Mike and his companion within Zhang Lingrui's estate can sense the countdown to death. Once haughty and proud, Mike now resembles a golden-haired jester in Zhang Lingrui's eyes. Each time news of the outside conflict reaches them, this noble yet golden-haired fool trembles involuntarily, his visage increasingly marred by despair. Zhang Lingrui finds a touch of amusement in the situation. General Mike, relax, he advises. Just as I do, ease into your final moments. Mike stiffly turns to glance at Zhang Lingrui, clearly still far from embracing the inevitability of death. Reflecting on the past, Zhang Lingrui chides himself for his earlier folly. Why did he feel compelled to step forward and contend? Would it not have been more prudent to enjoy a comfortable life as a wealthy man? Yet he did step forward, failing to halt the abhorrent actions of these foreign devils. Had he possessed even a modicum of conscience and courage to obstruct their malevolence, he might have retained his life beneath Wong Kuan's command. Now, in hindsight, it is too late. Though he has made peace with the prospect of death, a tinge of regret lingers. The battle within the city continues unabated. Yesterday, in Yushi City, Shifeng's exceptional performance has led to his temporary appointment, commanding 2 platoons into battle. Once this conflict concludes, he will advance to the temporary military academy in Chaching for further training, assured that his rank and position will ascend. Contemplating this, he raises his binoculars to survey the houses ahead. By his estimation, there are at least 20 individuals concealed within several street-facing buildings. Despite their destruction of numerous structures, a significant number of foreigners still hide among the ruins, sporadically firing shots that cause them considerable inconvenience. The company commander sighed, expressing his discontent. This is unacceptable. We have lingered here for far too long. I propose a carpet bombing. The mortars in the rear are already prepared. Turning to observe his subordinates, he noted their approving expressions. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing their eagerness for fire support. Boom, boom. 5 shells detonated amidst the ruins ahead, sending debris soaring into the air. Peering through his binoculars, the commander attempted to ascertain the effectiveness of the bombardment. Yet all he could see was a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring any sight of the enemy. Alas, it seems to have had little impact. Let us execute 2 more rounds of artillery fire. After the consecutive barrages, the commander remained unable to discern whether the enemy had been vanquished. Squad leader, take your team forward to investigate, but proceed with caution. Upon hearing the commander's orders, a squad leader promptly gestured for his team to advance, preparing to scout the area. The 9 members of the 3rd squad followed their leader, skillfully maneuvering through the debris. A minute later, they cautiously approached their target location. 2 assault troops rose to a vantage point amid the ruins. One stood guard while the other peered cautiously inside. All clear. Move on to the next. As the team continued towards their next objective, 3 grenades suddenly soared from the ruins ahead. The squad leader was the first to notice, shouting, "Get down! Grenade!" He immediately dove towards a nearby soldier, while the others had no time to react, hastily dropping to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted, sending shrapnel flying. The squad leader, closest to the blasts, was struck multiple times, blood gushing from his wounds. The soldier he had shielded lifted the leader's body, now stained crimson. Squad leader. Squad leader. Cough. Cough. Do not fret, I am not dead yet. Focus on neutralizing the enemy in that direction. Relieved to hear their leader's voice, the soldiers pressed on. cautiously advancing a few meters while retrieving grenades. With a swift motion, they hurled them towards the ruins. A few seconds later, as the grenades detonated, anguished cries rang out from the enemy position. Observing the injuries from the front lines, Commander Shifeng turned to his side. Squad leader, take your men up. Replace the third squad. Thus, the teams, including Shifeng, coordinated their efforts. When confronted with a tenacious enemy, they called for artillery bombardment. When faced with foes hidden in fortified positions beyond the artillery's reach, they dispatched soldiers to toss grenades through gaps or windows. Where conditions permitted, grenadiers advanced with grenade launchers, systematically targeting the enemy's concealed strongholds. In essence, the overarching mandate from their command was to ensure their safety while not rushing the operation. However, these impassioned youths were determined not to keep their commander waiting outside the city, willingly risking injury or death to swiftly seize control of Spring City. The narrow alleys were gradually cleared by the defenders, and the forces of the Dusk Nation dwindled until they ultimately completed the encirclement of the final kilometer. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wong Kuan arrived in the city, having learned from the front lines that only a final area of less than a kilometer remained. In this territory, escape was nearly impossible, conservatively estimating only about 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers from the Sunset Nation remained. As he walked, Wong Kuan observed the bodies strewn across the ground, all belonging to the Sunset Nation, and upon closer inspection, many were dismembered. Upon reaching the outskirts of the encirclement, Zhang Jianhui, Li Jian, and others hurriedly came to greet him. Commander, we apologize. We have yet to capture the last piece of land. The group confessed with a sense of shame. Wong Kuan could not help but smile. You are being overly modest. Achieving such progress in such a short time is nothing to be ashamed of. Now, let us not linger here. Swiftly resolve the remaining enemy forces. Yes, Commander. The group promptly dispersed to their respective directions to orchestrate the final assault on the remaining foes. Meanwhile, in Zhang Lingrui's residence, the two heard the increasingly clear sound of gunfire, reacting in stark contrast. Mike's complexion grew increasingly pale, while Zhang Lingrui remained serene, even finding time to brew tea. His tea-making skills were a sight to behold, yet Mike had neither the inclination nor the understanding of Eastern tea culture. At last, the sounds of gunfire outside the Zhang residence became unmistakable. The protective forces had surrounded Zhang Lingrui's abode. Zhang Lingrui stood, adjusted his clothing, and stepped outside to address the soldiers who had intruded. I am Zhang Lingrui. I wish to meet your commander. Rest assured, I only wish to see him in person. If one were to inquire about Zhang Lingrui's greatest desire at that moment, it would undoubtedly be to meet Wong Kuan face to face. Chapter 83, Meeting Zhang Lingrui. The long-awaited ancestral home in the courtyard of the Zhang residence. Upon hearing Zhang Lingrui's request, the soldiers exchanged glances, and one officer stepped forward to say, "Please wait. I will report to the commander." Zhang Lingrui was unhurried, as he was at the end of his life's journey. Oh, by the way, gentlemen, there is also a foreigner inside, a high-ranking official, who should still be alive, lacking the courage to take his own life. Upon hearing this, the soldier's eyes brightened with excitement. Capturing a high-ranking official would surely yield significant rewards after the conflict. 2 streets away, Li Jian received news from the front, informing him that Zhang Lingrui wished to meet the commander before his demise. After a brief contemplation, he dispatched someone to the rear to notify the commander and ascertain his willingness to meet Zhang Lingrui. 2 minutes later, Wong Kuan, 2 streets away, learned of the news and felt puzzled. After all, he and Zhang Lingrui were adversaries. Why would Zhang Lingrui wish to see him at the end? Stroking his chin, he could not fathom the reason. Surely it was not to plead for mercy. Subsequently, he instructed the front line to bring Zhang Lingrui to him. 20 minutes later, the sound of several vehicles echoed outside. Wong Kuan turned to see a few soldiers disembarking from one of the cars, escorting a middle-aged man. This must be Zhang Lingrui, he thought. Reporting to the commander, Zhang Lingrui has been brought in. Wong Kuan nodded, signaling for them to release Zhang Lingrui's arms, as his hands were bound and posed no threat. Please bring me a chair, Zhang Dasha said. Zhang Lingrui, please take a seat. Without hesitation, Zhang Lingrui warmed his hands by the fire and sat down. I am curious as to why you wish to meet me. It seems there is little necessity for our encounter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingrui smiled and replied, strictly speaking, there is indeed no necessity for us to meet. However, I have long harbored a desire to see you in person, to behold the renowned Commander Wong, and discern what manner of man he truly is. I also seek to resolve the questions that linger in my mind. Oh, I wonder if Commander Zhang's queries have been assuaged, Wong Kuan inquired. Curiosity piqued as he found himself with little else to occupy his thoughts. Zhang Lingrui scrutinized Wong Kuan closely, his own questions multiplying. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have voiced them without hesitation. Whose support underpins your formidable power, Wong Kuan? How is it that your military hardware is so formidable, yet you still possess the means to export weaponry? In this era of Yan Huang, who dares to defy the foreign powers? Who has the audacity to refuse their capitulation? Yet you, It seems, slay foreigners as one would butcher pigs. Since Wong Kuan's military campaign abroad, Zhang Lingrui had realized that he could no longer contend with him. If the warlords of Yanhuang did not unite to suppress Wong Kuan, it would not be long before the land lay entirely under his dominion. He had countless inquiries he yearned to pose, hence this meeting. Yet now, he found himself disinclined to ask, even if he were to learn the answers. What would it change? Should he descend into hell to confront Wong Kuan's adversaries? Commander Wong, having met you, I find I no longer care about the uncertainties that once plagued me. This encounter fulfills my final wish. Zhang Lingrui sighed inwardly, reflecting on the fierce competition between the rising and the fallen. After Zhang Lingrui finished speaking, Wong Kuan sensed that there was little more to discuss and promptly ordered his subordinates to escort him away. As Zhang Lingrui followed the soldiers toward the exit, he turned back to Wong Kuan with a request. Commander Wong, considering my efforts to prevent the foreigners from desecrating your ancestral home, might you grant me the choice of taking my own life? I understand you wish to publicly judge me before the people,